Chapter 1. The Celestial Forge Master System. The consciousness of Naraku gradually resurfaced from the abyss of unconsciousness, his eyes slowly fluttering open, though his vision remained blurred, and his mind was assaulted by an excruciating pain akin to an explosion. As Naraku awakened, a look of surprise blossomed on the face of Uchiha Mikoto, who swiftly approached him, concern etched across her features. "Naraku, how are you feeling now?" she inquired with genuine worry. Naraku glanced at the black-haired little girl beside him and instinctively replied, "I'm fine." Hearing Naraku's response brought joy to Uchiha Mikoto, prompting her to leave in search of dinner for him. Lying in bed, Naraku began to sift through the memories swirling in his mind. His name was Naraku, a surname found in China, and he now bore the name Uchiha Naraku. The peculiarities of the Uchiha clan, his frail body, and the unfamiliar surroundings led him to surmise that he had likely traversed into another world, specifically the tumultuous realm of the 5 villages from the legendary Naruto series. Reflecting on his former world, he recalled a life devoid of parents, spouse, or children, having spent his childhood in a tomato orphanage. As an ultimate fan of Naruto, he was acutely aware of the intricacies of the ninja world. Most importantly, he remembered the mud truck he encountered on his way to work. Why was there a mud truck in the city? He could understand the circumstances that led to his crossing over, akin to the tale of Kurizetsu rescuing his mother. One stroke of luck was witnessing his red Xiaomi phone tumble into the river just before his demise. He wondered if his innocence would remain intact. Before he could delve further into his recollections, Uchiha Mikoto returned to feed him a bit of dinner. Naraku then used the excuse of needing rest to send Uchiha Mikoto away. Next came the most crucial phase for any traveler discovering the Golden Finger. It was no wonder Naraku was eager for a Golden Finger, although he possessed considerable knowledge about the Naruto universe. The ninja world was rife with intricacies, especially concerning Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, whose fates were entangled in numerous threads. Seeing Orochimaru, such a brilliant researcher, reduced to a mere supporting role in the Naruto world was disheartening. In any other realm, he would undoubtedly have been the main antagonist. He called upon the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, the Almighty God, the 3 Pure Ones. "With my unparalleled talent, unwavering will, and relentless effort, is Deep Blue present? System brother? Chat group? Old man?" After calling for some time, just as Naraku was about to explore alternative methods to verify his Golden Finger, a sudden mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Before him materialized a translucent, pale blue screen. "Celestial Forge Master System initializing. Congratulations, you have become an apprentice Forge Master. Task 1. As a Forge Master, you must possess your own forging venue. Please seek out your personal forging space immediately." Seeing the system manifest, Naraku let out a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't the type of system he had yearned for, such as an invincible system in the ninja world, a villain system, or a role-playing system, believed that as long as he had a system, things would likely not turn out too poorly. Even if it appeared to be a system geared towards auxiliary career development, it shouldn't be too embarrassing to navigate within the system realm. Since the system had yet to display more detailed information, Naraku suspected this was due to it being in the initialization phase, and he might need to complete the first task to unlock further details. At this point, Naraku could no longer remain in bed. He resolved to find a forging venue quickly, fearing that if the system remained unbound for too long, it might vanish, leading him to despair. As Naraku attempted to rise, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed back onto the bed. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, he managed to utter, "What the hell?" When Naraku finally managed to get up again, it was already the following morning. By then, he had begun to assimilate many of the original owner's memories. Gradually, he realized that he was not a recent arrival in this world. Rather, he had been here for some time, only recently awakening to the mysteries of his past. The resemblance between Uchiha Naraku and his younger self was uncanny. He was practically an immortal among mortals. Uchiha Naraku had a Jonin father and a Chunin mother, both of whom, while competent, had perished during the half-peaceful years following the First Ninja War. His father had been a staunch hawk, the top subordinate of the Uchiha clan's elder. Uchiha Mikoto, being the granddaughter of the clan elder, had always shared a close bond with Naraku, akin to childhood sweethearts. Reflecting on Uchiha Mikoto's future self and personality, Naraku promptly resolved that he must claim this beauty for himself, adhering to the belief that if he did not venture into the depths of hell, who would? As for the potential appearances of Sasuke Uchiha or Itachi Uchiha, Naraku was unconcerned. By the time Sasuke Uchiha was born, Naraku suspected he might have ascended to godhood with the aid of his extraordinary talent and formidable will, perhaps with just a touch of golden finger assistance. He could not possibly remain passive to ensure the plot unfolded, as in the original work, that would be the true path to demise. Without delay, Naraku set out to seek Uchiha Mikoto's assistance, for acquiring a proper forging room was not something a mere orphan could achieve easily. "Nakaru, are you feeling better?" Uchiha Mikoto inquired with concern. She then admonished, "You mustn't act recklessly." What was it called again? Right? Don't casually use yin-yang against others in the future. Naraku understood that Uchiha Mikoto referred to the incident where he had used yin-yang against a certain Uchiha brat, resulting in a scuffle with a group of kids he frequently teased. It was thanks to the fists of those children that he had managed to unravel the mystery of his origins, and Naraku made a firm resolution to repay those kids in the future. "It's nothing, Mikatoni. Those kids were just saying that only Fugaka deserves you, so I played along with them. Mikatoni, the one who will marry you can only be me," Naraku declared earnestly, gazing into Uchiha Mikoto's eyes with the innocent fervor of a child. Uchiha Mikoto, caught off guard by such bold words, felt her cheeks flush as she replied, "What do you mean, kids? You're not even older than them. Anyway, you mustn't take on a group alone again if you do fight. You must bring me along." Naraku then explained his desire for a forging room, and although Uchiha Mikoto was surprised by his request, she agreed to assist him. Chapter 2. Crafting Techniques of the Servants. After pondering for a moment, Uchiha Mikoto presented Naraku with two options. One was to help him find an empty house to establish a forging room, which would require discussions with the clan. If the clan were to support him fully, he would likely have to share a portion, if not a significant part, of the profits with them. The second option was to seek the assistance of Old Cat, as the Cat clan was currently preparing to expand their arms business. If they approached Old Cat for help now, she would likely be quite pleased. Naraku deliberated for a mere 2 seconds before deciding to seek out Old Cat. Firstly, he wished to avoid becoming too entwined with the Uchiha clan in matters of forging. Secondly, he could not accept relinquishing control over weapon distribution. What if a well-crafted weapon were to be snatched away by the Uchiha clan? Lastly, he required a degree of privacy. Thus, the relatively secluded territory of the Cat clan was most suitable for him. Consequently, Naraku and Uchiha Mikoto set out for the Cat clan's domain, where they were guided by Cat Shuji to meet Old Cat. As Naraku observed the cats darting about, he felt an urge to pet them. "Ah, Mikoto, what brings you here?" Old Cat greeted Uchiha Mikoto with a smile. "Old Cat, I have a request for you," Uchiha Mikoto replied, explaining their purpose. It was only then that Old Cat noticed the handsome little boy beside Uchiha Mikoto. Observing Naraku's somewhat frail appearance, she harbored doubts about his ability to produce quality ninja tools. However, she indeed had an available forging space to offer Naraku, considering it a mere idle move. She was willing to allow this young lad to give a try. Thus, Old Cat turned to Naraku and stated, "Little Naraku, I do have an idle forging room. How do you propose we collaborate?" Naraku respectfully replied, "I would like to rent your forging room. If I create some items that you find satisfactory, you may purchase them at prices close to market rates. However, I may forge some non-sale items, which I will not sell casually." Old Cat, noting Naraku's confident demeanor, chose not to discourage the young man. She quoted a relatively low rent. "How about 50,000 ryo? In the Naruto universe, a bowl of ramen at Ichiraka Ramen costs 60 ryo, so for ease of understanding, let's convert that to approximately 15 renminbi." Naraku calculated that renting a forging room for a few hundred RMB a month was quite reasonable, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Old Cat. Then, accompanied by Uchiha Mikoto and Cat Shuji, he proceeded to inspect the forging room. Upon seeing the dilapidated yet usable space, Naraku felt immensely satisfied. He promptly retrieved 50,000 ryo from a small treasury and handed it to Cat Shuji to pass on to Old Cat, offering Shuji a bit of catnip on the way out. Shuji regarded Naraku with a look that conveyed, "You've grown wise," before departing. Afterward, Naraku persuaded Uchiha Mikoto to leave, and he commenced the next step. Summoning the system panel in his mind, Naraku submitted his task request. With a crisp chime signaling his success, a translucent screen illuminated with a series of clear messages. Task completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving your task rewards. 1. Forging skill enhancement when the host is situated in the exclusive forging chamber. Their forging skills will receive a slight boost, and their innate forging talent will see a significant elevation. 2. Creation technique for the ministerial artifacts of the world of chopping. In order to maintain a prolonged reign, the founding emperor of an empire summoned the world's most esteemed artisans, wielding unimaginable wealth and power. They utilized the legendary and perilous materials, along with rare metals such as orichalcum and a plethora of lost arcane techniques, to forge 48 unparalleled weapons, which were dubbed imperial artifacts. For centuries after the creation of these imperial artifacts, the reigning emperor endeavored to replicate them, but could never surpass the original creations. Consequently, he deemed it a disgrace and mockingly referred to these subsequent weapons as ministerial artifacts, sealing them away. 3. One portion of orichalcum. Nailuo hastily claimed the task rewards. Soon, a multitude of insights regarding the crafting techniques for the ministerial artifacts of the world of chopping flooded his mind. It took Nailuo a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. He realized that the conditions for crafting ministerial and imperial artifacts were strikingly similar, however. The requirements for imperial artifacts were notably more demanding. 1. Materials from formidable creatures. 2. Rare metals such as orichalcum. 3. The unrivaled skills of the highest-ranking artisans summoned from around the globe, including numerous lost arcane techniques. Contemplating these numerous material prerequisites, Nailuo couldn't help but feel that crafting ministerial artifacts would prove quite challenging nonetheless. He resolved to explore the system panel for any potential breakthroughs. The text on the translucent screen continuously morphed before finally settling on the following information. System membership level, beginner. Name, Uchiha Nailuo. Age, 8 years. Overall strength, Ninja Academy student. Forge Master level, BB when in the forging chamber. Weapon forging enhancements. 1. Talent replication. When others wield weapons of B rank or above crafted by the Forge Master, the Forge Master can randomly acquire attributes, abilities, talents, ninjutsu, and bloodline traits from them. The stronger the weapon's owner, the greater the compatibility and mastery of the weapon, resulting in superior rewards. 2. Undead Legion. Enemies slain using weapons of B rank or above crafted by the Forge Master, or the demise of the weapon's owner, can be collected into the Forge Master's exclusive Hall of Reapers. 3. Weapon Sovereignty. The Forge Master possesses formidable dominance over weapons, capable of rendering them ineffective or even rebounding their effects upon their owner. Task item. 1 portion of orichalcum. Forge Master Prestige. 0. Lottery explanation. Forge Master Prestige can be utilized for lottery draws. Every 10 points of prestige grants 1 draw, which may yield precious biological materials, rare metals, or exclusive forging techniques. Evaluation. Provided the conditions are met, you currently possess the ability to forge ministerial artifacts. With your dedicated forging space, your forging skills have been enhanced, allowing you to create weapons of all ministerial artifact levels. In terms of combat prowess, as a student at the Ninja Academy, your strength is merely that of a lowly genin. However, congratulations are in order, for you lack even the qualifications to step onto the battlefield of the genin realm. Gazing upon the attribute panel and system explanation, Nailuo felt a surge of excitement. Particularly, the 2 forging weapon enhancements seemed to ardently encourage him to craft weapons for the powerful. Not only could he reap a wealth of attribute talents, but he could also turn the souls of the strong and their subordinates into his own allies, gathering them under his banner. Though he could retain the weapons for his own use, as an 8-year-old Ninja Academy student, possessing several ministerial artifacts would serve little purpose. What use would it be against a mere genin, let alone an imperial artifact. Thus, his primary objective at this stage should be to distribute the weapons during his novice protection period, without retaining any for himself, thereby enhancing his own capabilities. Acquiring the physique of the Senju clan, the swordsmanship of Kakashi Hatake, or the 5 elemental techniques of Hiruzen Sarutobi would elevate him far beyond a decade of training in the Ninja Academy. He would not foolishly hoard resources, only to be discovered as lacking in utility and subsequently thrust into the front lines, ultimately resembling a hapless protagonist of a bygone era. Time flows differently, and youth should never be underestimated. He would not wait until he was cornered on the battlefield to unveil his weapons for the sake of bravado. Such a meager and foolish path, often tread by protagonists of a decade past, was one he would resolutely avoid. However, the materials and biological components required for forging would necessitate some thought on his part. Chapter 3. Collection of Materials for the Tonguichi Sword. Now, Nailuo began to prepare for his inaugural forging endeavor, contemplating starting with the simplest of weapons, the shuriken. With his preparations complete, Nailuo stood silently in the forging chamber, his expression earnest. Before him lay an array of forging tools, and he carefully selected a piece of rough iron, placing it into the furnace to heat, sparks flying. Once the metal glowed a fiery red, Nailuo utilized tongs to extract it, commencing to gently hammer it with precision. His movements gradually became more adept, and the shape of the shuriken began to take form. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the creation in his hands. As time elapsed, the contours of the shuriken became increasingly defined. Subsequently, it was immersed in a quenching medium to complete the tempering process. Following this, careful polishing ensued, during which the sharp edges of the shuriken glimmered with a chilling radiance. Then came the pivotal moment of incorporating a secret forging technique for the subordinate tool. There are many such techniques, but most necessitate specific forging conditions or materials. Thus, Naraku could only select a relatively simple method. Nero paused his actions, gazing intently at his creation. At that moment, the Forge Master system commenced its evaluation. Shuriken, D. Limited by the materials and the forger's proficiency, even employing B-grade forging techniques could not elevate the weapon to C-grade. Nonetheless, this weapon remains significantly superior among its peers of the same caliber. Nero reflected upon his recent actions and realized that he had become somewhat overconfident, possessing the knowledge yet lacking the practical skills to execute it. Just as he pondered this, a notification chimed. He had forged his first D-grade weapon, earning a reward of a free lottery draw. This initial reward triggered a memory. He recalled that he was entitled to a starting gift package. Tsunade, where is my complimentary gift package? Surely it has been appropriated by you? Nero inquired directly. Unfortunately, the system proved to be utterly inept, scarcely qualifying as artificial intelligence. Nero surmised that the reward for the first task might be equivalent to the starting gift package, and thus he let the matter rest. Subsequently, Nero immersed himself in the forge, laboriously hammering away at the anvil. The forge, enhanced by unique forging talents and the formidable legacy of powerful tools, significantly boosted his forging proficiency. Motivated by the prospect of earning 100 taels for each item crafted, Nero was driven to excel. Although he was merely a novice, the allure of wealth was undeniable. The shinobi world was replete with rare materials, such as chakra metal, which could only be procured with currency. Nero had no intention of living a pitiful existence akin to that of Prince Naruto. Nailuo tirelessly forged into the night, yet his spirit remained remarkably invigorated. He sensed that this time he had created something extraordinary, a shuriken of significant caliber. With utmost care, he picked up the freshly crafted weapon. Shuriken, C, due to material constraints. Yet utilizing B-grade forging techniques coupled with the blacksmith's considerable skill, this weapon achieved a C- rating, endowing it with exceptional sharpness and resilience. However, this was the extent of its capabilities. Subsequently, the system belatedly began its announcement. Ding. Detection indicates that the blacksmith has forged a C-grade weapon for the first time, granting a reward of 10 free draws. Upon seeing the system's reward, Nailuo nodded in satisfaction. It was only then, coming back to his senses, that he realized even as a superhuman in the ninja realm, endowed with chakra, he felt profoundly fatigued. His clothing was completely soaked through, and his face was grimy, the kind that would make anyone recognize him as a brother. Considering the dwindling supplies of rough iron and charcoal in the forge, Nai-Luo had no choice but to depart. As he walked quietly along the roadside at night, an eerie sound suddenly pierced his ears. The noise resembled that of someone under the influence, intermingled with distorted gasps and occasional meowing. Nai-Luo came to a halt, surveying his surroundings in an attempt to discern the origin of the sound. The frigid night wind howled, causing the leaves to rustle. Yet that eerie noise grew increasingly distinct amidst the silence. His heart began to race, an unsettling sensation welling up within him. The sound seemed to draw ever closer, as if emanating from a nearby shadowy recess. Naro, however, found himself alone, pondering. Could it be that I've unwittingly entered a Cthulhu-themed realm akin to the Legend of the Eyes? Even with a system, how could one endure such a fate? It was only as he cautiously approached that he discovered ninja cat Yashiki blissfully indulging in the catnip he had provided, completely disregarding the 3 sacred tenets of a ninja. Observing Yashiki's utterly unguarded demeanor, he recalled the feline's usual air of haughty superiority and resolved to teach it a lesson, boldly reaching out for a gratifying stroke. After this brief encounter, he hurried home. Upon arriving, Naro immediately commenced a ritual of bathing, changing attire, and lighting incense for meditation. Approaching the forthcoming lottery draw with utmost reverence, he had diligently amassed 11 opportunities for this draw, eagerly anticipating the event of the night. Nevertheless, despite his elaborate preparations, a sense of unease lingered within him. After all, in his previous life, he had been a true non-lucky individual, even earning the title of legendary safety net among his peers. He remained uncertain whether his cursed fate would be altered in this new world. System, initiate the lottery. After much contemplation, I have decided to commence with a single draw, as it is not uncommon for miraculous outcomes to occur in the realm of lotteries. I am currently engaged in the drawing. Nai-Luo gazed at the diminutive white and gold sections of the spinning wheel, silently beseeching fate. To his astonishment, the wheel slowly came to a halt within the confines of the white sector. The words mineral water bottle X1 materialized before him, instilling a profound sense of desolation within Nai-Luo. This occurrence subtly affirmed that his abominable luck had indeed followed him into the world of ninjas. Now, he had the option to compose himself, yet he resolved to make another attempt. After all, the ninja realm teemed with high-quality materials, ensuring that he would eventually gain prestige. However, should fortune smile upon him at this moment, he could swiftly procure a B-grade weapon. 10 consecutive draws. Engage. Canned beverage X1 Cola X10 Milk X1 Case Blue, Sutsuki Kagaya's Panties Green. Culinary Processing Technique Sunflower Seeds X10 kg 8 Treasure Porridge X1 Case Iced Black Tea X1 Case Green. Gorilla Scarlet Iron and Scarlet or X10 Blue. Dangerous Species. Flying Mantis Corpse X1 Naro was instantly captivated by the lifeless form of the celestial mantis. Drawing upon his expertise in crafting techniques, he recognized that this material was essential for forging the coveted Tonguichi character. Remarkably, he had just gathered all the necessary materials for Tonguichi. Furthermore, given that it was the entire carcass, there might be some remnants left over to create additional items. Chapter 4. Namikaze Minato. As Naro's attention shifted, detailed information about the green-quality Gorilla Scarlet Sand Iron and Gorilla Scarlet ore emerged. The Gorilla Scarlet Sand Iron and Gorilla Scarlet ore are pivotal materials utilized by the Demon Slayer core swordsman in the world of Demon Slayer, specifically for crafting the revered Nichiren blades. These materials possess the unique ability to absorb sunlight, exhibiting different hues depending on the attributes of the wielder. Nai-Luo harbored a bold idea. If he were to amalgamate this material with chakra metal, it might further enhance the capabilities of this ninja blade. Even if the enhancement proved futile, it would still serve to adorn the blade with a captivating visage. Who would not desire a strikingly cool ninja blade? It certainly holds promise. The specifics of another green culinary technique are as follows: a method for processing special ingredients. The explanation appeared deceptively simple. Yet Nai-Luo sensed that this technique would wield significant potential. Thus, he promptly absorbed the information. A minute later, Nai-Luo gradually opened his eyes, thoroughly satisfied with the newfound technique. This method primarily focuses on the preparation of unique biological or botanical ingredients, transforming inedible items into delectable morsels, while also providing certain health benefits post-consumption. Naraku thus recalled the biological materials that currently constrained him. Whether it pertains to the processing of ingredients or the crafting of equipment, biological materials are indispensable. As for the biological resources within the ninja world, Naraku hesitated to tamper recklessly, knowing well that many creatures possess intelligence, even forming entire clans. For instance, in the Three Great Holy Lands, he suspected that if he were to forge a weapon from a toad today, the Three Great Holy Lands would retaliate by tomorrow. However, a sudden thought struck him regarding humans. For example, the cells of the first Hokage, which have been central to the narrative of Naruto. If he could utilize such material to create a biological armor, it would indeed be remarkable. Gradually, Naraku's mind began to expand as he contemplated the superior biological materials present in the Naruto universe, such as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and the bones of the Kagaya clan. There are even various tailed beasts to consider, along with the enigmatic creature, the shark skin, which can absorb vast quantities of tailed beast chakra in a single gulp. Nero collected his wandering thoughts, bestowing praise upon his own wisdom. As for the remaining snacks like sunflower seeds, cola, and iced tea, Nero humorously proclaimed himself a mobile convenience store. Regarding the peculiar mention of the original flavor of Kagaya Otsutsuki's underwear, how dare one claim it possesses blue quality? What purpose does such an item serve? Nero felt embarrassed to associate with such a vulgar system. Nevertheless, he resolved to adopt a critical perspective when he had the time to discern what was so special about it. In any case, as he observed the color indicators above, he gleaned that, as a novice member of the current system, white signifies gratitude for patronage, gray denotes ordinary items, green likely represents Class C, blue corresponds to Class B, and gold should indicate Class A. As for items of higher caliber, they might require a system upgrade. Additionally, Nero suddenly remembered that he possessed a system space. Yet it was filled entirely with system items. He wondered if he could store other items within it. Thus, he began to experiment and discovered that the system indeed had an available space capable of holding items. After several attempts, Nero realized that this remaining space was at least 10 cubic meters. Nai Luo savored the fruits of his recent endeavors, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction before succumbing to slumber. Although the gains were merely a safety net, they held immense value for someone of his stature. Awaken! Awaken! Uchiha Mikoto urged as she shook Nai Luo from his slumber. What is it, Mikoto? Nai Luo mumbled, still ensnared in the fog of sleep. Uchiha Mikoto, her cheeks puffed in frustration, reminded him with urgency, today is the day you must attend school. It's the first class of the new term. Listening to her insistence, Nai Luo felt utterly exasperated. In his previous life, he had toiled for 2 decades to enter society, and now, even after his transmigration, he was still bound to the rigors of education. Nero pondered the absurdity of the enrollment date and subsequently inquired of Uchiha Mikoto, what year is it in Konoha? After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Mikoto informed Nero that it is currently the 35th year of Konoha. Nero once again posed a question. What grade am I currently in at the Ninja Academy? Upon hearing Nero's inquiry, even the usually composed Uchiha Mikoto felt a surge of frustration rising within her. However, she managed to suppress her anger and replied, You should be in the 3rd year of the Ninja Academy. Upon receiving this answer, Nero began to reflect. If his memory served him correctly, the Second Shinobi World War commenced in the year 36 and continued until the year 40 of Konoha. The Konoha Ninja Academy typically follows a 6-year curriculum, with students enrolling at around the ages of 5 to 6. Yet, during wartime, this duration is often shortened to 4 to 5 years, allowing for early graduation and a decrease in the age of enrollment. For Nero, as long as he could complete the 6-year program, it would place him in the year 39 of Konoha. After graduation, if fortune smiled upon him, he hoped to spend an additional year to attain the rank of a Chunin, thus enabling him to perfectly evade the Second Shinobi World War. Given the circumstances of the Second Shinobi World War, it appeared that Konoha would remain relatively safe. However, since Uchiha Mikoto was 3 years his senior, there was a significant likelihood that she would be deployed to the battlefield, leaving Nero to navigate his path cautiously. Subsequently, Nero accompanied Uchiha Mikoto to the Ninja Academy. Due to the new academic year, there have been some changes in personnel, so it was customary to introduce themselves. I am Namikaze Minato, fond of reading and gourmet food, and I detest wastefulness. My aspiration is to become Hokage. After sharing his introduction, the blonde-haired boy smiled warmly at everyone. Naruto gazed at the self-introduction of the young blonde on stage, raising an eyebrow. Isn't this the girl from Yongdai? At that moment, several girls in the audience began to stir, excitedly exclaiming, So handsome. Naraku finds himself at a loss when it comes to these precocious young ladies. As one of the few honest individuals in the original narrative, Minato Namikaze is someone Naraku intends to spend more time with when the opportunity arises. My name is Hinata Miyabi. I have a fondness for flowers, a disdain for insects, and my future remains uncertain. Naraku gazed at the charming little girl with wide eyes. Intrigued. Although the young girl was indeed adorable, Naraku was not particularly fond of Lolis. He merely found her unique, white eyes to be of interest. Naro speculated that this little girl was likely from a branch family, and now she had been labeled a cage bird. I am Uchiha Kai, and my greatest admiration is for my elder brother Fugaku. I detest the foul-mouthed Naro. In the future, I aspire to become the strongest subordinate of brother Fugaku. The spirited Uchiha child declared fiercely at Naro. However, Naro had little interest in playing with a mere child, disregarding his intense gaze. I am Uchiha Naro. I have a passion for weapon forging and a disdain for mischievous little brats. My ambition is to become the most formidable blacksmith in the ninja world. After introducing himself, Naro plastered on a forced smile for the audience below. The group of infatuated girls in the crowd began to stir again, expressing their admiration in excited whispers. To this, Naro could only scoff, declaring, I am the man you cannot have. How infuriating, Uchiha Naro. You are merely a child yourself. Uchiha Kai retorted angrily, claiming the identity of a child. Chapter 5, Shadow Clone Technique. Meanwhile, the teacher Sarutobi Hirayuki took an interest in Uchiha Naro, astonished that a Uchiha would be inclined towards forging. I am Uzumaki Kushina. I relish pomelos and fish. I abhor unpleasant individuals. My future aspiration is to become the wife of the Hokage. Nara offered a faint smile, for Uzumaki Kushina indeed became the woman of the Hokage. In the swirling leaves of Konoha, the fire endures without cessation. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding of new leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as per tradition, commenced the school year with his usual charm. Below, some younglings gazed up in admiration at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nailuo, with a mindset of indulging in the moment, listened for a while and concluded that the discussions were predominantly filled with rather idealistic notions. However, there was a conspicuous silence on matters such as how to exert effort and ensure fairness. Naraku merely found this tedious affair uninteresting, realizing that it would have been preferable to engage in blacksmithing or training. However, he feared attracting the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and felt unable to flee, leaving him to stand in place, his spirit wandering elsewhere. As the afternoon approached, outdoor lessons finally commenced. The three-body technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique, and substitution technique constituted the core of the ninja graduation examination. The transformation technique involves the temporary alteration of an object through chakra, with the most straightforward transformation being one's own physical form, its essence rooted in change. The shadow clone technique creates controllable, non-physical duplicates, essentially holographic projections forged from chakra. Its essence lies in creation. The substitution technique distorts consciousness, serving as the foundation of illusion techniques, fundamentally rooted in deception. Sarutobi Hiruzen meticulously elucidated the definitions of these three-body techniques. Naraku had long mastered the knowledge imparted by Sarutobi Hirayuki. Seizing this moment, Naraku resolved to contemplate how he might strengthen himself in the near future. Although he had not spoken much about it previously, he was determined not to be overwhelmed once more by a group of individuals he regarded as mere youngsters. Furthermore, in the realm of ninjas, lacking strength could lead to grave consequences, as one might inadvertently meet their demise. Certainly, even high-ranking ninjas were not immune to death, yet the likelihood was considerably diminished. Naraku contemplated for a moment, primarily focusing on the formidable ability of the Undead Legion. This talent undoubtedly possesses the potential to swiftly enhance one's personal prowess. Although Naraku is uncertain about the extent of power that a Jonin could exhibit upon joining the Undead Legion, it is undoubtedly a more expedient route compared to the rigorous training in fundamental ninjutsu, taijutsu, and precise chakra control. Naturally, foundational training cannot be neglected, and practical combat experience remains essential. The ninja world is replete with individuals who, despite lacking impressive stats, are capable of overcoming stronger opponents through sheer combat talent. Conversely, it is also abundant in those who, despite high scores, are tragically inept. Take Shimura Danzo, for instance. His ludicrous maneuver of using Kunai slash at Susanoo is a prime example. While others utilizes Anaji for lethal counterattacks, he foolishly employs it as a mere resurrection token. An act of utter folly. Nailuo once again focused his thoughts, recalling the events of the 36th year of Konoha. The troops of the Hidden Leaf Village, led by the three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, were engaged in a chaotic battle against the forces of the Hidden Sand Village, commanded by Chiyo, as well as the troops of the Hidden Stone Village, all converging at the border of the Rain Country. It was certain that many lives would be lost during this tumultuous conflict, and therein lay his opportunity. The only point of contention was whether or not Kakashi would join the fray. If he did, given his mastery of swordsmanship and his elite strength, his ability to eliminate adversaries would likely surpass that of any of the legendary Sannin. However, Nailuo was also quite tempted by Tsunade's innate talents from the Senju clan. If fortune favored him, he might acquire the bloodline of the Senju, which would significantly enhance his own power. After pondering this, Nailuo resolutely decided he wanted it all. He planned to first forge a T-kin or another B-class weapon to present to Kakashi. Once he garnered enough prestige, he would engage in lotteries to obtain materials to craft other items for various powerful individuals. With this vision for the future, Nailuo felt a sense of clarity and direction. Thus, he dedicated himself to diligently practicing basic ninjutsu and fundamental taijutsu, executing each movement with meticulous care, as though pouring all his energy into the endeavor. Moreover, Nailuo took the initiative to invite Minato Namikaze to train with him. Minato was somewhat surprised by this gesture from Uchiha Nailuo, who, while not as arrogant as other members of the Uchiha clan, had previously shown little interest in forming friendships. Given that Minato was still just a child, and with Nailuo's high status coupled with his sincerity, their relationship began to warm. Upon arriving home after school, Nailuo did not head straight to the forge. Instead, he began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, for he sought to learn a particular technique. Although his father, the Jonin, had passed away, he had left behind a collection of ninjutsu. Naraku gazed upon the array of ninjutsu scrolls before him. Fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, fire release, great dragon fire technique, Uchiha swordsmanship, and shadow clone technique. Upon seeing the shadow clone technique, Naraku's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing its significant potential. Thus, he commenced earnest practice, for the outcome would determine whether he would need to attend classes in the future. However, Naraku soon encountered difficulties, unsure if it was due to insufficient chakra, inadequate control over his chakra, or the inherent challenge of the B-rank nature of the shadow clone technique. After practicing for quite a while, Naraku struggled to grasp the nuances of his training. He then called upon the system, inquiring whether it could provide him with a specific panel to help him visualize his personal combat abilities. To his surprise, the system indeed possessed such a panel, which had previously been unnecessary. System membership level, novice name, Uchiha Naraku age, 8 years, 80 years, chakra attributes, fire, yin-yang. The yang attribute can be acquired through training. For instance, Uchiha Sarada exemplifies this. Additionally, 2 other Uchiha possess the yang attribute, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Itachi. It is also quite normal for members of the Uchiha clan, who do not exclusively marry within their clan, to inherit their parents' yang chakra. Sharingan, not activated physical strength, see mental strength, see chakra, 0. 2 cards, card, the chakra amount of Kakashi, a jonin from the first part of Naruto. Regarding the protagonist chakra, I have conducted thorough research. Uchiha Sasuke, as a prodigious member of the Uchiha clan, was noted by Kakashi to be able to use Chidori twice upon graduation, whereas Kakashi himself could employ Raikiri 4 times. Given that Kakashi is the creator of the technique, his chakra utilization is certainly more efficient than Sasuke's. It is worth noting that Naruto, despite possessing a vast amount of chakra, could only summon small tadpoles. Thus, it is reasonable to estimate Sasuke's chakra to be above 0. 5 cards. Additionally, Kakashi in the first part was not particularly strong. Prior to teaching Sasuke Chidori, he remarked on struggling with climbing. I never expected that I would find such difficulty in my training. Chakra controllability, per ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, beginner. Transformation technique, beginner. Substitution technique, beginner. Fire style, great fireball technique, beginner. Taijutsu, Uchiha flow taijutsu, beginner. Jinjutsu, none evaluation. Your combat capability in the Ninja Academy ranks moderately above average. Upon viewing his panel, Naraku was dismayed to discover that his primary chakra attribute was solely fire. With a mere 0. 2 cards of chakra, he felt humiliated as a transmigrator. However, since chakra is typically linked to physical and mental strength, it is highly likely that his chakra will surpass Kakashi's as he matures. Furthermore, his per-chakra control ability finally illuminated the reason he struggled to learn the shadow clone technique in such a short span of time. His limited chakra amount combined with his inadequate control rendered this B-rank ninjutsu seemingly unattainable. Nonetheless, Naraku believed he could master it within a week. Naruto Trivia 1. When Naruto trained with the Rasengan, Kakashi noted that Naruto's chakra was 4 times his own, and if the Nine Tails chakra was not suppressed, it would be 100 times more. Due to a translation error that omitted Yamato, it was mistakenly conveyed that Naruto's chakra, combined with the Nine Tails, was 100 times that of Kakashi's. 2. Although the Uchiha clan is not as renowned for their chakra quantity as the Uzumaki and Senju clans, techniques such as Susanoo and other unique ocular jutsu consume significant amounts of chakra. The Uchiha's chakra, while comparatively less than that of the Uzumaki and Senju, remains significantly higher than that of non-clan ninjas. In summary, Naruto depicts an anime where bloodline advantages are paramount. Kakashi's chakra amount, while considerable compared to ordinary ninjas, pales in comparison to bloodline ninjas. In fact, the chakra amount of graduates from bloodline ninja academies far exceeds that of Kakashi, rendering him a benchmark for comparison. Chapter 6. Opening a shop. Upon recognizing his shortcomings, Naraku decided to momentarily set aside his training. He planned to focus on enhancing his chakra control skills during the day while dedicating his evenings to forging. He considered the previous inadequacy of raw iron and the potential need for chakra-infused metal when crafting B-rank weapons. Nailuo directly sought out the cat granny. Nero gazed at the seemingly contemplative Shugi, who stood by the roadside, lost in thoughts about life, or rather, the feline existence. With a cheerful demeanor, Nero greeted, "Shugi, what troubles you?" Shugi, in a somewhat dazed state, replied, "After indulging in the catnip you provided yesterday, I found myself sprawled on the roadside. I must admit, your product is indeed of exceptional quality." He cast a reassuring glance towards Nero. However, I soon sensed an unwelcome presence, as someone began to roughly stroke me. At that moment, Nero seemed to detect a hint of embarrassment on Shugi's feline visage. To my dismay, that wretched fiend had the audacity to strip away my proud, intelligent fur. Nailuo suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment, only able to censure Shioi. The reason it was stealthily pilfered was that it failed to adhere to the 3 prohibitions of a ninja. Even a ninja cat ought to comply with these sacred rules. Moreover, it shamelessly lay by the roadside, enticing others to err. Subsequently, Shioi began to rationalize. "What do you mean? Catnip is an alcohol. It doesn't count. Cats are perpetually impoverished." Observing Shioi's self-justifications, Nailuo promptly insisted it accompany him to seek out Cat Granny. "Cat Granny, here are the shurikens I forged earlier. Particularly, this one is quite remarkable." Listening to Nailuo's confident assertions, Cat Granny was somewhat taken aback. She had initially presumed that this little rascal merely intended to dabble in forging for amusement. She had even prepared to refund the rental fee after some time. But to her astonishment, this lad had genuinely succeeded in crafting them. As Cat Granny scrutinized the dozen or so shurikens before her, she discovered that each was a masterpiece. Notably, one shuriken adorned with the Nai character logo seemed to transcend the conventional limits of shuriken craftsmanship, exhibiting a sharpness surpassing that of the other exquisite pieces. Soon, the system notification indicating recognition from Cat Granny appeared, signaling an increase in Nailuo's reputation as a forger. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Yet he resolved to maintain his daily life and battles without disruption. Naraku ultimately opted for the Do Not Disturb mode. At that moment, Granny Cat finally recovered from her earlier astonishment. After confirming that this was indeed the handiwork of Naraku, she bestowed upon him high praise. "As long as you do not meet an untimely end, you are destined to become a renowned master blacksmith in the ninja realm." Nailuo accepted the evaluation from the cat grandmother with a sense of rightful contentment. "Little Nailuo, these shurikens are a mere 200 taels each, while the exquisite ones are priced at 1,000 taels each. What do you think?" The cat grandmother inquired about Nailuo's thoughts. Nero, upon discovering that the price of the shuriken far exceeded his initial expectations, acquiesced, saying, "Very well, Granny Cat, I shall comply. However, I request that you promote my work, particularly the exquisite shuriken. Please inform others that they are forged by my hand." Although Granny Cat harbored concerns that such fame might pose a certain risk to Nero, she reasoned that, generally speaking, the ninja world does not harm smiths, and furthermore, there have been no recorded invasions within the Leaf Village. Thus, she agreed to his request. Nailuo then spoke. "Grandma Cat, I aspire to forge a superior weapon and wish to explore the limits of my current abilities. Might I procure some chakra metal from you?" Grandma Cat responded by raising a finger. Nailuo speculated, 100,000 taels? Granny Cat shook her head and replied, "The crude chakra metal weighs 500 grams and requires 1 million taels. 1 million taels for merely a crude product. At that point, we cannot even ascertain how much chakra metal can be refined. Naraku suddenly felt as though he were experiencing the sensation of an emperor who had barely begun his enterprise only to meet an untimely demise. He understood the exorbitant nature of this material, but had not anticipated such a steep price. Initially, he had contemplated utilizing chakra metal in conjunction with materials of green grade or higher to forge a new weapon. However, it now appeared that he could only use this for embellishment or to create patterns within the weapon. The more pressing concern was that he was entirely devoid of the required 1 million taels. Sensing Naraku's predicament, the old cat lady proposed an investment. I shall first provide you with a portion of chakra metal, and in return, you will forge weapons for me. For conventional weapons, I shall offer you double the market price, and for exquisite ones, tenfold. We can negotiate further as needed. As Naraku listened to the conditions set forth by the old cat lady, he readily acquiesced. Subsequently, he procured a small quantity of pig iron from her. Although he had the option to acquire iron ore, he deemed the process of smelting iron to be an unnecessary expenditure of time. Once he had completed these tasks, Naraku made his way home under the gentle glow of the moonlight. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, aside from his routine forging, Naraku dedicated himself to fervently practicing the art of shadow replication. One day, the old cat lady approached Naraku and remarked, "Little Naraku, the weapons you have forged are truly remarkable. They have begun to garner a modest following in the market, particularly those adorned with your signature Nai logo. Indeed, they are exceptional pieces." Naraku mused, feeling that such a claim was only natural, given his enhanced proficiency. The shurikens and kunai he crafted had become exquisite in quality. The old cat lady continued, "Little Naraku, are you now capable of forging other types of weapons? Perhaps wind magic shurikens or ninja blades? Some individuals who have utilized your crafted shurikens are eager to commission custom weapons. What lies ahead is precisely this step, as his unique advantage necessitates the crafting of B-grade weaponry to manifest its true potential, yet he currently finds himself bereft of materials and opportunities. Thus, he earnestly addressed Granny Cat. Granny Cat, should such customers appear in the future, please be sure to inform me. My aspiration is to become the most formidable blacksmith in the ninja world. I have long desired to forge even stronger ninja blades." Granny Cat pondered for a moment and replied, "If you intend to pursue the path of exquisite custom weapons, then you might consider opening a shop where you can sell your own fine creations and offer bespoke weapon services." Nero observed as Granny Cat, having experienced the exorbitant profits of his weaponry, was now willing to extricate herself from her commitments. Coincidentally, he found himself without the luxury of time to manage the shop. Thus he proposed to Granny Cat that she take charge of the establishment, with the profits divided in an 80-20 ratio, favoring him. Granny Cat consented and then introduced a charming young girl named Xin, who appeared to be in her teenage years. "This is my goddaughter, Xin. She will be in charge of the shop from now on." Granny Cat continued, "This is young Nero. Do not be deceived by his status as a student at the Ninja Academy, for his forging skills are quite remarkable." Naraku politely nodded and then departed. He suddenly realized a significant issue. His weapon was quite popular within a limited sphere. Did this not imply that he had garnered considerable renown among blacksmiths? Nailuo opened the system panel, gazing at his blacksmithing reputation. Blacksmithing reputation, 112. Nailuo's lips curled upward slightly, as he anticipated the pleasure of indulging once more. Chapter 7. The Thousand-Handed Rope Tree. Upon returning home, Nailuo resumed his customary lottery ritual. Bathing, burning incense, partaking in vegetarian meals, and meditating, these seemingly futile ceremonies, in his view, indeed served little purpose. Yet, they ensured that when the moment of truth arrived, his emotions would remain steadfastly composed. This time, as per tradition, he began with a single draw. As the lottery commenced, Nailuo had relinquished all limitations in his mind. Years of experiencing misfortune had taught him that without expectations, one could never be disappointed. Thus, he silently observed the spinning pointer, resolute in his heart, vowing that no matter where it landed, he would remain unshaken. However, as the pointer gradually approached the blue zone, it began to slow and eventually came to a halt. The corners of Naraku's mouth are more difficult to suppress than an AK. The blue garment of Kagaya Otsutsuki is simply outrageous. Naraku has been utterly broken. Has this foolish forging system taken root in his mind? After much anticipation for a blue item, it turns out to be yet another outfit of the Otsutsuki clan. Last time, he hadn't even finished examining the Otsutsuki undergarments. Bah, I meant researching. And now this. Is it possible that the plan is for him to acquire the full Otsutsuki ensemble and then cosplay, ultimately having Kurizetsu recognize him as his mother? Nailuo spent some time calming his emotions, and then, in a fit of indignation, decided to engage in a tenfold draw. He received 10 packs of Fei Fei sanitary napkins, 10 bottles of the exquisite and delectable taro bubble milk tea, 1,000 kilograms of coarse iron, 1 bottle of mineral water, and 10 kilograms of green fine iron, a material derived from ordinary iron or through a unique refining technique, possessing remarkable pressure and heat resistance, suitable for conducting magic, and essential for weapon crafting. Additionally, he acquired 1 specimen of the blue dangerous species, water dragon beast corpse, a perilous aquatic entity from the realm of Crimson Eyes, which enters a frenzied state when threatened. All subsequent blue-level dangerous species refer to corpses, while golden ones denote living specimens, a distinction arising from the differing requirements in weapon forging. He also obtained 10 kilograms of boneless chicken feet, 10 packets of sauerkraut fish, 1 box of calcium-enriched milk, and 1 portion of blue orichalcum, a rare and special metal in the world of Crimson Eyes. This draw nearly brought Nailuo to tears, for he felt as though he had been touched by the luck of a sovereign, having acquired 2 usable blue items. Moreover, he harbored a keen curiosity about the fine iron, as its properties appeared to resemble those of chakra metal. Nailuo hastily retrieved the fine iron and chakra metal, subsequently infusing chakra slowly into the materials. He soon discovered that chakra metal exhibited a slightly superior conductivity for chakra compared to fine iron, though the distinction was not particularly pronounced. Furthermore, according to the system panel's description, Nailuo sensed that the strength of fine iron would surpass that of chakra metal. Naraku pondered the prospect of possessing 10 kilograms of pure iron. He was certain he could forge a B-grade weapon. The following day, Uchiha Mikoto did not come to rouse Naraku from his slumber, and he awoke to discover that the early class had already concluded. How could he miss the early class despite having traversed worlds? Regarding the early class, Naraku could only exclaim, "I attend the early class." Luhaju version. What's the big deal about Uchiha skipping a class? Nailuo was eager to visit his shop, filled with curiosity about who his very first customer would be. Guided by the instructions of the elderly cat, Naraku swiftly arrived at the shop, which bore the name Minjin Cat General Store. The straightforwardness of the name struck Naraku as somewhat crude. Upon seeing Naraku, the adorable girl, Shin, respectfully inquired, "Lord Naraku, what brings you here?" Naraku simply replied that he had come to take a look. As Nailuo was about to wander around the shop, a cheerful voice resounded from outside. "Miss Xian, how is the custom weapon arrangement we discussed earlier coming along?" Nero gazed upon this individual, exuding an aura reminiscent of the spirited Naruto, and found him somewhat familiar. Xian also responded to Senju Rope Tree, saying, "Ah, it is Mr. Rope Tree. This esteemed figure is none other than Nero, the master who forged the exquisite shurikens of yore. Would you not consider engaging in conversation with Lord Nero?" Nareo, upon realizing that this individual was SHU, felt a profound sense of joy, for he was one of the few remaining heirs of the pure Senju bloodline in the ninja world. SHU gazed at Nareo, who appeared to be several years younger than himself, and found it hard to believe. Initially, he had envisioned the master craftsman as a robust gentleman, or perhaps even an elderly powerhouse. Nevertheless, SHU, exhibiting impeccable manners, respectfully stated, "Mr. Nareo, I would like to request your esteemed expertise in forging a ninja blade for me. However, the design must be custom-made. May I inquire if that is possible?" After Naraku pulled the rope tree to a suitable spot to sit, he inquired, "Do you have any additional requirements for the sword?" The rope tree replied, "This is a gift intended for Lord Orochimaru. Although Lord Orochimaru possesses some fine swords already, I believe this particular blade should be of exceptional quality." Upon hearing this, Naraku devised a plan in his mind. "Oh, it is indeed a gift for the esteemed Lord Orochimaru. What if I were to say that I could forge a remarkably powerful sword? Would that intrigue you? Although, the budget might require a bit more." Nero revealed a benevolent smile as he gazed at Shinshu. Unbeknownst to Shinshu, a significant price was at stake. How much would it cost? The base price is 10 million taels, and this is the price for my very first custom weapon, in addition to being a gift for Lord Orochimaru. Otherwise, it would certainly not be so affordable. Moreover, you may choose whether to purchase it after I have forged it," Nero confidently proclaimed. Observing Nero's unwavering assurance, coupled with the fact that no deposit was required, Shinshu had no choice but to place his trust in him. Subsequently, Shinshu presented a blueprint, requesting that Nero adhere closely to the design of this sword. Naruto also received the blueprints and asked Shoju to come over 3 days later. After a brief stay in the shop, Naraku swiftly proceeded to the forge. He felt confident that his skills were sufficient to craft B-grade weapons. And with the opportunity at hand, he was eager to give it a try. Naraku prepared to forge an enhanced version of the sword Ikamanji for Orochimaru. After careful contemplation, he realized that White Fang's combat style did not align with the sword's capabilities. White Fang was more suited to powerful, decisive strikes, often executed with a chakra-infused short blade. He was better suited for abilities that augmented other facets of combat, as he lacked the need for the bloodletting capabilities that Ikamanji offered. In contrast, Orochimaru exhibited a greater affinity for this weapon, as he preferred to engage in fluid, tactical movements during battle. Adding poison to the blade, combined with its bloodletting effect, would yield a formidable weapon. At that moment, Naraku came to the sudden realization of how absurd it was to consider having the Nico clan sell equipment. Different individuals required weapons that suited their unique styles. Even subordinate tools began to adapt to various users, and higher-tier weapons demanded even more from their wielders. Weapons like Thor's hammer were hardly manageable by most. Should he proceed with public sales where the highest bidder prevails? It was likely that his painstakingly forged creations would gather dust or fall into the hands of those ill-suited to wield them. This would lead to a vicious cycle. Without powerful weapons, there would be no prestige, which would result in an inability to obtain superior materials through lotteries, ultimately hindering the forging of potent weapons. For Naraku, the significance of weapons fluctuated. As long as his passive abilities were maximized, his replication talents were sufficient, and his skills were formidable, the presence of more adept allies in the realm of the Death God would be assured. Thus, gifting weapons to worthy individuals would not be a loss for him, especially since with sufficient strength, reclaiming the weapons would not be beyond reach. Therefore, he resolved to ensure that the weapons were delivered to the most suitable hands rather than to the highest bidder. However, this approach would expose his forging abilities, and even if entrusted to the Nico clan, traces would still lead back to him. Consequently, Naraku decided to cultivate more alliances and friendships. Moreover, the weapons he forged initially were merely adequate. Once he successfully forged a truly extraordinary artifact, he would no longer need to worry about exposure. Considering this was his first attempt at forging a B-class weapon, Naraku prepared for a significant investment. He gathered materials, a portion of blue orichalcum, a specimen of blue dangerous species, the flying mantis, 1 kilogram of fine iron, and 500 G of chakra metal. For the forging techniques, he opted for one of the time-consuming methods from the subordinate tool forging secret arts, which differed notably from the technique employed for crafting shurikens. Chapter 8, Ikamanji, Special Edition. The new secret technique, compared to the one previously used for shuriken forging, required more time and presented greater difficulty. Thus, Naraku instructed SHK to return in 3 days. The arduous forging process commenced. On the first day, Naraku busied himself in the forging chamber, meticulously placing the orichalcum and chakra metal into the high-temperature furnace, gradually heating them to their melting point. As the temperature escalated, the two metals began to liquefy, merging into a formidable and resilient composite material. Subsequently, Naraku employed a series of mysterious techniques, guiding the flow and transformation of the molten substance with his mental prowess, continually adjusting its shape and structure to ensure it would serve as the ideal core. Once the preliminary shaping was complete, he wielded a sharp blade to precisely sever the appendages of the flying mantis. These limbs were placed in a specialized container, meticulously refined and processed to eliminate superfluous impurities and portions of tissue. Through intricate procedures, the genuinely valuable components were gradually isolated and purified, ultimately manifesting as a viscous black liquid. On the second day, Naraku remained wholly focused on operating the equipment. He carefully dripped the black liquid onto the core, each droplet akin to a seed brimming with boundless energy and potential. The droplets seemed to possess their own consciousness, swiftly integrating into the core, creating a harmonious bond as if they were inherently meant to coexist. As the droplets continued to flow, the core began to undergo wondrous transformations. A pivotal step involved meticulously etching intricate patterns onto the material's surface using the black liquid. These patterns, complex and enigmatic, resembled mystical runes or ancient incantations, with each line embodying special significance and power. Through this process, the energy contained within the black liquid was maximally activated, achieving a perfect fusion with the core. As sweat trickled down his forehead, Naraku completed his task after 3 arduous hours. He then retrieved the final necessary material, refined iron. However, upon reflection, he considered that the green-grade Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron and Gorilla Crimson Ore might hold additional significance for the denizens of the ninja world. Thus, he also extracted a portion of both the Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron and the Gorilla Crimson Ore for melting. Subsequently, Naraku amalgamated the melted Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron and Ore with the refined iron, enveloping it around the previously constructed skeletal framework, further enhanced by utilizing a secret technique. At last, the sword's robust form emerged. On the third day, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon Naraku. Gazing at the sword in his hand was akin to beholding a breathtaking beauty. It seemed as though the very essence of his energy had been siphoned away by this magnificent weapon. Nevertheless, he soothed his inner turmoil and commenced the final forging process, resulting in the sword gradually taking on a distinct shape with each strike. Throughout this endeavor, he ensured to imprint a unique logo, which, though not immediately conspicuous, would undoubtedly be in high demand on future weaponry. He then crafted a scabbard from the leftover scraps that would befit this extraordinary sword. As Naraku beheld the blade, it stood apart from the typical weapons depicted in Japanese anime. This sword boasted a double-edged design. In the absence of chakra infusion, it appeared dark and unremarkable. Only the wielder and foes would discern its true might. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging a B-grade weapon. You have earned 100 lottery draws. Naro assessed the sword in his hand, the Tokawakazuna Special Edition. This blade was imbued with the blacksmith's devotion and crafted from a plethora of precious materials: orichalcum, chakra metal, dangerous species ore, and Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron, in addition to crimson ore and refined iron. The forging process employed a variety of secret techniques over the span of 3 days, ultimately achieving a quality that far surpassed the original weapon. This sword, double-edged and measuring 2 meters in length, possesses remarkable sharpness and durability, allowing for the seamless conduction of chakra. Its abilities include 1. The capacity to store a significant amount of positive chakra, enabling the wielder to unleash a particularly potent strike against adversaries. 2. Any wound inflicted by the Tokawakazuna remains irreparable. Even the slightest scratch will persist, leading to continuous bleeding that cannot be healed. Physical suturing is required to staunch the flow, which must be maintained for at least a week to halt the bleeding, although advanced medical ninjutsu may reduce the duration. Failure to address the wound will result in certain demise from blood loss. Upon witnessing the sword's first ability to store positive chakra, Naro realized his gamble had paid off. In that moment, he transformed into a manifestation of the Uchiha with uncontainable laughter, recognizing that this blade marked the beginning of his ascent within the ninja realm. After tending to his personal hygiene, Naro brought the Tokawakazuna Special Edition to the cat's miscellaneous shop, where S.H. Key had been waiting. Mr. S.H. Key, here is the sword you requested, Naro proclaimed, handing over the Tokawakazuna. S.H. Key slowly unveiled the sword. While it appeared unremarkable and robust, its sharpness was unmistakable. This sword is not as simple as it seems. Let us find a training ground, Naro suggested, and S.H. Key led him to the training arena. Nara gazed at the figure of Uncle Snake before him, feeling utterly numb. Do you always summon the gift's owner to test it before presenting a gift? Is there no need for an air of mystery? However, considering that Uncle Snake has not yet succumbed to darkness, and being a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, it should be fine. Shouldn't it? Naro steeled himself and approached, greeting, "Hello, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru responded with a smile. You know of me? I have merely heard that the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage are exceptionally talented ninjas, particularly you, Lord Orochimaru. Naro flattered earnestly. You are not simple either. At such a young age, you have crafted such an exquisite sword. Orochimaru reciprocated with a touch of commercial flattery. Subsequently, Naro elaborated on the unique attributes of this weapon. This blade, aside from its common traits of resilience and sharpness, possesses 2 special abilities. Intrigued, both men wondered if the skills resembled those of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Indeed, first, it can store a certain amount of positive chakra, unleashing a particularly powerful strike against the enemy. Secondly, any wound inflicted by the Ikumen cannot be healed. Even a mere scratch will persist indefinitely, causing continuous bleeding that cannot be remedied, Naro stated confidently. As a researcher, Orochimaru discerned the crux of the issue. It cannot be healed indefinitely? Not quite. It can be healed, but to do so, one must disengage from combat and employ physical suturing, which requires at least a week to staunch the bleeding. Of course, advanced medical ninjutsu can significantly reduce the bleeding time, Naro admitted with an embarrassed smile. Ju, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired. So, if one merely wounds the enemy and prolongs the battle, that could potentially kill them through bleeding? One could say that. However, it is no simple feat for a ninja to maintain a prolonged fight with a formidable adversary without allowing them to escape, Naro cautioned. Yet, under certain special circumstances, such as on the battlefield or with the assistance of allies, this objective can indeed be achieved, Orochimaru imparted wisdom to Ju. Naraku felt somewhat reluctant to speak. In truth, regarding this weapon, even he was not particularly well informed, thus he wished to witness its performance in actual combat. To put it simply, Naraku found himself bored and desired to witness a spectacle of bloodshed. At Naraku's behest, Orochimaru and his apprentice prepared to test this blade, which Naraku was so confident about. Meanwhile, Naraku would observe the weapon's performance data from the sidelines. Orochimaru-sensei, do exercise caution. I have yet to test this blade myself. Ju reminded Orochimaru. Orochimaru replied. Ju, your concern is unwarranted. Do you not have faith in your teacher's prowess? Naro deemed it entirely unnecessary, pondering that even if Konoha were to explode, Orochimaru would remain unscathed. If only one person could survive in Konoha, it would undoubtedly be Orochimaru. He possessed an unparalleled survival instinct. Subsequently, Orochimaru and Shunshu formed a sealing technique, and their battle commenced. Since it was primarily a test of skills, Orochimaru refrained from initiating an offensive, instead waiting for Shunshu to make the first move. As Shunshu infused his sword, Ikemanji, with water attribute chakra, the blade transformed into a brilliant blue hue, significantly enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Was the change in color related to the chakra attribute? Did it possess any unique utility? Orochimaru observed intently. Shunshu, equally astonished by the color change, admired the sword, though lamented that he was not primarily a sword-wielding ninja. He contemplated commissioning Master Naro to forge a suitable weapon for him in the future. Soon, Shunshu and Orochimaru engaged in a duel of sword techniques, with Orochimaru drawing his own sword. This exchange was entirely orchestrated by Orochimaru's restraint, as Shunshu had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, his prowess barely reaching the level of a Chunin. In contrast, Orochimaru had already surpassed the elite Jonin tier, rendering Shunshu's efforts insufficient. After a few exchanges, Orochimaru noted that in terms of resilience and sharpness, Shunshu's sword was comparable to his own prized weapon. In fact, Shunshu's sword, enhanced by chakra, boasted a slightly increased striking range. Seizing an opportunity, Shunshu unleashed the solar chakra he had previously infused into Ikemanji, emanating an overwhelming force that shocked Orochimaru, causing him to lose grip on his sword. This display of power astonished Orochimaru, who recognized the disparity in their strengths, though Shunshu, as a member of the Senju clan, naturally possessed greater physical strength. However, that last strike had indeed been formidable. Taking advantage of Orochimaru's moment of surprise, Shunshu aimed for Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru could have easily evaded this attack, even without a weapon. However, intrigued by the sword's secondary capabilities, he chose to accept the blow without much defense. Seeing his teacher wounded, Shunshu grew anxious and promptly ceased the confrontation. Ding! Shunshu of the Senju clan became the temporary master of the weapon, initiating the preliminary use of Ikemanji. The talent replication activated. Forge Master Chakra increased by 1 card. Nearby, Naro instantly gained 1 card of chakra, which felt rather exhilarating. Teacher, are you alright? I'll go find Tsunade right now, Shunshu expressed concern. Orochimaru, however, remained composed, replying, no need, just give me a moment. Orochimaru began to employ chakra sealing techniques and other conventional methods to staunch the bleeding, only to discover that a mysterious force rendered his usual remedies ineffective. The more he experimented, the more fascinated he became, observing that the blood from his wound refused to cease flowing. Shunshu, in a flurry of concern, prepared to call for Tsunade, prompting Orochimaru to abruptly halt his experiments. Reflecting upon the situation, Orochimaru deduced that the sword's power primarily affected the skin. He recalled the shedding of a snake's skin and contemplated the development of a technique akin to it, which could potentially mitigate relentless assaults from adversaries, such as fire techniques or, in this case, the knife wound. Orochimaru attempted to harden and shed the skin over his chest wound, but the process was excruciatingly slow. Ultimately, the skin around the wound hardened and scabbed over, yet did not shed. It was evident that he would need to avoid intense combat for some time, after which he would likely heal. Naraka never imagined that the appearance of T. Ikamanji would prompt Orochimaru to contemplate the development of the snake-shedding technique ahead of schedule. Observing that Orochimaru was no longer bleeding, Ju let out a sigh of relief. Naraka then approached, addressing both Orochimaru and Ju. What do you think? Is this blade worth 10 million ryo? Mr. Naraka is truly remarkable. After testing this blade, I feel it surpasses many of the swords wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen. 10 million ryo is insufficient to match the true value of this weapon. Orochimaru expressed his deep respect for talent. Indeed, Ju echoed, embodying a mere parrot. In truth, Orochimaru was more intrigued by the forging process of this blade, which resembled the secret techniques of certain clans, knowledge that must remain undisclosed. Thus, Orochimaru refrained from inquiring further. In response to their praise, Naraka calmly remarked, "Lord Orochimaru, you may simply call me Naraka. As for the value of this blade, I believe it can only be truly realized in capable hands. If possible, I hope you can utilize this weapon to vanquish foes. Beyond that, I would appreciate your assistance in promoting it when the opportunity arises." Listening to Naraka, Orochimaru acknowledged that defeating more enemies with a fine weapon was undoubtedly expected of him. However, the request for promotion gave him a slight sense of unease, as he was well aware that certain individuals in the ninja world were far from virtuous. "Are you certain, Naraka?" Orochimaru sought clarification. Nailuo is certainly not overly fearful, considering the current circumstances. His most agonizing predicament would be nothing more than being compelled to divulge the methods of forging his ministerial artifacts and being confined to a dark room for the crafting process. This, however, represents the worst-case scenario. Even if he were to be imprisoned in such a manner, it would ultimately expedite his ascent in strength. He would ensure that his adversaries come to regret unleashing a formidable beast upon the world. Naraku resolutely declared, "I aspire to become the most formidable blacksmith in the ninja world. This is an essential step for me." Observing Naraku's unwavering conviction, Orochimaru solemnly agreed, assuring him that he would protect him to the best of his abilities. On the side, Ju also expressed his unwavering support. Nero gazed at the unwavering support of the two individuals before him, feeling invigorated and ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Chapter 10. Regret and Reflection. Considering the 100 opportunities for lottery draws at his disposal, Nero resolved to seize the moment and forge an abundance of weapons. Furthermore, he had no intention of overlooking the potential of the individual possessing the Thousand Hands bloodline. Nara reflected on the storyline. This year marks the 35th year of Konoha. If nothing unforeseen occurs, next year, Shino will meet his demise in a ludicrous explosion caused by a detonating tag, tragically perishing beneath the very gaze of Orochimaru. Nara was uncertain whether there was any deception at play. If the protagonist were to perish from an explosive tag, it would hardly be an unusual occurrence. However, the reality is that the heirs of the Senju clan are steadily diminishing. Shinjiro has met his demise, and Tsunade, after the loss of her partner, has not pursued romance again, remaining single even by the time of Boruto's tale. Many remaining members have integrated into the village. While numerous individuals bearing the Senju bloodline participated in Orochimaru's experiments, hoping to awaken would release, only to meet with failure, every single one of them perished. Only an outsider's infant succeeded, yet their capabilities were limited to mere environmental enhancement. This naturally led Nara to ponder. Nevertheless, with Uchiha Nara's arrival, peace would reign in Konoha. With him present, Shinjiro was assuredly safe for the time being. Not even a divine being could take him away, as Nara proclaimed. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Moreover, Tsunade should refrain from engaging in any romance with that Kato fellow. Though he may possess charm, he undoubtedly has an air of imminent demise. To put it plainly, he cannot wield her. Only Uchiha Nara is capable of mastering Princess Tsunade. When the time comes to bear 10 or 20 children, they shall be equipped with formidable weapons. Who else could dare to plot against the Senju clan? Only with Tobirama absent could such treachery go unchallenged. Otherwise, he would surely devise a plan to thwart it. It is astonishing that the so-called wicked Uchiha brat is willing to go to such lengths for the continuation of the Senju lineage. Of course, it is also possible that upon witnessing such shamelessness from Uchiha Nara, he might resort to the Flying Thunder God technique to exact a brutal vengeance upon him. Naraka addressed Rope Tree directly, stating, "You are my inaugural custom client. Be prepared to allocate funds accordingly. Of course, if you possess any exceptional biological materials or metals, do not hesitate to present them to me. I shall forge a weapon tailored to your specifications." Rope Tree, delighted, readily agreed. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, overhearing Naraka's mention of biological materials, felt a stirring of intrigue within him, for he was a specialist in biological sciences. He silently pondered whether this weapon might integrate a specific organ or limb of a living organism, yet he questioned how one could amalgamate biological materials with various metals. Determined to investigate the unique attributes of this sword, Orochimaru resolved to return home and examine it further. Upon arriving home, Naraka encountered a fuming Uchiha Mikoto, who exclaimed, "Naraka, where have you been? You've missed 3 days of school, and your teacher, Sarutobi Hiryu, is preparing to come to the Uchiha clan in search of you." Naraku chose to reveal a portion of recent events. Upon hearing Naraku mention the forging of a weapon rivaling that of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Uchiha Mikoto could no longer contain herself. "Naraku, how could you so easily part with such a precious weapon? If you require funds, the clan could acquire it." Naraku, upon hearing Mikoto's words, felt a sense of helplessness. In the village of Konoha, the will of fire indoctrinated its inhabitants, while the legacy of family honor loomed behind. It appeared that he needed to invest more time in broadening Uchiha Mikoto's perspective. Of course, he understood that Mikoto's concerns stemmed from a place of care, after all. So easily selling such a valuable weapon might provoke discontent among clan members. However, Naraku was indifferent to this. The current Uchiha clan was overly timid, yet simultaneously arrogant, and such a disposition hardly warranted his excessive dedication. Nevertheless, he still intended to forge some weapons for the clan. For he would not forsake the bloodline power of the Uchiha, and he was indeed living under the protection of his family. Naraka addressed Uchiha Mikoto with unwavering conviction. "I shall never forget my family. There is more to come, but at present, they may not regard my weapons with any esteem." After all, some of the proud Uchiha believe that possessing their eyes suffices, deeming all else inconsequential. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat comfortably in his Hokage office chair, perusing documents with his left hand while holding a pipe in his right. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated as the door was flung open with great force. Without needing to glance up, Hiruzen was aware of the identity of the intruder. "Hiruzen, I demand a person from you." The visitor was none other than Shimura Danzo, his tone resolute and unyielding. Hiruzen slowly lifted his gaze, exhaling a plume of smoke before calmly inquiring, "Who is it?" Without hesitation, Danzo replied, "Uchiha Naraka." Upon hearing this name, Hiruzen's expression turned grave, and he promptly refused, "Absolutely not. He is the finest blacksmith that Konoha has to offer. The dark environment of your route is unsuitable for him. He requires a nurturing and sunlit environment for his growth. Moreover, he is merely a student at the Ninja Academy. There is no way I will allow him to join your route." Danzo wore an expression of predictable disdain, sneering as he remarked, "Hiruzen, so you are already aware of this individual. It seems we must engage in a serious discussion. He is an Uchiha. If he can continuously forge weapons of the caliber of the Te no Ichimonji, can you truly assert that you can keep the Uchiha clan in check?" Hiruzen, seemingly incensed, retorted, "The Uchiha are part of this village. I will not permit you to speak of them in such a manner. Naraka is a good child and will not forget the village. After all, his first weapon was given to Orochimaru." Danzo fixed an unwavering stare upon Hiruzen, perceiving the hypocrisy etched upon his face. Despite a tempest of anger within him, Danzo suppressed his rage and stated, "If an Uchiha were to emerge among the 7 ninja swordsmen, and if all of them possessed the Sharingan, could you contain them? They have long aspired for a clan leader to ascend as Hokage. Or would you prefer to pass the position of Hokage to the Uchiha clan?" Hiruzen's fury surged, and he shouted vehemently, "I reiterate, the Uchiha clan is part of this village, and Uchiha Naraka is equally an indispensable member of our community. I will never agree to let him join your shadowy route." Danzo coldly replied, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." Hiruzen responded earnestly, "I am the Hokage." With those words, Danzo turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Hiruzen let out a resigned sigh, fully aware of the potential crisis that the Uchiha clan could incite. Nevertheless, in the prime of his life, he held steadfast confidence in his ability to keep the Uchiha in check. He resolved to engage with Uchiha Naraka, seeking to discern whether this child harbored the will of fire within him. Chapter 11. Haunted by Evil Spirits. After much persuasion, Naraku finally managed to send Mikoto away. Now, he finds himself in possession of 100 lottery chances, an unprecedented stroke of fortune in his life. Based on Naraku's estimations, this lottery should offer a golden guarantee, especially since a blue guarantee is assured after 10 attempts. Surely, with 100 draws, a golden assurance is inevitable. With the added sharpening the axe will not delay the work of chopping wood in mind, Naraku dutifully prepared for the first round. The system initiated the first 10 draws to gauge the outcome. Ding. Lottery in progress. Facial cleanser X10, a box of candy green Hulk's underwear, 10 kilograms of fried chicken, a box of toothpicks, a box of ham sausages, 20 m of green Sea King. The Sea Kings in the world of pirates are formidable creatures, classified as colossal beasts. A portion of blue orichalcum sunscreen X10, a box of mineral water. Nailuo gazed at the lottery results, a chill coursing through his heart. Once again, the guaranteed celestial being had made an appearance, followed by a plethora of inconsequential ordinary items. The system has directly filtered out gray items, displaying only those of green quality and above. Following this, I proceeded to draw 90 times. Ding. The lottery is in progress. Blue. 12 pieces of orichalcum blue. Dangerous species. Ironclad beast. Earth dragon. Poison dragon golden. Special dragon type. Dangerous species. Tyrant. Living, this dragon inhabits extremely harsh environments, leaving traces in both permafrost and deserts. Due to its remarkable adaptability and vitality, the cells of this dragon persist even after being crafted into imperial artifacts, continuously evolving. Golden. Forging secrets of armored imperial artifacts. Includes the Cursed Demon, the Noble Chariot of the Azura Incarnation, and the Supreme Throne of the Guardian Mecha. Green. 13 pieces of Sea King type, 20 m green. 100 kilograms of fine iron. Nalu gazed upon the 13 pieces of orichalcum, which signified the presence of 13 B-grade subordinates. The formidable dragon-like creature, Talon, combined with the arcane techniques for forging armor, could yield the malevolent entity known as Cursed by Demons. This exceptional armor, crafted from the ferocious Talon, would summon sturdy armor to autonomously emerge, thereby enhancing the wearer's capabilities, boasting an impregnable defense. This imperial armor is complemented by the auxiliary weapon, the Redback Shrike. However, it poses a significant burden on its wielder, proving fatal for an ordinary individual upon donning it. Its hidden ability lies in activating the biological characteristics of the material, allowing for brief moments of invisibility. With adeptness, the user can also mask their presence. This imperial artifact possesses the power of continual evolution, and due to the unique attributes of its material, it can even grant immunity to exceptionally rare elemental attacks. However, excessive use could lead to a complete transformation into a dragon. This is the exclusive imperial artifact of the male protagonist from Akame Kill, and it can be said that its characteristics bestow upon its bearer limitless possibilities. Upon examining the forging conditions, Nalu realized that this imperial artifact necessitated at least 10 pieces of orichalcum. This revelation compelled him to make a choice, to forge numerous subordinates or to create a singular, potent imperial artifact that would establish his renown. After some contemplation, Nalu resolved to prioritize the creation of the imperial artifact, subsequently utilizing the daily prestige to gradually summon the subordinates. Furthermore, there is no doubt that Cursed by Demons would be classified as an A-grade weapon, and the system might even reward him with 1,000 chances for a lottery draw. However, Nalu was acutely aware that he could not guarantee the successful forging of the imperial artifact in one attempt, even with the tools at his disposal. Thus, he needed to forge several subordinates to hone his skills, preferably employing blue materials in conjunction with the imperial forging techniques for practice. Yet, one peculiar detail captivated Nalu's attention. The system explicitly noted that this dragon-like creature, Talon, was alive. Nero does not believe that his strength is sufficient to subdue this particularly perilous species. Therefore, before forging this imperial tool, he requires the assistance of several robust individuals to help tame this formidable creature. Moreover, it is imperative that the forging of this imperial tool does not result in the creature's demise. Should he slay Talon, the forged imperial tool would lose its remarkable capacity for infinite evolution. The value of the tool would consequently diminish, relegating it to the status of a noble war chariot. The Shura incarnation as a noble war chariot, an armor-type imperial tool developed based on the prototype of a malevolent spirit, it boasts superior performance compared to the operational armor. However, it lacks the operational armor's invisibility and its formidable explosive power. As for the ultimate guardian mecha, the Supreme Throne, Nero harbors no expectations of being able to forge this imperial tool. The Supreme Throne of the Guardian Mecha, initially the most powerful imperial tool. It is both the origin of all imperial tools and their pinnacle, revered as the supreme imperial tool. It is said to possess abilities that rival those of deities, usable solely by those of imperial bloodlines. Its secret technique, the purification mode, integrates alchemical properties with those of the imperial tool, transforming its appearance into that of a dragon. The wielder becomes increasingly consumed by the imperial tool, developing a bloodthirsty nature, while the destructive power and quantity of their weaponry surge, and the armor's hardness reaches new heights. The requirements and materials needed for this imperial tool are exceedingly challenging. Naro does not believe it can be forged by the efforts of one individual or even a select few. As for the subsequent rewards from the aquatic monarchs, there is no need for further contemplation. Naro plans to enhance his strength by employing previous culinary techniques on the ingredients at hand. The blue dangerous species, ironclad beast, earth dragon, and poison dragon can likely be combined in accordance with specific circumstances to forge several ministerial tools. Considering that no one has come to customize weapons, Naraku began to continue his training in the shadow clone technique. Previously, SH-Ju rewarded him with 1 card of chakra using the Ikamanji, leading Naraku to believe that he would soon master the shadow clone technique. Within the confines of his chamber, Naraku diligently practiced the art of shadow clone technique. He soon discovered that with an abundance of chakra, the execution of this ninjutsu became remarkably simpler, although the clones he manifested were rather ineffectual. After 2.5 hours of rigorous training, he finally mastered the shadow clone technique. Feeling a rumble in his stomach, Naraku resolved to venture out in search of a delectable meal. As he traversed the street, he unexpectedly encountered a grinning middle-aged man with an unsettling demeanor. Finding him somewhat familiar, Naraku cast a lingering glance. In that moment, he recognized him as the more mature version of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the very individual who had delivered a speech at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly called out to Naraku, "Naraku, my boy, I wish to have a conversation with you." Naraku found himself in a predicament, for the village was now under the authority of others, and he could not afford to challenge their pride. At approximately 40 years of age, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood as the most formidable figure within the village, leaving Naraku with little choice. Thus, he resolved to feign camaraderie with the upper echelons of Konoha, at least outwardly presenting himself as a compliant individual. He had even prepared himself for the possibility of collaborating with Sarutobi Hiruzen and even Shimura Danzo in the early stages. However, once he had grown more powerful, the value of Hiruzen and Danzo would diminish significantly. He would demonstrate to them the meaning of his unwavering resolve. "What brings you here, Lord Third?" Naraku inquired innocently. Masking his true intentions, Hiruzen replied warmly, "Young Naraku, I have heard that you aspire to become the most skilled blacksmith and have already made some accomplishments. Is that correct?" Naru understood that Sarutobi Hiruzen was preparing to brainwash him. Chapter 12. The Will of Fire Assessment. Third Hokage, I wish to indulge in some ramen. Would you care to join me? Naru cleverly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's incantation, capitalizing on the advantage of his youth. Sarutobi, momentarily taken aback, responded, "But I am the Hokage." "Then let us proceed to that ramen shop ahead. I shall treat you to a bowl." "Coincidentally, I find myself quite hungry as well," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile. Nailuo responded with a smile, "Then I thank you, Third Hokage." The two individuals continued to savor their ramen while engaging in conversation. "What is your perspective on the village? The village is home to us all. To what extent have you studied the will of fire in your textbooks? What is your understanding of the will of fire?" Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to inquire. Naraku perceived that this elderly gentleman was not quite what he seemed. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was only around 40 years of age. It appeared that this unseemly uncle was poised to conduct a test of his will. Undaunted, Naraku confidently articulated, "The will of fire embodies the spirit of those who have sacrificed themselves to nourish future generations, who in turn dedicate themselves for those yet to come." This response left Sarutobi Hiruzen with little room for critique. He proceeded to inquire further, "What are your thoughts on the village and the clan?" Naraku replied, "A village gives rise to clans, and it is the multitude of clans that sustains a village. Only when the greater community thrives can the smaller families flourish." Naraku mused inwardly, provided that the distribution of resources is equitable. Naraku continued to deliver exemplary answers. As Sarutobi Hiruzen absorbed the profound insights, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If only Naraku were not a Uchiha, for with such a grasp of the will of fire, this child could undoubtedly aspire to become a Hokage. In a swift manner, Sarutobi Hiruzen posed the pivotal question, "Young Naraku, you possess remarkable talent in forging. How do you intend to allocate the weapons you create?" Naraku had long awaited this moment. "I aspire to become the most formidable blacksmith in the ninja realm. Thus, I shall forge weapons that are not only suitable but also cost-effective. I am more than willing to allow every strong individual in the village to give my creations a try." I certainly do not wish for the weapons I painstakingly craft to fall into the hands of our enemies. If the village possesses any fine materials, I would gladly accept them to forge additional weapons. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this child's ambitions, felt a surge of joy as he recognized that Naraku's vision extended beyond the confines of his clan. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Naraku's aspirations were not limited to a single village or nation. Sarutobi Hiruzen then confidently proclaimed, "The village serves as the foundation for your dreams. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." After finishing his meal, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a few words of encouragement before departing, even taking the liberty of settling Naraku's bill. Naro contemplated, surely, there should be fewer obstacles ahead. In truth, the shinobi world is far from tranquil. The martial factions of various villages have gradually begun to rise, and skirmishes along the borders remain unceasing. As the sunlight streamed through the window, Naro prepared to visit school after a long absence to frolic with his friends and rekindle their bonds. Naruto is intrigued by Kushina Uzumaki, particularly the nine tails residing within her, and he also harbors a certain fascination for Minato Namake's space-time abilities. Naro entered the Uchiha Mikoto's residence without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, Uchiha Mikoto was enjoying her breakfast, served by Uchiha Aiko, who stood by her side. Upon seeing Naro, Uchiha Mikoto was delighted and invited him to join her for the meal. Conversely, Uchiha Aiko was quite dissatisfied with this young boy. Unable to comprehend why the esteemed granddaughter of the Uchiha clan's elder would choose to associate with this orphan instead of the clan leader's son, Uchiha Fugaku. The presence of Naro had increasingly distanced Uchiha Mikoto from Uchiha Fugaku. However, Aiko found herself powerless to alter Mikoto's sentiments. Sarutobi Hiryu observed the rare visitor, Uchiha Naro, and exhaled a sigh of relief. He was unclear as to why his clan leader had instructed him to pay special attention to this Uchiha, despite his preparations. The boy had persistently skipped classes, leaving him unable to retrieve him from the Uchiha clan. Namake's Minato expressed concern for his friend, who had not attended school for several days, and inquired about Naro's well-being. In response to Minato's concern, Naro candidly stated, "I have been forging a ninja blade for Lord Orochimaru these past few days." Upon hearing Naro's words, Namake's Minato could not help but express his admiration. "It is Lord Orochimaru? The ninja blade you are forging must be extraordinary. What lies in the abyss is merely this statement. It is but a blade capable of channeling chakra, possessing 2 skills at most. And the worst it could do is cause a week of bleeding from a mere wound." Namake's Minato, an ordinary ninja, had never heard of such a formidable weapon, and his eyes sparkled with wonder. Yet, upon recalling his own meager finances, he could only echo praises half-heartedly. Uzumaki Kushina, standing beside Minato, felt a twinge of discomfort. She could not fathom what was so admirable about this Uchiha dandy, whose mere presence seemed to captivate Minato's spirit. Although Minato too was somewhat of a pretty boy, Kushina felt she had already claimed him as her little brother. She awaited the opportunity to tame Uchiha Naraku, aspiring to become the leader among the trio. Kushina turned to Naraku and declared, "I refuse to believe you can forge such an extraordinary weapon." Nara did not pay any attention to the little spicy pepper. Instead, he earnestly addressed Minato Namake's, stating, "You are my first male friend at the Ninja Academy, and I will forge a formidable weapon for you free of charge. There is no need to hastily refuse. You may repay me when you have become formidable in your own right." Minato was taken aback by this unexpected declaration. Akin to a friend promising to buy you a house and a luxury car, with the expectation that you would reciprocate once you achieved success. He contemplated a polite refusal. Yet the generosity of Uchiha Nara was overwhelming, leaving him blushing and unable to decline. If it were a different setting, he would have undoubtedly exclaimed, "If you do not forsake me, I wish to honor you as my adoptive father." The little spicy pepper observed that she had utterly failed to capture Minato's spirit, which only fueled her irritation. Meanwhile, Hirazuna Sarutobi, who had been watching from the podium, could no longer tolerate the situation and had no choice but to escort the 3 of them out. Standing at the doorway, Nara gazed into the distance, reflecting on this rare experience. After all, he had not encountered the punishment of standing outside since graduating high school. As Naraku gazed at Minato, who was soothing Kushina Uzumaki, he proposed, "Let us go for a barbecue." This peculiar thought process left Kushina utterly bewildered. She had always considered herself the most audacious individual in the entire Ninja Academy. Yet here stood Uchiha Naraku, displaying an audacity that eclipsed her own, seemingly disregarding the presence of their instructor entirely. Her perception of this youthful Uchiha began to shift positively. Without hesitation, she agreed, leaving Minato, the diligent student, with no choice but to accompany them. It was quite a challenge for such a model student to befriend these two reckless companions. The trio ventured into the wilderness, where Naraku theatrically retrieved ingredients from his storage scroll. Curiously, Kushina observed as Naraku offered them a bottle of AD calcium milk. After taking a sip, she was immediately enchanted by the delightful sweetness of the beverage. Chapter 13. Combat. Meanwhile, Naraku prepared previously sliced seafood, employing the culinary techniques he had learned. It was evident that his skills, rated at a green level, rendered the seafood exquisitely delicious. Moreover, Naraku sensed that consuming this delicacy seemed to accelerate his growth. He felt himself expanding in stature at an astonishing rate. He imagined that soon, others might question, "Are you certain you are only 8 years old?" Eager to test his hypothesis, Naraku decided to share this experience with others, considering that he was also at an age of growth. He quickly realized the abundance of seafood he had acquired. With nearly 770 tons of fish at his disposal, he calculated that based on a healthy dietary recommendation of 80 to 150 grams of meat per day, it would take an individual over 14,000 years to consume such a quantity. Even if he indulged to excess, it would be impossible to finish it all within a single lifetime. Anticipating even more seafood in the future, he resolved to share this bounty with those he deemed promising. Even if Hiruzen Tsurutobi discovered his desire for the meat, he could barter it for something valuable. At that point, it would be a matter of his acting skills, ensuring he could sell the meat at caviar prices. The trio clinked their bottles of AD calcium milk together and drank heartily. After refreshing themselves with new milk, Kushina, now slightly intoxicated by the sweetness, declared to Naraku, "Uchiha Naraku, in the realm of barbecuing, I, Uzumaki Kushina, am willing to proclaim you the strongest." In the distance, Hiruzen Tsurutobi shed tears, reflecting on the third Hokage's directive for Naraku to forge bonds with the villagers, while also fostering connections for Kushina. He felt he had successfully fulfilled both tasks, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. Moreover, he yearned to partake in the barbecue himself. As afternoon approached, Naraku realized that there was a practical combat class scheduled. It was to battle Yoshida Koichi. With Hiruzen Tsurutobi's command, the two civilian ninjas formed their opposing seals and commenced their duel. Nara watched with keen interest as the two civilian ninjas engaged in combat. Soaring through the air, was the first to launch shuriken towards Koichi Yoshida, who retaliated with his own shuriken. The shuriken collided mid-air before plummeting to the ground, prompting Koichi Yoshida and IC to commence a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Subsequently, Koichi employed a substitution technique to outsmart IC, delivering a powerful punch to his opponent, followed by a barrage of relentless attacks. Ultimately, Koichi Yoshida emerged victorious from the skirmish. Nero gazed upon the battles of the common ninjas at the Ninja Academy and pondered how the students there could be so lacking in skill. However, he quickly recalled that the graduation requirements merely entailed mastering the three-body technique. In truth, even the common ninjas at the genin level typically mastered only 1 or 2 C-rank jutsu, supplemented by a proficient use of the three-body technique. Most of their combat still relied on close-quarters fighting. This encapsulates the lament of the common ninja. Reflecting on the original narrative, he recalled Sakura, who, even during the Chunin exams, faced Ino. Their primary mode of combat was limited to throwing punches. At least Ino had the shifting technique, while Sakura possessed nothing at all, despite being a theoretical prodigy in the Ninja Academy. Following that, there was the match between Minato Namikaze and Hanzo. Both were common ninjas. Yet Minato exhibited superior skill in shuriken usage, reflexes, and timing. Thus, he swiftly secured victory. Even a novice like Nero could discern that Minato was a rough gem. Of course, even a rough gem requires proper refinement. Had Minato not had Jiraiya as a mentor, he might have reached no higher than the rank of an ordinary genin. After all, consider the Uchiha clan's myriad accomplishments. How many Uchiha possess the techniques inscribed in the sealing scroll, let alone the sage arts, which remain the realm of dreams for ordinary ninjas? Uchiha Nero faced Uchiha K. The young boy stood there, adorned with a smirk of disdain, and without hesitation, he taunted, "Nero, let's see who gets thoroughly taught a lesson today. I shall show you my prowess." His voice brimmed with provocation and confidence. Listening to his words, Nero felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He truly could not comprehend what had provoked this boy's hostility toward him. Why there was such a palpable animosity directed his way. Furrowing his brow, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "What have I done wrong? Why do you persistently fixate on me?" Uchiha K widened his eyes, straightened his posture, and stared unflinchingly at Naro, unabashedly declaring, "It is precisely because you do not resemble a true Uchiha clan member. Furthermore, you are far too close to Uchiha Mikoto." Naro replied slowly, "If the Uchihas in your imagination are all like you, then indeed, I do not resemble one. Moreover, Uchiha Mikoto is not an object. I am determined to marry her." In reality, whether before or after awakening his memories, Naro harbored an intrinsic arrogance. He lacked the so-called pride of noble lineage that most Uchihas possessed, which rendered him markedly different from the typical Uchiha youth, a fact that fueled Kei's disdain for him. Returning to the battle, upon hearing Naro's words, Uchiha Kei's defenses crumbled. He charged forward, fists raised, angrily exclaiming, "How dare you look down upon the Uchiha?" Nai-Luo showed no fear, engaging in a fierce exchange with Uchiha style, both possessing comparable skills. However, it was evident that Uchiha style had lost his composure. As Nai-Luo seized upon a flaw, he struck with a single punch. After being sent flying, Uchiha style swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai Wu, In, unleashing the fire style, great fireball technique. Initially, Sarutobi Hiroyoshi intended to intervene upon witnessing Uchiha style's reckless enthusiasm, but he soon realized that Nai-Luo was simultaneously forming hand seals as well. Fire style, great fireball technique. The two fireballs collided, and due to Nai-Luo's abundant chakra, even with comparable control over ninjutsu, his fireball was noticeably larger. Thus, after neutralizing Uchiha style's attack, Nai-Luo's fireball continued its trajectory toward him. Uchiha style barely managed to evade the strike, but before he could gather his thoughts, Nai-Luo's shadow clones, taking advantage of the fiery clash, descended upon him in a relentless assault. In mere moments, Uchiha style was defeated. Observing the young boy, Uchiha Nai-Luo remarked, "If you truly take pride in being an Uchiha, you must learn humility and strive to become stronger." After imparting this lesson, Nai-Luo felt a surge of exhilaration. Was this the thrill of victory in battle coupled with the joy of teaching his opponent? Had it not been for the crowd's presence, he might have been tempted to boast, "You're nothing compared to me." The victor, Uchiha Nai-Luo. As Sarutobi Hiroyoshi announced the outcome, the audience erupted in chatter. They had always thought Uchiha Nai-Luo was impressive, but now he seemed even more so. To duel for the woman he cherished and emerge victorious was undeniably admirable. Alas, he already had someone he adored. But they aren't married yet. There's still hope, a girl exclaimed. The other women cast him dangerous glances. Uchiha Nai-Luo remained unfazed. After all, exceptional young men are often the object of admiration. Uzumaki Kushina approached him candidly, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to be so strong. Join me as my subordinate." "Haha, you're quite humorous," Nai-Luo retorted. Meanwhile, he sensed a subtle gaze upon him, though he could not be certain. It was most likely Sarutobi Hizashi's prying eyes. Fortunately, such scrutiny had never been present within the Uchiha clan's territory. Chapter 14. Turmoil in the Uchiha clan leader's study. The atmosphere felt tense. Uchiha Chikage, the current clan leader, listened intently as his subordinate reported on the matters concerning Uchiha Nai-Luo. Leader, Uchiha Nai-Luo, the previously inconspicuous young man, has recently undertaken astonishing feats. The subordinate's tone was tinged with disbelief. At only 8 years old, he successfully forged a weapon rivaling the 7 ninja swords of the mist and graciously gifted it to Orochimaru. Uchiha Chikage furrowed his brow. Such talent, why was it not recognized earlier? Indeed surprising, leader. His previous performance had been unremarkable, yet he possesses such extraordinary gifts, the subordinate replied. Moreover, he has bestowed such a treasure upon an outsider. Discontent resonated in Uchiha Chikage's voice. Is this indicative of dissatisfaction with our Uchiha clan? At that moment, his son, Uchiha Fujitake, entered. Upon seeing his father's grim expression, he felt a pang of anxiety but respectfully bowed. Father, what troubles you so? Fujitake, how well do you know Uchiha Nai-Luo? Uchiha Chikage fixed his gaze upon his son. Uchiha Fujitake hesitated before responding. He was never particularly outstanding, and his talent seemed average. He has not integrated well within the clan, thus my knowledge of him is limited. And what of his relationship with Uchiha Mikoto? Uchiha Chikage suddenly inquired. A jolt of surprise coursed through Uchiha Fujitake. Why did his father suddenly ask this? After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Their relationship appears to be quite good. Only good? Uchiha Chikage's tone bore an undeniable authority. Uchiha Fujitake felt a bitter smile tug at his lips. He understood his father's long-standing regard for Uchiha Mikoto and the hints he had dropped regarding their friendship. Yet now, Circumstances seem to have shifted. Father, did you not previously instruct me to cultivate my relationship with Uchiha Mikoto? He tentatively asked. Times change. Currently, the priority is to win over Uchiha Nonō. Not to let a woman cause discord, Uchiha Chikage replied coldly. I will arrange your marriage with the second elder's granddaughter. Uchiha Fujidake felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. How could the second elder's granddaughter compare to Uchiha Mikoto? Uchiha Mikoto was undeniably one of the clan's most beautiful individuals, possessing an equally admirable character, reminiscent of a refined beauty. Most importantly, he genuinely cherished Uchiha Mikoto. He could not fathom why. The moment he laid eyes on her, he felt an inexplicable sense of destiny. He had even envisioned their future children, one named Uchiha Itachi and the other Uchiha Sasuke. The elder son, Uchiha Itachi, would uphold the Uchiha clan's legacy with exceptional talent and unwavering filial piety, while the younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, though not as gifted, would still excel among their peers, kind-hearted and adorable, supporting their parents in their old age. The tales of their brotherly bond would undoubtedly become legendary alongside the Uchiha clan's rise. Alas, he knew his father's decisions were absolute, but the thought of relinquishing Uchiha Mikoto filled him with resentment. Yet, he could only bury this anger deep within, pondering, cursed Uchiha Nonō. The grudge over a stolen wife shall never be forgotten. However, he also understood that to succeed his father's position, he could not retaliate against Uchiha Nonō directly. At that moment, only a poignant verse could encapsulate Uchiha Fujitake's sentiments. Meanwhile, Uchiha clan's elder, Uchiha Min, had also caught wind of the news. He summoned his granddaughter, Uchiha Mikoto, seeking to learn more about Uchiha Nonō. Little Mikoto, how has that rascal Nonō been faring lately? Uchiha Min inquired gently. Uchiha Mikoto felt a sudden jolt of concern, fearing her grandfather had discovered Nonō's recent achievements. After a brief pause, she replied, Grandfather, Nonō has been doing well. What is it, grandfather? However, the elder seemed dissatisfied with her response. He scrutinized Uchiha Mikoto intently, then said, Mikoto, you are my most cherished granddaughter. I do not wish for you to act foolishly over a man. Uchiha Mikoto bowed her head, aware of the underlying implications in her grandfather's words. With a soft sigh, she raised her head and responded, Grandfather, I understand. The elder nodded, then asked, Could you invite Uchiha Nonō to join me for a meal? I wish to get to know him personally. Uchiha Mikoto's heart fluttered. She recognized this as an opportunity for her grandfather to gain insight into Uchiha Nonō. She nodded slightly and then turned to leave the room. As she made her way to find Uchiha Naraku, Uchiha Mikoto was enveloped in a tumult of emotions. She both yearned for Uchiha Naraku to earn her grandfather's approval and feared that he might face punishment for previous transgressions. Deep down, she recognized that her feelings for Uchiha Naraku had transcended the bounds of mere friendship, yet she found herself unable to govern her heart's inclinations. Meanwhile, Uchiha Naraku remained oblivious to these matters. Naro now perceives himself as having made notable achievements in the realm of forging, with his skills having significantly improved. Thus, he proceeded directly to the doorstep of Konoha's Tsukumo and rang the doorbell. After a brief moment, a beautiful woman, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion, opened the door. Makako Konoha gazed at the child before her, her mind racing to recall which family he belonged to. Naro gazed at the beautiful woman before him, pondering whether she could possibly be Kakashi's mother. However, he soon realized that he did not recognize the child standing in front of him. Thus, he inquired, Child, do you have something you wish to discuss? Naro, with an innocent smile characteristic of a mischievous child, inquired, Is Lord Tsukumo available? I have pressing matters to discuss with him. Kikuki Yoshiko observed the child before her, perceiving no immediate threat, and Naro appeared quite well behaved. Thus, she permitted him to enter. Tsukumo and Naro sat across from each other on the sofa, their eyes locked in a silent stare. Eventually, it was Naro who broke the silence, saying, Lord Tsukumo, my name is Naro. I trust you have heard of my reputation. I wish to forge a blade for you. Tsukumo was momentarily rendered speechless by Naro's forthrightness, contemplating the implications of this unexpected proposition in his mind. Narayo appears to be a renowned blacksmith in the Hidden Leaf Village, having previously forged a blade known as the Toki Ichimonji, which he gifted to Orochimaru. However, he has since developed his own distinctive combat style, characterized by abilities such as relentless bleeding and yang chakra, which do not offer him significant assistance. Furthermore, he remains quite accustomed to using the Kiki short blade. After a brief moment, Kiki Tsukumo elucidated this situation to Narayo. Chapter 15, Communication. As Naraku listened to the words of Hatake Tsukumo, He found himself at a loss for words. It was precisely this consideration that had led him to refrain from gifting the T-Kaimon to Hatake Tsukumo earlier. Yet now, Tsukumo was questioning his abilities. One must remember, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggle to strengthen himself. Naraku explained to Tsukumo, I am not limited to forging weapons with just those two functions. Furthermore, I can directly upgrade your short blade. Lord Tsukumo, you surely would not wish for your beloved blade to be discarded due to its inability to keep pace with your prowess or its susceptibility to damage. It was unclear how it fared in Tsukumo's hands, but the white Fang's short blade had indeed shattered in Kakashi's grasp. At this moment, Tsukumo finally exhibited interest. Although his combat style rarely involved direct confrontation with other weapons, he had long desired to extend or reinforce his short blade. However, the requirement for his blade to possess an exceptional chakra conduction capability meant that the forging materials needed to contain a substantial amount of chakra metal. For an average individual, incorporating even a small amount of chakra metal into a weapon was quite remarkable. The unique characteristics of the Hatake short blade significantly escalated the cost of any enhancements. The blade in Tsukumo's possession could be considered a treasured heirloom of the Hatake clan, forged from chakra metal passed down through generations. Moreover, the necessity for the weapon to contain an excessive amount of chakra metal further diminished the feasibility of modifications. Most importantly, despite having undertaken numerous missions, Tsukumo was generous and affable, caring for his subordinates while supporting a wife and children. His resources were not so abundant as to allow for the complete crafting of a weapon solely from chakra metal. Upon comprehending this dilemma, Naraku confidently asserted that he could resolve the issue, possessing several rare materials that exhibited excellent chakra conduction capabilities alongside other beneficial properties. Although perhaps not as effective as chakra metal in terms of conduction, they were still formidable. He proposed using these metals to replace the ordinary metals within the Hatake short blade, thereby achieving an enhancement in its overall length. The ultimate outcome would be that the blade's overall conduction ratio would remain intact, while its strength and capabilities would see a significant improvement. Naraku also permitted Hatake Tsukumo to select from the abilities of the Chikudo, enhanced mobility, brief bursts of power, earth elemental attacks, and poisoning. Two of these abilities were to be chosen. Yet, once again, Hatake Tsukumo declined. This time, Naraku was genuinely irritated, as the esteemed blacksmith of Konoha. He was offering to forge weapons for Tsukumo free of charge. However, this individual repeatedly turned down his generous offer, which he deemed rather disrespectful. Naro, having made up his mind, thought to himself that this matter could only be addressed thrice, should he refuse again. Then he would be reduced to a mere dog whenever Naro sought his craftsmanship in the future. After calming his rage, Naro inquired once more as to why Hatake Tsukumo had declined. Tsukumo explained that metals capable of conducting chakra, along with those possessing special abilities, were exceedingly rare and precious. He felt he could not afford such a cost. Upon hearing this, Naro's anger subsided, recognizing that Tsukumo was one of the few honest souls in the ninja world, steadfast in his principles. To label him merely as a ninja would be a disservice. He was more aptly described as a warrior employing ninja techniques. Naraku habitually positioned himself upon the moral high ground. Lord Tsukumo, do you believe I have neglected this consideration? You underestimate my capacity, he proclaimed. Am I forging weapons solely for monetary gain? I forge them for Konoha, for the peace and future of our village. If you truly feel remorse, then impart to me a few techniques of swordsmanship. Tsukumo was taken aback by Naraku's words. He had never anticipated that an 8-year-old child could possess such composure. He felt that, were it not for their significant age difference, he might have wished to swear brotherhood with Naraku. However, upon hearing Naraku express interest in his sword techniques, he resolved to impart his knowledge freely, vowing to safeguard the future of Konoha. As for the capabilities of the ninja blade, Tsukumo, without much contemplation, opted for enhanced speed and short bursts of power, discarding any notions of earth-based attacks or toxins. What he sought was swiftness and the ability to shatter a myriad of techniques with a single stroke. In the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails, and nothing can withstand it. This was the essence of Tsukumo's combat philosophy. After discussing the intricacies of the weapon, Naraku sketched several designs for Tsukumo to choose from. Subsequently, Naraku took possession of the heirloom short blade of the Hatake clan, leaving Tsukumo's wife, Mikako, in disbelief as she watched the legendary blade being taken away. She pondered whether her husband had been deceived and if perhaps she should not have allowed this child entry. With the Hatake short blade in his possession, Naraku prepared for his endeavors, just as Mikoto Uchiha approached him. Upon learning that her grandfather, Uchiha Min, wished to meet him, Naraku felt a twinge of discomfort. This elderly gentleman was not to be trifled with. As the leader of the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan, he struck Naraku as a particularly obstinate old man. Yet, refusing was not an option, for he feared being forcibly taken to meet him during his forging. In that moment, Naraku felt the sting of inadequacy. He did not require the strength of Hashirama Senju. Even the power of Tobirama Senju would suffice to deny such an invitation. He might have boldly declared, Uchiha, born of inherent malice, I shall personally ensure that none interrupt my forging. After concluding their conversation, Naraku took a refreshing bath before meeting Uchiha Min. At the dining table, Uchiha Aiko discreetly excused herself after serving the meal. Uchiha Min smiled at Naraku and inquired, Young Naraku, what have you been busy with lately? Pausing his meal, Naraku set down his chopsticks, aware that conflict was imminent. Recently, I forged a Kodo Amatsukami for Lord Orochimaru. And now I intend to reforge the Hitaki short blade for Tsukumo. Hearing Naraku's words, Uchiha Min did not immediately reveal any anger. Years of struggle had taught him to temper his emotions. And when do you plan to forge weapons for the Uchiha clan? Naraku continued to feign ignorance. Isn't possessing the Sharingan enough for the Uchiha? Upon hearing this, Mikoto Uchiha felt a twinge of urgency. Despite the seemingly amiable demeanor of the elder before her, he was a ruthless character known for his mercilessness. Uchiha Min, after a moment of silence, responded, This is indeed an issue within the Uchiha clan. The younger generation has become excessively arrogant. Listening to Lord Madara's tales, they mistakenly believe that possessing the Sharingan suffices. They disdain this and that. What they fail to comprehend is that Madara Uchiha's prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Seizing the opportunity while Uchiha Min spoke, Naraku devoured several mouthfuls of rice before addressing Uchiha Min. I will forge weapons for the clan. But I hope to do so not for the weak. I certainly do not wish for the day when the weapons I create are seized by our enemies. With that, Naraku took his leave, bidding farewell to Uchiha Min and Mikoto. Chapter 16. The Sword of the Water Dragon. Uchiha Min observed Naraku's departing figure. A smile gradually spreading across his face as he mused. This young man is akin to me. He possesses a cold exterior yet a warm heart. Coupled with the pride of the Uchiha clan, it is primarily this confidence and charm that I could only rival in my youth. He then turned to his granddaughter and said, Mikoto, you should engage more with young Naraku. Although Mikoto Uchiha was unaware of the reason behind her grandfather's change in demeanor, she obediently nodded in agreement. After a restful night, Naraku returned once more to the forge. Naraku, weave your hands in formation. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding puff of smoke, 3 clones of Naraku materialized behind. Nailuo has only recently recalled the possibility of employing the technique of duplication to enhance his forging speed. Nailuo produced the water dragon beast. The severed limbs of the flying mantis, a portion of orichalcum, 10 kilograms of fine iron, a share of green gorilla crimson sand iron and gorilla crimson ore. Along with the final item, the Kiki short blade. The main entity, Nailuo, gradually extracted the non-chakra metallic impurities from the Kiki short blade. Clone No. 1 dealt with the water dragon beast, a long fish with a singular eye. The primary task of this clone was to employ forging techniques to infuse the essence of the water dragon beast into its eye. Clone No. 2 was engaged in smelting orichalcum metal and processing the remnants of the flying mantis, aiming to integrate the essence of the flying mantis into its tail wing before further smelting. Clone number 3 focused on refining fine iron, green gorilla crimson sand iron, and gorilla crimson ore. Once Nailuo had eliminated the impurities from the Kiki short blade, clone number 2 promptly infused the newly smelted orichalcum metal, resulting in a formidable and resilient composite material. Subsequently, Nailuo executed a series of intricate forging techniques to hammer the composite material while inscribing specific patterns upon it. The next step involved incorporating the refined essence of the flying mantis into the blade's core, meticulously etching specialized designs onto the material. Finally, Nailuo retrieved the fine iron, green gorilla crimson sand iron, and gorilla crimson ore processed by clone number 3 to fill the blade's framework, swiftly culminating in the formation of the sword's body. Nailuo meticulously forged the sword embryo, gradually shaping it under his skilled hands. At this moment, due to Nailuo's previous preparations, a circular hollow graced the top of the sword's hilt. Nailuo imprinted the solitary eye of the water dragon beast upon it, employing his secret techniques to etch intricate patterns for the final time. Conforming to the international custom of blacksmiths, he left his mark, nai, upon the blade. This sword possesses an extraordinary appearance, retaining the dual-edged design that showcases its distinctive aggressiveness and practicality. Embedded within the hilt is the eye of the water dragon beast, radiating an aura of mystery and majesty. The blade itself exhibits a pallid hue, evoking a sense of coldness and rigidity. Upon closer inspection, one can discern meticulously carved enigmatic patterns adorning the blade, intricate and labyrinthine, reminiscent of ancient runes, imbuing the sword with an inscrutable power. Nai Luo has appraised this sword, the Sword of the Water Dragon, Special Edition AB grade weapon. This exquisite blade has been infused with the blacksmith's dedication. Employing a plethora of precious materials, orichalcum, chakra metal, dangerous species, crimson sand iron, crimson ore, and fine iron. The forging process incorporated various secret techniques, taking an entire day to complete. Ultimately, it has achieved a level that far surpasses the original weapon. This sword features dual edges, measures 90 centimeters in length, possesses remarkable sharpness, and exhibits an extraordinary ability to conduct chakra. Previously constrained by the exorbitant cost of chakra metal, the blade has been slightly elongated, better catering to the wielder's needs. Skills. 1. Activates the Eye of the Water Dragon, enhancing combat power for 3 minutes, but causes extreme fatigue afterward. 2. Activates the main body of the sword, significantly increasing agility and speed for 3 minutes. However, it results in relative fatigue post-use. 3. Provides amplification effects for single attribute chakra. Naro gazed upon the sword before him, struck by its striking elegance. The combination of 2 active and 1 passive skill marked a substantial enhancement compared to the previous short blade of Hataki. With these skills, it was reasonable to assume that Hataki Tsukumo could unleash an even more formidable dominion, rather than succumbing to slumber. Naro seized the fleeting moments before sleep to forge himself a C-rank plaything, a knife, utilizing materials such as Gorilla Scarlet Sand Iron, Gorilla Scarlet Ore, and Fine Iron. Of course, even this so-called toy knife approached the quality of a B-rank weapon. Naro primarily intended it for subsequent training in swordsmanship alongside Hataki Tsukumo. It was not that he wished to craft something superior for himself. Rather, he found himself in Konoha, where the dangers were minimal, and most of his available materials were more suited for crafting armor than blades. Even if fortune smiled upon him, and he succeeded in forging an A-rank weapon, the prospect of others coveting it and attempting to seize it would be ludicrous. His current philosophy was to swiftly forge excellent weapons for the strong, thereby enhancing his own strength or personal limits through his unique abilities. In due time, he aspired to create an ultimate weapon for self-preservation, ideally one capable of rivaling Orochimaru's survivability, allowing him to act with greater audacity. The following day, feeling rejuvenated, Naro once again utilized the shadow clone technique to send a clone to the Ninja Academy. Typically, he refrained from attending unless practical combat lessons were on the agenda. He then made his way to Hataki Tsukumo's residence, likely knowing that the latter was eagerly waiting. For a swordsman who rarely parted with his blade would find it quite disconcerting to be without it, akin to a reward without the accompanying tissue. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened as Shimura Danzo spoke in a measured tone. That young Naro seems to be thriving of late, growing close to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and connecting with Hataki Tsukumo, not to mention his interactions with the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi responded, "He is a member of our village. Cultivating relationships is permitted. This is the essence of bonds." Danzo, with a cold smirk, retorted, "Do not forget, he is an Uchiha. You remember the incident with Uchiha Madara attempting to control the Nine Tails and destroy the village, do you not? What is an Uchiha doing frequently associating with the unaligned strong within our village?" Sarutobi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Enough. I will not allow you to casually cast doubt upon a villager, even if he is an Uchiha. Abandon that line of thought. I refuse to transfer him to the root." Danzo swiftly declared, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." And without granting Sarutobi the chance to assert his authority as Hokage, he exited. In that moment, Sarutobi felt as though he had swallowed something distasteful, while Danzo reveled in his satisfaction. His intention was never to recruit Naro. Rather, he aimed to sow the seeds of suspicion in his old friend's heart, allowing them to germinate gradually. Chapter 17. Hataki Swordsmanship. As Naro rang the doorbell of the Hataki residence once more, a flash of electricity heralded the appearance of Hataki Tsukumo before him. Observing Tsukumo, whose countenance was ashen and steps unsteady, it was as though all vitality had been drained from him. His once proud posture now slightly sagged, resembling a deflated balloon. Devoid of vigor. Upon closer inspection, his eyes, typically sharp as an eagle's, now appeared dull and lifeless. With a trace of urgency, Hatake Tsukumo inquired, "Is my sword ready?" Naraku could only express his profound ignorance regarding the swordsman, as his deep affection for the blade was rendered futile without it by his side. When Naraku unveiled the water dragon sword, the gaze of Hatake Tsukumo was instantly captivated by its allure. Trembling, Hatake Tsukumo cautiously accepted the weapon, one that was both familiar and foreign to him. "Give it a try," Naraku suggested with a smile. Hatake Tsukumo's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness as he gradually infused his chakra into the water dragon sword. With the infusion of lightning chakra, the blade itself began to shimmer and transform into a resplendent gold. While Hatake Tsukumo was momentarily taken aback by the transformation, he chose not to dwell on this detail. Instead, he focused on his chakra, realizing that its conduction within the water dragon sword had significantly intensified, particularly with the lightning chakra. This enhancement alone was a considerable boon. For White Fang's primary combat style relied on utilizing lightning attribute chakra to amplify his physical speed. Furthermore, channeling lightning chakra into the sword augmented its lethality. Complemented by his extraordinary reflexes and unparalleled swordsmanship, achieving the objective of a decisive strike. Clang. As Naraku gradually unveiled the three skills of the water dragon sword, the astonishment on Hatake Tsukumo's face was unceasing. Whether it was augmenting combat prowess or enhancing mobility and agility, each skill proved invaluable to him. Although each skill lasted merely 3 minutes and came with a fleeting negative buff, for a warrior of his caliber, 3 minutes could yield a multitude of opportunities. The passive enhancement of a singular chakra attribute was particularly appealing to him, as it directly fortified his combat ability and was of a permanent nature. This singular passive ability could be said to elevate his potential significantly. Hatake Tsukumo, elated by this discovery, promptly demonstrated a series of Hatake sword techniques before Naraku. Upon simultaneously activating both of his weapon's active skills, Naraku could scarcely perceive Tsukumo's form. He merely observed the shifting shapes of the surrounding structures and objects. It was not until 3 minutes had elapsed that Tsukumo's figure gradually re-emerged. Naraku's gaze was drawn to the 8 dog-headed statues that materialized around Tsukumo. A wry smile gracing his lips. He had long wondered from whom Kakashi had learned to carve dog heads in his earth-release techniques. Now the reason was unveiled. At that moment, Hatake Tsukumo appeared as an unparalleled swordsman, standing in the center of the circle with an air of ostentation. Despite the exhaustion coursing through his body from simultaneously employing 2 skills. Yet, the pride of a master forbade him from exhibiting even the slightest semblance of weakness. Ding! Hatake Tsukumo became the master of the water dragon sword and initiated its preliminary use. Talent replication activated. Hatake sword technique, a lineage art of the Hatake family, beginner level mastery. Ding! Hatake Tsukumo's utilization of the water dragon sword reached intermediate level. Talent replication activated. Hatake sword technique, intermediate level mastery. Ding! Hatake Tsukumo's utilization of the water dragon sword reached advanced level. Talent replication activated. Hatake sword technique, advanced level mastery. With the series of system notifications resonating in his mind, Naraku was flooded with memories of the Hatake sword technique, as if he had spent years mastering its use. This progressive reward system led Naraku to speculate that the higher the mastery level of a weapon, the more substantial the rewards bestowed. From novice to the cusp of understanding. From understanding to proficiency, from proficiency to a slight achievement, and finally, from slight achievement to a state of comprehensive mastery. When Naraku reopened his eyes, a sudden sharpness reminiscent of a swordsman enveloped him. Hatake Tsukumo was taken aback by the sight of Naraku before him. Could it be that Naraku had merely observed his demonstration of the Hatake sword technique and had not only learned it but mastered it as well? Had he even comprehended the essence of his art? This individual is truly formidable. I wonder if my son will ever possess such innate talent to become an unparalleled swordsman in the future. Nailuo, don't bother me. I just witnessed nothing with my dormant Sharingan. I couldn't even see where you are. What is the point of learning swordsmanship? After an exchange of pleasantries, the two departed for their respective homes. Chimu Meizi gazed at her husband, who lay collapsed on the sofa. Were it not for her unwavering faith in his integrity, she might have suspected he had engaged in a fierce battle with some seductive vixen. In her mind, Chimu Meizi speculated, it must be that Nai Luo again. The last time he visited, my husband was listless for several days. I had grown accustomed to it. Yet today, after encountering Nai Luo once more, He is transformed into a state of euphoric paralysis. So, Nailuo is indeed that seductive temptress? Meanwhile, on his way home, Nailuo pondered why Chimusakumo's reward had arrived so swiftly. He surmised that it must be due to the remarkable affinity between the sword and Chimusakumo, considering it was the very blade he had consistently wielded, thus achieving an effect akin to the inheritance of proficiency. Nailuo suddenly harbored an unsettling suspicion: the ability to replicate talents, or rather, the talent replication stemming from B-grade weaponry, might not extend to certain innate abilities or bloodlines. In truth, Nailuo yearned for the swordsmanship talent of Hitaki Tsukumo or the Senju clan's bloodline of the Thousand Hands, yet the rewards remained rigidly predetermined. Nailuo can only wait for the increase in weapon quantity for further analysis. Ding. Orochimaru has become the master of the weapon Tonguichi and has begun to utilize it. The talent replication has activated, summoning technique, triple Rashomon, inheriting the 5 Rashomon of the first Hokage. The Gaping Maw, opened without reservation, is a summoned defensive barrier designed to absorb all attacks. The Rashomon. The first gate withstands the full force of incoming attacks, the second gate diminishes their power, and the third gate disperses the pressure of the assault. With these 3 gates, each possessing distinct functions, the might of any attack is significantly reduced by the time it reaches the user. Intermediate Mastery. Ding. Orochimaru has slain the Rock Ninja, Yenli, using the weapon Tonguichi, triggering the effects of the Undead Legion, and has now secured Yin Li within the Forge Master's exclusive Hall of Death. Observing this information, Nailuo realized that Orochimaru had made a remarkable debut with Tonguichi, managing to eliminate 2 adversaries at once, aptly named the Unfortunate Brothers. As for the talent replication of the summoning technique, Triple Rashomon, Nailuo could only commend its exceptional defensive capabilities. It is potent enough to even withstand a tailed beast bomb. Chapter 18. First Kill. This chapter is somewhat convoluted. I impulsively wrote it at the time. It has undergone significant revisions, and I personally feel there are no major issues now. The skill of the Undead Legion was being utilized for the first time, and Nailuo found a secluded spot to enter the Hall of Death. Inside, he encountered 2 seemingly ordinary middle-aged men standing idly. Nailuo attempted to summon them forth. Returning to the real world, he looked at the 2 bewildered middle ninja and commanded them to engage in combat. Suddenly, they began sparring earnestly, initially exchanging shurikens, followed by close-quarters combat. They employed substitution or shadow clone techniques to confuse one another mid-fight. Middle Ninja A executed the Earth-style, rock iron cannon technique, spitting forth a small stone that grew in mid-air, resembling a solid cannonball, hurtling towards Middle Ninja B. In response, Middle Ninja B utilized Earth-style, Earth returns, striking the ground to flip a large stone slab into position to counter his opponent's attack. After 3 minutes, both figures abruptly vanished, returning to the Hall of Death. Naraku was rather pleased with the 2 individuals, for although they seemed devoid of wisdom, their instinct for combat remained impressively high. However, the duration was somewhat brief, lasting only 3 minutes, leaving him to ponder whether more formidable ninjas would exhibit any changes. As for the peculiar phenomenon of souls entering the realm of the Shinigami yet emerging as tangible beings, even possessing chakra, Naraku found himself intrigued. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the concept of Edo Tensei, with its boundless chakra, was an even more bizarre existence. Thus, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter. After concluding his experiment, Naraku stretched lazily, preparing to indulge in a late-night snack. He sought out a picturesque spot, ideal for moon-gazing, and began to grill some sea creatures outside his clan's territory. Suddenly, a figure adorned in a monkey mask and dressed in Umbu attire appeared before him. The monkey Umbu spoke. Naraku, the Hokage wishes to speak with you. Please accompany us. Naraku gazed at the dark figures before him, increasingly sensing something amiss. Firstly, Saratobi Izashi should have no reason to seek him out at this hour. Moreover, the demeanor of this group seemed rather off. Rather than resembling the covert operations of the Umbu, they bore a closer resemblance to the root organization. Naruto gazed at the individual before him and remarked, "Since it is the 3rd Hokage who has summoned me, where is the Hokage's official decree?" Naturally, the masked figure could not produce any such document. Thus, he spoke to Naruto in a tone laden with menace. "Uchiha Naruto, I strongly advise you to accompany us willingly." Upon hearing the threat from this imposing figure, Naruto realized with near certainty that he had encountered one of Danzo's subordinates. Nailuo contemplated that he was likely in no real danger. However, if Danzo, that cunning old fox, were to act impulsively and impose upon him some other form of threat, or even if his madness led him to take his own life. Who would he turn to for justification? Naro addressed the monkey mask, requesting, "Could you kindly wait until I finish my grilled meat?" The monkey mask retorted coldly, "I strongly advise you not to keep Lord Sandame waiting. This is the final time. Accompany us." At this moment, Naraku was consumed by an overwhelming fury. This vile dog clan truly disgusted him. Nailuo, with a fierce determination, hurled the barbecue grill towards the base, extending his hand to draw forth the previously forged toy knife. Channeling chakra to invigorate his physical form, he unleashed a ferocious strike toward the monkey mask, employing the Kiki blade technique. The monkey mask, caught entirely off guard by Nailuo's sudden onslaught, could barely react and was compelled to desperately employ the body flicker technique to evade the impending blow. Nevertheless, as a distinguished special jonin from Konoha, his prowess was undeniably formidable. In the face of Nailuo's relentless assault, he remained unflustered, swiftly executing an exquisite maneuver with the body flicker technique, evading the lethal strike with the grace of a specter. However, despite his successful evasion, the monkey mask's arm was tragically struck, blood gushing forth in torrents. Enduring excruciating pain, he promptly summoned his internal chakra, employing medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding and heal his wound. With hands forming seals, a surge of potent chakra energy emanated from his body, converging upon the injured arm. Under the influence of chakra, the wound gradually began to mend, and the bleeding diminished. The monkey mask, with a tone laced with indifference yet tinged with anger, declared, "Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for what follows." Naro gazed at the strike he had unleashed, feeling a twinge of disappointment as his foe remained unvanquished. Yet, he was acutely aware that despite having mastered the Kikimoto sword technique to a high degree, he lacked the lightning attribute essential for achieving swifter movements. Coupled with his insufficient physical prowess and the fact that he had yet to dedicate time to thoroughly practice the Kikimoto sword technique, he found it challenging to unleash its full potential. Nonetheless, Naro was resolute in his determination to resist. He formed hand seals and invoked the shadow clone technique. Nailuo and his three shadow clones exchanged glances before simultaneously charging towards the base of the monkey mask, brandishing their blades. With a pair of shuriken and a powerful punch, the monkey mask swiftly dispatched Nailuo's shadow clone. Undeterred by the imminent threat of Nailuo's lethal strike, the monkey mask boldly raised his own ninja blade to parry the attack. The clash resonated with a sharp sound as a significant portion of the monkey mask's blade shattered upon impact. This time, rather than retreating, the monkey mask chose to close the distance, eschewing direct attacks with his blade. Instead, he employed the body flicker technique to swiftly maneuver behind Nailuo, delivering a forceful punch with great momentum. Naro was unable to evade in time and was sent flying a considerable distance by the force of the punch. After absorbing the blow, Naro felt as though his very organs had been rearranged, lying on the ground for an extended period without the strength to rise. The monkey-masked figure reiterated once more, "Please return with me to meet Lord Hokage." Naro, who had always held an air of arrogance due to his identity as a traveler with a golden finger, now found himself confronted with the stark and tangible darkness that lay within Konoha. Naraku felt a twinge of regret for choosing this cursed barbecue spot, a place typically devoid of patrons. The voyeuristic third generation never utilized his telescopic technique past 10 o'clock at night. Now, Naraku faced a dilemma: to obediently submit to Danzo's manipulation and brainwashing at the root, or to defiantly resist. After all, he was certain that the man before him would not dare to take his life. Perhaps he could turn the tables. Whether it was due to his bloodline or his temperament, a surge of ferocity welled up within Naraku, and he found himself contemplating the murder of the man before him. Yet, aware of the preciousness of his own life, he resolved to test the waters, ready to flee if necessary. Naraku mustered the strength to rise. Addressing the monkey mask, "Do you know? I have invited several members of the Uchiha clan to join me for a barbecue. Can you guess when they will arrive?" The monkey mask was taken aback by Naraku's words. Nara swiftly performed hand seals to execute the shadow clone technique, producing 4 clones. Each clone rapidly darted towards the heart of the Uchiha clan's territory. The figure in the monkey mask hurriedly pursued them. After dispatching 2 clones, the monkey-masked figure was about to strike the third when the clone retaliated with a swift blade. The figure barely managed to defend against the attack, yet failed to notice the true form of Nara lurking behind. Nara, with precision, wielded the Kiba sword against the monkey mask, delivering a powerful strike. The mask had no time to utter a word before it was cleaved in 2. Blood and entrails scattered across the ground, and Nara, utilizing the spatial capabilities of the system, swiftly stored the remains. He hurried back home, panting as he reached his clan's territory. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a small Magatama glimmering in his eyes. He realized that he had awakened the Sharingan. Chapter 19. Relocation and Learning. Naro meticulously admired his Sharingan, akin to appreciating a work of art. Despite his labored breathing, he felt none of the confusion, pain, or fear that accompanied his first kill. Perhaps it was the bloodline heritage of the Uchiha clan, or perhaps it was the influence of the madness that resided deep within him. As a subtle smile began to grace his lips, initially faint, this smile transformed into a quiet chuckle. Yet, as time passed, his laughter grew louder and increasingly unrestrained. Ultimately, Naro erupted into a hearty laugh, the sound echoing through the air. After a brief moment of mirth, he composed himself, inexplicably drawn to this feeling. Finally understanding why the legendary Uchiha quartet reveled in such boisterous laughter. Once calmed, Naro began to reflect on the battle he had just endured. He realized that his previous performance had lacked potency. Despite possessing an abundance of chakra and exceptional swordsmanship, he had failed to wield them with formidable impact. This inadequacy stemmed from his inability to fully harness his own potential. Had it not been for the monkey-masked figure's insistence on capturing him without inflicting excessive harm, he might have met his demise countless times. The monkey-masked individual, while an elite Genin, likely possessed hidden abilities that were more suited to non-combat scenarios. He felt an urgent need for time to further capitalize on his strengths. Foremost among his desires was the urgent acquisition of lightning affinity chakra and mastery of the Kakashi blade technique, alongside a yearning to learn more ninjutsu. Although he could, through his swordsmanship, shatter myriad techniques with a single strike, he recognized the necessity of various ninjutsu to serve as support. Moreover, he acknowledged that reaching the level of effortlessly dismantling techniques with a single blow was a distant goal. Nonetheless, he had time on his side. He resolved to move to Mikoto's residence the following day. He was eager to see if Danzo dared to send anyone to cause trouble at the home of the Uchiha elder. As for his minor grievances with Danzo, Naro had adopted a more magnanimous stance. In the early stages, he could not afford to eliminate Danzo, given the relationship between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the scheming Danzo. Should he kill Danzo without betraying the village, it would only be possible if Sarutobi were to step down. Perhaps the name Naro, reminiscent of the antagonist from Inuyasha, reflected a similar penchant for vengeance. He would not resort to petty actions, such as eliminating a subservient lackey one day and severing Danzo's right-hand man the next, only to bicker with Danzo, inciting his ire. To Naro, such retaliatory antics were no different from childish behavior. He adhered to the philosophy of restraint. When he chose to act, he aimed to deliver nothing but despair and hopelessness to his adversaries. Thus, even if he occasionally felt the sting of indignation during this process, he would not let it weigh heavily on his heart, as long as it facilitated his growth. He imagined the day when Danzo, who believed he had Naro firmly under control, would find his dreams of becoming Hokage abruptly severed, sending him to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be delightful. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo lurked in the shadows of his rude office, awaiting the arrival of his subordinates. Suddenly, a figure donned in a rabbit mask appeared before him. Lord Danzo, number 32 has perished. The identity of the assassin remains unknown, Danzo murmured. It seems that meeting you is not as simple as I had anticipated. Uchiha Naro. The following day, Naro arrived at Uchiha Mikoto's home, carrying his bedding. Uchiha Mikoto gazed at him, her small head brimming with confusion. Naro, what are you doing? Naro, with a serious demeanor, smiled at Uchiha Mikoto and proclaimed, I have come to be both a child husband and a son-in-law, Mikoto. Henceforth, our children shall bear your surname. Is Uchiha acceptable? Uchiha Minato regarded Naro without much ire. His extensive experience led him to sense that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. He then addressed Mikoto, saying, Go assist your child husband in tidying up a room. Uchiha Mikoto pouted playfully. Grandfather, what are you saying? When did I ever express a desire to marry Naro? It is he who should be marrying me, not the other way around. Naro interjected to clarify, it's a matter of marriage. Mikoto chose silence, casting a glare at Naro instead. Later, as Naro observed Mikoto organizing the room, he couldn't help but be impressed. Truly, she embodied the quintessential ideal of a devoted wife and mother, and he felt fortunate for the future ahead. Subsequently, Naro, as per his usual routine, utilized shadow clones to accompany Uchiha Mikoto to school. Uchiha Minato approached Naro inquiring, Has something occurred? Naraku merely mentioned that Shimura Danzo's men had come seeking him, and he had managed to escape through certain means. Uchiha Shin, instead of exhibiting excessive anger, calmly remarked, "This is the village, the malice of the Hokage faction. Such occurrences would never befall the Inuzuka, Nara, or Akimichi clans, nor would they afflict the Hyuga clan. Yet, they can indeed happen to the Uchiha." He added, "You may remain here for now. I shall construct a new forge for you." After uttering these words, Uchiha Shin slowly exited the room, leaving Naraku to contemplate the elder's departure. He sensed that this leader of the Uchiha hawkish faction was not as straightforward as he had initially presumed. Perhaps he had been somewhat overconfident. It appeared that the seemingly foolish actions of the original characters might conceal individuals who discerned deeper truths. They were merely constrained by insufficient strength or lack of information, rendering them powerless to alter their fates. On the balcony, Tsunade and SHRU were engaged in conversation atop the rooftop. SHRU earnestly pleaded with his elder sister, "Sister, please grant me that necklace. I know you intend it as my gift for turning 12. Tsunade, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, "Who asked for their own gifts?" SHRU fully embraced the spirit of a child, resorting to tears and tantrums in his fervent request for the necklace. Ultimately, Tsunade, unable to endure SHRU's incessant pleas, conceded and presented the gift to him ahead of time. SHRU beamed with joy as he donned the present. Naraku found Hatake Sakumo, who was resting at home. Hatake Sakumo joyfully exclaimed, "You have finally arrived, Naraku. I had mentioned teaching you the art of swordsmanship." Naraku respectfully addressed Kakashi Hatake, stating, "Lord Kakashi, it is precisely for this reason that I have come. I have long desired to witness the swordsmanship of the Hatake clan." In truth, Naraku's primary objective was to obtain the legitimacy of the Hatake sword techniques. Otherwise, it would be rather implausible for him to claim mastery over all Hatake sword techniques after merely observing Kakashi once. Kakashi spoke slowly. In reality, the Hatake sword techniques are not exceedingly difficult. What is required are innate talent, extensive practice, and personal comprehension. There is not much that truly necessitates memorization. First, there is the beginner's level. This stage does not demand an excessive amount of chakra techniques. The focus lies primarily on channeling chakra into the blade while utilizing one's own movement. Subsequently, one can engage in some conventional attacks. To attain an intermediate level of mastery, one must learn to harness chakra to enhance their speed further. Moreover, at this stage, the sword techniques will undergo some novel transformations. The direct impact of these changes will be a significant increase in attack power and an acceleration in the speed of strikes. To reach an advanced level of mastery, one must adeptly utilize the various transformations of lightning chakra. Furthermore, one must fully activate the lightning release chakra, allowing it to merge with their own body and weapon. Only then can one claim to have achieved the perfect state of the Hatake sword techniques. In this state, the practitioner can unleash the full force of lightning, with each strike embodying an overwhelming might that is both astonishing and difficult to defend against. Kakashi refrained from revealing the subsequent realms of mastery, yet Naraku understood. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed as Uchiha Naraku progressed from a novice to an intermediate level of mastery in his first attempt, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Should Naraku attain advanced mastery of the Hatake sword techniques, Kakashi feared he might lose his composure entirely, as he considered himself only modestly gifted, having recently transitioned from advanced mastery to perfection. He even encouraged Naraku to fully immerse himself in the art of swordsmanship. However, Naraku, being well aware of his own circumstances, recognized that his grasp of the Hatake techniques was solely due to his unique advantages, and he lacked lightning chakra, rendering him unable to reach advanced mastery at this time. Subsequently, Naraku made a hasty retreat, escaping the lingering gaze of Kakashi. Chapter 20. Advancement. Since moving into Uchiha Mikoto's household, Naraku has enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. During this time of stability, Naraku diligently practiced the Konoha-style sword techniques, refined his chakra control, and honed his physical abilities each morning. In the afternoons and evenings, he fervently dedicated himself to perfecting his forging skills. His meals consisted daily of extravagant seafood, leading to a steady rise in his ninja prowess and an impressive advancement towards A rank in forging. While many of these changes were subtle, the most striking transformation was his height. Naraku has grown from a diminutive 2 meters to a remarkable 7 meters, shedding the appearance of a child and emerging as a handsome young man admired by all. This period of growth and change has left Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Ibito particularly astonished, with Ibito even exclaiming on more than one occasion, "Is he really just 8 years old?" This astonishment stems from the fact that Naraku has surpassed him in height in a mere 6 months. Naraku couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. At merely 8 years of age, he was already quite tall. He continued to consume the processed ingredients from the Sea King class, pondering the possibility of growing as tall as the 3 admirals of the Navy, who stand at an impressive 3 meters. The girls he admired, Uchiha Mikoto and Tsunade, were unlikely to exceed a height of 165 centimeters. The thought of walking alongside them painted a rather enchanting image, as it would likely place the faces of Uchiha Mikoto and Tsunade at the same level as Naraku's. Nevertheless, Naraku resolved to postpone his worries about height, believing that such issues could be addressed in due time. He refused to forsake the opportunity to grow stronger swiftly due to this concern. After a long absence, Naraku finally opens his personal panel. System membership level, beginner name, Uchiha Naraku age, 8 years and 80 years chakra attributes, fire, Yin, Yang Sharingan, unawakened single tomo physical strength, CB chakra, 1. 2 cards, card, the chakra amount of Kakashi, the Leaf Village Jonin, chakra control ability, poor average ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, beginner, transformation technique, beginner, substitution technique, beginner. Fire style, great fireball technique, beginner, mastery, summoning technique, triple Rashomon, advanced mastery of the Konoha sword technique, fire style, great fire extinguishing technique, intermediate. Shadow clone technique, beginner, taijutsu, Uchiha style taijutsu, beginner, genjutsu, illusion, Naraku's vision technique, beginner, evaluation. Your strength has reached the level of an elite Chunin. And you may even face certain special Jonin directly. Unfortunately, Chunin are merely cannon fodder. Naro chose to disregard the pessimistic remarks of the abyssal automatic neglect system. The elite Nin at this stage were indeed formidable. It was only in the later phases that chaos would truly ensue. Thus, Naro resolved to refine his forging skills further and strolled towards the forge. Presently, Naro could be described as a recluse, particularly since he had switched to a newly bound forge. Uchiha Min gazed at Naro with a penetrating look, and even with his composed demeanor, he could not help but inquire, "Naro, how on earth have you grown so tall in just 6 months? This is a talent of the Uchiha clan that you cannot comprehend." With a mocking glance, Naro tossed a portion of grilled seafood towards Uchiha Min, feeling somewhat sympathetic towards the old man who had not indulged in such delicacies for many years. Uchiha Min felt a vain throb on his forehead, thinking, a mere child, despite appearing as an adult, still speaks in such an irksome manner. "Have you awakened your Sharingan yet?" Naro did not reveal that he had indeed awakened his Sharingan, as it is generally understood that those who awaken it at an earlier age possess greater talent. Naro wished to avoid drawing attention. "My 3-tomo Sharingan does not discriminate against you. Yet, you dare to belittle me, the wicked Uchiha brat. Just wait and see what I will do to you." Naraku gazed at Uchiha Min, contemplating an attack, but swiftly took flight. Uchiha Min, still possessing a modicum of pride, refrained from pursuing. Instead, he became lost in thought, fixated on the skewered meat in his hand. Meanwhile, Naraku, unwavering, began to hone his forging skills in the workshop, activating his Sharingan. He discovered that this heightened perception allowed him to scrutinize the intricate details of the forging process more meticulously. One wonders how Uchiha Madara would react to such a scene. Surely, the esteemed Madara would feel a sense of pride witnessing his descendant applying the Sharingan to the art of forging. Naro took out the Crimson Gorilla Iron and the Scarlet Gorilla Ore, beginning the process of smelting with refined steel. With the application of unique forging techniques, a blade blank gradually took shape. Next came Naro's innovative secret pattern, a design he conceived after synthesizing the techniques of crafting ceremonial tools. He sought to explore whether it was possible to forge such tools without the use of biological materials. With the final pattern meticulously completed, the cooling process ensued, culminating in the complete realization of the blade. Naro gazed upon the standard ninja blade before him and proceeded to assess it. Standard B-class ninja blade, imitation. This blade, crafted by the forger Naro, is an impossible creation, yet due to the inherent deficiencies of its materials, it can only be wielded once. Skill, charge slash. By channeling chakra into the blade, it releases a formidable blade of energy directed at the foe. The more chakra infused, the greater the damage inflicted. Ding. Forger level, B, enhanced by A, forging chamber, A, enhanced by A, forging chamber, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Naruto erupted into hearty laughter, not solely due to the possession of this exceptional ninja blade, but rather because his forging skills had finally transcended the B level, attaining the esteemed A- grade. This significant advancement implied that he could now embark on the creation of the A-grade armor, notorious for being haunted by malevolent spirits. After a brief interlude, Nai Luo subdued his mirth. Although he was a boy who reveled in laughter, the absence of any audience in the vicinity rendered the atmosphere somewhat lacking. After Naraku stored the standard ninja blade in his spatial system, he prepared to seek out Ju. The forging of the cursed demon required a particular biological material, the living, dangerous dragon species known as talent, and it must remain alive throughout the process. Given Naraku's current strength, he found himself utterly incapable of confronting this creature. And Talon's terrifying resilience only added to his trepidation. Thus, Naraku needed to recruit assistance. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Shinja clan's compound, he knocked on the door once more, only to be greeted not by Ju, but by Tsunade. As Naraku gazed upon the figure of Tsunade before him, her long golden hair cascaded down her shoulders like a shimmering waterfall, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Tsunade's visage was exquisitely refined, with each detail exuding a unique allure. The subtle upward curve of her lips hinted at a playful charm, yet concealed a trace of cunning. Dressed in a garment as pure as snow, her upper body stood in stark contrast to her golden tresses. Although merely 22 years of age, Tsunade possessed a remarkably voluptuous figure. In Chapter 21, titled Tyrant, while Naraku observed Tsunade, she too was scrutinizing the young man before her. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, Naraku's posture was as erect as a poplar tree. His loose robe draped over him elegantly, enhancing rather than diminishing his distinguished presence. His facial features were sharply defined, exuding a handsome yet subtly rebellious air. His black pupils were filled with profound depth, drawing one irresistibly into their gaze. The slight ascent of his lips suggested an elusive smile, evoking a sense of intrigue. Even though Tsunade was not inclined towards romantic notions, the influence of youth and hormones rendered her susceptible to an instant attraction to Naraku, as if she had seen him for an eternity. At merely 8 years old, Naraku remained untouched by such influences. Yet, he observed Tsunade, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks as he inquired, "Lady Tsunade, is Shinj home?" Tsunade promptly responded, "Shinj is indeed here, and you are? Just call me Naraku," he replied with a smile. Tsunade scoured her memory but could not place this Naraku. All she knew was of an 8-year-old boy by that name, rumored to possess exceptional forging skills. "Please, come inside. I will fetch Shinj," Tsunade invited him in. Shinj, upon seeing Naraku, wore a puzzled expression, unsure of the boy's identity. "Shinj, I am Naraku, the craftsman of the Tonguichi character," Naraku reiterated. Shinj, displaying a direct demeanor, asked, "Master Naraku, how did you grow so tall in just 6 months?" "That is a secret. It is of no consequence," Naraku replied. "Shinj, I wish to forge a powerful weapon, and I may require the assistance of your master, Lord Orochimaru." Naraku did not directly address Shinj's inquiry, but instead articulated his own needs. Shinj, revealing no hesitation, informed Naraku that Orochimaru was out on a mission and would likely be away for an extended period. As Naraku recalled that the Second Shinobi World War would commence next year, he speculated that Orochimaru must be heading towards the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village. No wonder Orochimaru had previously slain 2 Iwagakure ninjas. "Master Naraku, why do you require the assistance of teacher Orochimaru? Is there anything I can do to help?" inquired Ju. Naraku expressed his intention to forge a formidable piece of ninja equipment, one that would bestow upon its master exceptional defensive capabilities and enhancements to their combat prowess. However, the process required the incorporation of a creature of terrifying strength as a material, necessitating assistance in subduing this beast. This creature possessed remarkable adaptability and vitality, making it far beyond the reach of ordinary ninja to conquer. Indeed, it would require the mastery of powerful sealing techniques. Tsunade, well aware of Naraku's forging prowess, stepped forward as he endeavored to create this potent weapon for her brother, inquiring, "May I partake in this endeavor?" Naraku nodded slightly, and then shook his head. "Lady Tsunade certainly possesses the capability, yet it is insufficient. It would be prudent to seek out another formidable ally for assistance. Lady Tsunade, would you be able to find one?" Naraku originally intended to seek out Kakashi Hatake, but unfortunately, Kakashi was not within the village. Tsunade, somewhat skeptical, mused that although her strength did not quite match that of Master Sarutobi, she still stood at the pinnacle of Konoha. If she herself were insufficient, what hope could there be in seeking a tailed beast? Nevertheless, as Naraku had expressed such a need, she resolved to search for Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya had recently been absent from the village, Tsunade was aware that he remained within the Land of Fire. A simple communication would suffice, as Jiraiya's remarkable speed would enable him to arrive in a matter of hours. The following day, in the forests outside Konoha, in the heart of the forest, Naraku, Shintri, Tsunade, and Jiraiya traversed the verdant expanse. Shintri inquired, "Master Naraku, where might that perilous creature be hiding?" Naraku gazed at the vacant ground before him and inquired, "It can be here, Lady Tsunade. Are you and the Sage of the Toad prepared?" Tsunade nodded and replied, "I am curious to see what perilous creature awaits us." Jiraiya, brimming with confidence, quipped, "What fear could the Sage of the Toad, Jiraiya, possibly have regarding dangerous beings?" In the depths of one's heart, a silent incantation was uttered, invoking the release of the golden special dragon, the perilous species known as Tyrant, alive. With a resonant roar, a peculiar creature materialized. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a kangaroo, yet its visage was strikingly ferocious. The creature possessed 6 eyes, 2 prominent primary pupils and 4 smaller secondary ones, all ablaze with a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of raging flames, exuding an aura of bloodlust that sent shivers down one's spine. Its maw was lined with a multitude of sharp fangs. The creature's physique was robust, cloaked in a coat of ebony fur. Its limbs were sturdy, with claws extending from its hands. Furthermore, its back and tail appeared to be adorned with spikes or protrusions. Overall, this being emanated an essence of bloodthirstiness, power, and enigma. Nero hastily grabbed the rope tree and swiftly departed from the scene, leaving the battlefield to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade wore grave expressions, acutely sensing the pressure from the apex predator brought by talent. Without hesitation, they bit their fingers and struck the ground. Summoning technique. 2 enormous clouds of smoke enveloped the area, revealing 2 colossal beings on the battlefield. Tsunade exclaimed, "Lord Snail, I implore you." The snail responded in a youthful voice, "Understood." Lady Tsunade, Wanta, taken aback, remarked, "Jiraiya, what on earth is that? It looks hideous." Jiraiya replied, "Boss, this creature primarily possesses a vigorous vitality. Be cautious and engage." Wanta drew his long blade. Talon had entered the ninja world, swiftly adapting to its environment thanks to its formidable resilience. As time passed, it began to sense natural energy pouring into its being. This raw influx of natural energy enhanced its strength significantly, and with time, it would only grow more powerful. Although Jiraiya had not yet fully mastered Sage Mode, he could perceive the overwhelming natural energy merging with talent, and he silently lamented. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, she commanded the snail, "Initiate acid attack." The snail puffed out its cheeks and unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid upon Talent. Engrossed in voraciously absorbing natural energy, Talent had no time to evade. The acid splattered against its form. While the creature's hair was swiftly corroded, its tough skin resisted the damage, albeit at the cost of immense agony. Talon let out a roar, this time seemingly bolstered by natural energy, projecting an overwhelming presence. The onlookers instinctively covered their ears from the resonance of its roar. Laced with natural energy. Chapter 22. Sealing Talon. Remember, Talon possesses an exceptional vitality and adaptability. Similar or identical attacks may prove less effective or even futile. "We must launch a relentless assault," Nero shouted. Hearing Nero's words, Jiraiya and Tsunade felt the gravity of the situation. As time progressed, vast quantities of natural chakra continued to accumulate within Talon, causing its size to swell from 7 meters to 10. Jiraiya quickly noticed this change and urged Tsunade, "Hurry. That creature is growing stronger." He then turned to Wanta, commanding, "Use your blade." Wanta leaped high into the air, aiming a strike at Talon's neck, while Tsunade ordered the snail to repeat its acid attack. This time, Talon appeared to regain a semblance of awareness, evading Wanta's strike with a leap, only to be hit again by the snail's acid. Surprisingly, it did not roar this time but fled into the distance. Tsunade and Jiraiya would not permit such a perilous creature to escape, urging their summoned beasts to pursue. However, Talon seemed to vanish momentarily. Though they had seen it enter the thicket, it eluded their grasp completely. Logically, a 10-meter-tall creature should be incapable of hiding, yet Jiraiya, perched atop Wanta, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, akin to a razor poised above his head, ready to descend at any moment. Without hesitation, he began forming hand seals to cast a jutsu. Channeling chakra, his silver hair hardened like iron and swiftly enveloped his body, forming a formidable shield in preparation for the impending assault. Simultaneously, Wanta sensed something amiss and swung its weapon, attempting to strike at the invisible foe. Just then, Talon swung its massive claw down upon Wanta. A sharp sound echoed as deep gashes appeared on Wanta's arm, blood seeping from the wounds. Jiraiya was not spared either, as Talon's claw sent him flying, his body tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, Tsunade's gaze sharpened, and her chakra surged violently. A powerful chakra coalesced in her fist as she unleashed a fierce punch, accompanied by a piercing sound, directed squarely at the dangerous creature, Talon. With a resounding crash, Talon was propelled away like a cannonball, its form soaring through the air before crashing into the ground several dozen meters away, creating a massive crater and a cloud of dust. Talon's body slid forward under the inertia, crashing through several sturdy trees before finally coming to a halt. Sprawled and battered on the ground, it was evident that Tsunade's formidable strength had inflicted considerable damage. However, Tsunade observed with dismay that the wretched creature was rapidly healing, its form beginning to merge with the surroundings, indicating an attempt to become invisible once more. As she prepared to deliver another blow, Jiraiya interjected, "Tsunade, use the snail slime to slow it down. I will employ fire release for an attack." The snail exhaled its sticky slime, this time less corrosive but notably adhesive. They watched as Talon thrashed violently, realizing that the creature had been feigning weakness, likely waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. "Wanta, summon the toad oil," Jiraiya commanded. Wanta, agreeing wholeheartedly, remembered the discomfort of Talon's earlier assault. The toad puffed up and unleashed a torrent of toad oil resembling petroleum toward Talon. Jiraiya began forming seals, utilizing fire release to amplify the attack. The combination of fire release and toad oil ignited into a far more potent flame. Talon roared in terror beneath the inferno, yet Jiraiya and Wanta pressed on, undeterred by its cries. Gradually, Talon's roars diminished until its entire body ceased to struggle, collapsing onto the ground. It was only when Wanta expelled the last of the toad oil that Jiraiya concluded his fire release. The assembled onlookers beheld the once mighty Talon, now charred and lifeless. Just as Jiraiya prepared to seal the creature, Tsunade halted him. Tsunade formed seals for earth release, yellow spring swamp, conjuring a vast mire that gradually engulfed Talon. As it sank halfway into the swamp, it revived once more, thrashing violently. With its struggles, the previously charred skin began to peel away. Tsunade and Jiraiya observed in horror as Talon shed its carbonized exterior, revealing fresh skin beneath. Fully comprehending the exaggerated vitality and adaptability Naruto had described, they pondered, if this creature continued to survive, could it one day develop immunity to the majority of jutsu? Tsunade and Jiraiya prepared for another strike against the immobile Talon. With a chilling glare, Tsunade took a deep breath and leaped high into the air, delivering a punch with unparalleled strength and speed aimed at Tyron's left side. The blow struck like a thunderbolt. Simultaneously, Jiraiya showed no signs of retreat. He concentrated his chakra into his hair, causing his white locks to grow wildly. He then manipulated his hair to burrow towards Tyron's head. "Wantai!" Jiraiya called out to the toad, "Wantai!" The toad, in turn, unsheathed his long blade, gathering strength. A series of dull thuds echoed as Tsunade's fist crashed into Tyron's left side. In an instant, Tyron's left side was shattered as if struck by a massive hammer, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's hair accurately struck Tyron's right side, its powerful penetrating force and destructive capability leaving the skin marred, exposing ghastly white bones, a truly horrifying sight. Finally, when Tai unleashed a mighty strike upon Tyron's head, the force so great that one could see the brain matter beneath the skull. The scene was exceptionally gruesome and violent, sending chills down one's spine. Ultimately, under the relentless barrage of attacks, Tyron succumbed. Jiraiya hastily employed multiple 5-element seals to confine Tyron within a scroll. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya panted heavily, while the slug and Wantai, having witnessed the conclusion of the battle, exchanged a brief nod before returning to the summoning realm. Chapter 23. The Haunting Demon Forge begins. Naruto and Shunshu approached Tsunade and Jiraiya after the battle concluded. The brotherly Shunshu, concerned for his sister, inquired about Tsunade's well-being, to which she assured him that she was fine. However, Jiraiya turned to Naruto and questioned, "Are you certain you wish to utilize this creature for forging armor?" Naraku informed Jiraiya, "Frog Sage, have you not also witnessed the terrifying capabilities of Tyrant? The armor forged from Tyrant will be akin to a living suit of armor, possessing formidable defensive and offensive power, remarkable adaptability, and a terrifying capacity for evolution. Furthermore, The ability for invisibility that Tyrant once wielded can also be attained. As Naraku elaborated, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo gradually approached the two. The fierce battle between Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Tyrant had created such a commotion that even those within the village were aware of it, despite the location being outside the village. It was only upon Sarutobi's arrival that he dispersed the onlookers, leaving only the shameless Danzo behind. Sarutobi inquired of Jiraiya, what exactly transpired moments ago? Where did that creature originate? Jiraiya shifted his gaze towards Naraku, who remained composed, preparing to disclose the details regarding the creature's forging. Both Sarutobi and Danzo were left astounded. Had you truly grown 50 centimeters in just 2 months? Particularly for Sarutobi, who felt somewhat disheartened, as his current height in middle age was merely 165 centimeters. And he feared that it might diminish further with age. Nero had already prepared a few phrases to deceive, stating, I suspect I have awakened a new bloodline limit. It feels less like a bloodline limit and more akin to having entered into a one-sided contract with a mysterious spirit realm. My primary manifestation is the ability to summon peculiar creatures. However, this summoning is random. At times, I conjure living beings, while at other moments, I bring forth the deceased. Occasionally, the next summon occurs swiftly, yet at times, one must wait an extended period. I consumed a fish that appeared quite delectable, which has contributed to my growth. Among those present, apart from SHJU, everyone is relatively knowledgeable within the ninja world, and this is their first encounter with such a bloodline limit, especially one awakened by a Uchiha. Perhaps it resembles the mindless summoning technique used by Jiraiya, which led him into a bizarre space. However, unlike him, Nero cannot traverse that realm but can only extract fragments from it. In any case, they all harbored skepticism. Yet Nero's current display of value is insufficient for them to pursue a hasty gain, and more importantly, they feared the possibility of not obtaining anything at all. It is akin to what programmer friends often say. As long as the code runs smoothly, one should refrain from making changes, even if it resembles a mountain of chaos. Furthermore, Nero possesses a certain degree of background. Only SHJU remarked, wow, this ability is simply extraordinary. Master Nero, should you summon such fish again, please be sure to sell me some, as I feel my growth has been a bit sluggish. Regardless of whether the crowd believed him, Nero proceeded to articulate his thoughts on utilizing monster forging. Upon learning the specifics, Sarutobi Hizashi and Shimura Danzo fell into a contemplative silence, particularly when Nero unveiled his concept for new armor. Danzo's heart was akin to 1,000 cats scratching within him, fervently yearning for it. His greedy expression was barely concealed. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi maintained a greater composure and addressed Nero. Young Nero, you are the future of our village. Please take care of your safety. If such perilous matters arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Shimura Danzo, momentarily suppressing his avarice, added, if you require assistance, feel free to reach out to the root as well. Nailuo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Danzo's audacity. Previously, this old dog had summoned others to capture him. And now he still covets his prized possessions? Just wait. In the future, when I acquire something valuable, I shall surely seek you out. Naraku also expressed gratitude towards the two. Subsequently, for reasons of safety, Naraku chose not to forge at the Uchiha clan, but rather returned to the cat grandmother after a long absence. After a brief exchange with Granny Cat, Naraku led the cats to a safe distance as a precaution. Upon reaching the forge, Naraku's gaze fell upon the necklace adorning the neck of the rope tree, instantly capturing his attention. Was this not the fabled necklace said to bring death to its wearer? In the original tale, the first Hokage, the necklace's original owner, met an untimely demise. Subsequently, Tsunade gifted it to the rope tree, who perished the very next day due to an explosive tag. Thereafter, Tsunade bestowed it upon Kato Dan, whose insides were utterly devastated. Despite her efforts as a medical ninja, she was powerless to save him, leading to her developing a fear of blood. Eventually, with renewed resolve inspired by Naruto Uzumaki, Tsunade chose to pass the necklace to Prince Naruto, who, in a moment of desperation to fully transform into the Ninetales, opted to shatter the necklace, which contained the essence of the first Hokage. Ultimately, he triumphed and became the Hokage. Naruto felt that this necklace was not very auspicious, so he said, "Hand it over to me." Naruto, taking the necklace from the neck of Shinkshu, remarked to others, "This necklace shall be embedded on the surface of the armor during the forging process. You can remove it later if you wish." Upon hearing this, Shinkshu finally relaxed, as this was a significant encouragement for his dream of becoming a Hokage. The Abyss underwent a systematic evaluation. The first-generation necklace, Grade A. This relic originally belonged to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It is a chakra crystal that responds solely to the chakra of the first Hokage, possessing the capability to counteract the powers of the Jinchuriki. Naro intended to utilize this object as a safeguard or catalyst, integrating it into the armor. He contemplated whether, as the armor evolved to a certain extent and its bearer transformed into a dragon-like entity, this primordial power could be wholly absorbed by the members of the Senju clan, who possess the Senju bloodline, or alternatively, be entirely suppressed to prevent the armor's master from devolving into a non-human existence. Subsequently, Naro began to recall the forging techniques of imperial artifacts from his memories and commenced the treatment of Tyrant. Thereafter, Naro melted orichalcum, using the molten substance as ink to inscribe peculiar runes upon the formidable Tyrant. This process proved to be exceedingly arduous, with Tsunade delivering a sharp blow to Tyrant's head after a while. Ultimately, as Tyrant's form became adorned with these strange runes, Naro requested Jiraiya to harness the power of wind released to sever Tyrant's claws. To facilitate Jiraiya's task, Naro presented him with a toy knife bearing his insignia. It took considerable effort for Jiraiya to successfully detach Tyrant's claws. As Naro gradually recited an incantation, Tyrant began to writhe violently, ultimately diminishing in size. Eventually, Tyrant's physique shrank to that of a human, at which point Naro retrieved 9 portions of orichalcum, 100 kilograms of refined iron, 10 portions of crimson sand iron, and 10 portions of crimson ore, along with Tyrant's claws. Nizul proceeded to fuse all the materials above, save for the claw of Tyrant, resulting in the creation of a coarse ingot. Nai Luo must categorize these rough prototypes according to their shapes, sizes, and materials, subsequently forging them into components suitable for various parts of armor as dictated by the design blueprints. These components encompass the helmet, chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, gauntlets, leg guards, and more, each possessing its unique form and function. It is evident that this phase demands an immense investment of time from Nai Luo. However, he must complete the forging before the rune suppression over Tyrant concludes. Chapter 24. Haunted by evil spirits. Fortunately, the rune suppression remains steadfast, and in the ensuing days, Tsunade accompanies Nai Luo in his smithing endeavors. Upon learning that Nai Luo is merely an 8-year-old child, Tsunade feels a sense of embarrassment whenever she draws near him. After all, it is rather peculiar for any 22-year-old to harbor a fondness for an 8-year-old of the opposite sex. Nonetheless, during their time together, Tsunade discovers that Nai Luo not only possesses formidable forging skills, but also exhibits a wisdom that belies his age, reminiscent neither of a mere student nor of a child. From time to time, he articulates profound thoughts, and most notably, Tsunade realizes that Nai Luo is quite self-assured when it comes to card games, recounting numerous traditional games she has never encountered before. Tsunade fully embraces the expression a novice with a penchant for risk, frequently mentioning her desire to challenge Nai Luo in gambling prowess in the future. In truth, Nai Luo finds great enjoyment in the current version of Tsunade. In the original narrative, her indulgence in alcohol and gambling stemmed largely from the relentless grief of losing her brother and boyfriend, compounded by her struggle with hemophobia, leading to her self-destructive behavior. However, the Tsunade of now only displays a mild inclination towards gambling, which she considers a personal hobby. Moreover, she engages in gambling with the understanding that if she loses, she simply returns home, devoid of the burden of insurmountable debts. Days pass. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As time progresses, the helmet, chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, gauntlets, and leg guards are meticulously crafted by Nai Luo. With each completed component, Nai Luo promptly adorns it on the life-sized figure of Tyrant. A week later, as the final leg guard is affixed, Tyrant has wholly shed her monstrous appearance, now resembling a valiant general clad in resplendent armor. Nai Luo subsequently melted the final required piece of orichalcum, and then meticulously inscribed various runes upon the surface of the armor. As the last droplet fell, all the runes gradually fused into the armor, which suddenly seemed to come alive, albeit with a malevolent glint flashing in its crimson pupils. Nai Luo then recited an enigmatic incantation, causing the entire armor to shrink once more, eventually transforming into the shape of a sword. Following this, Nai Luo placed the final original necklace into the reserved indentation, completing the sword S formation. This great sword shimmered with an icy radiance, its edge extraordinarily sharp, as if it could effortlessly tear through the air. The blade was broad and substantial, with bold lines that conveyed its strength and resilience. Beneath the hilt lay a crystal shaped like an eye, while the top of the hilt was adorned with a gem from the original necklace. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A-grade weapon, earning a reward of 1,000 lottery draws. Nailuo meticulously appraised this sword, cursed by demons, special edition. This exquisite weapon embodies the blacksmith's dedication. Crafted from a plethora of precious materials, orichalcum, refined iron, crimson sand iron, crimson or golden dangerous species talent, and the golden first-generation necklace. The forging process employed the arcane techniques of qualified imperial artifacts, culminating in a week-long endeavor. As talent absorbed a substantial amount of natural chakra and incorporated golden materials imbued with the essence of formidable forces, it surpassed the original weapon from the outset, endowing this armor with an abundance of new possibilities. The sword boasts dual-edged blades, measuring 1.3 meters in length, characterized by its sturdy sharpness, allowing for the seamless conduction of chakra. The tail end of the sword is adorned with a chain. Upon summoning, the resilient armor will autonomously manifest, amplifying the wearer's abilities. This imperial artifact, renowned for its wall-like defensive prowess, is complemented by the auxiliary weapon, the red-backed shrike, a double-edged spear. Skills: 1. Evolution, crafted from the dangerous species talent. The armor and weapon retain a terrifying capacity for evolution due to the preservation of their vitality. 2. Invisibility. This hidden ability is triggered by the biological traits of the materials used, allowing for temporary transparency. With sufficient skill, the user can also mask their presence. 3. Choice. Under the protection of the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, one can choose to halt evolution or integrate this power to continue evolving. Nero gazed at the imperial artifact in his hand, the malevolent spirit entwined within it prompting an instinctive desire to laugh maniacally. However, upon noticing Tsunade beside him, he resolved to stifle his laughter for the time being. Nero gazed at the absence of SHU, contemplating whether to let Tsunade take a trial run. Sister Tsunade, why not give this imperial artifact a try? It would be fortuitous for you to also experience its side effects, Nero suggested, the term sister deriving from their recent camaraderie. Tsunade pondered for a moment, finding merit in his words. After all, she had previously witnessed the formidable power of Tyrant. Moreover, Nero had mentioned that if an ordinary person were to don this armor, they would meet an untimely demise. The Senju clan's physique was undoubtedly superior to that of mere mortals, yet she felt compelled to test it. It is worth noting that while ninjas are characterized by high offense and low defense, this is a relative comparison. The physical prowess of ninjas is indeed formidable. For instance, Naruto's Rasengan can carve a large crater into the earth, yet after striking Kakuzu, there was little significant deformation to Kakuzu's exterior. Similarly, Niji's demise resulted in a forest being pierced through, yet his body bore no substantial wounds. Numerous examples abound, attesting to the resilience of a ninja's body. Given that SHU was merely a low-ranking ninja, any misstep could result in injury. Tsunade stepped outside, her right hand grasping the imperial artifact, and with spirited determination, she proclaimed, "Evil spirits entwine." As her words echoed, a colossal figure clad in armor materialized behind her, its binding wrapping around Tsunade's form, resulting in the emergence of an armor upon her body, while she simultaneously acquired the auxiliary weapon, the red-backed shrike. Naraku observed the summoning scene of Tsunade, realizing that she and the armor were not particularly well-suited, had they been. The presence of Tyrant within the armor would have manifested in the summoning. Nonetheless, Tsunade herself was quite pleased with the armor, as it promised to enhance her capabilities in all aspects. She casually unleashed a powerful punch at a nearby tree, which was sent flying a considerable distance. Tsunade noted that this strike not only consumed less chakra but also delivered greater force than her usual punches. Subsequently, she began to experiment with the armor's invisibility feature. In the blink of an eye, Tsunade clad in armor vanished from sight, observing Naraku, who remained completely defenseless. She stealthily approached from behind and playfully poked him in the back. Naraku could only feign being startled, as his third passive weapon, Sovereignty, enabled him to easily perceive the location of weapons. Tsunade observed Naraku's seemingly unfazed demeanor and gradually materialized, directing her words towards him. "Fire at me. Unleash the fire style, great fireball technique." Naraku gazed at Tsunade as she spoke, forming hand seals to execute the great fireball technique. A fiery sphere struck Tsunade with considerable force, yet upon evaluating the recent assault, she realized that it had merely imparted a slight warmth, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Chapter 25, The Filth of Danzo. Tsunade initially grasped the A-rank weapon, the evil spirit entanglement, activating its talent replication. The host acquired Earth Attribute Chakra. Naro suddenly felt a wave of soreness enveloping him. He realized that he had acquired an additional attribute. Although it was not the one he desired the most, it was nonetheless an enhancement. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had been struck by the Great Fireball technique, appeared somewhat inflated, prompting Naro to unleash a powerful fire jutsu. Naro, without any reservations, swiftly formed the hand seals to unleash the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, a technique he had only recently mastered. Although Narao's chakra appeared to be merely 2 cards, which is not an overwhelming amount, it is nonetheless double that of a Konoha Jonin. Naro unleashed a powerful flame towards Tsunade, the heat intensifying with each passing second. It wasn't until the 10th second that Tsunade began to feel a slight warmth in her chest, as the core of Naro's fire was directed precisely at that spot, which was quite prominent on her body. Tsunade felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, her speed was such that she could evade the flames in less than a second. The synergy between the armor and Tsunade's formidable strength was indeed remarkable. After experimenting for a while longer, Tsunade decided to dispel the armor's summoning. She concluded that the energy consumption and physical toll of the armor were entirely manageable for the Senju clan. Subsequently, Naro and Tsunade journeyed to the Senju clan's territory, where SHJ finally beheld the armor he cherished. After Tsunade and Naro provided an explanation, SHJ, filled with fervor, grasped the hilt of his sword and let out a thunderous roar. A spectral image of crossed armored limbs materialized behind him. However, unlike Tsunade's armor, the head of SHJ's armor began to crack, revealing the menacing maw of Tyrant, and the entire armor slowly moved to embrace him. Witnessing this scene, Tsunade couldn't help but ponder. Could this be the summoned image that Naro had described as being particularly compatible with this armor? Faced with the fearsome visage of the armor's gaping mouth, she felt a twinge of concern. Nailuo thoroughly validated his conjecture, discovering that only passionate fools are truly suited for this armor. The eloquent expression for this is a heart of a child. And given that Shangshu possesses the bloodline of the Senju clan, he is undoubtedly capable of rapid growth with this armor. Nailuo was intrigued to see if Shangshu could unleash the armor's final skill, choice, and was curious about what decision Shangshu would make. Fortunately, Nailuo did not have to worry about Shangshu being obliterated by an explosive tag before he could acquire the Senju bloodline, following the customary trials of ability. After Shangshu completed each attempt, a notification chimed. Ding. Shangshu has initially mastered the A-rank weapon, Evil Spirit Entanglement, and has activated the talent replication. The host has acquired Water Attribute Chakra. Blast. It's not Lightning Attribute. Nailuo found this utterly exasperating. He could only console himself with the thought that there would be another opportunity. Given Shangshu's affinity with the armor, he should be able to acquire it eventually. Shangshu, do you possess Lightning Attribute Chakra? Nailuo inquired of Shangshu, who was engaged in experiments nearby. Yes. Why? Shangshu replied candidly. Naraku, the Abyss Naro contemplated the prospect of having 1,000 chances at the lottery, convinced that fortune would soon smile upon him. As he entrusted the malevolent spirit to SHJ, Sarutobi Hayashi and Shimura Danzo finally grasped the full extent of the situation. Sarutobi sat in his office, troubled by the arrangements concerning Uchiha Naro. Despite Naro's reluctance to flaunt his Uchiha heritage, often introducing himself simply as Naro, his growing significance rendered him increasingly difficult to manage. With each contribution Naro made to the village, his network expanded remarkably, foreshadowing an even broader influence in the future. Danzo, discerning the unease in his old friend's demeanor, remarked to Sarutobi, Naro is becoming increasingly formidable. The biological materials employed in his latest weapon forging approach the power of some tailed beasts. I wonder what the ultimate potential of this weapon might be. Sarutobi, irked, retorted, what are you implying? Handing Naro over to your root is no longer feasible. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, even the formidable individuals within the village, including my disciples, and the now dwindling Senju clan, would never allow it. You might as well abandon that notion. Danzo, seizing the rare opportunity to witness Sarutobi's vexation, taunted, then shall we permit Naro to forge alliances with the village's forces, ultimately rallying the Uchiha to claim the position of Hokage? Observing Sarutobi's silence, Danzo sensed an opening and pressed on, casting aspersions. Naro's forging techniques are truly extraordinary. He has managed to infuse terrifying beasts into his armor entirely. If he were to incorporate the Ninetales into a weapon, who in Konoha could possibly stand against him? Nara remains in close proximity to the Senju clan. If he were to utilize the body of the first Hokage to forge weapons, who in Konoha could possibly thwart him? With such formidable power at the disposal of the Uchiha, combined with the alliances of Nara and the village's clans and elite shinobi. The position of Hokage would undoubtedly belong to the Uchiha. Thus, I wish to test Nara's allegiance to Konoha. That is, if Nara were absent, otherwise. One must commend Shimura Danzo. Truly, he is the renowned schemer of the ninja world, having discerned the very intentions of Nara, the cunning strategist. One can only say that he possesses remarkable insight. Just as Danzo basked in his perceived triumph, believing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely acquiesce to Nara, Sarutobi instead delivered a contrary response. However, I must decline, at least during this imminent time of war. This time, Danzo did not exhibit excessive anger, for he recognized that Sarutobi had softened his stance, and he had no desire to eliminate Nara so swiftly. With a huff, Danzo departed. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Nara disregarded others and succumbed to slumber. Uchiha Chiyuki and Uchiha Min sat across from one another, sipping tea. Uchiha Chiyuki remarked, recently, Nara has accomplished quite a few remarkable feats. First, he gifted a blade to Orochimaru, then another to Hitaki Tsukumo. And now he has crafted formidable armor for the Senju clan. However, he has only bestowed ordinary ninja blades upon our clan, which has elicited some discontent among certain members. Uchiha Min, aware of Chiyuki's intentions, retorted without hesitation, the weapons are forged by Nara himself. He may choose to whom he wishes to present them. It is not your place to meddle. Chiyuki, taken aback by Min's blatant disregard, had initially hoped for a collaborative effort to pressure Nara. Thus, he responded rather bluntly, remember? I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. I shall never permit any clan member to betray our family. Uchiha Min, pounding the table, declared, your position as leader does not grant you the authority to dictate the personal assets of others. You will come to regret this. With that, the two parted ways in discord. Chapter 26, The Grand Lottery Awakening from a Deep Slumber. Nara prepared to engage in a vigorous endeavor to exhaust all 1,000 lottery draws. After completing the preliminary tasks, Nara commanded the system to initiate the lottery. Ding. Initiating lottery. Green. 200 portions of Gorilla Scarlet Iron and Gorilla Scarlet Oregon Green. 1,000 Sea King corpses, 20 m in size. In the world of pirates, Sea Kings are formidable creatures, colossal beasts of immense power. Gold. Secret technique. Manifestation of the demon god. Manifestation of the demon god. An imperial tool of ice, capable of freely creating and controlling ice. This liquid, derived from the blood of super dangerous species residing in the far north, drives any ordinary person who tastes even a drop into a frenzy of slaughter. Mastery allows for the comprehension of various secret techniques. Technique 1. Mokbo Demo. Freezing time and space, rendering all but oneself immobile, though it consumes an enormous amount of energy. Technique 2. Ice Storm General. First creating a legion of ice cavalry to accumulate energy over several days, then releasing it all at once. Capable of conjuring a blizzard that blankets an entire empire. Platinum. Super dangerous species. Ice Demon Beast. Ice Demon Beast. Legend speaks of a super dangerous species dwelling in the far north, wielding the power of ice with terrifying might. Blue. 121 portions of Orichalcum Blue. Corpses of dangerous species. Flying Mantis. Earth Dragon. Woodbeast Gold. Forging secret technique of blades. 1 cut. Certain Death. Murasame. The Dead March of the 8 Rooms. 1 cut. Certain Death. Murasame. A demon blade forged from the fangs of the cursed beast, a special dangerous species. A wound inflicted by this blade will become tainted with cursed poison, leading to swift death, with no antidote available. Renowned as a certain kill weapon. It guarantees death upon a single strike. Even a mere scratch is fatal, with no remedy, crafted solely for murder. However, it bears a weakness. Care must be taken when held, as a cut to one's finger results in immediate demise. If one cannot strike the opponent directly, the curse will not activate, and it is ineffective against corpses. Its secret technique allows the wielder to slice themselves. Failure to endure results in instant death. Successfully executing this technique greatly enhances the wielder's speed and agility. The Dead March of the 8 Rooms. A demon blade forged from the venomous spider demon of the super dangerous species, capable of controlling the corpses of those slain by the blade. Up to 8 puppets can be controlled, resembling their living forms and maneuverable at will. Once the ability is lifted, they revert to ordinary corpses. Its weakness lies in the fact that the more corpses controlled during the 8 Rooms activation, the more the host's abilities diminish. Gold. Special dangerous species. Curse Poison Beast. Alive. Curse Poison Beast. A terrifying dangerous species that wields incurable curse poison. Possessing incredible speed. Platinum. Core, the Guardian Machine God Supreme Throne, the source of energy for the Guardian Machine God Supreme Throne. Composed of precious energy stones from super dangerous species in the Empire. Gold, special dangerous species, Spider Demon, special Spider Demon, a super dangerous species that transforms slain enemies into puppets. Gold, forging secret technique of the Dimensional Array Shangri-La, Dimensional Array Shangri-La, a space-moving Imperial tool. Capable of instantly relocating a target to a marked position, though it requires immense energy, preventing continuous use. If energy consumption is minimal, it can be used repeatedly. Gold, Space Stone, a peculiar stone containing spatial energy. Gold, special dangerous species, Void, a special dangerous species that can utilize space stones. Gold, 10,000-year diamond tree, 10,000-year diamond tree, possesses extraordinary hardness. Exceedingly difficult to destroy, and equally challenging to manipulate. Green, 50 Sea King corpses. 20 m in size. Green, 2,000 kilograms of fine iron. Gold, secret technique for crafting the Stone Ghost Mask. The Stone Ghost Mask is a creation by Cass, a member of the ancient humanoid race known as the Pillar Men, invented in pursuit of becoming a perfect being. When an ordinary human or other beings dons the Stone Ghost Mask and allows it to absorb blood, numerous bone spikes will extend from its edges into the wearer's head and brain. This transforms them into a vampire with physical abilities far surpassing humans, granting immortality. But susceptible to sunlight, if the mask is embedded with the ether red stone, its effects can be significantly enhanced, allowing the Pillar Man to evolve into a true immortal being, possessing all biological abilities on Earth and unparalleled intelligence. Gold, blood storage of the Pillar Man, blood storage of the Pillar Man, a necessity for crafting the Stone Ghost Mask. Nero gazed upon the results of the lottery with a sense of satisfaction, as he had indeed drawn a considerable number of valuable items. However, he found himself somewhat speechless at the core of the Platinum Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne, which he had drawn. Once again, Nero recalled the formidable requirements for forging this ultimate mech. The raw materials alone demanded an astounding 200 portions of orichalcum. Additionally, there were numerous other foundational materials and prerequisites. Most daunting of all was the biological component, which necessitated a super dangerous species, the Western Dragon. From Nero's understanding, even among super dangerous species, their combat abilities could vary immensely. He recalled watching the anime Akame Kill, where a super dangerous species known as the Northern Dragon was depicted, its estimated size reaching an astonishing 15 kilometers. At present, it seems that apart from Uchiha Madara, no one can rival this entity. Although this Western Dragon did not appear in the original work, it is likely not exceedingly weak either. Through this, Naraku discerned that there exists a disparity among the Imperial tools. Undoubtedly, the initial Imperial tool, the guardian deity of the nation, the Supreme Throne, is on an entirely different echelon compared to other Imperial tools. Moreover, due to the variance in the dangerous species utilized by the Imperial tools or the differing materials derived from these perilous entities, some Imperial tools can attain an A rating, while others may only reach a limit of A-. For instance, the biological materials employed by the manifestation of the demon god are classified as super dangerous species, evidently surpassing the special dangerous species used by other Imperial tools, at least in terms of appearances. Furthermore, aside from the corpses provided by the dangerous species, both special dangerous species and super dangerous species are living entities. This might suggest that the forging process has certain requirements regarding the freshness of biological materials. However, even though the one-strike kill technique, Murakumo, the Dead Man's March, the dimensional array of Shangri-La, and the demon god manifestation exhibit some discrepancies, they remain formidable Imperial tools in their own right. Notably, the dimensional array of Shangri-La bears a striking resemblance to the Flying Thunder God technique, as both allow for spatial movement once properly marked. The only drawback may be the relatively slower speed of releasing the marks. Nonetheless, its advantage lies in the extensive distance it covers, rendering it a true life-saving artifact. In Chapter 27, with Danzo's preemptive assistance, the subsequent mention of the millennia-old Vajra tree seems rather ghostly, as its forging presents significant challenges. What purpose does Naraku have for such an item? To wield it as a bludgeon? The final item, the Stone Demon Mask, is indeed a remarkable entity, capable of transforming individuals into vampires, who in turn possess terrifying longevity and remarkable regenerative abilities. As for the enhancement of combat prowess, Naraku remains uncertain how much augmentation can be achieved in this extraordinary world of shinobi. However, the vampire's aversion to sunlight presents a critical vulnerability. Should the techniques of the Hokage world be able to simulate solar effects, it could prove perilously dangerous. Moreover, Naraku harbors suspicions that the transformation into a vampire may influence a person's will, although he lacks first-hand experience. In any case, Naraku believes that Orochimaru would greatly appreciate such an artifact. Indeed, it would likely appeal to anyone yearning for extended life and willing to make certain sacrifices. After exiting the lottery interface, Naraku contemplated for a moment before resolving to forge the one-strike kill technique, Murakumo, first, and subsequently leverage its power to vanquish the special dangerous species, Sora. His primary concern lies in the formidable escape capabilities of this particular entity. Having chanced upon an imperial tool he ardently desires, Naraku fears the prospect of it eluding him, leaving him nowhere to lament. Following this, he plans to forge the Dead Man's March and the Stone Demon Mask. Naraku envisions a scenario where, in the face of dire adversity, he could forsake his humanity altogether and transform into a vampire, combined with the dimensional array of Shangri-La, thereby significantly enhancing his survival capacity. Lastly, he intends to forge the demon god manifestation and the guardian deity of the nation, the Supreme Throne. However, at present, Naraku lacks sufficient materials. Thus, the forging of the Supreme Throne must be postponed. If the opportunity arises, he remains eager to create this imperial tool. Naraka felt that once he forged this imperial artifact, only the ancient and formidable Uchiha Madara would be capable of confronting him directly within the entire shinobi world. Should the day come when Madara meets his demise, Uchiha Naraka would ascend to prominence. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that no man could possibly resist the allure of a mech. After reaching various critical decisions, Naraka proceeded to the Hokage's office, recognizing that the exceptionally perilous cursed beast might necessitate a strategy of overwhelming numbers, which could unfortunately result in numerous casualties. Thus, Naraka prepared to collaborate with the village. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Hokage building, Naraka addressed a nearby ninja who was chewing on some grass, stating, "I am Naraka, seeking an audience with the esteemed Hokage." The indifferent Shirini Gunma glanced at the youthful Naraka, who, despite having reached a height of 1.7 meters, still bore an air of immaturity. Gunma did not pay much heed to him. After all, there were always individuals in Konoha who, lacking discernment, sought an audience with the Hokage, and he could not inform the Hokage of every such request. With a hint of nonchalance, Shiranui Gunma replied, "Do you have an appointment?" "No appointment, no entry." Nailuo gazed at the manner in which Shiranui Jank treated the future of the shinobi world. Unable to contain his indignation, "I am the most formidable blacksmith of Konoha, Uchiha Nailuo." Upon hearing Nailuo's self-assured proclamation, Shiranui Jank felt a twinge of insecurity. Suddenly recalling that Nailuo had indeed been mentioned by the Hokage, he promptly adopted a welcoming posture, as if greeting a returning proprietor. To this, Nailuo, hailing from the tomato orphanage, could only retort, "In my day, I delivered takeout while berating security by day, and at night, I was the very security preventing deliveries. Such was my commitment to my craft. And you, a mere gatekeeper of Konoha, dare to obstruct me?" Upon entering the Hokage's office, Nailuo felt a sense of disbelief. Lo and behold, even the first Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was present, seated on the sofa, engaged in a glaring contest with Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Nara, it seems that you and your companion share a deep bond, engaging in flirtation even during the day at the office." Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite taken aback by Nara's unexpected visit, as his life typically revolved around forging, courting, or frolicking with friends. It was unusual for him to seek out Hiruzen. Thus, he forced a smile and inquired, "Nara, is there something you need from me?" Upon entering the Hokage's office, Nara spoke earnestly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Third Hokage, my bloodline limit has exhibited some unusual activity again. This time, it involves two particularly dangerous entities, threatening creatures, to be precise. I may require your assistance. These two hazardous beings are essential for the forging of two weapons I intend to create." Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not decline, understanding that the weapons produced would bolster Konoha's overall combat capabilities. If those weapons were to remain out of the hands of the Uchiha, all the better. He then cautiously asked, "Do you have any plans for those two weapons?" "Please do not misunderstand me. My curiosity simply compels me to inquire." Naraku gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, feigning an air of temptation akin to that of luring an unsuspecting child. He continued with a semblance of seriousness, stating, "I have a premonition that these two weapons possess certain requirements for their master. Therefore, I am uncertain to whom they should be entrusted." I intend to test them within the confines of Konoha and observe who might be capable of wielding them. Upon hearing this, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up with intrigue, each feeling a surge of eagerness. However, as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained his composure and inquired, "Are these perilous artifacts you speak of truly formidable? How do they compare to the one encountered in the last Konoha forest incident?" Naro candidly remarked, "It is not an extreme strength, but rather a particularly unique kind. I sense a perilous entity imbued with a lethal curse and terrifying speed. Another resembles a spider, seemingly capable of manipulating the deceased through its silk. The tangible strength of these two perilous beings should be comparable to the last one, perhaps even somewhat weaker. However, their abilities are rather troublesome." Listening to Naro's elaboration, Sarutobi Hizashi found himself in a quandary. Yet, as Naro continued to elucidate, "From my observations, one of the creatures appears to possess a deathly curse. The other seems capable of controlling corpses in combat. I believe I can harness these two distinct traits to forge two exquisite blades. With a stroke of luck, I might even imbue them with additional abilities or characteristics." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of these two ninja blades was undeniably formidable. However, the curse posed a significant challenge, one that even he might struggle to counter. Should a CH Nin or a clan Jonin attempt it, it could very well lead to fatal consequences. Just as Sarutobi Hizashi grappled with his thoughts, Danzo suddenly emerged, forcibly transforming his fierce countenance into one of feigned amiability, stating, "It seems the third Hokage faces a dilemma. I have agreed to this matter on behalf of Root. However, you must allow us to test the blades first." Listening to Danzo's promise, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a sting of betrayal, yet, in the presence of others, he could not afford to quarrel with Danzo. Thus, he resolved to seek another opportunity later. Moreover, entrusting this matter to Root would diminish their strength. If he managed to acquire the blades for his own faction, it would be a tremendous gain. Naro gazed at Sarutobi Hizashi, who appeared to have no objections, and nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Danzo." Chapter 28. The Hunt for the Cursed Beasts. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, Naro noticed Uchiha men waiting for him, indicating that the matter of the weapons was likely at hand. "Uchiha Chide came to see me, but I turned him down." "Naro, I understand you. You are much like me, not adept at expressing your feelings, yet you always keep your clan members close to your heart," Uchiha Min earnestly declared to Naro. Nara could only express, "I am not. I do not." However, as Nara's power and energy grew stronger, his perception of the Uchiha clan underwent a transformation. He suddenly realized that he had previously constrained himself. In the future, he intended to master the Uchiha clan, facilitating intermarriage with the Senju clan. Subsequently, Nara would select the most worthy individuals to bestow weapons upon. If one's bloodline proved insufficient, then 2 would suffice. If 2 were inadequate, 3 would be the answer. And if 3 fell short, then a mixed heritage would be embraced. Should mixed blood be insufficient, then an abundance would be welcomed. It seemed that eventually, even the Tsutsuki clan would come to the ninja world, all compelled to call him grandfather. Of course, it was also possible that with the system's advancement, he could directly acquire weapons capable of overwhelming the Tsutsuki clan. However, that remained uncertain, and Nara decided to focus on what was definite first. Subsequently, Nara informed Uchiha Min about the previous transactions with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Initially, Uchiha Min did not comprehend. But when Nara expressed that he would not make futile sacrifices for the Uchiha, it was as if Uchiha Min glimpsed a light within Nara. Then, Nara sincerely addressed Uchiha Min, saying, "Great Elder, I am eager to progress." Uchiha Senju nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Very well. I shall support you wholeheartedly." The site selected for capturing the dangerous species was a base belonging to Root. From the outside, it resembled a simple mound of earth, yet within, it was a veritable treasure trove. The entire base was encased in thick walls, leaving almost no vulnerabilities for infiltration. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the opulence of Danzo's base. His visage shadowed with discontent as he entered. Upon arrival, Nara finally beheld the central arrangement. In the heart of the base, several Root ninjas were poised to utilize sealing techniques at a moment's notice, surrounded by a throng of waiting Root ninjas ready for action. Naraka consciously stepped just outside the center, releasing the cursed beast. As Naraka unleashed this beast, the ninjas positioned in the center immediately activated the 4 purple flames formation. At that moment, the onlookers beheld the appearance of the cursed beast, which surprisingly did not appear menacing. Rather, it resembled an oversized rabbit. albeit with unsettling crimson eyes and teeth as dark as night. The ninjas within the four purple flames formation wasted no time in launching attacks with shurikens and fire techniques. However, the cursed beast swiftly evaded their onslaught with remarkable agility. It became evident that the cursed beast was not as docile as it seemed. It retaliated against the ninjas. One root ninja, gleefully tossing shurikens, suddenly noticed a small incision on his hand. Almost instantly, countless curse seals began to spread from the wound, enveloping his entire body in less than a second, after which he slumped into a deep slumber. Observing the cursed beast's actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke into a slight sweat, reflecting on his earlier thoughts of personally dealing with the creature. Now, witnessing the beast's capabilities, he could only describe it as exceedingly bizarre. A mere scratch could lead to instantaneous death. Even he could not guarantee a 100% evasion from the beast's attacks. For while the cursed beast could miss countless times, he could afford to falter only once. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo harbored a different perspective upon witnessing this scene, the terrifying nature of the cursed poison with its lethal touch. If he could acquire such a weapon, wouldn't it grant him the power to eliminate anyone at will? Danzo cast a glance at his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating that if his companion were unwilling to relinquish his hold on power and surrender the Hokage position to him, then his existence would be rendered unnecessary. Danzo's sinister thoughts sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine, which he attributed to the coldness of the root base. As for their friendship, one could only lament its tragic decline. As Naraku observed the dwindling number of root ninjas within the barrier, only one remained, skillfully employing substitution and shadow clone techniques in search of an opportunity to counterattack. He was somewhat apprehensive about how to deal with the cursed poison beast inside. Suddenly, Danzo formed a series of hand seals, and in an instant, all the ninjas within the four purple flames formation erupted in a violent explosion, including the one still engaging in combat. It was at this moment that Naraku realized each root ninja was covered in a multitude of explosive tags. Naraku's assessment of this situation can only be, as expected of Danzo, truly despicable. In this regard, Naraku acknowledges the need for further learning. The powerful explosion completely shattered the four purple flames formation, sending the four ninjas who had just invoked it hurtling through the air. Immediately following this, the root ninjas waiting outside decapitated the mangled, cursed beast. Naraku gazed at the synergy at the root, and could only express that there was indeed something noteworthy. Beside him, Sarutobi Hizashi was less than pleased, perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment, as such a method of combat did not quite align with the will of fire. Naraku gazed upon the beheaded cursed beast, dispatching a clone to secure the creature within a pre-prepared vessel. Just as Naraku prepared to unleash the second perilous entity, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forth, saying, "Little Naraku, allow me to handle this second special danger. If it merely involves the control of the deceased, the fewer individuals confronting it, the better." Sarutobi's intervention elevated Naraku's perception of him, as, during this period, Hiruzen indeed embodied the title of a formidable shinobi. In stark contrast, Shimura Danzo appeared somewhat akin to a rat scuttling through a sewer, unworthy of attention. It is little wonder that Sarutobi never harbored concerns regarding Danzo's ascent to Hokage. Naraku harbored doubts about the likelihood of Danzo becoming the official Hokage, perhaps even more than his own aspirations. Danzo gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen as he slowly approached the center of the base, filled with disdain. Years ago, when the second Hokage chose to hold the line, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who first volunteered, ultimately securing the position of Hokage. Now, this root base was sparsely populated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was still striving to win the hearts of the people. He instructed the surrounding root ninjas to step back, then employed the summoning technique. As a cloud of smoke billowed forth, a robust monkey appeared before everyone, the Monkey King, Enma. Enma scanned the surroundings and, finding no enemies, inquired of Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Old friend, what brings you here?" To which Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, "Enemies will soon emerge, transform." Chapter 29, Sarutobi Hiruzen vs. Spider Demon Nara stared in astonishment at the Monkey King, the Monkey Demon, as he transformed into a formidable golden staff, marveling at the spectacle. Judging by his own standards, the Monkey King, in this guise, could undoubtedly provide far greater assistance to Sarutobi Sasuke than an ordinary weapon of A-class caliber. Naraku slowly advanced to the center, releasing the spider demon. The creature's appearance was precisely as anticipated, a colossal spider of pure proportions. The only surprise lay in its immense size, towering at a staggering 10 meters. Its massive body was cloaked in a hard black exoskeleton that shimmered with a chilling luminescence. 8 robust legs supported its formidable frame, each step reverberating through the ground. While its sharp fangs and menacing claws instilled a sense of dread, Tsuruhi Nikizane wasted no time, enlarging his adamantine staff and delivering a powerful blow to the spider demon. The strike was formidable, yet it merely left the demon slightly dazed, failing to achieve an instant defeat. The battle unfolded as Tsuruhi Nikizane and the spider demon engaged in a vigorous exchange of physical prowess, with Nikizane effortlessly employing various ninjutsu techniques, distracting, resisting, and assisting in attacks with remarkable finesse. His mastery over fundamental ninjutsu was extensive, explaining his ability to train the infamous trio of illicit skills. Through this encounter, Naraku discerned Tsuruhi Nikizane's combat style, which relied on the overwhelming might of his adamantine staff for direct confrontation. His vast repertoire of ninjutsu allowed for seamless exploitation of elemental weaknesses against foes. This combat approach, characterized by sheer strength, was indeed formidable. And it was this very prowess that briefly elevated Tsuruhi Nikizane to the pinnacle of combat power within Konoha. Alas, he remained an ordinary mortal, devoid of any extraordinary lineage. And in this realm of enhanced shinobi, limitations were inevitable. Before long, the spider demon became disoriented from the relentless strikes. However, this disarray was primarily due to the absence of its puppets, which, if present, would have complicated Tsuruhi Nikizane's efforts to swiftly subdue the creature. Observing the demon seemingly incapacitated on the ground, Tsuruhi Nikizane once again formed hand seals to utilize the shadow clone technique, summoning 4 clones. In unison, both Tsuruhi Nikizane and his 4 clones unleashed their respective ninjutsu. A roaring inferno erupted from the mouth of Nikizane's original form. One clone conjured a brilliant bolt of lightning, crashing down with a thunderous roar upon the spider demon. Another manipulated torrents of water, engulfing the demon in a surging flood. A third raised formidable earthen walls, erecting an insurmountable barrier, while the final clone summoned a ferocious whirlwind, howling towards the demon. These diverse elemental techniques cascaded upon the spider demon like a tempest, intertwining in a dazzling display of brilliance that painted a breathtaking tableau. Yet, this was not the culmination. A cataclysmic explosion soon ensued, shaking the very earth beneath them. The sheer force obliterated the demon's head, shattering it into fragments akin to broken porcelain. Its grotesque visage was instantly torn asunder, revealing the dark, hollow interior. As Naraku reveled in this spectacular display of ninjutsu, he bestowed high praise upon Tsuruhi Nikizane. "I declare you the most formidable wielder of the 5 elements among ordinary ninjas." Following this, Naraku commenced the process of extracting the essence from the spider demon. Naraku continuously etched various sigils onto the body of the spider demon. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself quite tempted by Naraku's exceptional forging techniques, he ultimately chose to exercise restraint. He could not fathom why Naraku was so lax in protecting his secret arts. Thus, he decided to withdraw along with Shimura Danzo and his subordinates, granting Naraku the space he required. Of course, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, being cunning old foxes, were not as straightforward as they appeared. They merely allowed those in plain sight to retreat, while covertly, a select few remained to fervently document the intricate patterns Naraku was inscribing. Naraku was entirely indifferent to this. These sigils were not easily mastered, especially those pertaining to imperial artifacts, which possessed an even higher degree of complexity. Were it not for the memories implanted by the system, even at his current rank as an A-level forger, Naraku would not swiftly grasp these techniques. Furthermore, a typical forger would require an extensive amount of time to elevate their forging rank to A-level. Some even doubt that, even if the educational qualifications are met, many individuals may never attain the status of an A-level blacksmith in their lifetime. In the world of Akame Ga Kill, the forging of imperial weapons is certainly not a solitary endeavor, but rather a collaborative effort within a dedicated department. Each individual is responsible for a specific aspect, and it is through this teamwork that a complete imperial weapon can be crafted. A few hours later, Naraku had inscribed a multitude of intricate runes upon the body of the spider demon. He severed the hardest tips of its legs with ease, as the deceased spider demon had significantly diminished in hardness, allowing Naraku to execute the task effortlessly. Subsequently, Naraku summoned several shadow clones to roast the remnants of the spider demon's carcass. Ultimately, under the influence of the runes and the flames, the entirety of the spider demon was transformed into 200 milliliters of a dark liquid. After filling the container with liquid, Naraku swiftly departed from the root base. Nailuo urgently needed to forge the weapon, concerned that the biological material's efficacy would diminish over time. Upon entering the forge, Nai-Luo retrieved the essence of the spider demon, 10 portions of orichalcum, 10 kilograms of refined iron, and a unit each of green gorilla scarlet sand iron and gorilla scarlet ore. Following the customary practice, he employed the shadow clone technique to create several duplicates. Clone number 1 commenced the smelting of the orichalcum, while clone number 2 attended to the refined iron, green gorilla scarlet sand iron, and gorilla scarlet ore. Naro first crafted a rough ingot from the orichalcum. Subsequently, Naro executed a series of intricate forging techniques, meticulously hammering the amalgam and inscribing specific patterns upon it. Following this, the essence of the spider demon was infused into the core of the sword, with special designs delicately etched onto the material's surface. Finally, Naro retrieved the processed No. 2 fine iron, along with the verdant scarlet gorilla sand iron and scarlet gorilla ore, to fill the framework of the sword. In no time, the sword's body was formed. In the depths of the forge, Naraku diligently shaped the sword embryo, gradually molding it into form. Ultimately, the weapon transformed into a sleek black longsword. Chapter 30. The Army of the Dead, completion of the forge in Orochimaru. Ding. Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A-grade weapon. The Army of the Dead, 8 rooms. The Abyssal Convention reveals the attributes of this blade. The March of the Deceased, classified as an A-grade weapon. This knife is crafted from exceptionally fresh biological materials, incorporating a plethora of precious substances, orichalcum, crimson sand iron, crimson ore, and refined iron. The forging process utilized the standard secret techniques of blade craftsmanship, culminating in a single day of meticulous labor. Ultimately, it achieved a level that slightly surpasses the original weapon. This knife features a single-edged blade, measuring 3 meters in length, renowned for its robust sharpness and remarkable capacity to conduct chakra. Abilities. 1. It possesses the ability to manipulate individuals slain by this blade through a curse, enabling control over a maximum of 8 corpse puppets. These puppets retain the appearance of their former selves and can be maneuvered with ease. Once the ability is lifted, they revert to ordinary corpses. 2. It enhances the potency of single attribute chakra. Debuff. The greater the number of corpses manipulated during the activation of the 8 rooms ability, the more it diminishes the host's inherent capabilities. Nai-Luo gazed at the deceased weapon, the 8 rooms of the dead, with a sense of helplessness. He had initially intended to augment the blade with additional biological materials, yet was thwarted, possibly due to the corrosive influence of a special dangerous species, preventing the incorporation of the abilities from ordinary dangerous species. However, opportunities for enhancement were not entirely absent, should he acquire rare ores or biological materials. The blade could indeed be further refined. At that moment, on the battlefield of the Rain Country, the ninjas of Konoha were locked in a standoff against those of Awagakure. Leading Konoha was Orochimaru, who had yet to earn the title of the legendary 3 ninjas, while Awagakure was commanded by the formidable Tetsudo, known as the Iron Earth. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Tetsudo, and noted the stark contrast in physique between him and Inoki. While Inoki was short and robust, Tetsudo stood tall and muscular, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Tetsudo's visage was fierce, his brow conveying authority. In comparison to the typical amiable demeanor of Awagakure ninjas, his features were sharp and resolute. Orochimaru mused privately that Tetsudo would not be an easy adversary. His appearance and demeanor suggested that he possessed considerable strength. Thus, Orochimaru resolved to approach the situation with utmost caution, refusing to underestimate him. He recalled the scanned intelligence on Tetsudo, noting only that this individual had mastered the earth release, hardening technique to an advanced level. This technique allowed the practitioner to harden their body to a solidity surpassing that of rock, thereby mitigating physical damage. With a sneer, Tetsudo derisively called out to Orochimaru, questioning whether Konoha had depleted its ranks to the extent of sending an unknown minor player into battle. His words dripped with provocation and mockery. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile as he retorted, "On the contrary, I intend to use your head to elevate my reputation." His eyes gleamed with confidence and cold determination. Tetsudo's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Let us see if you possess the strength to back that claim." Without hesitation, he lunged at Orochimaru like a ferocious tiger. The Awagakure ninjas, inspired by their leader's valor, charged forward in unison, roaring with enthusiasm. "Forward!" commanded Orochimaru, his tone icy and resolute. The Konoha ninjas surged ahead, unflinching, their weapons gripped tightly, their eyes aflame with the fervor of battle. The atmosphere on the battlefield crackled with tension and intensity, the momentum of both sides escalating. Without hesitation, Orochimaru bit his finger, allowing blood to drip onto the ground as he swiftly performed the summoning technique. In an instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, revealing the colossal head of a serpent. The great serpent opened its gaping maw, emitting a deafening hiss. It was Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda, Iwagakure. Prepare to meet your demise in the belly of the serpent. The Konoha ninjas felt a surge of confidence at the sight of Manda, knowing that such a formidable summoning beast could significantly sway the tide of war, with its every move capable of inflicting immense damage upon the enemy. Manda, indifferent to the opinions of the ninjas, coldly declared, Orochimaru, I demand 100 sacrifices. The Iwagakure ninjas shall be my feast. Upon receiving Orochimaru's affirmation, Manda began its advance toward the Iwagakure front lines, wreaking havoc along its path. Seeing this, Tetsudo's fury ignited. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Spike technique, creating sharp stones to impale Manda as it traversed the battlefield. Manda screeched in pain, thrashing violently in response. Orochimaru, fully aware of Manda's temperament, knew that if it were to suffer significant injury without gaining any advantage, it would surely retreat to the summoning realm without hesitation, perhaps even taunting him with reminders of its sacrifices. With determination, Orochimaru drew the treasured sword, KT Ichimonji, gifted by Nailuo, prepared to strike at Tetsudo. Sensing the impending danger, Tetsudo feigned ignorance and silently prepared his own Earth Release, Earth Spear technique, which could render the body as hard as diamond. It harnessed chakra coursing through the body to harden the skin, maximizing defensive capabilities while simultaneously enhancing the destructive power of physical attacks. While defending, he could convert his defense into offense, inflicting damage upon his opponent. Orochimaru recognized that Tetsudo was likely employing a similar hardening technique, yet he did not waver. He placed his faith in his sword, fervently channeling Yang chakra into KT Ichimonji before delivering a powerful strike. Tetsudo, once brimming with confidence, now felt a chill as he beheld the ominous gleam of the sword in Orochimaru's hand. Instinctively, he knew he could not withstand this blow. Thus, he fortified his body's hardness further while hastily retreating. It must be noted that ninjas differ greatly from pirates. A pirate, armed with iron, would never easily yield. Ultimately, Tetsudo managed to block Orochimaru's sword with his arm, yet the immense kinetic energy transferred to him was unrelenting, forcing him to endure the impact. Despite his diamond-hard skin resisting much of the attack, he could only struggle against the overwhelming force. In mere moments, a deep wound was carved into his flesh, blood gushing forth. Chapter 31. The Retreat of the Iwagakure Ninjas. As the energy continued to surge, Tetsudo was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. His expression shifted dramatically, filled with shock and confusion. He had initially believed that his technique could easily shatter Orochimaru's sword and even inflict counterdamage upon him. However, reality delivered a harsh blow, revealing the fallacy of his assumptions. To Tetsudo's astonishment, the sword wielded by Orochimaru was so remarkably sharp that it pierced through his well-honed body and the pinnacle of his Earth Spear defenses. Conventionally, it was understood that while the Earth Spear technique had its drawbacks in mobility, no techniques existed that could breach its defenses, except for lightning-based ninjutsu. Yet today, he found himself bested by a single strike from Orochimaru. This outcome was utterly unforeseen, but he resolved to press on. A mere laceration? Watch me swiftly staunch the wound upon my arm. Tetsudo immediately summoned his chakra to seal the 20-centimeter gash on his arm. To his astonishment, the minor wounds he usually managed to close effortlessly with chakra now gushed blood as if a dam had burst. As Tetsudo struggled to heal his injury, Orochimaru relentlessly unleashed the perfected Leaf Village swordsmanship, wielding his sword, T. Ikemonji. With no other recourse, Tetsudo resorted to performing Earth Release, Earth Ball technique, encasing himself temporarily within a sphere of earth. Orochimaru, instead of attempting to breach this earthen barrier, commanded his summoned snakes to wreak havoc on the rock ninja's stronghold, while he himself leisurely hunted down any nearby targets. Inside the protective sphere, Tetsudo realized he could neither use chakra nor perform simple first aid to staunch the bleeding. His only option was to utilize the Earth Spear technique to thoroughly seal the wound, hardening the skin around it. Yet, despite his efforts, blood continued to seep out slowly. He understood that he must confront Orochimaru. Otherwise, the damage inflicted by Orochimaru and his summoned beasts on the rock ninja would be catastrophic. Resolutely, Tetsudo emerged from the Earth Ball, witnessing Orochimaru tormenting a rock ninja Nin, and immediately rushed to assist. Tetsudo expelled a small stone from his mouth, which swelled in midair like a solid cannonball, hurtling toward Orochimaru. This was the signature technique of the Rock Village, Earth Release, Iron Rock Cannon technique. Naturally, Orochimaru evaded the attack with ease. In ninja combat, employing jutsu requires precise timing, unlike the indiscriminate casting one might expect from a sorcerer. Without the opportune moment, casting jutsu recklessly amounts to a waste of chakra. However, this is typical of most ordinary ninja. While battles between titans like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama often involve jutsu exchanges. Why did you emerge from your little sphere? Orochimaru taunted. Tetsudo, having tempered his previous fiery temperament, suppressed his inner fury and resolved to engage Orochimaru with caution, prioritizing ninjutsu over physical prowess. This approach would significantly diminish his combat effectiveness. But Tetsudo lacked a weapon capable of matching Orochimaru's formidable sword. The incessant bleeding was utterly distressing. Facing Tetsudo's decision to rely on ninjutsu, Orochimaru felt no fear. Rather, he perceived it as an advantage. Orochimaru was primarily a ninjutsu-oriented ninja, yet Tetsudo's impenetrable defenses rendered Orochimaru's snake techniques largely ineffective. However, despite their infrequent physical exchanges, encounters were inevitable. Tetsudo knew that Orochimaru's ordinary sword strikes were unlikely to inflict significant damage, but he must avoid the strikes imbued with dark energy. As Orochimaru formed hand seals, he unleashed Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire technique, sending a fire dragon toward Tetsudo. With no other option, Tetsudo executed Earth Release, Earthland Return, slamming his hands to the ground to create a large stone slab to deflect the physical assault. Unfortunately, this technique could not fully withstand the dragon's onslaught, and he was sent flying. At this moment, he was nearing exhaustion. The severe wound on his arm continued to bleed, and the forced physical confrontation with Orochimaru had added further minor injuries. He was currently using hardening techniques to seal these wounds, which consumed chakra. If not for his high proficiency, he would struggle to simultaneously employ hardening techniques while battling and using other jutsu. As he relinquished his advantages to engage Orochimaru in ninjutsu, he found himself in a precarious position. With each drop of blood lost, his stamina and chakra dwindled rapidly. Observing the battlefield's dire state, Tetsudo's heart sank. Their side had plunged into a disadvantageous situation, with the dreadful summoned snakes voraciously devouring the rock ninjas. Meanwhile, he was unable to defeat Orochimaru. He understood that if this continued, they would soon be vanquished, and the rock ninjas would face utter annihilation. Resolute, he clenched his teeth and called out to his comrades. Retreat! Retreat! His voice carried a hint of resignation and frustration, yet he recognized that preserving their strength was the only chance for a resurgence. Upon hearing the command, the rock ninjas began to withdraw. Though reluctant, they understood the unfavorable circumstances and could only temporarily abandon the fight in search of new opportunities. As the rock ninjas retreated, chaos reigned on the battlefield. Orochimaru would not allow them to escape easily. He commanded the Leaf Ninjas, pursue the rock ninjas with all your might. He fixated on Tetsudo, the leader of the rock ninja forces, knowing that eliminating him would render the conflict a resounding success. Seeing that the retreat would not be so straightforward, the rock ninjas frantically employed earth release techniques, particularly the iron rock cannon, leading to a delay in the Leaf Ninjas' pursuit as they resorted to defensive jutsu. Some Leaf Ninjas were even swept away by the onslaught, unable to evade in time. Orochimaru was aware of this situation, but such is the nature of war. Chapter 32. The Fall of Stone. As the rock ninjas exhausted their barrage of earth release, iron rock cannon techniques, a cold smirk appeared on Orochimaru's lips as he swiftly formed hand seals, shadow of the many snakes. In an instant, multiple large snakes erupted from Orochimaru's arm, ensnaring Tetsudo while seeking vulnerable spots to strike. Damn it! Tetsudo cursed inwardly, but he had no choice. He mustered his strength to harden his body with the earth spear technique and forcefully broke free from the coils of the serpents. Yet, upon opening his eyes, Tetsudo did not flee. Instead, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Orochimaru. At that moment, an intense resolve to confront death surged within him. He knew he was unlikely to escape, so he chose to engage Orochimaru in a desperate fight to the death, determined to slow his pursuit of the rock ninjas, ensuring that his sacrifice would not be in vain. Orochimaru recognized the perilous glint in Tetsudo's eyes and understood that he was at his most dangerous. Thus, Orochimaru shifted his strategy from offense to defense. Tetsudo assessed his uncontrollable wounds once more and, with fiery determination, confronted Orochimaru, declaring, "Orochimaru, I never imagined you Leaf Ninja would resort to the Mist Ninja's tactics. It is that sword that allows you to triumph over me." Orochimaru, upon hearing this, seemed to recall something, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he responded, "Indeed. This sword has greatly aided me, but it is merely a tool. What truly led to your downfall is your arrogance. Since you are so eager to know, remember the name of this blade, T. Ikamanji." Tetsudo, listening to Orochimaru's words, was filled with indignation and fury. He widened his eyes, fiercely fixating on the knife in Orochimaru's hand, as if he wished to etch it into his very soul. Yet, he was painfully aware that the situation had become irretrievable. Thus, Tetsudo completely abandoned his defense. He recognized that he had no chances left and could only make one last desperate attempt. He concentrated all his strength into his fist and feet, preparing to unleash a final attack. Although he understood that this might be in vain, he was determined to try, at the very least, to thwart Orochimaru's ambitions. His body became extraordinarily rigid. Each punch carried immense force, and every kick sent tremors through the ground. However, Orochimaru was unfazed by Tetsudo's onslaught. He expertly utilized substitution techniques, shadow clones, and agile movements to evade Tetsudo's strikes time and again. As time progressed, Tetsudo's movements began to slow, and his stamina waned. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru infused more yang chakra into the sword, readying himself to deliver a fatal blow. When Orochimaru raised the sword once more, Tetsudo immediately sensed the ominous black aura emanating from it. Realizing it was a harbinger of danger, he hastily attempted to distance himself from Orochimaru, unaware that this was precisely the trap Orochimaru had meticulously set. Just as Tetsudo sought to escape, he suddenly found himself ensnared in a mire. It turned out that Orochimaru had long prepared this trap, waiting for Tetsudo to walk into it willingly. Serpent's nest. Orochimaru lay on the ground, unleashing a torrent of serpents from his mouth. The serpents swiftly slithered toward Tetsudo. It was evident that with the serpents encircling him, Tetsudo was doomed. Earth release, earth flow wall. Suddenly, 3 earthen walls rose around Tetsudo, effectively blocking the serpents that sought to attack him. "Ashishi, what are you doing here? Leave now. Did you not hear my command?" Tetsudo glared at Ashishi, who had come to his aid, feeling not gratitude but rather anger. Ashishi, however, said nothing further. "Brother Tetsudo, you have saved me many times. Let me save you this once. Remember, this is for the village. Bring the information back." With that, Ashishi leaped out from behind the earthen wall. Orochimaru regarded the unfamiliar ninja with indifference, silently assessing, this must be Tetsudo's bodyguard. He had no intention of engaging with Ashishi, only wishing to bypass him to eliminate Tetsudo. In a swift motion, Orochimaru darted to the side. "Your enemy is me, Orochimaru." Ashishi's eyes gleamed with determination. He ceased conserving his chakra, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, rock pillar prison. With Ashishi's shout, sturdy earth pillars erupted around Orochimaru, creating a solid cage to confine him within. However, this so-called prison would not restrain Orochimaru for long. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, revealing his disdain. With a simple flick of his wrist, a sharp wind blade effortlessly severed the earthen pillars. Yet, Ashishi did not falter. He took a deep breath and formed seals once more. Earth release, earthstone flow. After completing the seals, Ashishi struck the ground with a mighty punch. Instantly, the earth trembled violently, shattering into countless tiny fragments, surging toward Orochimaru like a raging tide. Faced with this overwhelming assault of sand and stone, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Earth release techniques could indeed be troublesome, adept at controlling opponents and stalling their offensive. Water release, water burst wave. Orochimaru called out, unleashing a powerful stream of water that surged forth like a ferocious flood, scattering Ashishi's sandy assault in all directions. Orochimaru concentrated chakra in his throat, spewing forth enough water to form a lake, crashing against Ashishi's earthen flow. Ashishi had not considered whether Orochimaru could counter the previous onslaught, pouring his final reserves of chakra into the attack. Earth release, Earth Stone Dragon. Ashishi conjured a majestic dragon of earth and stone, charging toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru had no time to evade. He was directly struck by the earthen dragon, which slammed him into the ground with tremendous force. Yet, at that moment, Ashishi did not pursue to deliver a finishing blow, but instead gasped for breath. As the strongest survivor among the Hokage, Orochimaru would not be vanquished by a mere earth dragon. He activated the serpent flow substitution technique, gradually emerging from his mouth. Breathing heavily, Ashishi witnessed Orochimaru reappear before him, forcing himself to charge at Orochimaru in a desperate assault. Observing his foe's tenacity, Orochimaru drew the sword, no Ikamanji, and swiftly beheaded Ashishi. By the time Orochimaru leaped atop the earthen wall, Tetsudo had already utilized earth release, underground navigation, transforming the solid earth into fluid, allowing him to swiftly escape underground. Even Orochimaru could not ascertain Tetsudo's whereabouts. Chapter 33, The Winds of Konoha. This time, the serpent had relished the thrill, swimming up to Orochimaru and exclaiming, "Orochimaru, next time, call me for such enjoyable affairs." With that, it dissipated into smoke. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, unable to pursue their enemies, retreated to their positions, casting adoring and excited glances at Orochimaru. All the Konoha ninjas gathered around Orochimaru, chanting in unison, "Long live Lord Orochimaru." This roar resonated like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. Soon after, the cheers transformed into a synchronized chant, "Long live Konoha. Long live the third Hokage." Each cry brimmed with love and pride for their village. Orochimaru merely lifted the corner of his mouth slightly. Not long after the victory, Sarutobi Hiruzen received news of the front line's triumph. Although the exact casualties and enemy kills had yet to be determined, the preliminary estimates indicated a loss ratio of 3-1. Particularly noteworthy was the manner in which no Ikamanji had directly shattered Tetsudo's hardened techniques, inflicting injuries that could not be healed in the short term. While Tetsudo's pride in his defense played a role, it was undeniable that no Ikamanji significantly contributed to Orochimaru's victory this time. As far as he knew, no Ikamanji was not even the pinnacle of the weapons forged by Naraku. Naraku was in the process of crafting the lethal Murakumo and the Dead Man's March, which might possess even more terrifying capabilities. His anticipation for the imperial weapons that Naraku spoke of grew ever stronger. The increasing significance of Naraku made Sarutobi Hiruzen reminisce about the warnings given to him by Danzo. With a sigh, he lamented, "Uchiha Naraku. If only you were not an Uchiha." If Naraku were to know, he could only express, "What are you thinking? Wanting it all? Do you think you are T0? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hizashi could not abandon Naraku and could only massage his temples in mild frustration. On the other side, after a brief report from Awagakure's Akatsuchi, he succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. The medical ninjas of Awagakure, skeptical of fate, attempted to utilize medical ninjutsu to heal Akatsuchi's external wounds, only to find that their techniques were utterly ineffective. They had no choice but to resort to physical methods to stitch his wounds and apply waterproof materials for emergency hemostasis, all the while needing to administer blood transfusions. It was indeed their first encounter with such a bizarre injury. After receiving reports from his subordinates, Noki grasped the general circumstances of the battle. Less than 20% of Awagakure's forces returned, and even counting those still missing, it was unlikely they would surpass 30%. For a localized conflict, a 70% casualty rate was exceedingly brutal. Although Awagakure was not short on the 200 ninjas lost, the death of Akatsuchi still pained him. Despite the abundance of ninjas in Awagakure, the proportion capable of evolving into elite genin was relatively low. Akatsuchi, in Naka's view, had the potential to grow into an elite genin. The mention of the cursed sword, TT, in Orochimaru's possession left Noki perplexed, as Konoha was only known to possess the Raijin sword. It was inconceivable that Konoha had been hiding a formidable weapon. Noki could only hope that this was a stroke of luck for Konoha. If Konoha were to acquire a master blacksmith capable of forging weapons rivaling the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and then form their own Konoha 7, it would pose a significant threat to other ninja villages. Someone, investigate whether Konoha has a new blacksmith or the origins of TT. After delegating tasks to his subordinates, Noki gazed contemplatively out the window. Meanwhile, at the sand village, Chiyo, who was now merely 40, still bore traces of her youthful beauty, exuding an enduring charm. The land of rain was engulfed in a chaotic battle among the elements of wind, fire, and earth. Even though the sand village had not participated in prior skirmishes, they remained keenly aware of the fierce confrontations between Konoha and Awagakure. This time, Noki had indeed faced a minor setback. But what of Konoha's situation? Hadn't they previously held a slight advantage? How had they suddenly grown so formidable? Chiyo pondered, prompting her subordinates to investigate the battle's details. The entire ninja world was now poised on the brink of a great conflict, with both major and minor nations closely monitoring the developments. Shifting focus back to Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi, unable to fathom the outcome, resolved to inform the ordinary populace and civilian ninjas of their victory. He believed that news of their triumph would uplift the spirits of the people and the ninjas, especially as the signs of a larger war loomed ominously. The ordinary ninjas of Konoha learned of their resounding victory, while those more in the know understood that Naraku's forged TT had played a significant role in this localized battle. Naraku, your TT is beginning to gain some fame in combat. I cannot let my water dragon sword fall behind. Kakashi Moku mused as he polished his treasured blade. The influential clans aligned with the Hokage were privy to even more information, such as Naraku's forging of 2 even more powerful ninja swords, with plans to select suitable wielders for them in Konoha, at the Sarutobi clan's estate. The elder was addressing the elite members below. Uchiha Naraku is about to forge 2 mightier ninja swords. Our Sarutobi clan has a relatively promising opportunity to test compatibility with these blades, so be sure to seize this chance. Oblivious to the attention his unfinished swords were garnering, Naraku continued his work in the forging chamber, and as his renown grew, so too did his prestige as a blacksmith. Uchiha Chikage, though not directly allied with the Hokage, was informed of the front lines due to the Uchiha clan's unique position. Witnessing Orochimaru's triumph using the TT forged by Naraku stirred unease within him. More crucially, he was anxious about the arrangements for Naraku's newly forged swords. He could hardly bear the thought of these new weapons falling into the hands of outsiders. Though not of the hawkish faction, he still valued his family's interests highly. He resolved to seek out Uchiha men to discuss whether Naraku could prioritize allowing Uchiha clan members to test the compatibility of the ninja swords. Chapter 34. The completion of Murakumo. At this moment, Naraku was in the forging chamber, deeply focused on crafting the lethal blade, Murakumo, entirely unaware of the events transpiring outside. Filled with anticipation for this forthcoming weapon, Naraku cherished the thought of its powerful attributes as it belonged to the heroine of the original tale. This time, Naraku exercised utmost caution, opting to utilize shadow clones to handle the biological materials. According to his memories, the original crafters of Murakumo numbered 10, yet only 1 survived. The sole survivor did not owe his existence to greater strength, but merely to the fortuitous timing of completing the forging of Murakumo. Thankfully, Naraku had mastered the shadow clone technique. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to forge this blade. He swiftly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke revealed 5 clones, which he promptly dispatched to manage the precious biological materials within the chamber. With great caution, Clone 1 of Naraku carefully extracted the fangs of the cursed poison beast, employing tools to detach them meticulously. However, as Clone 1 maintained a steady rhythm in extracting the fangs, an unforeseen incident occurred. The Fang pierced through Naraku's glove and into his palm. Clone 1 screamed in agony before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Subsequently, Clone 2 took on the task, opting for reinforced gloves this time, and once again attempted to extract the fangs of the cursed poison beast. To Naraku's delight, Clone 2 succeeded, gently placing the fangs aside. Together with Clone 3, they began to inscribe a mark onto the cursed poison beast using molten orichalcum. Yet, before they could complete the engraving, both Clone 2 and Clone 3 perished. Clones 4 and 5 were left to continue the work, and fortuitously, Clone 5 managed to complete the final stroke before meeting his demise. Meanwhile, the original Naraku stood outside, chanting incantations to transform the essence of the cursed poison beast into a dark biological essence. Within a mere hour, Naraku experienced death by poison 5 times. However, the results were evident. His forging speed had significantly increased. Naraku then summoned 10 clones to handle the next task, this time utilizing materials akin in quantity to those used in the previous forging of the 8 houses, the essence of the cursed poison beast, its fangs, 10 portions of orichalcum, 10 kilograms of refined iron, and a portion of green Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron and Gorilla Crimson Oregon. Clone 1 was tasked with smelting the orichalcum, while Clone 2 processed the refined iron, green Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron, and Gorilla Crimson Oregon. Clone 3 attempted to forge a skeletal frame for a blade by melding orichalcum with the fangs of the cursed poison beast. Following this, Naraku executed a series of secret forging techniques to strike the composite material and inscribe specific patterns upon it. He then retrieved the processed refined iron, green Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron, and Gorilla Crimson ore from Clone 2 to fill the blade's skeleton. Soon, the blade blank took shape. Next, the biological essence of the cursed poison beast was infused into the blade's body, with meticulous patterns engraved upon the primary material. Clones 4 and 5 succumbed, but at last, Clone 9 successfully integrated the biological essence into the blade. Just as Clone 9 gave himself a thumbs up, he too met his end. Finally, Clone 10 hammered the blade blank, and through his diligent efforts, the blade gradually took form. Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A-level weapon. The one strike must kill Murakumo. This was the highest grade weapon Naraku had crafted thus far, surpassing even the infinitely evolving curse of the demon. Nevertheless, Naraku held particular anticipation for the curse of the demon, sensing that its limits might transcend A-level, reaching S-level. In the realm of the abyssal rites, let us examine the attributes of this formidable blade. The one-cut kill, Muramasa, an A-grade weapon. This exquisite sword is crafted from exceptionally rare biological materials, flawlessly preserving the venomous essence of the cursed beasts. Moreover, it incorporates a plethora of precious substances, orichalcum, crimson gorilla sand iron, crimson gorilla ore, and fine iron. The forging process employed the ancient techniques of imperial weaponry, culminating in a day-long endeavor. Ultimately, it has transcended the capabilities of its original counterpart. This blade features a single-edged design, measuring 1.32 meters in length, renowned for its remarkable sharpness and durability, along with a pronounced affinity for channeling chakra. Skills 1. Fatal Strike. Should one be struck by this malevolent blade, the wound will become tainted with cursed venom, leading to a swift demise, with no antidote available. Should certain conditions not be met, even the wielder may succumb to a fatal fate from a mere cut. 2. Curse of Possession. Upon achieving a profound synergy between the wielder and the weapon, and attaining an unparalleled understanding of it, the wielder may inflict a wound upon themselves with Muramasa to invoke the curse. During this state, the wielder will not perish but instead gain an unprecedented, terrifying swiftness. The lethality of the cursed venom will also escalate rapidly. However, the drawback lies in the fact that once possessed, the venom becomes exceedingly difficult to purge, subjecting the wielder to relentless torment and an overwhelming surge of murderous intent from within. 3. Amplification of single-element chakra. This weapon enhances the potency of chakra of a singular attribute. Naraku gazed at the two ninja blades before him and exhaled a sigh of relief. The relentless forging over the past 2 days had left him utterly exhausted, particularly due to the incessant poison of Murakumo, which had claimed his life a dozen times in a single day. Now, with the weapons completed, the curse of Murakumo was rendered ineffective against him, for his passive ability as a master blacksmith allowed him to effortlessly suppress the effects of the weapon. Hokage Office Naraku, the third-generation master. The weapon forging has been completed. Sarutobi Izashi gazed upon the two similarly crafted ninja blades, a smile gracing his lips. Little Naraku, when do you intend to select the wielders? Perhaps tomorrow. As Naraku's words echoed, the entirety of Konoha began to stir with eager anticipation. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Naraku informed Uchiha Min, Elder, the selection of weapons will commence tomorrow. Please gather the members of the clan. Uchiha Min, somewhat reluctant, inquired, does this weapon truly possess such a degree of affinity? Is there anything we need to prepare in advance? Nailuo was aware that Uchiha Min intended for him to manipulate events behind the scenes. In truth, he could have easily done so. However, he was unwilling to betray his principles by entrusting his blade to someone so utterly incompatible. The selection of these two blades was not a trivial matter. Thus, the more individuals present tomorrow, the better. I can only assure a semblance of compatibility. The blades are destined to belong to Uchiha. Upon hearing Nailuo's assurance, Uchiha Min nodded in agreement. Chapter 35. The Blade Selection Conference in the Hyuga Clan's territory, within the clan leader's conference room. A branch family member was reporting to the main family about Nailuo's forthcoming selection of a master for the treasured blades. After listening to the report, the esteemed elder of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Wangu, disdainfully remarked, our Hyuga clan possesses the Hyuga Gentle Fist. We have no need for these so-called ninja blades. The Uchiha clan is clearly in decline, resorting to reliance on external artifacts. The clan leader, Hyuga Tianming, could hardly contain his rising ire after hearing the elder's words. Did this old fool not hear the absurdity of his own statements? No matter how formidable the Hyuga Gentle Fist is, it still requires contact to be effective. Once engaged, the adversary has countless opportunities to escape, even if temporarily incapacitated. Conversely, Nailuo's ninja blades can kill with merely a scratch. How ludicrous is that? This stubborn old man, in his pursuit of so-called clan honor and pride, refuses to acknowledge the strength of others. Hyuga Tianming had long harbored a desire to alter the current state of the Hyuga clan. Yet, the reality was that these conservative elders held sway over the clan's decisions. Even as the clan leader, he found himself powerless to confront them directly. He could only acquiesce, saying, indeed, Let us summon some members from the branch families to participate. Moreover, since the Hokage has extended an invitation, let the branch family management bring along some of their ninja school students as well. I shall attend to observe. Hyuga Wangu nodded in response to Hyuga Tianming, and upon seeing the elders' agreement, the other elders also voiced their consent. In the Senju clan territory, Shizuki was entangled in a conversation with his older sister. Sister, Master Nailuo has forged powerful new weapons. This time, he has created 2 formidable ninja blades. Please take me with you tomorrow. Tsunade, observing Shizuki's fervor, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. She promptly delivered a light smack to his head, exclaiming, "Fine. We shall go together tomorrow." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was peeking at the outdoor hot springs, caught wind of this news and decided to attend as well. Driven by curiosity about Nailuo's forged ninja blades, the following day, the Nin exam arena, although not hosting an actual exam, was teeming with spectators. All eagerly gathered for the event. Naraku stood at the center of the arena, with 2 ninja blades resting upon the table before him. To the left and right of the arena, members of the Root and Umbu were stationed, vigilant in their watch. In the stands, the Uchiha clan constituted the majority. With nearly the entire clan present, including both those who had awakened their Sharingan and the students of the Ninja Academy who had yet to do so, Uchiha Fugaka gazed at Naraku with a sense of despair. With his limited understanding, he felt that avenging his wife was likely beyond his reach. He couldn't shake the feeling that, in his father's eyes, he held less significance than Naraku standing before him. The number of Hyuga clan members present was modest, consisting mainly of the clan leader and a few branch family members. Also present were the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, along with the Inazuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans. The remaining attendees were minor families and some ordinary ninjas. Notable figures such as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi Hatake were also present among the strong. Nero glanced at the time and began to elucidate the specific capabilities of his 2 ninja blades. The blade to my left is named Ikizane Hitsukuri Murakumo, classified as part of the Imperial Artifact series, a term I have personally coined. This nomenclature serves to distinguish it from the vassal artifacts I previously forged, such as the Karaikamanji. The primary distinction between Imperial artifacts and vassal artifacts lies in the elevated requirements and compatibility that the former demands from its wielder. When the wielder's capabilities and compatibility are insufficient, there exists the peril of the weapon rebounding upon its master. Nevertheless, this inherent risk is counterbalanced by the significantly enhanced abilities that Imperial artifacts typically possess. Upon hearing Nero assert that this weapon surpasses the renowned Karaikamanji, a hushed murmur of discussion arose among those present on stage. Naraku paused momentarily before continuing. The one-cut lethal capability of Murakumo is formidable. Any adversary inflicted by this blade will find themselves ensnared by a curse, causing the poison to swiftly permeate their entire being, resulting in instantaneous demise. To my right lies the Shinobigatana, Shisha no Gyokub. Its primary ability allows the wielder to manipulate the souls of those slain by this sword. With the capacity to control up to 8 corpses, each retaining its original form and can be maneuvered effortlessly. Once the ability is relinquished, they revert to mere lifeless shells. Furthermore, both of these blades possess the common attributes of my forged Shinobigatana, durability and sharpness. There are additional functionalities or deficiencies that I shall refrain from elaborating on. In truth, Murakumo is a rather potent initial kill weapon, and concealing its capabilities would enhance its effectiveness. However, Naraku, in pursuit of prestige, must make certain sacrifices. Upon concluding Naraku's exposition on the Shinobigatana's powers, the atmosphere became decidedly chaotic. After all, both of these blades wield immense power, and it can be asserted that any elite Jonin who acquires one of these swords and employs it adeptly could directly confront a formidable shadow-level adversary. As Naraku raised his palm, silence enveloped the crowd. After all, it was he who had forged the blades. The attendees were evidently keen to show their respect. Shortly, I shall assign suitable bearers for these 2 kunai. If one can grasp the Imperial artifact for 3 seconds without it resisting, they shall have passed the preliminary assessment. One more stipulation: the use of chakra is strictly prohibited. Naraku emphasized the rules. Let us commence. With Sarutobi Hizashi's authoritative declaration, everyone began the experiment in the predetermined order. At the forefront stood Danzo's root operatives, and Naraku observed the masked individuals pass before him. Undoubtedly, none of them were particularly compatible. In the realm of ninjas, possessing formidable chakra could easily overpower the Imperial artifact, allowing its usage, yet Naraku deemed such exploitation unnecessary. It was akin to Kakashi's Sharingan, useful, yet not advisable. As Danzo witnessed one failure after another, he began to suspect whether Naraku was resorting to underhanded tactics. Finally, it was Danzo's turn. His expression darkened, as he was nearly certain Naraku was employing deceit. However, upon gripping the Imperial artifact, the Death's March, he was astonished to find it offered no resistance. Could he truly be the fabled Chosen One? Danzo's mood shifted from anger to elation. Naraku's raised eyebrow in surprise further solidified this realization for Danzo. It is indeed quite astonishing that Naraku possesses this blade, especially considering its former owner was a short-haired, expressionless, yet proud and charming young woman with black eyes. She exhibited great tenderness towards her comrades while displaying a ruthless demeanor towards her foes. Her regard for those close to her was so profound that, when faced with the imminent demise of a teammate, she would unhesitatingly strike them down to prevent them from departing her side. Naraku gazed at Danzo, observing his black eyes and expressionless demeanor. He was once a strikingly handsome youth, cold-blooded towards his enemies, yet fiercely loyal to those he deemed useful, ensuring they were never forgotten. Remarkable, indeed. However, Naraku himself found it difficult to comprehend the underlying reasons. After all, the selection of a vessel by a divine artifact could not solely hinge upon one's character or external preferences. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck for Danzo. Chapter 36, Uchiha Crimson. Naraku gazed at Danzo, who gripped the deceased military emblem with unwavering intensity, refusing to let go. Naraku felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In a silent plea, he attempted to convey his wishes to Danzo through his gaze, hoping the latter would voluntarily release his grip. However, the old rascal seemed either oblivious or deliberately pretended not to notice, showing no inclination to let go. Beside Naraku, Sarutobi Hizashi observed this scene with palpable dissatisfaction. He believed Danzo's behavior to be excessively unreasonable, and such obstinacy would inevitably delay the subsequent examination process. Was it possible that Danzo wished to monopolize the opportunity? Thus, he felt compelled to intervene, exclaiming, "Danzo, please lower the blade. Others require their turn for examination." Danzo was acutely aware that, under the current circumstances, it was utterly impossible for him to snatch the deceased's blade and vacate the premises. To do so would only serve to exacerbate his humiliation, especially with so many eyes scrutinizing their every move. Moreover, he could easily surmise that the Uchiha clan members were undoubtedly casting him glares filled with malice and mockery. With this in mind, Danzo could only cast a fierce glare at Sarutobi Hizashi, expressing his discontent. Yet, ultimately resigned, he relinquished his hold, carefully placing the deceased blade back upon the dais as if it were an object of immeasurable value. With Danzo's portion concluded, it was now time for the Uchiha clan to take their turn. The Uchiha, brimming with eagerness, had long been ready for this moment. Regardless of whether they aligned with the hawkish or dovish factions, their leaders had issued commands for everyone to exert their utmost effort, vowing not to easily surrender the two prized blades to outsiders. The first to step forward was Uchiha Min, who exchanged a knowing glance with Naraku before seizing the blade. Uchiha Min thought to himself, "This future grandson-in-law is indeed considerate, but I require no underhanded tactics for this mere ninja blade. After all, I, Uchiha Min, am forged from the very essence of weapons. My will is resolute enough to master even a humble ninja blade." Initially, he grasped the blade known as Murakumo, only for his expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. It was as if a terrifying force emanated from the blade, intent on overwhelming him. Were he permitted to utilize chakra, he might have attempted to subdue it. However, without the use of chakra, he was instantly repelled by the ninja blade. At that moment, Uchiha Min realized that mastering these two blades might not be as effortless as he had presumed. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair, for he still had another blade to try. Surely his grandson-in-law had prepared it well for him, and he anticipated seizing the second blade to decisively thwart that old scoundrel Danzo in the subsequent selection round. Yet, when he grasped the deceased's blade, he found it to be just as formidable as the first. Uchiha Min felt an immediate threat of being thrown back by this blade as well. Seizing the fleeting moment, he cast a furtive glance at Naraku, only to receive a look that suggested he was on his own. With a resigned glare at Naraku, Uchiha Min released the blade, sensing that to hold on any longer would result in something far more severe than a mere repulsion. Naruto, rendered speechless, conveyed his message through a glance, suggesting a trial without insistence. "Yet, you continued to glare at me? When the blade eventually finds its mark upon you, I wonder if that expression will remain." Danzo, Upon witnessing the most irksome member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito felt an unexpected surge of delight today. He set down his blade, and then there were the Uchihas, followed by the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Mikoto, with a sweet smile directed at Naruto, inquired, "Naruto, may I wield the ninja blade?" With profound affection, Naraku addressed Uchiha Mikoto, saying, "Give it a try. If you can master it, that would be splendid. If not, I shall forge weapons suited to you in the future, and I will ensure your protection." The words spoken by Naraku caused Mikoto to blush deeply. Observing Uchiha Minato seething with rage, he thought to himself, that young rascal. How dare he embarrass me before the detestable Danzo, and now he has the audacity to pursue my granddaughter. If I do not teach him a lesson later, I shall not bear the Uchiha name. Subsequently, Uchiha Mikoto attempted something only to leave with a slight disappointment. Later, Uchiha Chiyu and his son appeared, and it was Naraku's first encounter with this clan leader since his rebirth. He bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Fugaku in his adulthood, both adorned with deep-set wrinkles of authority. Uchiha Chiyu politely addressed Naraku, saying, "Please do not hold any grievances against my son for his previous transgressions." Naraku, in a display of magnanimity, declared that he would not stoop to argue with a child. However, within his heart, he harbored a different sentiment. "I must attain the position of clan leader, and I apologize. But your son shall serve diligently as a subordinate to ensure the Uchiha clan's glory." Uchiha Chiyu, upon hearing Naraku's response, found himself at a loss for words. For if memory served him right, Naraku was several years younger than his own son, Fugaku. Nara gazed at the dwindling numbers of the Uchiha team, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Is it truly the case that the illustrious Uchiha clan cannot find individuals suited to wield these two legendary kunai? Nailuo initially contemplated that if the results of the second round of testing were not significantly poor, he would manipulate the outcome discreetly. However, as of now, not a single individual had succeeded in the first round. Just then, a dark-haired girl with long, straight hair appeared at the end of the line, her face adorned with a naturally dazed expression. Nailuo felt a flicker of inspiration, believing that this young girl might be quite suitable. As anticipated, the girl slowly grasped the deadly ninja blade, Murakumo, and with a swift motion, she struck. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Murakumo remained firmly in her grip. A hushed murmur rippled through the audience, for in comparison to the 8th house, the capabilities of Murakumo were evidently far more striking. Naraku inquired of the girl before him, "What is your name? Please stand beside me shortly." The girl responded in a soft, melodic voice, "I am Uchiha Hizei." She obediently laid down her ninja blade and approached Naraku's side. Her act of picking up the blade momentarily eased the tension among the members of the Uchiha clan. Next, it was the turn of Sarutobi Hizashi and his Umbu, yet the outcome proved disappointing, as none were deemed suitable for wielding the weapon. Particularly, when Sarutobi Hizashi himself took the stage to test it, he discovered it was ill-fitting. Danzo, with a sardonic tone, addressed Sarutobi Hizashi, saying, "Hizashi, lay down the blade. There are others awaiting their turn." The experiments continued into the afternoon, featuring many familiar faces stepping forward. Among them were Yu Makihita and the Moonlight Clan's Tsukikijiju. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya took their turns, but regrettably, none were selected. To Naraku's surprise, Dai also appeared, yet he sought not the blade, but rather requested Naraku to forge some auxiliary training equipment for him. Naraku naturally agreed with delight, for he held a profound admiration for the indomitable spirit of the Dai family. Chapter 37, The Completion of Knife Selection. TZ will meet his demise at the hands of the protagonist after being thoroughly exploited. Hinata Aya observed the stage with rising anxiety as even some capable civilian ninjas began to test the blades. She feared that, in the end, the clan leader Hinata Teruaki would not permit them to participate. Ever since she had been marked as a caged bird, her despair had deepened. Yet, upon seeing the ninja blades forged by Naraku, she felt an inexplicable glimmer of hope, a chance to alter her fate and escape her confinement. This instilled in her a desperate desire to seize this elusive opportunity. Perhaps sensing Aya's urgent longing, Hinata Teruaki addressed some students from the branch family, saying, "You should all give it a try, but remember to conduct yourselves with decorum." Naraku also observed Hinata Aya, a contemporary of hers. Following Naraku's memories, this young lady was once a bright and charming girl before the imposition of her cage-like confinement. Regrettably, since being ensnared, she has transformed into a reticent and almost invisible figure. Upon hearing this, Hinata Aya felt a momentary sense of relief, quickly overshadowed by anxiety. as she remained uncertain whether she could truly resonate with the ninja blade. Furthermore, even if she could, how would she extricate herself from her metaphorical prison? As those before her met with failure, Hinata Aya cautiously grasped the fabled Murakumo, only to discover that it was ill-suited for her. Despair began to envelop her until she later seized the requiem of the fallen. The same scene unfolded. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The requiem of the fallen remained firmly clutched in her hand, as though she were unwilling to relinquish it. Hinata Tenmei, witnessing this scene, found himself in a state of turmoil. His initial intention was to confront the clan elders and, in doing so, rally the clan's support for the branch family. However, this unforeseen situation altered his focus to how he might absolve himself of the predicament. In his heart, he rationalized that this was a necessary action to safeguard Hinata Aya. Meanwhile, the aura of menace emanating from Danzo was palpable. He had believed himself to be the sole individual in Konoha capable of resonating with this imperial artifact, only to encounter an unexpected rival from the branch family of Hinata. Danzo promptly resolved that if this girl outperformed him in the second round, he would either eliminate her to seize the blade or, more appropriately, leverage his position as a senior elder of Konoha to demand it from the Hinata clan. Surely they would not be so obtuse as to refuse. Naraku observed Hinata Aya with keen interest, surprised to discover that a member of the Hyuga clan possessed a compatible imperial tool. He contemplated the possibility of acquiring the Hyuga clan's Byakugan bloodline through this connection. However, with Danzo's watchful gaze fixed upon them, Naraku understood that he must prevent Hinata Aya from passing the second round of the examination at all costs. Otherwise, it would be questionable whether she would see the sun rise the following day. Moreover, the traditional pressures of the Hyuga clan would likely compel Hinata Aya to relinquish her imperial tool. Thus, he resolved to impose a little discomfort upon her for the time being. With a gentle demeanor, Naraku said to Hinata Aya, "Please set aside your imperial tool and stand beside me." Complying, Hinata Aya obediently took her place beside Naraku. From that moment until the end, no other compatible individuals emerged. Naraku felt quite at ease. He was genuinely pleased to have unearthed two treasures this time. He had not anticipated that a nameless ninja would possess such remarkable abilities. Naraku speculated that they might have faded into obscurity or met their demise in battle for various reasons. Moreover, he firmly believed that individuals chosen by imperial artifacts must possess some latent talents awaiting his cultivation. Subsequently, it was undeniable that, with no other candidates able to harmonize with the lethal blade Murakumo, Uchiha Mikoto became its master. Naro solemnly entrusted the decisive weapon, Murakumo, to Uchiha Mikoto, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be the master of Murakumo. I hope you evolve into a formidable ninja." Uchiha Mikoto nodded in a daze. Following this, Naro addressed Danzo and Hinata Yasu, stating, "Now, you two shall engage in the second round of the contest. Infuse your chakra into the imperial tool. The corpse army 8 chambers. The one whose imperial tool shines the brightest shall be deemed more compatible with the corpse army 8 chambers." However, Naro's words were mere fabrications, as the true measure of compatibility did not rely on the brilliance of the chakra-infused light. Danzo seized the corpse army 8 chambers, fervently channeling chakra into it, causing it to emit a potent black light in his grasp. Meanwhile, Hinata Yasu timidly took up the ninja blade, cautiously infusing chakra into it. Observing the dim yet darker glow emanating from Yasu's hand, Naro recognized that this individual was indeed the most suitable for the corpse army 8 chambers. In response to the feeble radiance of the corpse army 8 chambers in Yasu's possession, Danzo erupted into hearty laughter. Naraku addressed Danzo, saying, "Lord Danzo, it is evident that you are more suited for the procession of the deceased in the 8th chamber." In the depths of his heart, Naraku contemplated that he would eventually exploit your resources before ultimately eliminating you, so you might as well hold on for a while longer. Before Naraku could finish speaking, Danzo snatched the deceased weapon, the 8 rooms of the dead, from Hinata Aya's grasp. A profound sense of loss enveloped Hinata Aya, who reassured herself, "It's all right. After all, a bird in a cage has no hope, does it?" Subsequently, she departed the venue in a dazed state, returning to her clan's ranks. Her steps were unsteady, as if all vitality had drained from her, and her complexion was as pale as parchment. Upon rejoining her clan, Hinata Aya's body trembled slightly, her lips pressed tightly together, as if she were striving to suppress her emotions. Naraku then proceeded to elucidate the flaws and additional capabilities of the 8 rooms of the dead to Danzo. The 8 rooms possesses formidable sharpness and strong chakra conduction abilities, characteristics that are typical of the forged ninja blades I craft. Furthermore, it enhances the potency of single-attribute chakra. However, the flaw lies in that the more corpses manipulated during the activation of the 8 rooms, the more it diminishes the host's inherent abilities. In essence, it suppresses the host's attributes, leading to the consumption of chakra and stamina. Thus, you must make your own choices wisely. Upon hearing Naraku's words, Danzo was taken aback. Yet upon further reflection, he realized it would not significantly hinder him. As long as he could use this ninja blade to eliminate several powerful ninjas and orchestrate their attacks, he would not need to engage directly. Subsequently, Naraku inquired about the situation regarding Uchiha Haizai. The sword Murakumo, which guarantees a single kill, is exceedingly perilous. Even as its master, one must exercise utmost caution. A mere scratch could lead to instant demise. Do you have someone at home capable of instructing you in swordsmanship? Uchiha Haizai shook her head in response. It is indeed perplexing that the ninja world seems to be lacking in parental figures. Reflecting on Team 7. Consisting of 4 members alongside Sai and Yamado, one can observe that among these 6 individuals, only a single pair of parents can be accounted for. Nero earnestly said to Uchiha Haizai, "From now on, stay by my side. I shall diligently teach you the art of swordsmanship." After contemplating for a moment, Uchiha Haizai acquiesced. Naraku contemplated how to cultivate Uchiha Haizai into a trusted confidant. He resolved to experiment with a method of fostering intimacy, hoping to penetrate the depths of the girl's heart. Naturally, Naraku harbored concerns about the potential theft of the imperial artifact, prompting him to consider keeping her close for her protection. It has been quite some time since Naraku last beheld his realm of death. However, he is aware that the number of souls within his domain continues to rise. Nero intends to take a moment to observe. Chapter 38. A bountiful harvest at the Hall of Death. Upon returning to the clan grounds with Uchiha Haizai, Nero immediately noticed the elderly Uchiha man, who wore a countenance reminiscent of constipation. Unable to resist, Nero jested, "Shall I take my leave?" Uchiha Min shot a glare at Nero and discreetly gestured to Uchiha Haizai, indicating that she should excuse herself. The young Haizai obediently departed, granting the 2 men some privacy. Once Uchiha Haizai had vacated the area, Uchiha Min finally responded, "Do you believe my ire stems from embarrassment at having failed to procure a ninja blade before Danzo? Let me enlighten you. My frustration lies in your apparent readiness. Had you informed me from the outset, we would not find ourselves in such a precarious position. Nevertheless, you performed admirably this time, not only successfully balancing the relationship between our clan and the Hokage's faction, but also deftly sowing the seeds of discord between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen." Nero scratched his head innocently and said, "To be honest, I never intended to plant any seeds for those 2. He mused internally that his sole intention was to secure the ninja blade for the Uchiha clan. As for whether Danzo could obtain the Hachiman, he was indifferent. Moreover, even if Danzo were to acquire the Hachiman, it could still bolster Nero's position, and if Danzo could take down a dozen or so shadow-level powerhouses, he would undoubtedly elevate Danzo's status. However, once Danzo's value diminished or became obsolete, Nero would be the first to eliminate him, especially after Danzo had previously sent his subordinates to the route to enjoy tea. This was merely a lesson in patience for Nero. Yet, he pondered whether Danzo would truly venture into battle himself. If Danzo were to target the powerful within the village, particularly those he couldn't normally control, would he dare to act against them? Nero was also curious about the scenario where Danzo used the Hachiman to slay enemies, only for their souls to be summoned by his death goddess domain. That would mean the souls belonged to him, while the bodies remained with Danzo, a rather intriguing arrangement. However, he recalled a point and said to Uchiha Men, "I never anticipated that Danzo would be suited for that ninja blade, given his long-standing prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Our Uchiha Jounin must remain vigilant." Uchiha Men replied with a knowing tone, "I understand your thoughts. Should Shimura Danzo dare to act against us, we will rally a coalition of ninja clans to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and demand Danzo's dismissal. Even if Danzo refrains from targeting the Uchiha, any aggression towards any clan or ninja within the village would warrant such a response." Min was surprised by Nero's political acumen at such a young age. Nero, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself, "Elder, please refrain from escalating this further. The weight of the ninja world should not rest upon my shoulders." He hastily waved his hands to indicate that he did not harbor such intentions and took his leave. Uchiha Men watched Nero depart with a knowing gaze, as if to say, "I see through you, young one." Upon returning to the chamber, Naraku opened the Hall of Death. Inside, he was met with a dense throng of figures, each adorned with the forehead protectors of a Wagakure. It It appeared that Orochimaru had been engaged in fierce battles with a Wagakure of late. Kakashi Hatake had likely not ventured to the borders recently. Thus he had been eliminating only minor adversaries. The peculiar forehead protectors were likely the result of Kakashi's handiwork. If memory served him correctly, Kakashi would remain within the village, occupied with routine missions until the assault from Tsunade commenced. Nailuo hastily instructed the elder within the Hall of Death to dispose of items such as headbands. Don the black coat he provided, and wear a mask. Naraku gazed upon the 2 Jonin and 30 Chunin within, resolving to refer to the Jonin as Jonin 1 and Jonin 2, while the Chunin would remain unnamed. As for the Genin, Naraku harbored concerns that their involvement might disrupt the others, for not all Genin possessed the caliber of the formidable Konoha 12. Indeed, those from smaller villages might not even measure up to the students of the Ninja Academy. Naro examined the skill sets of the 2 Jonin and discovered that they consisted primarily of conventional rock-hidden techniques. However, these ninjutsu proved to be quite suitable for control purposes. Henceforth, he essentially acquired 2 Jonin-level rock ninja guardians. Naraku gazed at the individuals within the Hall of Death, suddenly gripped by a sense of apprehension. Under normal circumstances, when a person perishes, their soul is destined for the netherworld, a realm governed by the Sage of 6 Paths. Would his incessant collection of souls draw the attention of that ancient figure? However, Naraku currently lacked the means to confront the sage. And given the sage's tendency to remain hidden until absolute desperation arose, it was highly improbable that he would take notice. Moreover, the souls of his 2 sons had yet to be reincarnated. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Naraku noticed 2 unread notifications on the system interface and decided to open them. Ding, Orochimaru's utilization of Tonguichi has reached the intermediate level. Triggering talent replication, 8-headed serpent technique, incomplete, acquired. The 8-headed serpent technique is an S-rank forbidden jutsu that transforms the user into a white serpent possessing 8 heads and tails through biological modification and ninjutsu methods. This technique is still in its preliminary stage, as Orochimaru has yet to fully optimize it. Ding, Orochimaru's utilization of Tonguichi has reached the advanced level. Triggering talent replication, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, incomplete. This technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, is an interdimensional summoning art that extracts a certain amount of flesh from the deceased, using the body of a living person as a vessel for the soul of the deceased. It calls forth the soul from the netherworld's pure lands, allowing it to cling to the vessel, while the living body is covered in dust, transforming into the likeness of the deceased in life. The summoned individual possesses indestructible traits and boundless chakra. They can only be sealed or released by the original master. Orochimaru has further optimized this technique. Yet the strength of the summoned deceased will still be significantly diminished. Naro gazed at the 2 notifications and chose to accept. Immediately, a wealth of knowledge regarding forbidden techniques flooded his mind. Although both jutsu were classified as forbidden, there was no need to elaborate on the art of yata. Naro certainly had no intention of employing it. Now he began to understand why, later in the original storyline, Orochimaru had a penchant for licking his surroundings with such an impressively large tongue. The second technique, the impure world reincarnation, remnant, held some utility for him, particularly if he could acquire white zetsu. Nonetheless, one should seize opportunities that come free of charge. Within these 2 forbidden techniques lay a plethora of knowledge pertaining to ordinary ninjutsu and sealing techniques. When an individual possesses a lofty stance and a vast breadth of knowledge, mastering foundational ninjutsu becomes a trivial pursuit. This is precisely why Hiruzen Sarutobi was able to become a master of ninjutsu. It is implausible to master the Great Fire Annihilation yet remain incapable of performing the Great Fireball technique. At this moment, Naro recalled the Uchiha Hizai outside, pondering where she might have wandered off to. Upon exiting the depths of the abyss, Naraku beheld Uchiha Hizai conversing with Uchiha Mikoto at the entrance. It was primarily Uchiha Mikoto posing questions, while Uchiha Hizai provided responses. Noticing Naraku's arrival, Uchiha Mikoto grasped his arm and led him aside, saying, "Naraku, I feel as though I am increasingly unable to keep pace with you. Once, you were merely a young boy in need of my care. Yet now you have surpassed me in height by a considerable margin." Chapter 39, All Attributes. I urge the Guardians to peruse the next chapter after completing this one. Regarding rewards, the higher the mastery level of a weapon, the more formidable the rewards obtained. It is not the case that the protagonist can haphazardly present a fine blade to Uchiha Madara, who, with a mere swing of the sword, allows the protagonist to possibly acquire the Rinnegan. Therefore, let it be known that the protagonist is not limited to merely drawing the lowest tier of rewards, with a blush adorning her cheeks. Uchiha Mikoto gazed at Naraku and continued, I simply wish to assist you. I do not want to drift further apart. Naro gazed at the petite yet endearing Uchiha Mikoto, realizing that he had not paid much attention to her lately. Since Uchiha Mikoto harbored such thoughts, he naturally would not decline. Naro earnestly addressed Uchiha Mikoto, saying, Very well. Mikoto, you shall study ninjutsu and swordsmanship alongside Hibiya. I also have delightful treasures for you, and I shall forge a weapon for you. Uchiha Mikoto nodded with a blush upon her cheeks. Nai Luo handed each of the two individuals a toy knife, and then commenced to impart the techniques of the Kiki swordsmanship to them. Naraku could only say to Hitaki Tsukumo, I apologize, my brother. At the very least, after Kakashi is born, I shall diligently guide him. Alternatively, I could assist you in safeguarding your beloved wife. It seems that Kirigakure's Mikiko may have perished when Kakashi was still alive, as she often appeared somewhat frail. Furthermore, Mikiko, appearing to be a devoted housewife, did not venture out on missions, suggesting she did not meet her end elsewhere. As for Naraku's reason for providing Uchiha Haizai with a toy knife, it stems from his genuine fear that this young lady might inadvertently cause harm, either to herself or to Mikiko, should she mishandle it. The thought of having to witness their demise in his own realm of death was unsettling. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck Naraku, prompting him to chastise himself internally for such shamelessness. As Naraku began to articulate, he remarked, Our Uchiha clan's swordsmanship is regarded as quite proficient within Konoha. Albeit I have not studied it extensively. I shall teach you a different style of swordsmanship, one that emphasizes technique in its early stages. This instructional session proved to be quite enriching for Naraku, especially as he observed the admiration in Mikiko's gaze, while Uchiha Haizai exhibited remarkable progress. Naro now comprehends why Murakumo would choose this seemingly unremarkable girl. After their training concluded, Naro indulged in a grand feast reminiscent of Neptune, signaling his intent to truly embrace her relaxed lifestyle. Ultimately, he would grow to a height of 3 meters, while Mikoto would reach 2.5. The 8-foot lady possessed her own unique charm, although it was plausible that she might not reach such stature. After all, despite Luffy's daily feasting, he had yet to attain 3 meters. It was at this juncture that Naro discerned Uchiha Hishiyu's particular fondness for barbecued meat, which delighted him. For a chef who fails to move the hearts of their patrons is not a worthy craftsman. Meanwhile, in the root prison of Danzo, he wielded the 8-foot sword before a group of captives. As he raised the blade, one by one, the prisoners fell before him. One captive cried out, Lord Danzo, I truly did not mean to. I merely relieved myself in that thicket. Surely, this is not a capital offense. Danzo dismissed the plea without a word, employing wind-style chakra to infuse the 8-foot sword, delivering a decisive blow to the prisoner. For Danzo, the notion of merely urinating in a thicket was irrelevant. Why was it that you chose to do so at the very root base? How dare you claim you are not a spy? As for the possibility of a misunderstanding, Danzo could only assert that the location of the root must remain unknown to enemies. All actions were for the sake of Konoha. Before long, Danzo had dispatched 8 prisoners. With his back turned to the captives, he began to harness the power of the 8-foot sword. Soon, a cadre of corpses staggered to their feet, their wounds gradually mending. This display of power sent chills through the prisoners in the adjacent cell. The reanimated corpses soon charged toward the neighboring captives, and within minutes, they too were silenced. Danzo assessed his own energy expenditure, realizing that with only Chunin-level opponents, he could effortlessly maintain control with the 8-foot sword. Yet, it was still insufficient. Such prowess did not significantly elevate his strength. Thus, he required stronger ninjas to come under his command. As his thoughts wandered, a dangerous glint flashed in Danzo's eyes. Meanwhile, having finished his meal, Naro instructed the two to practice their swordsmanship independently. Accidentally glancing at the system, he noticed a new notification. Ding! Danzo Shimura's utilization of the deceased through the 8-foot sword has reached an elementary level. Talent replication activated. The host has gained mastery over wind-style chakra, acquiring another elemental chakra. The days until he masters all elemental chakra draw ever closer. Naraka cast another glance at the Hall of Death, where he discovered a neatly organized assembly of 16 nin clad as prisoners. Why 16? Naraka could hardly fathom the magnitude of Danzo's schemes. And he even tested the combat prowess of the puppets. Now, he found himself reluctant to eliminate Danzo so swiftly. This man truly exhibited remarkable courage. Within less than 24 hours of acquiring the blade, He had achieved such impressive results that Naraku was inclined to bestow upon Danzo the honor of champion. Ding! Uchiha Mikoto had reached a novice level in utilizing the lethal Mirakumo. The talent replication activated. The host acquired mastery over lightning elemental chakra. Soon, delightful news arrived from Uchiha Mikoto, delivering precisely the lightning chakra he most desperately required. At last, he could genuinely harness the Kiki sword technique. This also signified that Naraku had completely transformed into a being of all attributes. Nalu directly stepped outside, brandishing his toy knife, infusing it with lightning chakra to enhance its piercing power, all in the blink of an eye. As Naraku effortlessly severed the towering tree before him, he also inscribed various intricate designs upon several other trees. It was evident that Naraku's strength had ascended to the level of a jonin. With further refinement of his swordsmanship and combat acumen, he would soon attain the rank of an elite jonin. The following morning, Naraku made the rare decision to visit the school, primarily to engage with Hinata. He sensed a remarkable potential within her, and it would be a great loss if she were to fade into obscurity due to the previous sword selection incident. Additionally, he wished to see Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. One possessed astonishing ninja talent, particularly in spatial abilities and reflexes, while the other was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naraku often pondered the possibility of acquiring some Nine-Tails chakra. Previously, he had utilized shadow clones to attend school, but soon his confidence grew, and he no longer relied on them. Perhaps his former teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had received some notification from Hiruzen's son regarding his absence and chose not to intervene. Eventually, Naraku, accompanied by Mikoto Uchiha, made his way to the school. As for Fai Uchiha, she had already graduated and seemed to suffer from a touch of social anxiety, preferring to avoid the school environment. Upon Naraku's gradual entrance into the classroom, the curious gazes of the younger students were drawn to him. After all, his transformation was remarkable. He had transitioned from a small child to a towering figure of 1.7 meters, which was quite impressive for the younger students. Had it not been for his youthful appearance, they might have mistaken him for a teacher. That guy is so handsome. Is he a senior? Well, his smile is so charming. Where? He looks so cool. Amidst the girls' flattery, Naraku settled into his usual seat. At that moment, only Hinata and Mikoto Uchiha recognized him. Recalling their previous encounter at the sword selection tournament, Naraku's good friend, Minato Namikaze, continued to watch Naraku intently. He felt that the person before him bore a striking resemblance to Naraku. However, reason dictated that it was impossible for anyone to grow so rapidly. Nara smiled and addressed Minato Namikaze. What is the matter? Can't you recognize me? It's Nara. This revelation left both Minato and Kushina Uzumaki in a state of silence. Particularly Kushina, who had previously taken pride in her height, as she had developed rather quickly for her age, making her the tallest among the trio. Consequently, she often positioned herself as the eldest sister. After a prolonged period of separation, the three began to engage in conversation. Chapter 40. For the freedom of Hinata, Minato and Kushina listened intently, especially as Nara recounted the various imperial tools he had forged. The sparkle of wonder nearly lit up their eyes. While Nara was engrossed in his tales, Hirokazu Sarutobi looked upon him as if he had seen a ghost. Believing that Nara had lost interest in the life of a ninja academy student. To his astonishment, Nara had returned to the classroom after a 6-month absence. Sarutobi attempted to adopt a more amiable demeanor towards the esteemed blacksmith of Konoha. However, he soon realized that Nara, Minato, and Kushina were engrossed in whispered conversations, completely disregarding his presence. Ultimately, after enduring half an hour of their chatter, he had no choice but to escort the trio out of the classroom, granting them their freedom. According to tradition, Naraku invited Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki to partake of the Sea King delicacy, after which he presented them with 2 toy knives bearing the Naraku emblem. This piqued the curiosity of Minato and Kushina, leading them to wonder if these were the legendary artifacts forged by him. Narayo directly presented a chestnut to Uzumaki Kushina and said, "What are you thinking? With your status as a mere student of the Ninja Academy, you lack the qualification to wield my imperial weapon. Perhaps when you ascend to the rank of Jonin, we can discuss it further." He continued, "This is a conventional weapon I forged. Although it lacks extraordinary abilities, it excels in sharpness and durability, and it possesses a reinforcing effect on chakra attributes." Uzumaki Kushina longed for this ninja blade, yet she could not simply overlook the chestnut Narayo had offered her. Instead, she boldly declared, "Uchiha Narayo, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a girl and her poverty. I, Uzumaki Kushina, shall soon become a jonin. After all, I aspire to be the woman of the Hokage. Naraku never anticipated that Kushina Uzumaki would actually learn this phrase. Upon reflection, she seemed to be correct. However, it is a pity. It is not merely because his butterfly effect has introduced a new rival, Shinjuro, for Minato Namikaze. By the time Minato aspires to become Hokage, he might have already abolished the ninja village system and established an empire. Therefore, to fulfill Kushina's desire to become the first female Hokage, Naraku resolved to make yet another sacrifice, taking in Kushina to ensure she does not fall short of her aspiration. At this moment, Hinata Yaya wandered alone within the confines of the Ninja Academy, perhaps due to her upbringing as a caged bird, or simply by nature. This young girl had become quite reclusive, preferring solitude even during mealtimes. After locating a secluded corner, Hinata Yaya quietly sat down and unpacked her lunch. Consisting of several large rice balls and a small bowl of miso soup, indulging in her meal with hearty bites. It was at this juncture that Naraku found her. As Hinata Yaya gazed upon Naraku, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, as it seemed rather unbecoming for a lady in the ninja world to eat with such fervor. From the abyss, a fierce barrage erupted. Hinata Yasha, have you surrendered? Hinata Yasha replied, what? Narrow abyss. Have you relinquished your escape from the cage without obtaining the 8 rooms? Hinata's pupils trembled, and then, feigning composure, she replied, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Naraku spoke with a profound smile. Even a beast understands the preciousness of freedom, let alone a human. Observing the silent Hinata Aya, Naraku continued, in truth, you are more suited to the of the 8 rooms, yet I cannot simply present it to you. However, I am not mistaken. It appears you have relinquished your freedom, willing to become a slave of the Hyuga clan. In the future, you may seek another slave and bear little slaves, dedicating your entire existence to the clan for generations to come. Just think how blissful that would be. So, are you prepared to do this? At that moment, Hinata Aya could no longer remain calm under Naraku's relentless and piercing words. This seemingly solitary girl lifted her head to meet Naraku's gaze, tears brimming in her eyes, and demanded, Uchiha Naraku, what exactly do you intend to do? Naraku did not respond to Hinata's inquiry, but instead gazed intently into her striking white eyes, posing another question. Hinata, are you willing to fight once more for your freedom? For your destiny, or perhaps for the fate of the branch family, even unto death? Hinata coldly replied, I shall never concede. As long as there exists even a sliver of a chance, I would willingly sacrifice my life. Yet, I do not do this for the absurdity of the branch or main family, but for myself, my freedom and dignity. I shall ask you one final time, what is your intention? Narahara was quite pleased with the spirited young girl before her. She addressed Hinata Yaya, saying, I intend to establish an organization that will transform the shinobi world, and therefore, I require capable subordinates who possess a modicum of wisdom. As for you, focus on becoming stronger, akin to a caterpillar diligently gathering nourishment before its metamorphosis into a butterfly. I will assist you in breaking free from your cocoon and achieving liberation. However, I need your commitment to my cause. After regaining her composure, Hinata Yaya replied matter-of-factly, agreed. As long as you help me rid myself of this damned cage that confines me, I am willing to do anything for you. But, Uchiha Narahara, should you deceive me, I will ensure that I take a piece of flesh from you, even in death. With that, Hinata cast a menacing gaze toward Narahara's neck and lower body, revealing her small canine teeth. Had Narahara not possessed a degree of discernment, the poor fellow might have trembled in fear. Nara's assessment of this can only be described as a lamentation for the wounds inflicted upon Huya. Nai Luo tossed a toy knife and a prepared dried sea king creature to Hinata Yaya, stating, I harbor no malicious intent to deceive you. Focus on your training. Your opportunity will come soon, but do not forget today's vow. After receiving the toy knife, Hinata Yaya stared blankly at Nai Luo, while Nai Luo pondered how to liberate Hinata Yaya from her cage-like existence. Should she give her the Shikigami mask to cease her humanity? Or assist her in obtaining the 8 houses to annihilate the clan? Or perhaps a combination of both? Meanwhile, in the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade was bidding farewell to her younger brother, Sh. With a hint of worry, Tsunade cautioned, Sh. Be careful once you step onto the battlefield. Sh. Brimming with confidence, replied, I will be cautious. Remember, I have the help of Orochimaru's sensei and the cursed spirit. As he spoke, he raised the cursed spirit device, which shimmered with a faint green light from the first Hokage's necklace. Tsunade suppressed her concerns. After all, Sh. aspired to become Hokage and could not remain sheltered behind his elders without engaging in combat. In another corner, Naka's diminutive figure sat at his desk, reviewing documents. The Umbu reported, "Third Lord, we have gathered information regarding the potential forgers behind T. Ikemanji. The weapon was crafted by Uchiha Nonō, who is said to have forged several blades and other weapons even more formidable than T. Ikemanji. Among these are several ninja swords and a pair of swords that can transform into armor. We are still unclear about their specific abilities." Chapter 41. The Senju clan's legacy. Noki furrowed his brow, continued to investigate. It would be best to uncover the abilities of those weapons and the specific habits and preferences of Uchiha Nonō. Oh, and let's place a bounty on Uchiha Nonō, starting at 35 million. No, make it 70 million. Understood. The Umbu vanished from the Tsuchiki's office in an instant. Meanwhile, Chiyo's subordinates had uncovered similar information, but Chiyo lacked the financial resources of the Tsuchiki or the Iwagakure. She instructed her subordinates to continue their inquiries. However, Chiyo was resolute. If Konoha's balance were to be disrupted by the weapons crafted by Uchiha Nonō, she would not remain idle. Upon arriving on the battlefield, Ju spotted his teacher. Orochimaru. "Teacher, I have arrived." Orochimaru, witnessing the enthusiasm of his disciple, felt some relief from the gloom that had settled upon him due to recent killings. He smiled and instructed, "Stay by my side and follow my command. I will inform you of the battlefield's precautions." The following day, Konoha executed a surprise attack on Iwagakure. The skirmish saw both sides engaging fiercely. Iwagakure did not relinquish their spirit but continued to clash with Konoha's shinobi. Throughout this, Ju utilized the formidable physique of the Senju clan and the sword form of the cursed spirit to vanquish his middle-ranked opponents. Gradually, Iwagakure began to falter against Konoha, as the latter had launched a surprise attack. As Iwagakure retreated, Orochimaru commanded the forces to pursue. Ju led the charge at the forefront of the unit. Orochimaru praised. Ju. The enemy's morale has been crushed. Confidently, Ju surged ahead, but suddenly noticed he had stepped on an explosive tag. In a split second, he called out, "Cursed spirit!" The explosion enveloped Ju, the force of it causing nearby middle-ranked Iwagakure shinobi to be knocked to the ground. Orochimaru stared at the explosion, contemplating the fragility of humanity. Despite having subdued the enemy's morale, they had begun to flee. Before Orochimaru could finish his reflection on human frailty, a colossal armored figure enveloped Ju amidst the chaos. This overwhelming presence captured the attention of both Konoha's pursuing shinobi and the retreating Iwagakure. As the armor enveloped Ju, its mask cracked, revealing a fearsome maw. Ultimately, Ju emerged unscathed, donned in striking armor, a green gem on his forehead emanating a soft glow, wielding a spear with an exceptionally long tip. Orochimaru, witnessing this transformation, smiled anew and commanded, "Continue the pursuit." Ju, having narrowly escaped death, realized the armor's transformation process provided some protection. Henceforth, he resolved to learn to transform in advance. He hastily began using his spear to strike down the enemy, dispatching Iwagakure's middle-ranked shinobi with ease. The Iwagakure shinobi retaliated, but Ju evaded their large-scale attacks with agility. However, their smaller, concentrated assaults failed to breach the armor's defenses. One by one, Ju eliminated the Iwagakure middle-ranked shinobi, becoming increasingly emboldened. Like a seasoned general on the battlefield, adorned with flags yet growing more valiant in combat. Soon, Ju's actions drew the attention of an Iwagakure Genin. To shield his subordinates, the Genin performed a series of hand signs and unleashed the Earth Release, Mountain Earth technique. Instantly, two massive hemispherical earth formations encased Ju. He braced against the immense weight with his arms. The Iwagakure Genin, astonished, had never witnessed such a display of physical strength defying a ninjutsu. As the Genin increased his chakra to amplify the technique, the pressure on Ju intensified. Despite the mounting force, Ju channeled chakra and stamina into his armor, resisting the crushing weight. However, as the pressure escalated, fragments of the armor began to crack. Realizing Orochimaru was swiftly approaching, the Iwagakure Genin poured all his chakra into the Mountain Earth technique. Yet, no matter how he intensified it, Ju remained unyielding, akin to a tear in the fabric of reality, until Orochimaru beheaded him with T. Ikemanji. With the Genin's demise, the pressure from the earth formations dissipated, allowing Ju to emerge, gasping for breath. The surrounding Iwagakure shinobi had long since fled, prompting Orochimaru to call off the pursuit. The surviving Konoha shinobi erupted in triumphant cheers, amidst the fervent cries of "Long live Orochimaru," and even "Long live Shinshu." The battlefield witnessed Shinshu harnessing his remarkable ability to attract attention, drawing a significant amount of enemy fire while simultaneously vanquishing numerous local ninjas. In the climactic moments, he withstood the formidable earth-style techniques that humans typically find insurmountable. Upon reverting from his transformation, Shinshu turned to Orochimaru and proclaimed, "Teacher, we have triumphed." To this, Orochimaru could only shake his head in response. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, Naraku, who had been idly passing the time, suddenly noticed a system notification and promptly sought out a quiet place to accept it. Ding! Shinshu, having moderately mastered the A-rank weapon Evil Spirit Entanglement, triggered his talent for replication, granting the host the foundational physique of the Senju clan. Suddenly, Naraku felt a surge of immense power coursing through his entire being. A force so potent it seemed as though it might burst his body apart. Yet, rather than inflicting pain, it enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort. A formidable chakra erupted from Naraku, and he opened his eyes wide, excitement and exhilaration flashing within them. Simultaneously, he perceived a newfound vitality within his flesh. A sensation so pleasurable it nearly elicited a moan. It was as though every cell in his body had been invigorated, brimming with life and energy. At that moment, his Sharingan activated spontaneously, the tomo within spinning wildly, ultimately transforming his right eye into a 3-tomo Sharingan and his left into a double tomo. Chapter 42. Reemployment under the rope tree. After calming his emotions, Naraku decided to long overdue check his system panel to assess the recent changes in his strength. System membership level. Beginner name. Uchiha Naraku. Age, 9 years and 80 days. Chakra attributes. Fire, water, new, earth, new, wind, new, lightning, new, yin, yang. Sharingan. Single tomo right eye, 3 tomo. Left eye, 2 tomo body. BA spirit. BA chakra. 2 cards, 10 cards. Card. Kakashi's chakra amount. Chakra control ability. Moderate ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. Beginner intermediate. Transformation technique. Beginner intermediate. Substitution technique. Beginner intermediate. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Beginner intermediate. Mastery of summoning technique. Triple raisement. Advanced mastery of Konoha swordsmanship. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. Beginner intermediate. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation. Incomplete. Mastery. 8-headed serpent technique. Incomplete. Mastery. Shadow clone technique. Beginner intermediate. Taijutsu. Uchiha style taijutsu. Intermediate. Genjutsu. Illusion. Naraku sight technique. Intermediate. Advanced weapons. Tino Ikamanji. Owner. Orochimaru. Advanced mastery. Water dragon sword. Owner. Hataki Sakumo. Advanced mastery. Cursed spirit binding. Owner. Rope tree. Intermediate mastery. Dead man's march. 8 rooms. Owner. Shimura Danzo. Beginner mastery. One cut to kill. Murakumo. Uchiha Hikari. Beginner mastery. Evaluation. Your strength has reached the level of a jonin, capable of engaging in direct combat with certain elite jonin. Your panel values have surpassed the majority of elite jonin, yet your understanding and application of combat remain insufficient. Nevertheless, in the current ninja world, you possess a certain degree of self-preservation capability. As Naraku gazed upon his panel, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged within him. Since awakening the Forge Master system merely 6 months ago, he had cultivated a combat prowess rivaling that of a high-ranking ninja. He had now acquired all conventional chakra attributes and bore the bloodlines of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. His next objective for enhancement lay in the attainment of the Manjiki Sharingan and the forging of new weapons, especially considering the vast array of bloodlines within the Uchiha lineage. He felt confident that, even through amalgamation, he could manifest a Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, he must not neglect the bloodlines of the Senju, Uzumaki, Kagaya, and Hige clans. Seizing every opportunity to evolve his bloodline continuously, he aspired to surpass even the Sage of 6 Paths in resemblance to the Tsutsuki clan. However, Naraku was acutely aware of his shortcomings, specifically, his lack of combat experience among ninjas. While there exists an ancient Chinese adage stating that in poverty, one resorts to tactical maneuvers. In wealth, one relies on overwhelming firepower. It is crucial to wield such power with intellect. Consider the instance when Kagaya Tsutsuki descended upon the ninja world after devouring Uchiha Madara, despite possessing a panel even more formidable than Madara's. The ensuing battle was nothing short of devastating. Nai Luo doubts that even the most casual chunin from the battlefield possesses a stronger combat awareness than he does. He perceives Otsutsuki Kagaya as utterly naive. At this moment, a certain sweet and innocent soul, blissfully slumbering on the moon, sneezes. Otsutsuki Kagaya gazes at the ninja world and declares, "I shall return." After concluding the aftermath of the war, Orochimaru summons Shinshu, still basking in the joy of victory. Shinshu's smile fades upon meeting his teacher's serious gaze. Based on his experience, Shinshu understands that such a demeanor indicates the need for earnest instruction. Orochimaru earnestly addresses Shinshu. "You have made significant contributions in this battle. The number of Chunin you eliminated surpasses even my own." Shinshu scratches his head, smiling shyly. "I'm not that impressive. It was mainly thanks to the assistance of the cursed weapon forged by Master Nailuo." However, Orochimaru does not smile. While it is indeed wise to utilize good weapons, the exceptional compatibility of your physique, being of the Senju clan, with that weapon is a testament to your strength. Yet, your combat awareness is severely lacking. From stepping on explosive tags at the outset to later being struck by earth techniques, these are fundamental lessons even a ninja school should have taught you. It is fortunate that the transformation process of the cursed weapon offered some degree of protection. Otherwise, you would have either perished or been forced into early retirement. As for the earth techniques, you attempted to withstand them directly with your arms. This technique cannot even be classified as a swift attack. It is often employed to restrain foes and deal with large summoned beasts. Indeed, you escaped the crisis thanks to your armor. Yet you relied solely on the power of that divine tool to endure a foe's attack that could have easily been avoided. If you encounter a stronger enemy, such as those wielding lava or dust release, will your armor still suffice? Although the outcome of this battle was commendable as your teacher, I must assert that you have not yet passed. In many respects, you resemble a warrior rather than a true ninja. Henceforth, you shall remain in the rear until you rectify these fundamental errors before I assign you further tasks." Having delivered this admonition, Orochimaru departs, leaving Shinshu alone in the tent to contemplate. Before long, Shinshu receives notice of his promotion, officially becoming a squad leader in the logistics unit. Orochimaru's decision to reassign Shinshu was not solely for reflection, but also a measure of caution. After all, in the tumultuous environment of the battlefield, coupled with Shinshu's unique identity, special dangers often arise. Unbeknownst to him, his recent exploits had already earned him considerable renown, as some rock ninjas had witnessed his transformation and the invulnerable nature of his armor, which rendered him immune to attacks from techniques of B rank and below. Thus, they dubbed him Iron Demon. Meanwhile, after receiving reports from his subordinates, Inoki once again rubs his head, perturbed by the recent peculiarities emanating from Konoha. Even amidst localized skirmishes, the Wagakure cannot afford to be continually outmatched. Do you know the true identity of this Iron Demon? Is that armor truly the one forged by Uchiha Nailuo? Inoki inquires once more. The Umbu responds, "Iron Demon is likely Shinshu Senju, a member of Konoha's prominent Senju clan and the grandson of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. As for that armor, it is highly probable that it was indeed forged by Uchiha Nailuo." Upon hearing Shinshu's identity, Inoki raises an eyebrow. Hashirama Senju is regarded as a deity within the ninja world, worthy of that title in both martial prowess and magnanimity. The young Shinshu Senju is already beginning to make a name for himself, and Inoki feels a twinge of concern. Chapter 43. Uchiha Madara places a bounty of 50 million ryo on Shinshu Senju's head and 20 million ryo for his weapon. Inoki issues his final command. After the Umbu leave his office, Inoki reflects on his village's lack of capable young talents. Gazing out at the village, he laments, "How unfair is the heavens." Konoha's promising youth seem to proliferate like rabbits. With Uchiha Nailuo still unresolved, now we have Shinshu Senju to contend with. Thus, despite the internal strife within Konoha, characterized by its strongest ninja factions, it continues to firmly suppress every other ninja village within the realm. The flames of war do not abate, they intensify, scorching the land of the Rain Country. In a war zone of the Rain Country, 2 Chunin from Konoha are executing a mission. However, after days of relentless combat, their stamina is nearly depleted, and their rations have long been consumed. Faced with hunger and exhaustion, they decide to venture nearby in search of sustenance. They arrive at a small wooden cabin and indulge heartily, unaware that it is the abode of the Nagato family, to evade unknown invaders. Nagato's parents have concealed themselves in a corner. When the 2 Konoha Chunin enter, they remain oblivious to the presence of others within. Nagato's father instructs him to remain silent and to quietly leave. Yet, young Nagato, filled with fear and anxiety, inadvertently knocks over a vase, producing a sharp sound that alerts the Konoha Chunin. They swiftly rush into the adjoining room, determined not to overlook any potential enemy. Upon entering, the tension in the dark atmosphere is palpable. One Chunin grapples with Nagato's father while the other unhesitatingly brandishes a kunai, aiming at Nagato's mother. She quickly falls before him, and Nagato's father cries out, "Nagato, run! Run!" Despite his father's efforts to protect them, he ultimately succumbs, lifeblood pooling around him. As the two Konoha Chunin regain their composure, illuminated by the flickering light, they realize the grave error they have committed, mistaking innocent civilians for enemies and taking their lives. Meanwhile, Nagato witnesses the horrific demise of his parents, his heart consumed by boundless sorrow and terror. The Chunin, filled with profound remorse, extend their apologies to Nagato, expressing their regret for mistaking his parents for foes. Nevertheless, Nagato cannot accept this grim reality. His eyes widen in horror as he gazes at the blood-soaked scene, his body trembling uncontrollably. In a fleeting flash of lightning, Nagato catches sight of the Leaf Village headbands on the two men. Overwhelmed by fear, and with the Rinnegan implanted by Uchiha Madara already awakened within him, he unleashes a measure of its power, which swiftly annihilates the two Konoha ninjas. Nagato, too, loses consciousness. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed underground location, the silver-haired Konoha warlord, Uchiha Madara, sits upon a chair, his Sharingan fixed with intent. White Zetsu, also known as Abido, remarks, "Madara, Nagato has activated the power of the Rinnegan. Moreover, his parents are deceased. Should we continue to monitor their family?" Madara glances at Abido and responds, "Continue the surveillance. Are there any intriguing developments from the outside world as of late?" Baiju and Afe immediately stood at attention, with Baiju reporting, "Master Madara, recently a member of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Naraku has emerged. It appears that Uchiha Naraku has awakened a new bloodline limit and is capable of forging powerful weapons. Previously, he crafted a weapon that causes continuous bleeding upon inflicting a wound." Uchiha Madara, upon hearing Baiju's words, scoffed in derision. The Uchiha clan is becoming increasingly inept, relying on the bloodline limits of others to gain notoriety. Furthermore, they resort to forging. What utility do such weapons possess? If one cannot strike a foe, all is for naught. The Sharingan remains the finest weapon. However, Afe continued, he has also forged formidable armor that grants immunity to B-rank ninjutsu, which he gifted to Senju Rope Tree. Additionally, he created two ninja blades, which they fondly refer to as imperial artifacts. One blade is imbued with a lethal curse. Mere contact spells doom. The other can manipulate the corpses of those slain by it. Master, with your might, you could surely withstand the curse of that blade. While Afe reveled in his rare flattery of Madara, he failed to notice the veins bulging on Uchiha's forehead. Madara was internally admonishing himself, recognizing that Baiju was rather unique and that it would be best not to eliminate him. After a moment of silence, Madara declared, "In the future, ensure that you articulate your thoughts completely. Present the crucial details first. These trifles are insignificant before the might of the Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan. To bestow armor upon a member of the Senju clan. Humph. Naraku, you best not regret your choices." Madara felt a mix of anger and nostalgia regarding Naraku's bond with Rope Tree, reflecting on how naively similar he was to himself in his youth, bound to encounter misfortune. As for the experimentation with curses, Madara dismissed Afe's suggestion entirely. The ninja world was rife with peculiarities, and even he could not guarantee his endurance against certain phenomena. Afe, bowing deeply, proclaimed, "Master Madara, I shall strive to improve. But could you enlighten me on the sensation of needing to relieve oneself? I've noticed you have not done so in several days." At this, Uchiha Madara could no longer contain himself, despite his reliance on the Outer Path's golem for sustenance. He still experienced the natural urge to relieve himself. The mere thought of being observed by a Baiju in such a vulnerable moment was unbearable. Madara delivered a swift kick to Afe, sending him crashing against the wall. He then instructed, from now on, prioritize the protection of Nagato and continue to monitor Uchiha Naraku closely. As Afe struggled to extract himself from the wall, he replied, "Yes, Master Madara. But can you please tell me what it feels like to need to relieve oneself?" Madara hastily exited the room, unwilling to engage in such a foolish debate. Meanwhile, in the black market, the legendary bounty hunter Kakuzu, who had survived the confrontation with the first Hokage and was a seasoned professional, was perusing the bounty listings when his eyes widened at the sight of two new entries, each with a bounty of 70 million ryo. He quickly opened the bounties for Naraku and Rope Tree. Uchiha Naraku, Uchiha clan member, 9 years old, combat power, low ninja, occupation, blacksmith, live capture negotiable. Kill for 70 million ryo. resides primarily within Konoha and the Uchiha territory, rarely ventures outside. Senju Rope Tree, Senju clan member, 13 years old, combat power, mid-level ninja. Possesses a longsword that can transform into armor. Currently on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, Konoha faction. Bounty for Rope Tree's head, 50 million Ryo. The transforming sword, 20 million Ryo. After thoroughly reviewing their details, Kakuzu, a man of vast experience, found the existence of a 1.8-meter tall 9-year-old intriguing. The 13-year-old Senju Rope Tree appeared to be several years younger than Naraku. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea of pursuing Uchiha Naraku. While lacking in combat prowess, Naraku was still a member of the Uchiha clan and typically remained within Konoha. Kakuzu possessed confidence in his abilities but had no desire to court death. On the other hand, the bounty on Senju Rope Tree seemed far more attainable. After all, casualties were commonplace on the battlefield. Yet, if Rope Tree remained within the ranks of the ninja army, his chances would be limited. Kakuzu's attention was drawn to the fine print on Rope Tree's bounty for assistance. Visit the black market in the Land of Earth, which he deduced was a bounty set under a Wagakure's jurisdiction. Perhaps allying with a Wagakure would enable them to confront Konoha's forces, allowing him to engage Rope Tree in a one-on-one confrontation. With this thought in mind, Kakuzu promptly departed from the black market. Recently, Naraku has been enjoying a rather prosperous life, dedicating his days to honing his swordsmanship and forging. After obtaining ample rest, he is still contemplating the creation of the dimensional array, Shangri-La, even though the forging process may potentially allow a certain perilous entity to escape. However, as long as Muramesa's speed remains sufficient, it should be manageable. Initially, he harbored concerns regarding Uchiha Haizei's lack of strength, but then he realized that Haizei's inadequacy was mitigated by his own prowess. He could seamlessly employ Muramesa in conjunction with the Konoha blade technique to swiftly dispatch the dangerous entity. With the passive ability of weapon sovereignty at his disposal, Naraku is completely unconcerned about his capability to wield the weapons he forges. The formidable nature of weapon sovereignty allows these haughty weapons to be reshaped entirely to fit Naraku's will. The only thing lacking is a protective barrier akin to the 4 purple flames formation. Thus, he approached Uchiha Men, who was basking in the sun. Elder, I require 4 ninjas skilled in sealing techniques to assist me in employing the 4 purple flames formation. Uchiha Men suddenly perked up and remarked, at last. You have revealed your ambitions. Are you preparing to launch a night raid on the clan leader's residence this evening? Looked at the old man with a bewildered expression and said, No. Uchiha Shin feigned surprise and replied, Could it be that you were planning a nocturnal assault on the Hokage's office? Naruto, no longer in a playful mood, declared, Indeed, indeed. Hasten to assign me a few trusted confidants. I am prepared to nurture them diligently, for the future restoration of the Uchiha clan's glory relies upon us. Naraku gazed at the 4 Uchiha before him, an uncanny resemblance among them striking him. It later became apparent that these 4 individuals were cousins, known as Uchiha Kazun, Uchiha Kazuin, Uchiha Kaki, and Uchiha Karii. Naruto is poised to deliver a lecture to these 4 individuals. You 4 are among the first batch of my subordinates. As you spend more time with me, you will come to understand that I hold 3 principles in high regard: fairness, fairness, and once more, damn fairness. Naro gazed at the 4 individuals before him, who did not inquire why the 3 matters were identical. He continued to speak. My sense of fairness dictates that those who perform well shall be rewarded, while those who falter shall face consequences. Those who invest more shall reap greater rewards, whereas those who contribute less shall receive relatively less. He then stated, I have a crucial matter that requires your assistance. Shortly, outside the clan's territory, I need you to unleash the 4 purple flames formation. Regardless of the circumstances that may arise, do not open it unless I personally request it. Do you understand? The 4 nodded in agreement without hesitation. In the woods of Konoha, within the 4 purple flames formation, Naro wielded the Murakumo blade, channeling lightning chakra to continuously invigorate his physique. His Sharingan was activated, fixating intently on a 0.3 meters ahead, prepared to unleash the thunder-breathing technique, lightning flash. The moment the unique peril emerged, which, in truth, was a technique from the Konoha swordsmanship. In the depths of his heart, Naraku silently counted down 3, 2, 1. As he unleashed the special dangerous entity, Kong, he did not pause to observe. Instead, he directed all his strength into a single, decisive slash. The special dangerous entity had barely descended into the ninja realm, not even taking its first breath, when Naraku's blade carved a substantial gash into its form. Almost immediately, the curse poison from Murakumo enveloped its entire body. Special dangerous entity, Kong, defeated. Only then did Naraku take a moment to regard the creature, which resembled an oversized pangolin. Nairoa gazed at the hand of the special dangerous species, Kong, only to find it devoid of any spatial stones. While relieved, a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. He had harbored hopes of acquiring another spatial stone from the perilous creature. Dismissing his dismay, Nairoa urged his quartet to swiftly activate the 4 purple flame formation and hastily transport the corpse of the dangerous species back to the forge. Once there, Nairoa produced a spatial stone, 10 portions of orichalcum, and 1 kilogram of fine iron. Subsequently, he employed the shadow clone technique, creating several clones. While his main body meticulously inscribed magical seals upon the corpse of the dangerous species, clone number 1 was engaged in refining the orichalcum, and clone No. 2 attended to the fine iron. After completing the magical inscriptions, Nairoa recited the incantation, causing the entire dangerous species to gradually transform into liquid form. He then infused this liquid into the spatial stone, which darkened significantly. Following this, Nairoa applied the refined orichalcum onto the surface and inscribed additional magical seals before layering it with the processed fine iron. Finally, he undertook some aesthetic enhancements to the new imperial artifact, drawing inspiration from various transformation devices. Ultimately, the new imperial artifact, the dimensional array Shangri-La, was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A-grade weapon, the dimensional array Shangri-La. Nai Luo examined the attributes of the imperial artifact, dimensional array Shangri-La, a class of spatial mobility artifact. This remarkable artifact employs exceptionally novel biological materials, utilizing a plethora of precious components, spatial stones, orichalcum, crimson sand iron, crimson ore, and fine iron. The forging process was infused with unique arcane techniques characteristic of spatial artifacts, culminating in a day-long endeavor. Ultimately, it achieved a slight enhancement beyond the original weapon's capabilities. This artifact is shaped like a diamond, with a spatial stone embedded at its center, exhibiting formidable durability and a pronounced ability to conduct chakra effectively. Skills: 1. It can instantaneously transport a target to a marked location. Though this requires a substantial expenditure of energy, rendering continuous activation impossible. If energy consumption is minimal, it may be employed consecutively. 2. It enhances the input of chakra. Chapter 45, The Surgeon Timura's Combat Power. Having completed the forging of the dimensional array Shangri-La, Nailuo eagerly exited the forge to commence experimentation. He first marked a small location, and as he observed the diminutive Tai Chi symbol gradually fade away, he realized that his marking had been successful. Nailuo distanced himself from his marked location, only to suddenly reappear in the very spot he had just indicated. Naraku sensed the recent expenditure, which amounted to approximately 0.1 calories. This implies that without any means of recovery, he is capable of performing that specific distance movement 100 times. Naraku subsequently experimented with a shorter range of movement and discovered that the consumption of chakra did not diminish. He then placed the dimensional array Shangri-La upon his chest, having previously designed a small device during its forging to secure it firmly in place. After all, a ninja's hands are paramount. Both hand seals and attacks necessitate the use of both hands, and he could not possibly engage in combat while clutching the dimensional array with one hand. In essence, the dimensional array Shangri-La and the Flying Thunder God technique share similarities, comprising 3 steps, the first being the placement of a marker, the second the perception of that marker, and the third the act of teleportation. Yet, each possesses distinct advantages and disadvantages. Primarily, the marking time for the dimensional array Shangri-La is considerably longer, requiring 3 seconds, whereas the Flying Thunder God technique allows for a swift marking even amidst battle. This aspect significantly limits the application of the dimensional array in combat scenarios. On the other hand, the dimensional array boasts several merits. Firstly, once the marker of the dimensional array is placed, it rapidly disappears and only manifests upon activation, whereas the Flying Thunder God technique maintains a persistent marking. Secondly, the dimensional array is equipped with sensory assistance, enabling even non-sensory ninjas to perceive the marker, with a detection range reaching up to 5 kilometers. In contrast, the Flying Thunder God's perception relies solely on the individual ninja's capabilities, making it challenging to achieve such a range. However, Naraku typically does not intend to teleport over vast distances, as it would be perilous if a powerful adversary were to discover his markers and await him with a weapon drawn. Thirdly, the dimensional array can banish foes to the ends of the world, a feat the Flying Thunder God cannot achieve. Naraku has only observed this in anime, and is not yet prepared to test it in reality, as the true nature of the world's ends in the ninja realm is shrouded in mystery. He intends to find a strong individual to experiment with later. Fourthly, the dimensional array can mark signs in the air, a capability the Flying Thunder God lacks. This allows Naraku to release a multitude of markers in one location. Should an enemy dare to encroach, they would experience the might of the domain. Within this realm, he could move freely, rendering him nearly invincible. Overall, Naraku harbors great satisfaction with the dimensional array. With this tool, it would become exceedingly difficult for enemies to eliminate him, thereby significantly enhancing his combat prowess. However, he must also generate more markers. Furthermore, Naraku recognizes the necessity of improving his reaction speed and combat intelligence. Otherwise, even if he teleports right before an enemy, it could devolve into an embarrassing scene of instant failure. Some foes might even anticipate his proximity, relishing the opportunity to unleash their attacks. In terms of reaction capability, Minato Namikaze is arguably one of the strongest in the ninja world. Yet, entrusting his life-saving measures to Minato feels like a misallocation of resources to Naraku. He senses that as his reputation grows, so too does the lurking danger. Moreover, he could utilize other weapons to harness some of Minato's talents. Additionally, he plans to learn the Rasengan, employing Jiraiya's teachings to Naruto as a guide. The Rasengan, an unmarked ninjutsu, is particularly suited for spatial movement attacks. Naturally, Naraku could also integrate spatial movement with the Konoha sword techniques and refine them further, crafting his unique version of the Flying Thunder God Slash. In the Root's underground lair, Kurumataro is desperately pleading with Danzo. Lord Danzo, I truly have not betrayed the village. Danzo considers the likelihood of Kurumataro's betrayal to be minimal. However, the man has remained complacent, possessing formidable jinjutsu, yet refusing to assist the village, content to dwell in isolation. It would be better for him to be killed by his own ninja blade, thereby contributing to Konoha. Currently, the only missing piece among his 8 puppet slots is a powerful jinjutsu user. He has hesitated for long, lacking the courage to extend his hand towards the Uchiha clan. Yet, with the war looming, the blood of the Uchiha could very well serve as his advantage. Without mercy, Danzo's blade swiftly severed Kurumataro's throat. However, Kurumataro quickly rose once more, surrounded by 8 ninjas at Danzo's side. Shimura Danzo observed the 8 puppets, all elite jounin, with the weakest among them being a special jounin. Among these ninjas, there are experts in genjutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and puppet techniques, rendering their synergy exceptionally comprehensive. Additionally, these ninjas possess varied elemental affinities: fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning, enabling Danzo to command them to execute Sarutobi Hiruzen's signature technique, the 5 elements, Great Cannonball technique. In Danzo's eyes, it is the combination of taijutsu and the 5 elements that captivates him. Furthermore, perhaps due to the capabilities of the 8 tails, Danzo finds that the chakra consumed by the puppets when utilizing ninjutsu requires only half the expenditure from him. Thus, if the chakra for executing the 5 elements, Great Cannonball technique were provided to Danzo, he could perform it twice. Pondering with satisfaction, Shimura Danzo mused, Hiruzen, you are leagues behind me. My current strength is more than sufficient to crush you. Once I achieve merit in the forthcoming war, you shall inevitably step aside for me. As Danzo reveled in his aspirations, the 8 tails radiated a ghostly glow. Meanwhile, Naraku suddenly received another system notification. Ding. Shimura Danzo's utilization of the deceased's 8 tails reaches intermediate level, activating talent replication. Danzo's right eye, Sharingan ability, Uchiha Mirror's right eye. With the infusion of Uchiha Mirror's right eye ability, Naraku's Sharingan activated once more, and ultimately, his left eye transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. Nara had never anticipated receiving the reward of Uchiha ocular power from Danzo. One can only exclaim, Danzo, you are truly despicable. Uchiha Kagami was your beloved friend and brother. How could you dare to gouge out his right eye? Chapter 46, The New Spring of SH2. After cursing Danzo in his heart, Naraku began to contemplate the forging materials at his disposal. The only A-grade weapons he could currently forge were the stone mask, the demon god manifestation, and the eternal adamantine tree. The stone mask, once crafted, could transform its wearer into a vampire akin to Dio. However, Naraku did not aspire to replicate the stone mask from the world of Io in its entirety. Instead, he envisioned an infusion of materials rich in in-release chakra into the stone mask. This innovation would potentially imbue the resulting vampire with a greater mythological essence. transcending the mere physical enhancements and rapid regeneration depicted in the original narrative. Alternatively, he contemplated merging techniques akin to the Ghost Buddha's arts with the stone mask. Such a fusion could allow the bloodlines and abilities of each successive master to be preserved within the mask, resulting in an infinitely evolving artifact. Perhaps through continuous evolution. The master of the stone mask could ultimately attain the status of a perfect ultimate being, rendering the need for the adamantine redstone obsolete. The Ghost Buddha's arts, developed by Jiraiya and Orochimaru, were of a caliber that Naraku was uncertain whether they had been fully realized or how he might obtain them. These were matters that required meticulous planning. The demon god manifestation necessitated the procurement of a super dangerous species, the ice demon beast. Naraku suspected that this formidable creature could rival the strength of tailed beasts. He recalled the super dangerous species from the world of Slaying the Sister, particularly the northern dragon, which boasted a length of 15 kilometers, with its fur capable of producing an everlasting imperial tool. It was reasonable to assume that the potency derived from a mere drop of blood could yield the powers of the demon god manifestation as well. Naraku could not ascertain whether Muramace's curse would have any effect on him. Yet, he contemplated that the manifestation of the demon god required merely the blood of a frost beast, which seemed sufficient. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The imperial tools crafted from the blood of a super dangerous species would undoubtedly pale in comparison to those forged from a complete specimen of such a species. Should he utilize a fully intact super dangerous entity, the strength of the imperial tools might approach the S rank, potentially rivaling the power of the frozen fruit. This represented his ultimate vision. As for the eternal Vidrot tree, there was no need to elaborate. Naraku had searched extensively yet failed to discover a method to forge it. As the materials were exceedingly formidable, Naro intends to forge a sword by augmenting the ancient and resilient 10,000-year diamond tree with several ordinary dangerous species and additional materials. The 10,000-year diamond tree, serving as the core framework of the sword, ensures that even if all the external metal were to be stripped away, the blade would remain unbroken. This forging process can be likened to adorning the 10,000-year diamond tree with an external armor that, while not as powerful as the core itself, enhances its overall durability. Should suitable techniques and materials arise in the future, it would be entirely feasible to dismantle and reforge the components. Given Nero's current level of forging expertise, thoughts swiftly turned to the two dangerous species, the poison dragon beast and the wood beast, both of which align harmoniously with the attributes of the 10,000-year diamond tree. However, having already considered the wood beast, perhaps it would be wiser to incorporate some Hashirama cells instead? Nailuo shook his head, realizing that overthinking could be a burden in itself. If he continued down this path of contemplation, he would find forging unnecessary, as there would invariably be methods of superior quality for any creation. It was akin to urging a friend to purchase a vehicle. One might initially consider a humble wooing, only to end up being persuaded to opt for a sports car. While Nailuo was entangled in his thoughts on the other side, Deidara had already arrived at the black market of the land of Earth, driven by the bounty for the rope tree. Taitu regarded the so-called most formidable bounty hunter before him, marked by a slash across the forehead protector of the Takigakure. His face concealed by a mask and draped in a long robe, exuding an air of mystery. With a hint of skepticism, Taitu inquired, "Can you truly guarantee the death of Senju Rope Tree?" Had Deidara not been eager to secure the bounty, he would not have entertained the presence of this rock ninja. Yet, for the sake of his beloved little money, he steeled himself and replied coldly, "I have taken down several bounties worth 70 million. If you do not trust me, seek another." Deidara held a sense of pride as a legendary bounty hunter. Taitu pondered that if Deidara failed to complete the task, they would receive no payment. Considering Deidara's impressive track record, he decided to discuss their battle plan in a secure corner. "Tomorrow, our team will divert Orochimaru's forces. Then, you and I will eliminate the logistical unit of Konoha, with your primary target being Senju Rope Tree," Deidara firmly asserted. "The price of 70 million is solely for the head of Senju Rope Tree and his weapon. Should you wish for me to eliminate others, additional funds will be required." Acknowledging the rules of bounty hunters, Taitu nodded in agreement, and thus their collaboration was officially established. Initially, Taitu had contemplated seeking revenge directly against Orochimaru. Yet he had yet to devise a method to confront him, thus he resolved to eliminate Orochimaru's disciple first. Sure. I shall avenge you, Orochimaru. We shall not rest until one of us is dead." The following day, Rope Tree, serving as a squad leader in the logistical unit, assisted his comrades diligently. Though he lacked medical ninjutsu, he was adept at transporting supplies and tending to the wounded. During this time, Rope Tree actively engaged with his peers. Becoming somewhat familiar within the logistical department, he felt a sense of pride, believing he had gained their recognition, thus taking a step closer to becoming Hokage. Of course, this was merely his perception. Mei-Z, a medical ninja under Rope Tree's command, harbored some grievances towards her younger superior, bluntly expressing, "Rope Tree, could you please be more careful while transporting the equipment? There is no need to rush." Rope Tree scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "Mei-Z, I will certainly be more cautious next time." Hearing his promise of next time, Mei-Z could only roll her eyes in response. She then resumed her healing techniques on the patients in bed. At that moment, Rope Tree gazed absent-mindedly at Mei-Z as she treated the injured, his eyes drawn to her presence. He admired her silky golden hair, illuminated by the sunlight, casting a gentle glow. Beneath that golden mane lay a delicate visage, her smooth skin radiating health, with a straight nose and slightly upturned lips, adorned with a tender smile. Initially, Mei-Z was oblivious to the fact that she had become the focal point of Rope Tree's attention. She was engrossed in healing the wounded, her hands shimmering with green chakra, infusing life into the injured. However, as she concluded her treatment and took a gentle breath, she suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon her. Intending to feign ignorance until Rope Tree came to his senses, she planned to turn away. However, Rope Tree, like a youth who had never seen a woman before, stared unabashedly. It could only be said that the infatuation of youth is truly difficult to conceal, or perhaps utterly incapable of being hidden. Chapter 47. The Assault of Deidara. At this moment, lying on the hospital bed, Gyosher observed as the nurse Mei-Z completed her routine healing ninjutsu without departing. Instead, she was fiddling about with him. Beside them, the oblivious young Rope Tree continued to gaze intently. Gyosher decided to break the awkward atmosphere, addressing Mei-Z. "Mei-Z, I would like some water." Mei-Z understood that typically, an older man would pour his own drink, realizing that her earlier unconscious actions had been noticed. She hurriedly exited to fill the kettle with water. As Rope Tree moved to assist with the kettle, he was halted by Gyosher's call. "Rope Tree, don't go. Come here, I have something to discuss." Rope Tree, puzzled by Gyosher's summons, inquired, "Uncle Gyosher, what is it?" Feigning mystery, Gyosher asked, "Do you have feelings for Mei-Z?" Rope Tree was taken aback by the directness of the question, fumbling with his words, unable to articulate a coherent response. Gyosher, with utmost seriousness, stated, "As long as you heed my guidance, winning Mei-Z's heart will be effortless. Do not be misled by my current ordinary appearance. In my youth, I was renowned for my good looks." Rope Tree scratched his head. "Uncle Gyosher, haven't you always been single?" At 30, Gyosher could hardly withstand Rope Tree's bluntness, resorting to a feeble defense. "I refuse to sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. Do you understand what it means to be a rogue?" Today, observe the expression Mei-Z wore as she departed, and you will find that you are merely one confession away from being her boyfriend. Were it not for your decent character and adequate strength, I would not impart this secret to you. Rope Tree nodded, eagerly awaiting Gyosher's further counsel. After building up Rope Tree's anticipation, Gyosher declared, "Mei-Z adores tulips in the moon. Tonight, invite her out under the moonlight, present her with tulips, and sincerely confess your feelings. It should suffice." Although Rope Tree questioned the simplicity of the plan, he nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude and preparing earnestly. That night, the moon shone particularly bright. Mei-Z stood bashfully, and Rope Tree mustered his courage, proclaiming, "I like you, Mei-Z. Will you be my girlfriend?" As he spoke, he produced the tulips he had prepared, offering them to her. Just as Mei-Z was about to respond, a distant cry shattered the tranquility. "Enemy attack. Quickly report to Lord Orochimaru." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Rope Tree exchanged a glance with Mei-Z, ready to rush towards the center of the battle. However, Mei-Z grasped his hand earnestly, saying, "Rope Tree, I like you too. When you return, we will be a couple. Promise me, you must come back alive." Rope Tree confidently replied, "I will return, for I am destined to become Hokage." As he beheld the rock ninja mercilessly slaughtering the logistical personnel of Konoha, he roared, "Evil spirits be damned." A colossal armored figure emerged behind Rope Tree, its mask shattering to reveal a terrifying, gaping maw. Quickly engulfed by the battle, Shengshu raised the spear in his hand and, in an instant, dispatched a Chunin from the rock village. The transformation he had just unleashed drew the enemy's attention, and Kakuza swiftly identified his target, teleporting right in front of Shengshu. Concurrently, Kakuza deftly dismantled the black threads, separating his wrist from his arm, and unleashed a torrent of dense black lines toward Shingshu. This attack, a devastating strike to Shingshu's heart, propelled him through the air with tremendous force. Kakuzu did not revel in the success of his ambush. Although he had previously pierced through opponents' hearts with a single blow, he felt his hand bones fracture upon striking Shingshu's armor. He had also failed to perceive that his hand had not penetrated the armor. Gazing at the slight dent in his armor where Kakuzu's blow had landed, Shingshu recognized the terror of the earlier attack, prompting him to regard this foe with newfound seriousness. Kakuzu slowly remarked to Shingshu, "Humph. You must be the grandson of Hashirama Senju. I had the fortune to battle your grandfather once. I must say, you pale in comparison to him. You are no match for me either." Shingshu, aware of his grandfather's prowess, retorted, "I have never heard Granny Mito mention a rival like you. The only one who could contend with Grandpa was Uchiha Madara. You must be one of the countless defeated beneath my grandfather's feet." Kakuzu felt that conversing with this young brat was futile, yet he had to safeguard his information. For a ninja, losing crucial information could be tantamount to death. He held no trust for the rock village and wished for Konoha to remain oblivious to his insights. Coldly, Kakuzu addressed Shingshu, "I initially considered sparing you, but now it seems your heart will be mine. You wouldn't want these insignificant pests to perish during our fight, would you?" As Shingshu and Kakuzu exchanged blows, they distanced themselves from the central battlefield. Shingshu did not believe he could defeat this formidable adversary. Drawing the enemy away seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Their skirmish led them to a secluded grove. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was fiercely engaged in combat on the battlefield but sensed an unsettling shift in the dynamics. The foes before him appeared to be a disorganized mob, lacking the formidable will and expertise of the rock ninjas he was accustomed to. They resembled a mere assembly of mercenaries and fodder. Most concerning was the absence of any familiar rock ninja commanders. With his battlefield instincts, Orochimaru quickly discerned that something was amiss. He reflected on what he might have overlooked. On the surface, it seemed favorable, as Konoha had suffered minimal losses while he had eliminated a large number of the enemy's rank and file. It was only then that he recalled Shingshu, stationed in the logistics division. To Orochimaru, Shingshu was merely an unremarkable, emerging ninja. The rock village would not orchestrate a small-scale war for him alone. Yet Orochimaru could not fathom any other ulterior motives from the rock ninjas. With Shingshu in the logistics division, it seemed worthy of their attention. Observing the dwindling enemy forces, Orochimaru promptly commanded, "Withdraw. Leave one to tend to the wounded. The rest, follow me to the logistics division." Chapter 48. Killing Kakuzu? Orochimaru's expression grew solemn as he clasped his hands together, swiftly forming seals. Summoning jutsu. A plume of smoke dispersed, revealing an enormous serpent, its scales glinting ominously. Its tongue flickering, eyes glinting with ferocity. This was Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. Upon being summoned, Manda expressed its displeasure. "Orochimaru, what do you want?" "I was just about to catch my prey." With a darkened countenance and a frigid tone, Orochimaru replied, "Silence. Your offerings will not be diminished. Quickly, make haste to the front lines of the logistics division." Sensing Orochimaru's gravity, Manda ceased its protests and swiftly advanced toward the front. Orochimaru mounted Manda's back. Internally hoping that his suspicions regarding Shingshu were unfounded, his gaze filled with concern. At that moment, Shingshu was locked in fierce combat with Kakuzu. Although Shingshu seemed to have the upper hand, he felt increasingly anxious. Never before had he encountered someone capable of matching him in direct combat since donning the cursed armor. Not even his master, Orochimaru, could do so. Furthermore, Kakuzu's terrifying strength and formidable martial arts left Shingshu feeling exposed, despite appearing to dominate the engagement. After a period of testing Shingshu's defenses, Kakuzu realized that he could not defeat him without first breaching his armor. Considering the lack of nearby allies, Kakuzu leapt backward, creating distance before declaring, "Humph. Your armor is indeed impressive. I suspect its value far exceeds 20 million ryo." Shingshu recalled the instructions from Naraku, realizing they were merely Naraku's moving advertisements. To maintain his composure, he replied, "This is the strongest armor crafted by the renowned blacksmith Naraku, the foremost forger in the ninja world." Kakuzu, upon hearing Naraku's name, recalled the boy worth 70 million ryo. Recognizing that the ability to forge such a weapon warranted an even higher valuation. As Shingshu charged at him, Kakuzu smirked disdainfully, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Head hardening technique. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from Kakuzu's mouth. Thanks to his immense chakra and years of experience, the flames surged forth like a tempest. Imbued with searing heat and tremendous force, sweeping toward Shingshu with overwhelming ferocity. However, Shingshu was not intimidated by the inferno. he had prepared in advance, nimbly evading the initial wave of flames. Yet, this momentary lapse in vigilance proved to be a grave error. Kakuzu's ninjutsu was far from simple. The flames, upon reaching the ground, did not dissipate. Instead, they expanded rapidly, transforming what was once a small conflagration into a vast sea of fire, threatening to consume everything in its path. The fierce flames mercilessly spread, igniting the surrounding trees and reducing them to charred remnants. The temperature within the fiery inferno surged dramatically, creating an oppressive heat that felt suffocating. The vast flames enveloping the rope tree were inescapable. However, it discovered that its armor exhibited an extraordinary resilience against the flames. Despite the tremendous power of the fire release attack directed at it, the rope tree merely felt a slight injury. Unbeknownst to it, this was due to the fact that before being forged, it had been subjected to Jiraiya's Toad Oil Fireball, endowing Talon with a heightened resistance to fire-based damage. Although this resistance would continue to increase after its transformation into armor, the innate ability to withstand fire release allowed the armor to excel in resisting such attacks. Kakuzu, observing the blazing inferno before him, was convinced that the rope tree could not evade such a widespread assault. Furthermore, he had not witnessed the rope tree's practical resistance to water release, leading him to believe that it was likely already incapacitated ahead, and he could proceed to claim his prey. As Kakuzu advanced cautiously, he suddenly felt a spear pierce through his heart, shimmering with faint lightning. It was only then that he noticed the rope tree, previously cloaked in invisibility, gradually revealing itself. As the spear was withdrawn, Kakuzu collapsed to the ground. The rope tree had cleverly utilized the terrifying power of Kakuzu's fire release as cover, stealthily employing the armor's inherent invisibility, compounded by Kakuzu's negligence, to successfully launch a surprise attack. Gasping for breath, the rope tree recalled that Kakuzu's formidable defense was likely bolstered by the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique. Given that Lightning Release is particularly effective against Earth Release, the rope tree had coated its spear with lightning chakra, enabling it to easily pierce Kakuzu's heart. As the rope tree approached the center of the battlefield, Kakuzu, lying lifeless on the ground, suddenly kicked the rope tree, propelling it through the air and crashing into a large tree. Upon regaining his footing, Kakuzu ceased holding back, discarding his long robe. On his back were 4 masks, one of which appeared damaged at the heart due to the rope tree's attack. As Kakuzu bent forward, countless black threads surged forth from his back, or rather, the masks detached from him entirely. With a series of spasms, the 4 distinct masks fully separated from Kakuzu, transforming into 4 varied-sized creatures. Their bodies composed of densely woven black threads, standing upright. Suddenly, one of the damaged masked creatures collapsed to the ground, leaving only a puddle of black liquid. Kakuzu remarked coolly, "You should have never evaded my fire release. You merely withstood my fire release damage with that armor. And that previous invisibility was also a trait of your armor, wasn't it?" The rope tree, astonished, was acutely aware that it was vastly inexperienced compared to these top-tier warriors, struggling to comprehend how the enemy could deduce its information so swiftly. Nevertheless, the rope tree possessed a degree of cunning. Gazing at the mask it had previously pierced, it surmised a method to defeat the foe before it. Deciding to feign, it said, "You are indeed formidable. Only by destroying all your masks can I hope to slay you, correct?" Yet Kakuzu was not deceived, responding matter-of-factly, 40 million ryo. "What?" The rope tree expressed confusion. Kakuzu reiterated, "That armor of yours is worth at least 40 million ryo. The rope tree observed that its adversary seemed utterly obsessed with wealth and, seizing the opportunity, pointed to a pale green gem embedded in its forehead, saying, "This is a gem left by my grandfather, the first Hokage. Just this single gem could purchase several mountains. You had better not damage it." Chapter 49. The rope tree battles Kakuzu. Kakuzu's green eyes instantly fixated on the unassuming gem on the rope tree's armor. Having known poverty, he could hardly fathom that such a mere stone could purchase entire mountains. Could this gem possibly be worth hundreds of millions? Kakuzu mused. "It appears I underestimated the value of that gem. Today shall be a bountiful harvest." However, devising a means to procure the gem without damaging it posed a significant challenge. Lacking options, he sighed. "Oh, you little brat, hand over that gem on your head, and I will leave at once. You can also go save your companions." Seeing the earnestness in Kakuzu's tone, the rope tree decided to trust him this once. It attempted to extract the gem, but found that Naraku's forging techniques had seamlessly integrated the gem with the armor, rendering conventional methods futile. Moreover, the rope tree could not simply relinquish its sole weapon to the enemy, thereby forsaking all means of resistance. To the rope tree, This weapon was forged by Naraku himself, symbolizing the hopes of Naraku and the bond between them. As Kakuzu observed the rope tree's futile attempts to remove the gem, his expression darkened. He believed the rope tree was toying with him, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. Yet, he was reluctant to inadvertently damage the gem. So he prepared to unleash fire, water, and lightning release attacks against the rope tree. If wind release were to mar the gem, he would be devastated. Threads of lightning flickered across Kakuzu's lightning attribute mask. Sensing that the enemy was about to unleash lightning release, the rope tree, lacking wind chakra, swiftly began to move, attempting to evade Kakuzu's assault. Following a brief period of preparation, the masked creatures executed their ninjutsu. Lightning release, false darkness. From the mouth of the earthbound lightning mask, a sharp and thunderous bolt of lightning surged forth, bearing an overwhelming force directed at the fleeing rope tree. The power of Kakuzu's lightning release was formidable. In the original narrative, Kakashi required 2 lightning blades to neutralize it, despite his lightning blades having severed bolts from the sky. Faced with this onslaught, the rope tree could not withstand it entirely and relied on its speed to evade as much as possible, having narrowly escaped the majority of the lightning's range. The rope tree, with no other recourse, struck back, channeling lightning into its spear and angrily swinging it towards the bolt. However, although the lightning's power was partially dissipated, the current still coursed through the spear and into the rope tree's body. The rope tree cried out in agony, enduring electric shocks more potent than those from Yang Yoshin's electric chair. Its body involuntarily convulsed as if every muscle and nerve were subjected to excruciating torture. Its complexion paled, and wisps of smoke began to rise from its form. Yet, Kakuzu did not advance to deliver a finishing blow. He stood by, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. As a seasoned ninja, he understood that the variables in battle were numerous, and one must never let their guard down. Based on his extensive experience, he knew that such a display could sometimes be a ruse by the enemy to feign death and evade danger. Furthermore, even if the foe were genuinely gravely injured, they might still launch a final counterattack, posing a threat. As the rope tree lay sprawled on the ground, Kakuzu extended his right hand towards its head using the earthbound technique, intent on seizing that gem. As Kakuzu, growing increasingly impatient after several failed attempts to seize the gem, resorted to severing Ju's arm with his spear, Ju let out a pained cry. It could be said that Kakuzu had underestimated Ju, as well as the formidable curse that clung to him. The terrifying lightning did indeed inflict harm upon Ju, shielded though he was by his armor. However, the resilience and rapid healing characteristic of the Senju clan, combined with the terrifying adaptability granted by the curse, endowed Ju with a remarkable endurance that allowed him to recover from Kakuzu's initial strike, which was compounded by Kakuzu's habit of not delivering a finishing blow. As Ju slowly regained his footing, he was astonished to find that the severed arm, which had been completely detached moments ago, had reattached itself to Kakuzu. Kakuzu acknowledged Ju's armor, but he scoffed, asserting that physical attacks were of no consequence to him. One might wonder why Kakuzu was so inclined to reveal his strategies to his adversaries. The answer lies in his desire to exert psychological pressure, coupled with his penchant for bravado born of age. Ju, in his heart, came to a grim realization. He surmised that the key to vanquishing his foe lay in overcoming the enemy's masks through elemental counteraction. Following the elemental chain of water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, he recognized the necessity of possessing water, fire, wind, and earth to facilitate this endeavor, yet he himself wielded only earth, water, and lightning chakra, lacking the essential wind and fire. Of course, had Ju mastered more potent jutsu, akin to Naruto's wind release, Rasengan, he might have been able to forcibly sever the connection between Kakuzu and his masks. Alas, he did not possess such skills. Resolute in his belief of sacrifice, Ju prepared to hold off his adversary, determined not to allow Kakuzu to harm others. He hoped for the timely arrival of his mentor, Orochimaru, to turn the tide. Leaping behind a tree, Ju attempted to render himself invisible. However, to a formidable opponent like Kakuzu, Ju's stealth bore noticeable flaws. The previous success of his ambush had stemmed from Kakuzu's ignorance of Ju's capabilities, coupled with the cover provided by his fire jutsu and the overwhelming presence of a powerful foe. At this juncture, 2 of Kakuzu's masks opened their gaping maws, preparing to unleash their jutsu. Ju endeavored to shift his position stealthily, only to discover that the masks mirrored his every movement. He was compelled to abandon his invisibility, as it demanded both stamina and chakra. Observing the shimmering glimmers and vapor emanating from Kakuzu's masks, he deduced that his opponent was likely preparing to employ water and lightning techniques. With determination, Ju plunged a spear into the ground, channeling earth-release chakra into it. This was a technique he had discovered through experimentation, utilizing the weapon's excellent conductive properties to assist in the release of jutsu, thereby accelerating its execution, much akin to a wizard's magic wand. Earth release, earth flow wall. Instantly, he conjured a protective earthen barrier. This defensive jutsu effectively countered water release. In an instant, Kakuzu's masks unleashed their techniques. Water release, water curtain, lightning release, false darkness. The powerful torrent of water erupted from the mask, colliding with Ju's earthen wall and momentarily halting its advance. However, the subsequent arrival of the lightning was catastrophic, as it pierced through the barrier, merging with the rushing water and surging towards Ju. With both elements arriving simultaneously, Ju was unable to employ lightning release to mitigate the damage. He could only evade as best he could. Yet, ultimately, the relentless wave of water caught up to him. The forceful current battered Ju's body as the searing electricity coursed through him. It was yet another jolt more potent than any electric chair. Fortunately, having recently endured a lightning strike due to the current's potency was somewhat diluted by the water. With great effort, Ju propped himself up with his spear, barely maintaining his stance. Unbeknownst to him, this display startled Kakuzu, who had just unleashed a more powerful jutsu, only to witness this seemingly downed opponent standing once more. Kakuzu was oblivious to the fact that in a distant world inhabited by pirates, there existed a formidable emperor named Kaido, whose inability to dispatch foes swiftly led to the protagonist's rapid growth in power, ultimately culminating in his defeat. In that moment, the embodiment of the curse was akin to Ju's Nika fruit, while the bloodline of the Senju clan resembled the indomitable lineage of the D clan. Just as Kakuzu contemplated how to defeat Ju without damaging the gem, T2 arrived. T2 observed the tense standoff between Kakuzu and Ju. Sensing that Ju's life hung by a thread, he demanded, "Kakuzu, hurry up. Defeat him. Do you not desire the bounty?" Kakuzu, irritated by the insolence of this mere insect, retorted that his armor was worth far more than 20 million ryo, and the gem was worth even more. T2, incensed, reminded Kakuzu of their previous agreement. "You're a useless bounty hunter without a sense of contract. If you refuse to help me, I shall confront him alone. When I claim the bounty, don't blame us for withholding payment." Kakuzu, offended by T2's rudeness, for he valued money above all, aside from his professional integrity, found himself under attack from T2, who, in his arrogance, launched a direct assault. T2 enveloped himself in the Earth Spear technique and struck Kakuzu with all his might. Kakuzu, a master of the Earth Spear technique, met his attack with a retaliatory punch. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath them fractured. Both combatants were forced to retreat rapidly. Realizing that T2's pride in his Earth Spear technique had faltered against the seasoned bounty hunter, he glanced at the nearby masks and recognized that he had bitten off more than he could chew. Ju, watching the transformation of allies into adversaries, perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity, granting him a moment to recuperate. He called out to Kakuzu, "Esteemed bounty hunter, would you assist me in vanquishing this foe? I assure you that I shall reserve the gem for you. The gem is merely difficult to extract due to its exquisite craftsmanship. I shall consult Master Naraku, the weaponsmith, and I guarantee it will be retrieved as a member of the Senju clan." At this juncture, Kakuzu found himself swayed by Ju's sincerity. Observing the silence that enveloped them, T2 began to sweat nervously, eyeing Kakuzu warily. "Do not forget our agreement regarding the gem. I shall certainly reward you upon defeating him, and Orochimaru will soon return with his forces. Are you certain you can confront the Leaf Village army alone?" Kakuzu cast a disdainful glance at T2, asserting, "I shall fulfill my contract without fail." Then, with a solemn gaze directed at the rope tree, he lamented, "What a pity. If only you could survive, you could hire me to eliminate this man next time. But this time, it is he who has employed me." Iron Earth also regarded Kakuzu with a loathsome smile, unable to rest until his deep-seated vengeance was fulfilled. The rope tree felt a profound sense of regret. This must be the unwavering resolve of a formidable ninja. The same resolve was possessed by his great-grandfather and his second grandfather. The rope tree stood tall once more, raising the spear in his hand. This battle would only conclude with death. Iron Earth, seeking permission, inquired of Kakuzu, "Shall I join the fray?" Kakuzu coldly replied, "Just ensure you do not damage the gem on his head." Upon hearing Kakuzu's directive, Iron Earth charged towards the rope tree. As the combat between the rope tree and Iron Earth intensified, even in the absence of ninjutsu, Iron Earth found himself suppressed by the rope tree. Kakuzu grew increasingly irritated. After all, the longer this dragged on, the greater the chance of Orochimaru's arrival, at which point they might gain nothing, if a decisive action were not taken soon. The rope tree would resemble an indestructible cockroach, impervious to all efforts of destruction. The rope tree had not anticipated that his casual mention of a gem could introduce so many variables into this confrontation. Had he not mentioned the gem earlier? Even with the curse of the evil spirit, Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu would have swiftly obliterated him. Kakuzu, having no faith in the existence of an adversary immune to all attributes of ninjutsu, resolved to first employ wind release to test the waters. A minor gust manifested upon the face of the wind release masked creature. Wind release, pressure damage. Instantly, a high-pressure wind sphere erupted from the mouth of the dying resentment. Wind release masked creature, sweeping away all objects in its path. The swirling tempest wreaked havoc across a wide area. The rope tree and Iron Earth braced against Kakuzu's technique, with Iron Earth being blown away. The rope tree drove his spear into the ground, attempting to withstand the storm. His wind-infused chakra relentlessly sliced through his armor. In several areas, the armor was even breached, slowly allowing his blood to seep out. Kakuzu, witnessing the rope tree's ability to remain standing, experienced a rare sensation of helplessness. Upon seeing the undamaged gem atop the rope tree's head, he inhaled deeply, deciding to escalate the confrontation. The dying resentment, fire release masked creature, wind release masked creature, and lightning release masked creature combined, simultaneously opening their massive mouths to accumulate a terrifying amount of chakra. Fire release, head carving technique. The fire release masked creature spewed forth blazing flames, intertwining in the air to form a searing column of fire. Wind release, pressure damage. The wind release masked creature unleashed a powerful whirlwind, merging with the flames to intensify the inferno. Lightning release, false darkness. The lightning release masked creature emitted a deafening roar, as a robust bolt of lightning shot forth, converging with the fire and wind. These three distinct elemental ninjutsu fused into an extraordinarily terrifying energy cannon, exuding a cataclysmic force. Aimed directly at the rope tree. The rope tree widened his eyes, watching the menacing energy cannon approach, a flicker of despair swelling within him. He exerted all his strength to evade, yet his body could not escape the impending assault. Chapter 51. Dragon. At this moment, the rope tree gritted his teeth, channeling the last vestige of chakra within him into the spear, then thrusting it fiercely towards the approaching energy cannon. Alas, in the face of Kakuzu's formidable strike, the rope tree's attack appeared paltry, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. The spear in his hand shattered into countless fragments before the energy cannon, scattering into the air. In the next instant, the unstoppable energy cannon pierced through the armor on the rope tree's body, creating a vast gaping wound in his abdomen. Blood and entrails gushed from the wound, rapidly carbonizing under the influence of the energy. Moreover, after obliterating the rope tree, the energy cannon continued its relentless trajectory towards the forest behind him. Soon, a thunderous explosion resounded, and the entire forest was rendered unrecognizable, a scene of utter devastation. Amidst the ruins, Kakuzu's figure slowly emerged, coldly observing the prostrate rope tree, until the sight of the intact gem atop the rope tree's head elicited a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, the rope tree lay in a pool of blood, his life force gradually fading away. At that moment, Meiya and Jiosher burst forth from an unknown corner, with Meiya commencing medical ninjutsu on the rope tree's abdomen. Jiosher, despite his weakened state, stood defiantly against Kakuzu. Meiya, tears streaming down her face, pleaded with the rope tree. Rope tree, you cannot die. We promised to become a couple. Unfortunately, faced with such grievous injuries, her feeble healing techniques were utterly ineffective. Not only her, but even Tsunade would be powerless against such wounds. Yet, whether due to the curse of the evil spirit or the genetic legacy of the Senju clan, the rope tree astonishingly opened his eyes once more. He first glanced at Jiosher, who had been sent flying by a punch, and then turned to Kakuzu, who approached him slowly, his eyes filled with cold indifference and murderous intent. Subsequently, he struck Meiya with another punch, sending her soaring into the air. As he watched her ascend, his gaze gradually dimmed, ultimately closing his eyes. Kakuzu, observing the rope tree's lifeless form, understood that this battle had reached its conclusion. As Kakuzu placed his hands upon the rope tree's head, attempting to extract the gem nestled amid the tattered armor, A powerful force jolted his hand away, causing him pain. Startled, he thought, could this armor be protective? Just as Kakuzu prepared to try again, he suddenly heard a rhythmic thumping sound, initially dismissing it. He soon realized that the sound emanated from the rope tree himself. Furthermore, as time passed, the faint thumping grew louder. Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. The sound was unmistakably a heartbeat. Even Kakuzu's typically calm demeanor was shattered by fury. Unable to contain his curses, he shouted, "Why? Why won't you just die?" His expression darkened as the flames of rage ignited within him. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent, which infuriated him greatly. Kakuzu resolved to hold nothing back, preparing to unleash the full might of dying resentment, intending to rip out the rope tree's heart. Clenching his teeth, he gripped tightly, ready to deliver a fatal blow. However, at that moment, an even more potent backlash surged from the rope tree. He seemed to drift into the depths of consciousness, where the evil spirit forged by Naraku presented a choice from the armor itself. This was the final skill of the evil spirit. Now, the rope tree could choose between the power of protection or the power of slaughter. Opting for the power of protection would entail harnessing the evolutionary strength of the armor to continue the battle, while choosing slaughter would mean completely consuming the primal power, merging it within himself. The latter could lead to irreversible changes, potentially resulting in a total loss of self. Tyrant's power seized this opportunity to influence the rope tree, urging him to devour the strength bestowed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, coupled with the countless friends and loved ones who had perished before his eyes that night. The rope tree unhesitatingly chose slaughter, yearning to annihilate all his foes. The present moment reveals to Shotree the profound truth that only with sufficient power can one truly protect their companions. He craves strength. As Shotree's will aligns with that of Tyrant, both the armor and Shotree himself ravenously consume the primordial energy emanating from his forehead, which also seeks to seal the monstrous entity before him. Countless pale blue strands of chakra entwine around Shotree's form. Meanwhile, the familiar chakra invokes a primal instinct within Kakuzu to flee. Yet, he ultimately suppresses his inner dread. After all, that man has long since perished. Regrettably, the pale blue chakra strands are but ephemeral wisps, and combined with Naraku's forging and Shotree's Senju lineage, culminate in Tyrant's boundless evolutionary potential. The primordial energy is voraciously devoured. As Shotree absorbs a substantial amount of this energy and Tyrant undergoes rapid evolution, the wound upon Shotree's abdomen gradually heals at a steady pace. Once the primordial energy is nearly consumed, the primordial gem on his forehead shatters, scattering like stardust. Pain, an excruciating agony unlike any Kakuzu has ever felt, courses through his heart. Yet, before he can fully comprehend this torment, a chilling gravitational force emanates from Shotree, reminiscent of a black hole, drawing everything nearby into its abyss. An overwhelming surge of natural energy floods towards Shotree, which he greedily ingests. Accompanying this consuming power, flesh and blood begin to sprout rapidly upon Shotree, merging seamlessly with his original form. At this moment, Shotree's body expands dramatically, becoming increasingly indistinguishable from the cursed armor that envelopes him. The two entities coalesce as if they were one. As the natural energy continues to amass, a colossal silhouette of Tyrant gradually materializes in the sky, exuding an overwhelming aura that leaves onlookers in awe. Yet, this is merely the beginning. As time progresses, the Tyrant silhouette evolves persistently, revealing an even mightier presence. This astonishing transformation captures the attention of both factions engaged in fierce combat afar, prompting them to cease their skirmishes and gaze in fascination at the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them. Chapter 52, The Power of Wood Release, Additional Chapter, From a Distance, Orochimaru, standing atop the numerous serpents, observes the silhouette and realizes Shotree is in peril, urging the serpents to advance with urgency. Unfortunately, the serpents seem to be stuck. Retorting to Orochimaru, "I sense great danger ahead. Perhaps we should not proceed. I just remembered there is a snake at home I have yet to consume. I must take my leave." With a puff, the serpents vanish into smoke. Orochimaru, not overly vexed by their departure, leaps to a high tree and murmurs to himself, "Shotree, I hope you emerge unscathed. Naraku, what manner of terrifying armor is this? Why does it invoke such transformation?" Subsequently, Orochimaru leaves a shadow clone to halt his companions before hastily making his way to the heart of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kakuzu stands rooted, acutely aware of the unprecedented pressure surrounding him. His legs tremble involuntarily, akin to a creature at the base of the food chain facing a top predator, instinctively gripped by fear. In mere moments, Shotree has entirely morphed into an immense mass of flesh, while the former armor has transformed into formidable scales that encase him. Ultimately, a terrifying figure resembling a green western dragon emerges before all, albeit with a relatively short neck. This dragon, colossal in size, is adorned with pale green scales that shimmer with a cold luminescence. Its eyes burn like flames, radiating an insatiable thirst for destruction. This is the newly transformed form of the cursed entity, the wood dragon. As the dragon flaps its wings and ascends slowly, Kakuza recognizes the perilous turn of events and flees. The dragon surveys the scene below, where the entire logistical unit has been nearly annihilated. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's first cry causes the trees to convulse, ensnaring all the leaf ninjas within their grasp. Witnessing their foes ensnared by the wood, the rock ninjas, no matter how dense, realize that this formidable creature is beyond their capacity to confront. Run! They shout in panic. Where's the commander? Forget that. Just run. The rock ninjas scatter in terror, yet their efforts prove futile. With the dragon's second roar, the earth trembles violently, and numerous sturdy trunks erupt from the ground, as if a forest were rising from the depths. Some trunks pierce through the bodies of the rock ninjas like sharp spears. Others envelop the enemies in colossal cages. Regardless of the method, they swiftly claim the lives of the rock ninjas. Within 10 seconds, the once clamorous battlefield falls silent, all rock ninjas having met their demise. Yet, this is not the conclusion. The dragon in the sky seems to exhaust its final reserves of strength. Its massive form can no longer sustain flight, plummeting helplessly to the ground. With a resounding crash, the dragon lands heavily, stirring a cloud of dust and splintered wood. The power of Hashirama suddenly manifests upon the dragon's surface. It seems that the power previously consumed is influencing the evolution as well. Now, facing the utterly defenseless Shotree and Tyrant, the wood release wraps around the dragon-esque exterior, gradually diminishing until it transforms back into a small figure, Shotree himself. Tyrant, unwilling to concede, is once more suppressed by the wood release, morphing into a longsword. At this moment, the spot where the primordial necklace gem once rested now cradles a new energy crystal. As the wood that enveloped the leaf ninjas fractures, they emerge, dazed, from the wood, staring in astonishment at the myriad trees surrounding them, interspersed with the corpses of their enemies. Orochimaru arrives at the location where the dragon fell. Upon seeing Shotree collapsed on the ground, his heart tightens. Yet, as he senses the warmth and steady, powerful heartbeat from Shotree's chest, he breathes a sigh of relief. His gaze then shifts toward the cursed entity, murmuring, "What manner of weapon are you?" Amidst the wood, Meizi and Gyosure were astonished to discover that their wounds seemed to have miraculously healed. With tears welling in her eyes, Meizi rushed towards the fallen rope tree. Orochimaru, observing the girl clinging to the rope tree, raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Gyosure, scratching his head, offered a simple grin in Orochimaru's direction. At the edge of the forest, a figure shrouded in darkness, with a mask nearly shattered, emerged under the moonlight, slowly yet resolutely making its way into the distance. Meanwhile, Naraku remained in deep slumber. Upon awakening the next day, he encountered several system notifications. Ding! The rope tree's utilization of the cursed spirit reached an advanced level, activating the talent replication, intermediate Senju clan physique. Ding! The rope tree's mastery over the cursed spirit achieved its pinnacle, activating the talent replication, intermediate would release power. Ding! The Senju rope tree transformed an A-grade cursed spirit into an S pseudo cursed spirit with dragon. As the powers of would release and the intermediate Senju clan physique coursed through him, Naraku distinctly felt an overwhelming force spreading within his body. His muscles began to tense, and his bones emitted faint creaks, as if he were undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Simultaneously, Naraku's eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. His originally black pupils morphed into the crimson of the Sharingan, which began to spin with astonishing velocity within their sockets. Naro awaited with a hint of trepidation. He was aware that this signified the impending evolution of his Sharingan into the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet, at that moment, the rotation of the Sharingan unexpectedly slowed. As if it were devoid of sufficient power, Naro was not particularly disheartened. After all, his awakening of the Sharingan had come without significant hardship. Reflecting on Suzy, who bore a half-body of white Zetsu, it was evident that his first awakening manifested as the double Tomo, a testament to his genius. Yet, it was the heart-wrenching scene of a brother slaying a beloved that catalyzed his Sharingan's emergence. Naro understood that he was but a step away from the kaleidoscope Sharingan. As long as he diligently pursued strength, he would soon evolve into its magnificent form. Naro gazed at the wooden sapling resting on his finger and murmured, "Shushu. You have indeed brought me quite a few surprises. It seems that being possessed by a malevolent spirit suits you perfectly. The fusion of the malevolent spirit with the wood release is truly remarkable. You have even awakened a dragon form. Shungshu, you still possess a certain protagonist aura, don't you?" Aha. In this moment, Naro could not help but burst into a hearty laugh, reminiscent of a bright, sunny boy. Little did he know, before Shushu fell into a coma, he had dealt a devastating blow that led to the complete annihilation of the rock shinobi, leaving a multitude of them standing in Naro's death god palace. Chapter 53, Aftermath of the Battlefield. The following day, at the frontline logistics department. Despite Konoha's resounding victory yesterday, the atmosphere was far from lively. Even with Shinshu's remarkable display of power, the logistics department had suffered near total destruction. Moreover, the great hero of the front lines, Shushu, remained in a deep coma, showing no signs of awakening. The collapse of the Rock Shinobi's ambush force had significantly alleviated the pressure on Konoha since the failure of the Rock Shinobi's surprise attack. They had been eerily quiet. Currently, Konoha's only adversary on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was Tsunade. Orochimaru and Meiyazi observed the unconscious Shungshu, their brows furrowed in concern. Although Orochimaru was not a medical ninja, his theoretical knowledge of biological science surpassed even Tsunade's. He addressed Meiyazi, stating, "Shushu is not in any immediate danger. However, he is currently wrestling with two different forces within him, merging as we speak. Once this fusion is complete, he should awaken swiftly. Therefore, there is no need for excessive worry. I have also reported the situation at the front lines back to headquarters, and Tsunade should be on her way." What Orochimaru did not disclose to Meiyazi was the significant risk that Shungshu might die or become a true vegetable if the energy fusion failed. At this moment, Shungshu appeared stable on the surface, but internally he was akin to a volatile chemical reactor that could explode at any moment. In the Konoha office, a small performance was underway. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shouting at Danzo, "Double? Absolutely not." Yet, this was abruptly interrupted by crucial intelligence from the front lines. Hiruzen scanned the report in his hands. "The enemy lures us away. Senju Shushu summons armor. Shushu faces formidable foes alone. With the malevolent spirit's possession, he may have harnessed the power of the original necklace on the armor to transform into a dragon. Summoning would release to protect allies and eliminate all enemies. Shushu remains unconscious and requires medical attention." After perusing the report, Hiruzen set it down and began to contemplate. Danzo observed the shifting expressions of Hiruzen and snatched the report from the table. His own expression morphed as he absorbed the contents. The Imperial artifact possesses such power? Shushu, now entwined with the malevolent spirit, has demonstrated strength comparable to the first Hokage. It is known that Hiruzen considers Shungshu's own strength to be at best that of a Chunin. Meanwhile, Danzo, equipped with the Imperial artifact, believes his own strength barely surpasses Hiruzen's, with only a marginal increase. Is this disparity due to the differences between the Imperial artifacts, or my own inadequate utilization? Nevertheless, these inquiries can wait for another time. Danzo swiftly shifted his focus, addressing Hiruzen, "Since Shungshu has mastered the wood release, we should mobilize our forces to declare war on the other four great nations, leveraging the wood release's power to secure benefits for Konoha." Hiruzen, still considering how to defuse the situation, was taken aback by Danzo's audacious proclamation. His astonished expression seemed to convey, "Are you truly this bold, my young friend?" Hiruzen immediately rejected the notion, asserting, "Whether Shungshu awakens remains uncertain. The wood release's power, whether it resides within Shungshu or the armor, is still ambiguous. Most importantly, relying solely on military might to conquer other great nations will incur insurmountable death and devastation. Ultimately, should the entire shinobi world retaliate. Even if Konoha became the sole remaining shinobi village, we would not be able to sustain ourselves." To Danzo, it appeared that Hiruzen was merely concerned for his position as Hokage, prompting such grandiloquent rhetoric. Drawing from his previous confrontations with Hiruzen, Danzo swiftly redirected his approach. "Then, I shall take possession of the armor possessed by the malevolent spirit. As an Imperial artifact wielder, I can undoubtedly harness this power for Konoha's benefit." At this moment, Danzo was unaware that, under normal circumstances, an individual could wield only one Imperial artifact. However, if one could withstand the consumption and had a suitable compatibility, it was possible to utilize two Imperial artifacts concurrently. Impossible. Hiruzen firmly rejected once more. He had no intention of relinquishing his position just yet. He harbored suspicions that if he entrusted the armor to Danzo today, Tomorrow Danzo would come to persuade him to abdicate. Finally, Danzo slowly articulated, given the current tense situation, I fear other shinobi villages may conspire against Konoha. This is precisely when we require intelligence and deterrence. I need to increase the route's funding, at least double. Hiruzen, having declined Danzo's previous requests, found it difficult to reject this seemingly reasonable demand from an old friend, and thus he nodded in agreement. Danzo departed Hiruzen's office with a grim countenance, satisfied that he had achieved his objectives for the day. As for the would release's power, with the funding in the original cells, why couldn't he seek out Naruto to forge another weapon? Meanwhile, Tsunade, who was about to indulge in a light gamble at the casino, was approached by an umbu. The umbu reported, Lady Tsunade, the Hokage has urgent matters to discuss with you regarding Shishu. In the rock-hidden office, Inoki slammed the documents he held onto the table. He recognized each word, but could not comprehend them collectively. What did it mean that the ambush mission had maintained a crushing advantage in the main battlefield, resulting in the Konoha logistics department being decimated? The battle to capture Shinju Shoshu dragged on without conclusion until the total commander, Tetsu, departed for a while. A terrifying apparition loomed in the sky, ultimately revealing a monstrous dragon. With just 2 roars, countless wooden projectiles surged toward the rock shinobi, and Tetsu failed to appear until the very end. The intelligence officer, just before perishing, utilized a secret technique to relay this invaluable information back. Based on Inoki's deductions, it seemed that an unexpected event had transpired during Shinju Shinshu's mission, forcing the revelation of either Shinshu's trump card or Konoha's hidden strength. No matter how Inoki racked his brain, he could not fathom how Kakuzu had transformed into a legendary trainer, employing various powerful ninjutsu of different attributes to enhance the malevolent spirit's abilities, ultimately leading to the demise of Shinshu's loved ones and ancestors, thereby provoking Shinshu's psyche into an explosive state. The foremost teacher and trainer in the shinobi world, Kakuzu, had arrived. He required more information, and the individuals closest to the truth were likely the mercenary Kakuzu, who had been battling Shangshu, and Tetsu, who had ventured there midway, provided they were still alive. It could be said that nearly half of the rock shinobi had perished on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, and the morale had plummeted drastically. They were in no condition to continue fighting. Inoki directed his umbu, full retreat from the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Additionally, offer a high bounty for information on that mercenary who accepted the mission to kill Shoshu. Furthermore, disseminate the news throughout the shinobi world that Konoha possesses another wielder of the wood release. The third Reikage, chuckled heartily upon reading the announcement sent by Inoki. It seems Inoki has truly taken a tumble this time. But is it true that Konoha has another wielder of the wood release? The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. The third Reikage, although he had never witnessed the might of Hashirama Senju firsthand, harbored a profound respect for the wood release techniques mastered by the god of shinobi. Consequently, he dispatched his subordinates to gather intelligence. Meanwhile, the Mizukage remained ensconced within the village, seemingly preoccupied with matters unrelated to the outside world. The recent devastating defeat of the IWA shinobi and the unsettling news of another potential would release user in Konoha left the Suna village in a state of alarm. In light of these developments, the graceful Chiyo and the third Kazekage conferred and decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach, focusing on acquiring further intelligence. Chapter 54, Declaration of War. Tsunade was profoundly troubled, yet outwardly she maintained a bold facade as she addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old man, what of the situation regarding SH Mitsu? Has he achieved any notable feats? Hiruzen, with a serious demeanor, replied, Tsunade, SH Mitsu has indeed rendered significant service. Yet he now lies in a deep coma due to severe injuries. At this revelation, Tsunade could no longer sustain her forced smile. She implored Hiruzen, wasn't SH Mitsu tormented by a malevolent spirit? Why is he in such a state? Did you assign him a task beyond his capabilities? At this moment, Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Subsequently, Hiruzen detailed the frontline's dire circumstances to Tsunade. After a moment of contemplation, she thought of someone who might be able to save SH Mitsu. Naraku. Perhaps Naraku can resolve this predicament. Third Hokage, if you can send Naraku to the front lines, he may be able to rescue SH Mitsu, Tsunade declared to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, attuned to the earnestness in his pupil's gaze, recognized Naraku's critical importance to Konoha. He replied, Naraku is an invaluable asset to our village. Konoha cannot afford to lose him. I will permit you to request his assistance. If he consents to join you, you may take him, but Jiraiya, you must accompany them. Ensure Naraku's safety at all costs. Jiraiya inquired, if that is the case, Can we bring SH Mitsu back from the front lines? Hiruzen shook his head. SH Mitsu's injuries are grave. Even if we retrieve him from the front, he may not survive the journey. The previous conflicts have drawn too much attention, and without formidable shinobi and an army for protection, the situation is precarious. Tsunade then turned to Naraku. At present, SH Mitsu is unconscious due to his overexertion with the malevolent spirit. I know this may be presumptuous, but I implore you to join me in the rescue of SH Mitsu. Jiraiya and I will guarantee your safety. Whatever you require, I shall fulfill it. After speaking, Tsunade bowed deeply to Naraku. Naraku, engaged in solitary training, gazed at the scene before him, muttering to himself, "Oh, this white substance is truly remarkable. Ugh, this thing is quite extraordinary." Naro gently shook his head, banishing the unsettling images from his freshly turned 9-year-old mind. As soon as Naraku had shaken off some items, he heard the phrase, "Any request can be fulfilled." In the depths of his mind, Naraku contemplated the audacious notion of requesting Tsunade to bear him a child. Suddenly, a figure with white hair manifested within his thoughts, the nefarious Uchiha brat. How dare you aspire to take Tsunade as your wife and envision a progeny of numerous offspring? Just watch as I swiftly deal with you. Ropes are my loyal customers, and the malevolent spirits are my creation. Naturally, I can oblige. If you have a request, then I humbly ask that Lady Tsunade accept me as her apprentice. Naraku smiled at Tsunade, feigning innocence as if the lewd thoughts had originated from another. Although taken aback by Naraku's proposition, Tsunade replied, "If you have an interest in medical ninjutsu and my taijutsu, then it is certainly not a problem." Thus, they agreed to set off in the afternoon. In truth, Naraku's departure from the village was also motivated by considerations regarding the dimensional array, as he wished to leave some markers outside of Konoha. In the event that the Tintails were to strike Konoha, he would have an avenue for escape. Furthermore, he was intrigued to discover the extent to which the malevolent spirits had evolved. As per his usual practice, Naraku prepared to mark his territory in Konoha when a brilliant idea regarding his dimensional array struck him, the so-called banishment to the ends of the world. Perhaps he could utilize his shadow clones to experiment with this notion. Hence, Naraku sought out a secluded grove. Shadow clone technique. 3 clones materialized before him. Naraku patted clone number 1 on the shoulder. In response, clone number 1 raised a middle finger, yet nodded in agreement. As a colossal yin-yang symbol appeared beneath clone number 1's feet, it assumed a heroic posture, flipping the bird as it journeyed towards the ends of the world. After a deliberate 5-minute wait, Naraku dispelled his shadow clone. At that moment, he absorbed the intelligence gained from the sacrifice of clone number 1. The so-called end of the world was devoid of gravity and land, yet it was suffused with light and even possessed air. This revelation left Naraku perplexed, however. He recalled that the original version of the dimensional array weapon bore a similar essence, making it somewhat comprehensible upon arriving in the ninja realm. After all, the moon in the ninja world seemed to share a comparable gravity with that of the ninja realm, alongside the presence of air. Thus, it was clear that the scientific principles of previous worlds could not be applied here. Upon grasping the nature of this so-called end of the world, Naraku pondered whether he could utilize this realm as a relatively private storage space. Nonetheless, he currently possessed a system space, which was still sufficiently adequate for his needs. Consequently, Naraku resolved that even if the end of the world could be employed, he would merely store some miscellaneous items there. As for transforming this space into a sanctuary, Naraku decided to experiment further to ascertain if prolonged use might entail additional risks. Naraku offered a respectful bow to his 2 clones, who reciprocated the gesture by raising their middle fingers in defiance. Consequently, clones number 2 and 3 were dispatched together to the ends of the world, providing one another with companionship. Uncertain of how long the clones would endure, Naraku resolved to continue feigning a jog, intending to mark various locations throughout the hidden village of Konoha. Naro, in a whimsical manner, took the 2 charming beauties, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Heise, for a jog around Konoha. As he observed the 2 lovely girls before him, he was uncertain if he was merely imagining things. Perhaps it was due to their recent ample nutrition, particularly from marine delicacies and superior cooking methods, that their heights began to change rapidly. Upon reaching the village's outskirts, Naro casually marked a spot in the grass, unaware that the last unfortunate soul to occupy this location had met his demise at the hands of Danzo, who deemed him a spy. As afternoon descended, Naro proceeded to the front lines, accompanied by Jiraiya and Tsunade. In the land of rain, within the office of Hanzo of the Salamander, He gazed furiously at the list of destruction and casualties presented by his subordinates. The conflicts among the three great nations, Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunade, were not confined to their territories but had spilled into the land of rain, inflicting catastrophic damage upon it. Numerous residential areas had transformed into war zones, forcing residents to flee, while countless civilians and ninjas from the Rain Village perished in the strife. Previously, Hanzo had condemned these great nations. Yet now he saw no sign of restraint from the ninja villages. The recent battle of the Wood Dragon, named so by Konoha after the formidable Wood Dragon, summoned by Shinsuke, obliterated all invading IWA ninjas, had turned vast residential areas into forests, which, in a matter of days, became infested with ferocious beasts and venomous insects. The region now resembled a rainforest, an inhospitable habitat for humans. The endeavor to clear all the trees would demand substantial manpower and resources. However, Hanzo was perplexed by the true nature of Konoha's Wood Dragon, especially considering the IWA ninjas had faced successive defeats in the internal chaos in the Land of Iron, where a faction of ninjas resided. Tsunade was among the weakest of the great ninja villages. Thus, he made a bold decision to declare war on the three great nations, Konoha, the Land of Iron, and Tsunade, simultaneously, a testament to his confidence in his own strength. After completing his contemplation, Hanzo slowly addressed his subordinates. Due to the devastating impact of the wars among the great nations on our Land of Rain, we hereby declare war on the Land of Iron, Konoha, and Tsunade. His subordinates, astonished yet admiring, gazed at Hanzo with reverence, proclaiming, "Indeed, Lord Hanzo. If it is Lord Hanzo, he will surely triumph over those great nations." Hanzo mused, "Let this war demonstrate my strength to the ninja world. Let them witness the might of our Land of Rain. Even as a small nation, we shall not be subject to the whims of these great powers." With Hanzo's declaration of war echoing throughout the ninja world, a significant uproar ensued. Never before had a small nation dared to declare war against great nations, especially not against two simultaneously. Typically, small nations either aligned themselves with a single great power or acted as mere bystanders. Hanzo's declaration had set a precedent. However, the great nations paid little heed to this development. The most vocal response came from the Land of Iron, which had not participated in the conflicts among the three great nations, yet found itself on the receiving end of Hanzo's declaration. Within the borders of the Land of Iron, the somewhat renowned warrior, Mitsubun, was convening with fellow warriors of equal standing. "It was your subordinates who stealthily plundered the Land of Rain amidst the war, provoking Hanzo to declare war on us," one accused. "How could you know if I did not go?" another retorted. The atmosphere was rife with mutual blame. Yet no one was willing to reflect on their own faults and unite against the common enemy. Perhaps they were reluctant to confront Hanzo, hoping someone else would step forward. Mitsubun realized that relying on these individuals would lead to the downfall of the Land of Iron. Without hesitation, he rose and departed. "Where are you going?" someone called after him. "I seek the true path to save the Land of Iron and to unite with those who genuinely wish to liberate it," he declared, unperturbed by the derision of others. Some scoffed, "What a farce. He seeks a solution, but he's merely fleeing." Others chimed in, "What right does he have to judge us?" Yet a small faction chose to follow Mitsubun. In the courtyard, Mitsubun swung his sword with fervor, each stroke infused with determination and strength. However, he was dissatisfied with the power of his strikes, repeatedly cleaving at a nearby tree as if to release his pent-up frustration. He gripped the hilt tightly, closed his eyes, and focused on the chakra flowing within him, channeling it into the blade. Upon reopening his eyes, a glimmer of resolve shone within them. With a fierce shout, Mitsubun unleashed a powerful strike, the resulting blade aura slicing through the air like lightning, cleaving the tree before him in two. As he sheathed his sword, a heavy sigh escaped him, and he shook his head slightly. Despite expending all his strength, the impact of his strike was still limited. He realized that, even at full power, he could only fell a single tree, equating his destructive capability to that of a C-rank ninja technique. Few warriors could reach his level, while a mere chunin from a ninja village could rival the strength of even the most formidable samurai. Moreover, stronger ninjas would easily overpower many warriors. While the samurai swordsmanship did not require hand seals, it paled in comparison to that of ninjas, particularly the elite ones capable of rapidly performing seals and minimizing the number needed, with the exception of Kisame, who was an honest man. Despairing, Mitsubun gazed skyward, lamenting. Is there truly nothing that can assist the Land of Iron in resisting Hanzo's and the ninjas' invasion? If the strength of the samurai is insufficient, what could possibly aid us? Suddenly, he recalled the recently renowned blacksmith from Konoha, Uchiha Nonō. Perhaps he could beseech this master craftsman for guidance. Moreover, the samurai lacked the elaborate jutsu of ninjas. Yet Nonō's forged ninja blades could compensate for this deficiency. Determined, Mitsubune gathered his belongings and set forth on a journey to Konoha in search of Nonō, a quest driven by hope for the future of the samurai. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, having narrowly escaped the Battle of the Wood Dragon, had managed to replenish his 5 hearts, only to find himself besieged by petty thieves attempting to ambush him. The situation brought him both distress and a flicker of joy. After all, these nefarious individuals typically offered bounties. Kakuzu arrived at the black market, eager to resume his lucrative endeavors. Although his previous mission had failed, the pursuit of wealth must continue. He resolved that once his strength increased, he would seize an opportunity to acquire that precious gem. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the black market staff, Kakuzu obtained the bounty directory. After flipping through a couple of pages, he halted. The bounty read, Identity, Bounty Hunter Kakuzu. A reward of 1 million ryo for providing the latest whereabouts of this individual. A reward of 40 million ryo for capturing him alive and delivering him to the black market in the land of Earth. Kakuzu pondered that this must be the rock ninja seeking information about the previous battle involving the wood dragon, hence the bounty on him. Oh no, I must ensure that my bounty does not fall into the hands of these ruffians. To simply mention my address yields a reward of 1 million ryo, such easy money to earn. After exchanging the previous bounty for cash, Kakuzu hastily made his way towards the land of Earth. Chapter 56, The Bounty King. Upon arriving at the Rock Ninja's black market, Kakuzu pointed to his bounty and declared to the staff, I wish to claim my reward. The staff member responded politely, Are you aware of Kakuzu's information? Or have you brought him bound? Kakuzu, growing impatient, retorted, I am Kakuzu. Feel free to ask me anything directly. Just give me my reward. The staff, sensing this fool might be causing trouble, cautiously inquired, Do you have any proof to verify your identity as Kakuzu? The repetition of that question echoed in Kakuzu's mind. After living for so many years, it was the first time he encountered such an impudent and absurd inquiry. If only he had experienced modern society, he would know that proving one's identity is oftentimes a common occurrence. After contemplating, Kakuzu produced the only item that could validate his identity, his Doton technique, which he used to choke the staff member, asking, Can you confirm my identity now? The nearby black market guards, intending to intervene, were swiftly sent flying by Kakuzu's other hand wielding the Doton technique. The staff, disregarding the truth of the matter, hurriedly nodded. They then meticulously compared the bounty information. While appearance, attire, and name could easily be fabricated, the secret techniques were far less amenable to deception, especially since it seemed no one else in the ninja world possessed his Doton technique. After handing over the 40 million ryo, the staff member cautiously inquired, Will you accompany me to the Hidden Rock Village? Kakuzu, counting his money, glanced at the staff member and replied, The bounty states I must be captured alive and delivered to the Rock Ninja Black Market. I am currently here, thus my task is complete. I never claimed I must go to the Hidden Rock Village. Although Kakuzu relished wealth, he was not foolish enough to risk his life for it, especially since he had already received his payment. Fearing reprimand from his superior, the staff mustered the courage to ask, Would you mind waiting here for someone from the Hidden Rock Village? Perhaps we could ask you some questions in the meantime? Kakuzu, still counting his money, agreed, Certainly. But make it quick, as my time is quite valuable. Noki gazed at the enigmatic figure before him, whose body was mostly concealed, save for the eyes visible beneath a rogue ninja forehead protector. Since the handover was previously conducted by Iron Earth, Noki and his associates had never encountered Kakuzu. To Noki, bounty hunters were merely mercenaries who could be easily acquired with some coin, so he typically left such matters to his subordinates. However, this information was critical, given the substantial losses on the front lines and the emergence of wood release, prompting him to handle the situation personally. Noki inquired directly, Are you truly Kakuzu? Kakuzu replied emphatically, I am Kakuzu. Speak quickly. Amused by Kakuzu's reckless demeanor, Noki restrained his urge to reprimand him and asked, What transpired that night? Kakuzu responded bluntly, I accepted a bounty to eliminate Senju Rope Tree, so I prepared to confront him alone. Speaking of which, your intelligence is appalling. You refer to him as a CH9 level ninja, yet I unleashed 5 elemental techniques, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, upon him, landing multiple hits. But he, clad in armor, proved as resilient as a monster, repeatedly rising to his feet. I noticed that the same techniques seemed increasingly ineffective against that armor. Eventually, I resorted to combining two elemental techniques, yet he remained unscathed. Your Iron Earth's Iron Earth and that Nin rope tree are incapable of engaging in close combat. Such formidable armor, and yet you offered a mere 20 million Ryo for the bounty. Too low, in my opinion. Ultimately, it was only through a combination of wind, fire, and lightning techniques that I managed to pierce his abdomen. Upon hearing this, the members of the Rock Ninja, including Noki, were taken aback, if he was lying. The strength of this individual was indeed terrifying. It must be noted that Dust Release is a fusion of 3 elemental chakra types. The extraordinary defense of either the Senju rope tree or that armor was remarkable, but it was likely due to the armor. After all, that wretched armor finally broke. And just as I prepared to exchange my quarry for the bounty, the prey suddenly retaliated, sending me sprawling. Moreover, the armor, along with Senju rope tree, began to evolve, gradually transforming into a colossal dragon. Amidst the dragon's roar, countless wooden entities pursued me, and I barely managed to escape. Once Noki confirmed Kakuzu had finished speaking, he swiftly employed Dust Release. Caught off guard, Kakuzu found a large chunk of flesh sliced away. Enraged, he readied to retaliate against Noki, who declared, "I must test your abilities to ensure your honesty. We may have further collaboration in the future." Kakuzu scoffed and begrudgingly consented, concealing that he had omitted certain details, such as the possibility that Iron Earth met his demise due to his techniques. Subsequently, Noki hastily returned, not due to a lack of desire to confront Kakuzu further, but rather because he lacked a high degree of certainty. Upon returning to the village, Noki contemplated for a time before issuing an order to disclose the truth behind the wood dragon battle while exaggerating the armor's significance. He also raised the bounty for capturing Uchiha Naraku to 400 million Ryo. Given that the leaders of various villages typically remained exempt from bounties, Naraku became the most sought-after individual in the entire ninja world. Ultimately, he urged the ninja world to unite against Konoha. Otherwise, once Uchiha Naraku forged more formidable weapons, they would all face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Naraku, alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade, was en route to the front lines, blissfully unaware that he had ascended to the status of the Bounty King, standing atop the entire ninja world. Nailuo gazed at the tranquil figure of Ju, who lay on the sickbed, receiving treatment from Tsunade, while beside him stood the tenderly concerned Meiya. In that moment, Nailuo faintly realized the immense burden of the flags that Ju had previously borne. Subsequently, Nailuo's attention was drawn to the malevolent spirit that had entwined itself at the side, and through the passive perception granted by his weapon, the sovereignty, he discerned that this malevolent entity had undergone a significant evolution, harboring within it a terrifying multitude of powers. Among these was a particularly potent and domineering force, seemingly infused with a hint of verdant vitality. Nailuo recognized this as the essence of wood release. After a period of contemplation, Tsunade looked longingly at Nailuo, hoping he might possess a means to rescue Ju. Chapter 57. The Healing of Ju. Nero approached the bedside of the rope tree, keenly sensing the intricate dynamics within. It became evident that the interior of the rope tree was truly bustling with activity. 5 distinct forces: wood release, tyrant, pure natural energy. The vital essence of the entity itself and impure energies were entangled, clashing, and amalgamating within the rope tree. Naraku once again perceived the tenacity of Ju's life. He began to contemplate how to address the predicament concerning Ju. His imperial tools, commonly employed for this purpose, could directly extract these 5 forms of power. However, such extraction would inevitably transmute Ju himself into mere essence. Nero contemplated the notion of refining the rope tree and directly merging it with the possessed evil spirit, pondering whether this would enable the spirit to evolve into a genuine S-class weapon. However, Nero was not a demon, and his own life was not under threat at present, compounded by the fact that the rope tree was not only his beloved but also a close friend and future brother-in-law. They had forged a profound bond. Yet, such a promising method should not be squandered. The rope tree was currently overwhelmed by excessive and chaotic energy, rendering it uncontrollable. A gradual and steady extraction of this energy would likely resolve the issue, albeit requiring careful balance and equilibrium that only Nero could manage adeptly. As for the tool for energy extraction, the insatiable evil spirit at hand served as the most suitable instrument. Moreover, only Nero's weapon, the passive ability of sovereignty, could ensure the spirit's compliance. Should this task fall to another, even the rope tree itself, the spirit would not yield its obedience. The relationship between others and Nero's weapon was merely that of collaborators, while the bond between Nero and his weapon was one of master and servant. Nero then turned to Tsunade and said, "The energy within the rope tree is too chaotic. I can temporarily control the possessed spirit using a curse seal to extract that energy. I believe a weekly session should suffice until the rope tree's life force can manage the energy itself, at which point it should awaken. Additionally, I will forge an artifact to temporarily suppress the energy within the rope tree, ensuring that it does not encounter any unforeseen incidents during the recovery period after the energy extraction. However, once this artifact is worn, it must never be removed. Otherwise, the rope tree could easily perish, and even if it does not succumb immediately, it may never awaken again." Upon hearing Nero's words, the assembled individuals felt a wave of relief. Yet, Tsunade insisted on further confirmation, and after receiving Nero's assurances, she embraced him in excitement. Expressing her gratitude in an exuberant manner, Naruto initially rejected such facial cleansers, primarily due to concerns over breathing difficulties. However, considering that Tsunade was also able to find solace through the rescue of her brother, experiencing a tremendous release from psychological pressure, and unable to share her joy, she allowed herself the indulgence of a facial cleanser. Naraku could only feed the tiger with his own body, enduring the pain alone, while Jiraiya beside him was nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. A minute later, as Tsunade felt the masculine aura at the tip of her nose and the warm breath of Naraku reaching her chest, she couldn't help but blush slightly. It was then that Tsunade released Naraku, who felt a lingering sense of longing yet wore a facade of righteousness, masking any hint of vulnerability, for he was merely a 9-year-old child. Subsequently, Naraku pretended to search for a place to forge a small tool, extracting a sensor from the system's space. This was a trinket he had acquired from a previous lottery. Had he not inquired with the system, Naraku would have remained oblivious to its existence. With the sensor, he could monitor any movements or damages to the small tool. In truth, this little device was born from Naraku's mischievous curiosity. He wished to observe whether anyone would attempt to harm Shinjiro while he lay in bed, satisfying a personal intrigue. The circumstances surrounding Shinjiro's demise in the original Naruto storyline were somewhat suspicious, yet the narrative did not clarify if foul play was involved. Naraku resolved to conduct an experiment. After crafting the small tool, he returned to the hospital room and shooed everyone away. He placed the small device atop Shinjiro's head and then grasped the cursed weapon. A second encounter since he had sent his previous armament away. At this moment, the cursed weapon had become akin to exchanging a sparrow for a cannon. Naraku positioned the cursed weapon upon Shinjiro, commanding it to consume the power within him. The weapon primarily absorbed the chaotic energy that resided within Shinjiro. As such, power tended to be disordered. However, as it devoured the impurities, the balance within Shinjiro began to shift. Naraku was once again ensnared by malevolent spirits, consuming a fragment of other powers. Half an hour later, Naraku nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to his manipulation, the rope tree could endure for at least a month. However, Naraku had no intention of disclosing this to Tsunade. This was primarily for the sake of his little nephew's safety, while simultaneously allowing for more frequent interactions with Tsunade. Upon hearing about the peculiarities in the forest caused by the transformation of the rope tree into a dragon, Naraku, filled with curiosity, ventured into this woodland. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed an overwhelming presence of Tyrant's power within. Nero has come to a realization. It seems that during the transformation of the rope tree into a dragon, Tyrant's powers were simultaneously at play, resulting in the forest's peculiarities. Or perhaps it is the creatures within this forest that have become strange. According to Nero's conjecture, this forest may even give rise to some perilous species in the future. Upon returning to the logistics base, Nero was informed that his bounty in the black market had been dramatically doubled, necessitating his immediate return. Thus, Nero's inaugural journey outside the village came to an end. And it was at this moment that he discovered he had become the man with the highest bounty in the ninja world. Subsequently, Nero, along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the rope tree, made their way back. This was made possible largely due to Nero's ability to control the malevolent spirit that had been tormenting him, allowing him to absorb a modicum of energy and stabilize it. Tsunade then treated some of the internal injuries sustained by the rope tree, thereby enabling the possibility of transporting him back to Konoha. While on the return journey, Nero suddenly stumbled, nearly falling from the tree. Tsunade promptly rushed over to support him, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Nero shook his head to indicate that all was well. Just moments ago, 2 of his shadow clones had vanished due to the depletion of chakra. Upon reaching the so-called end of the world, Clones 2 and 3 initially brimmed with enthusiasm to explore this realm. However, they soon discovered that the space resembled an expanse filled with breathable air, moderate temperatures, and pleasing light. Their interest waned rapidly, and the two spent the next 2 days playing cards in this celestial void. It was only recently that Naro stumbled. Overwhelmed by the influx of trivial information flooding his mind, particularly upon realizing that both of his clones had resorted to cheating at cards. How despicable! Naro felt a deep sense of shame to be associated with them. Nevertheless, this also indicated that during their 2.5 days in the alternate space, it was presumably safe for living beings to exist there temporarily. Chapter 58, Ambushed. As they traveled along the road, a sudden halt was called by Jiraiya, who raised his palm and commanded, "Stop." The others quickly sensed that something was amiss, and before long, a group of malevolent bounty hunters materialized before them, encircling the party. The leader of the bounty hunters, with a sinister glint in his eye, addressed the group. "You hail from the Konoha encampment, do you not? If you divulge specific information regarding Senju Rope Tree, I might consider sparing your lives." Meanwhile, another bounty hunter nudged his elder brother, and the leader's gaze fell upon the unconscious rope tree draped across Jiraiya's back. "We initially sought to gather some information to sell, but it appears we have stumbled upon a significant prize. The haste to reach Konoha suggests that Senju Rope Tree is either on the brink of demise or is being prepared for recuperation in the rear lines. Brothers, wealth awaits us." As tensions escalated, a shrewd bounty hunter discreetly maneuvered behind the group, shielding them with a protective stance. Their original intention had been merely to capture a few stray Konoha ninjas for interrogation and subsequent sale on the black market, a task that, barring extraordinary misfortune, posed little risk. However, with Rope Tree incapacitated, it was reasonable to surmise that the remaining ninjas by his side possessed formidable strength. Subsequently, Jiraiya entrusted Rope Tree to Naraku and assumed a combative posture alongside Tsunade, preparing to engage the enemy. Nailuo, however, entrusted the Rope Tree to Meiyazi and marked the latter's body. He intended to augment his limited combat experience. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Nailuo confidently proclaimed, "Leave these trifling foes to me. It's the perfect opportunity to hone my skills." Though a hint of concern lingered in their minds, Nailuo did not afford them the chance to dissuade him. He brandished his sword and charged forward. In truth, Nailuo possessed unwavering confidence. After all, he had the assurance of a dimensional space as a safety net, and in the realm of illusions, he wielded the power of the three Tomo. Additionally, he had access to wood release. Even should he inadvertently sustain injuries, his physique, enhanced by a previous talent replication, mirrored that of an intermediate member of the Senju clan, granting him remarkable resilience and unparalleled recovery capabilities. With Tsunade by his side and the malevolent spirit entwined around him, this battle would only be deemed victorious if he refrained from revealing his trump cards. The bounty hunters, witnessing Nailuo's audacity as he rushed toward them, felt a surge of indignation and immediately launched their assault. However, Nailuo showcased astonishing speed and agility. In the blink of an eye, he activated the body flicker technique, evading the shuriken hurled by his adversaries. One ninja, realizing he had become Nailuo's target, hastily began forming hand seals in a desperate attempt to disrupt Nailuo's rhythm. Yet, Nailuo's actions were far too swift. After channeling lightning release chakra to invigorate his body, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning. The unfortunate ninja barely completed his seals before Nailuo, empowered by the malevolent spirit, cleaved him in two. Perhaps due to his second kill, Nailuo felt a slight wave of nausea, yet it was eclipsed by the thrill of battle. Observing the ferocity of Nailuo's swordsmanship, Jiraiya and Tsunade refrained from intervening, instead fixating their attention on him, prepared to provide support should the situation take a turn for the worse. The bounty hunters, intimidated by Nailuo's blade work, attempted to distance themselves from him. Seizing the opportunity, Naraku swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. As the final seal was completed, a torrent of formidable flames erupted from his mouth. Although Naraku was not a master of chakra control, his impressive reserve of 10 cards endowed this ninjutsu with astonishing power. The inferno of great fire annihilation rapidly spread, engulfing several unfortunate souls in its wake. In that moment, Naraku achieved a feat rarely seen in the original narrative. He wielded fire release to take lives. However, he soon recognized a critical flaw in this technique. It was ill-suited for confined spaces. Should he continue to unleash great fire annihilation, the encroaching flames would inevitably consume him as well. Realizing this, Naraku decisively halted the jutsu, averting a potentially embarrassing predicament. After all, being devoured by a sea of flames would be utterly disgraceful. Observing the bounty hunters scattering and retreat, Naraku promptly employed the shadow clone technique, dispatching 10 clones to pursue them. Nara pursued the leading ninja, whose anxiety grew with each step of Nara's approach. Unlike the earlier reckless individual, the leader dared not perform defensive or offensive hand seals. Instead, he desperately wielded his ninja blade, casting fearful glances at Nara. In a mere second, he stared in disbelief as his weapon was severed as effortlessly as tofu, and before he could comprehend the gravity of the situation, his body was cleaved in two, blood splattering through the air and painting a gruesome yet striking tableau. Nearby, bounty hunters who had not yet fled the scene witnessed this chilling spectacle, and in a moment of sheer instinct, they surpassed their own limits in speed. Indeed, the potential of humanity often reveals itself under duress. Soon, the battle concluded, and Nara counted, realizing he had just allowed 3 insignificant foes to escape. Through this battle, Naraku recognized his shortcomings, particularly in his conventional offensive and defensive ninjutsu. For instance, when the enemy employed shuriken, he realized he lacked effective defensive techniques. It would be impractical to summon the triple Rashomon merely to counter a few shuriken. As for his offensive capabilities, aside from the formidable Great Fire Destruction, he was left with only the Great Fireball, which primarily serves to hinder the enemy's movement. Upon returning to Konoha, Naraku resolved to significantly enhance his mastery of ninjutsu. He already possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, along with a complete array of chakra affinities. The only remaining aspect was the formidable amount of chakra at his disposal. Should Naraku desire, he could effortlessly usurp Kakashi's esteemed title as the copy ninja. However, his tactical approach was somewhat lacking. Although Naraku's repertoire of ninjutsu was limited, there was little room for optimization in his strategies. Ultimately, it was his inexperience that hindered him. While he had never witnessed Tsukumo Hatake in combat, he instinctively felt that the legendary ninja would not resort to the gruesome method of cleaving opponents in half, leaving their innards scattered. At this moment, Tsunade recalled her promise to serve as Naraku's mentor and addressed him. Your combat prowess is already impressive by the standards of the Ninja Academy. The abilities you have just demonstrated are comparable to those of an elite nin. Nonetheless, there are areas that require improvement. Your fighting style is rather juvenile. Once we return to Konoha, I shall diligently train you. Naraku, with a serious expression, remarked, Then I shall express my gratitude in advance for the teacher's guidance. Meanwhile, Jiraiya found their conversation rather peculiar, reflecting that perhaps his own thoughts were too tainted, leading him to perceive everything in a questionable light. Subsequently, he instinctively shouldered the burden of his rope tree. Concerned about the possibility of encountering another ambush, the group hastened their pace to safely reach Konoha. Nero glanced back at the abyss, unable to resist leaving markers along the way. Since the route taken was not entirely the same as the one he had arrived by, it signified that Nero now possessed 2 potential escape paths for the future. Chapter 59, Only Domineering. Upon his arrival in Konoha, Nero received news from Xin, who informed him that a warrior from the Land of Iron had requested an audience with him and had been lurking at the storefront for several days. Nero, too, was intrigued by who was so eager to meet him. After all, many ninjas had sought his forging skills. Yet this was the first time a samurai wished to see him. Upon seeing Nero before him, Mitsuhashi hurriedly approached, bowing deeply in a gesture of respect, and implored, Lord Nero, please, you must save the Iron Kingdom. Nero was equally astonished by the unfolding situation and suggested, This is not the appropriate venue for discussion. Let us find a more suitable place. After Sambyun's elaborate narration, Nero finally grasped the intricacies of the matter. In essence, Sambyun sought to harness Nero's weaponry to resist the invasion of the Rain country's Mackerel Hans. Nai Luo reminisced about the original work, recalling how the Iron Country dealt with the invasion of the pufferfish Hanzo. It seemed that it was the unwavering spirit of Mitsubun, who fought valiantly and was willing to sacrifice himself for his comrades, that ultimately moved Hanzo. Consequently, Hanzo assisted Mitsubun in curing the poison and vowed never to invade the Iron Country again, narrowly doubting that even if this method were conveyed to Sambuda, he would remain incredulous. It is akin to a nation proclaiming that, for the sake of liberty and democracy, a certain small region requires transformation, especially when that very region has fortuitously unearthed oil. Nero found himself perplexed by the intentions of Hanzo the Salamander. If his aim was to expand his territory, he could have easily targeted the smaller neighboring nations. The Iron Country and the Rain Country were separated by a considerable distance, half the span of the Fire Country. Additionally, the harsh, Siberian-like climate of the Iron Country, characterized by frigid landscapes and scarce resources, made it an unappealing target. Its advantageous coastal position rendered it defensible and difficult to conquer. Furthermore, the sheer number of samurai in the Iron Country far surpassed that of any individual nation's ninjas. Even if their combat prowess was inferior, their numerical superiority could easily facilitate a strategy of overwhelming force. It is likely that Hanzo initially had no intention of fully invading the Iron Country. Perhaps, during his attempts to conquer it, he recognized that the Iron Country was a tasteless and regrettable endeavor. However, if Hanzo's original purpose was to seek peace for the Rain Country through warfare, it would certainly lend a more coherent rationale to his actions. By attacking the Iron Country, he aimed to deter certain marauding samurai. And upon witnessing the character and capabilities of Mitsuhashi, he believed that Mitsuhashi could effectively regulate the samurai of the Iron Country. Thus, he bestowed upon the young Mitsuhashi tremendous renown, laying the groundwork for Mitsuhashi's future role as a general of the Iron Country. The decision to confront the three legendary ninjas without slaying them might have been a strategic move, leaving room for future encounters. As for why, despite the conflict arising in the villages of the Earth, Fire, and Wind countries, he only declared war on Konoha and Suna. It could be attributed to Konoha's perceived negotiability or Suna's relative weakness. The omission of the Earth country may suggest that the IWA ninjas were not only formidable but also united. Nero could only speculate on these thoughts. For the nature of war is intricate, even its instigator cannot always maintain control over the unfolding events. Observing the eager Mitsuhashi, Nero broke his reverie and said, "I can assist you, even fervently support the Iron Country in resisting Hanzo's invasion. But what can you offer me in return?" Mitsuhashi fell into deep contemplation, realizing he had little of particular value to provide to Nero. The Iron Country lacked resources that would entice him. After much deliberation, Mitsuhashi finally recalled his sole offering. "If Lord Nero is willing to aid me, to assist the Iron Country, I am prepared to offer my very life. I am willing to serve at your discretion." At this moment, Naraku chuckled and said, "Very well, Mitsuhana, wait for a few days in the territory of the Uchiha clan, and thereafter I shall present you with a delightful surprise." Naraku's agreement to assist Mikubune stems primarily from his desire to secure a potential escape route, even if the likelihood of its necessity remains uncertain. The secluded environment of the Iron Country provides an ideal backdrop for him to conceal himself and orchestrate his plans. Mikubune's character is commendable, alleviating Naraku's concerns about aiding a thankless ingrate. Naraku does not blindly submit to the will of the blacksmith solely due to his prowess with weaponry. One can envision a day when Danzo might come wielding the Blade of the Eight Rooms to confront Naraku. Should Mikubune ascend to the rank of general in the Iron Country, he would effectively wield control over an entire nation. Given the integrated military and political system of the realm, Naraku perceives clearly that within Konoha, he will eternally remain a mere laborer. He must establish his own domain. For that is the essence of true entrepreneurship. Even if bestowed the title of Hokage, Naraku would not be particularly inclined to accept it, as the authority of the Hokage is exceedingly limited, burdened by numerous constraints. The various clans within the village advocate solely for their own interests. If one's interests are not adequately represented, there are always those who contemplate one's demise or engage in duplicity. Consider the demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who perished without a soul to come to his aid. Rather than engage in a battle of wits and courage with such individuals, it is far more prudent to commence anew from the ground up. The Land of Iron may serve as an ideal starting point for Naraku. As for why he wishes for Mitsuba to wait for a while, it is because Naraku is preparing for a lottery. Previously, when Shinji was ensnared by the malevolent spirits, it significantly enhanced Naraku's reputation. Nero arrived at the forge, summoning the system to open the blacksmith panel. Ding. System membership level. Novice name. Uchiha Nero blacksmith level. A. Due to forge enhancement. Weapon enhancement bonuses. 1. Talent replication. 2. Undead Legion. 3. Sovereignty of weapons. Blacksmith reputation. 15,761. Lottery instructions. Utilize blacksmith reputation to partake in a lottery. Every 10 points of reputation grants one opportunity to draw, potentially yielding rare biological materials, precious metals, and exclusive forging techniques. Evaluation. Due to possessing a dedicated forging space, blacksmithing skills have been augmented. Should the conditions be met, you currently possess the capability to forge nearly all A-level weapons. However, to craft S-level weapons, a new breakthrough is still required. Naro gazed at his forging master's reputation, calculating that he could draw a total of 500 times if he were to exhaust all his chances. However, Naro decided to first engage in 1,000 draws, as this quantity ensured a guaranteed outcome. As it had been a long while since his last lottery, Naro was thoroughly prepared. He ventured out to find Uchiha Heise, who was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. Approaching her, he gently patted Heise's head, to which she offered no resistance, merely regarding Naro with a hint of curiosity. This action was inspired by a memory he recalled. Somewhere he had read that stroking the head of a coy girl could enhance one's luck. Naraku felt that Uchiha Heise's fortune was truly remarkable. Otherwise, how could she have encountered such an illustrious and formidable version of himself, who invested so generously in her? After gently patting his head, Naraku returned to his chamber and commanded the system. Commence the lottery. Ding. Golden. A portion of the Conqueror's cells, materials for producing Conqueror seeds. Platinum. Secret technique for crafting Conqueror seeds. This technique allows for the creation of Conqueror seeds, which can be infused into a person's body, bestowing upon them the potential to awaken the powers of observation and armament hockey. The intensity of these powers can be continuously enhanced through rigorous self-discipline. Chapter 60. Resurrection items. Green. 100 Sea King corpses, each measuring 20 meters. These colossal beasts from the pirate world are immensely powerful creatures. Golden. Secret technique for crafting belt-type Imperial artifacts. Beast King transformation. This belt-type Imperial artifact allows the wearer to undergo beastification, dramatically enhancing physical capabilities and senses, enabling the detection of enemies. Its ultimate technique, the Lion Never Perishes, boosts the wearer's regenerative abilities, allowing them to staunch bleeding and reattach severed limbs, even after grievous injuries. Blue. 122 portions of orichalcum blue. 3 ordinary dangerous species golden. Secret technique for forging winged Imperial artifacts. 10,000 miles soaring mustama. This winged Imperial artifact grants the user the ability to fly, with feathers capable of striking down foes. Its secret technique, Divine Feather, can rebound opponents' flying artifacts. Mustama is a fallen angel from the apocryphal text of the Old Testament. Golden. Special dangerous species. Undying Lion King, living. The Undying Lion is a perilous creature endowed with terrifying strength and vitality, with the Undying Lion King being its most formidable variant, capable of overwhelming other Undying Lions and entering a state of heightened recovery. Platinum. Super dangerous species. Black Dragon. The Black Dragon is a fearsome superspecies of dragon, colossal in stature, its body resembling a formidable mountain, cloaked in a layer of hard, obsidian scales. Its expansive and powerful wings allow it to soar effortlessly through the skies. The Black Dragon possesses extraordinary resilience, rapidly recovering from severe injuries. Its disposition is exceedingly savage. When provoked, it unleashes relentless assaults. The Black Dragon can exhale devastating explosive rays, capable of obliterating anything that stands in its path, serving as a biological component for the supreme throne of the guardian machine god. Golden. Special dangerous species. Feathered beast, a bird-like dangerous species with magnificent wings, adorned with 4 wings and snow-white feathers that resemble falling snowflakes. When soaring through the air, it appears like a blossoming flower, exuding unparalleled beauty. These creatures inhabit lofty mountains or deep valleys, cherished by the skies. Not only do they possess formidable strength and speed, but they can also use their feathers to strike down adversaries. Additionally, feathered beasts revel in tormenting their prey, particularly humans. Golden. Secret technique for forging the demon blade. TK. This mysterious forging technique, originating from the world of Inuyasha, requires the collection of sinister remnants from battlefields and the scales of dragonfolk as materials, to forge a blade capable of siphoning the power of its opponents. To unleash the true potential of this demon blade, one must slay dragonfolk and seize their strength to complete the final forging step. This blade possesses a unique ability to continuously absorb power from enemies, thereby growing stronger. However, it gradually erodes the mind and body of its wielder. Failure to master its formidable power may lead to becoming a mere slave to the blade. More terrifyingly, should the wielder encounter an adversary of superior strength, the blade will transfer the damage inflicted by the enemy directly onto its master when the latter is unable to withstand the assault. Golden. Dragonfolk, living, a formidable creature endowed with immense strength and exceptional combat skills. Their bodies are clad in hard dragon scales, which not only provide excellent magical resistance but also a degree of physical defense. Dragonfolk typically wield sharp longswords or battle axes, and their most distinctive equipment is the dragon scale shield. This shield, crafted from ordinary dragon scales, can absorb the magical energies released by foes and convert them into the wielder's energy reserves. However, the dragon scale shield is not invincible. It has a capacity limit. When the shield begins to glow red, it signifies that its limit has been reached, marking the optimal moment for a counterattack. The scales of the dragonfolk serve as excellent materials for crafting the demon blade. Golden. Secret method for creating resurrection cocoons. These one-time use items allow for the transfer of the user's soul into a pre-established resurrection cocoon upon death. The cocoon possesses the ability to blend seamlessly with its surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult to destroy. However, it requires a dormant period of 2 to 5 years before the user can awaken once more. Golden. Reincarnation worm. Primary material for crafting resurrection cocoons. Upon completing the lottery, Naraku displayed a satisfied smile. What delighted him most was the acquisition of the resurrection cocoon crafting secret, signifying an enhancement of his life-preserving capabilities. However, the unsettling aspect was that the cocoon necessitated a period of dormancy, implying that Naraku must find an utterly secure refuge, perhaps even a competent guardian of the tomb. Yet, he worried that he might complicate matters. Should the cocoon become akin to an unyielding stone underground, it would be challenging to destroy. If someone were to observe it, it might reveal his secret. As long as he buried the resurrection cocoon deep enough, he believed that no one would unearth it to bombard it with tailed beast balls or assault it with the seeking Dao balls. Furthermore, he had finally gathered all the materials for the supreme throne of the guardian machine god, allowing him to attempt the forging of this S-grade imperial artifact. Nevertheless, a formidable challenge loomed ahead. The super dangerous species were indeed beyond the current capabilities of Naraku. Just considering the description of the black dragon, whose body was like a mountain and capable of unleashing powerful explosive rays, filled him with trepidation. Naraku even harbored doubts about whether this entity's power could truly rival that of the Nine Tails, and it might also have the potential to contend with the Eight Tails, the bull demon. However, a sudden thought struck Naraku. Could he possibly employ sealing techniques to manage such a perilous being? He resolved to devise a more thorough plan later on. Subsequently, the ability to soar through the skies, reminiscent of the majestic Mashtima, was something Naraku could bestow upon himself, thereby granting him the gift of flight. Furthermore, he contemplated presenting the transformation into the Beast King, resembling a Lion King, to Tsunade, as she too was a formidable elder sister figure. With the addition of ears and a tail, it would undeniably be quite delightful. Within the depths of his heart, Naraku emphasizes that this endeavor is not merely for the sake of tails and ears. It is primarily an act of filial piety towards his teacher, while simultaneously honoring himself. The subsequent task of acquiring the demon blade poses a slight inconvenience for Naraku, as it necessitates the collection of broken blades, a responsibility he intends to delegate to Mifune. As the forging progresses, Naraku remains uncertain about to whom this creation should be bestowed. The final revelation of the Hokage seed unveils new possibilities for Naraku. It is foreseeable that with the proliferation of this seed, rewards will continuously be bestowed upon his corporeal form, allowing him to attain sanctity without the need for rigorous training in Hokage. In the Iron Country, many warriors prefer honing their physical prowess over the use of ninjutsu, and their numbers may very well surpass the totality of ninjas in the entire ninja realm, presenting an expansive opportunity for him. However, it remains unclear how many Hokage seeds can be derived from a single Hokage cell, and whether each seed can only awaken a singular Hokage. This necessitates new endeavors on Naraku's part. Chapter 61. Gift of the Blade. Without further ado, Naraku resolves to entrust the Hokage seeds to Mifune, who can be regarded as his first true subordinate in the ninja world, one who wholly belongs to him. And he will undoubtedly enhance the combat prowess of his followers significantly. Upon returning to the forge, Naraku reflects on the method of Hokage seed production and discovers that it is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to inscribe a secret technique seal upon the Hokage cells, subject them to fire while vigorously pounding them, and subsequently cool them down for oral consumption. This revelation astounds Naraku, who recalls his previous studies in biology. He understands that the size of cells on Earth varies by type, from the minuscule mycoplasma cells with diameters of merely 0.1 to 0.3 micrometers, to the largest ostrich egg yolks, which can reach a diameter of 5 centimeters. Naraku extracted a domineering cell, approximately the size of an adult male's head, and fell into deep contemplation. Furthermore, the manufacturing process, which involved extreme heat and relentless pounding, was utterly absurd. For instance, normal human cells and tissues can withstand temperatures up to 47 C. Yet, this formidable cell astonishingly endured temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees. Naro could only concede that he was somewhat perplexed by the biological intricacies of this extraordinary realm. Subsequently, he summoned several advanced shadow clones to assist him in his endeavors. Naraku, along with 3 clones, meticulously inscribed the secret technique seal upon the imposing cell. Subsequently, the 3 clones undertook the task of forging, while Naraku provided support by heating it with intense flames. Naro gazed upon the ominous black cells of power, realizing that the flames had yet to reach an adequate intensity. He could only resort to employing fire techniques to elevate the temperature of these formidable cells. Contemplating the situation, Naro concluded that he would need to seek out a location akin to a volcano in the future. Relying solely on conventional coal for heating was insufficient to meet the forging temperature requirements of certain materials. After 3 hours, Naro coughed twice, his throat feeling as if he had just consumed the fiery death god chili from prolonged exposure to the flames. Luo gazed at the formidable energy cell before him, now transformed into a diameter of 10 centimeters. According to the ancestral memories residing in his mind, this powerful energy cell was indeed ready for utilization at this moment. Naro contemplated, why not let Sanbian put in some effort? He could simply swallow this imposing seed, which measures 10 centimeters in diameter. Ultimately, Naraku refrained from becoming a demon, for he feared that even the formidable Mifune would struggle to swallow such a thing if it were to break his throat. 3 hours later, Naraku's throat had nearly lost all sensation. The seed of dominance had shrunk to a mere 5 centimeters in diameter, and he realized that the longer he delayed, the more challenging it became to forge it, particularly in conditions of moderate temperature. Although it still appeared sizable, Naraku was convinced that with Mifune's effort, it should suffice. After all, the average human on Earth could ingest objects approximately 5 centimeters in diameter. Given that this object now measured just 5 centimeters, and considering that this realm was one of the extraordinary, it seemed plausible. The humble author wishes to issue a life-preserving declaration. Please refrain from attempting any perilous actions referenced in this narrative. Any ensuing consequences shall be borne by the individual. This is a world of the extraordinary, ordinary humans should not emulate. Naro contemplated that since Sanbian had already arrived, it would be remiss not to present a fine blade. This time, Naro once again produced the ancient and indestructible wood, which had stood the test of millennia. Initially, he had considered embellishing this precious wood with extravagant materials. But now that Sanbian's path to dominance was firmly established, he decided against such frivolities. This nearly indestructible wood would grow in strength alongside Sanbian's journey as a swordsman, ultimately transforming into a supreme and unparalleled blade that would belong solely to him. A touch of embellishment has been added to the ancient Vajra wood, featuring an inscription of Lake Toya. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging the weapon of A-class caliber, Lake Toya. Luo further assessed the sword in his possession. Lake Toya, this blade was crafted by a blacksmith who sought to emulate the beloved sword of the legendary Silver Mama. Lake Toya. It is forged from the ancient and resilient golden steel wood, yet it bears no trace of the artisan's dedication, merely adorned with a few embellishments and markings. Although it is a wooden sword and lacks a sharpened edge, it retains the capability to pierce through flesh. The inscription Lake Toya graces the surface of the blade, measuring 1.4 meters in length. This sword possesses remarkable durability and adeptly channels chakra and other forms of energy. Luo disregarded the system's sarcastic remarks, for it understood nothing of substance. The choice to forego supplementary materials was a testament to the integrity of the millennium-old adamant wood. The robustness of this material was self-evident. Yet how could such a sagacious system grasp its profound significance? As for the reason behind the blade's dullness, Luo expressed that sharpening this object was akin to attempting to transform a rebar into a needle using nothing but a stone found by the roadside, an endeavor bordering on the impossible. In any case, who has ever witnessed a blacksmith capable of forging an A-class weapon in a mere 2.5 minutes? What does it mean to be an internationally unrivaled master blacksmith? Luo leaned back in tactical contemplation. The following day, within the reception room of the Uchiha clan, Miha respectfully regarded Luo. Naro feigned reaching into his pocket, yet in truth, he extracted a seed of dominance from the confines of the system's space. Subsequently, Naro presented the seed of dominance to Mitsubian. At that moment, Mitsubian's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, for from his perspective, His superior had retrieved a black iron egg from his groin and extended it towards him. Naro did not notice the subtle expression on Sanbu's face. He simply spoke calmly with a hint of a smile. Sanbu, the answer to saving the Iron Kingdom lies within this sphere. Consume it. Sanbu hesitated for a brief moment. But considering the potential to rescue the Iron Kingdom, he steeled himself and swallowed the 5-centimeter diameter iron ball, suppressing his discomfort. To his surprise, once the ball entered his body, it vanished without causing him any discomfort, yet he felt no surge of strength. Naraku observed that Sanbun appeared unchanged, realizing he needed a bit of stimulation. Thus, Naraku took Sanbun to indulge in some barbecued sea delicacies. Although Sanbun did not comprehend the reasoning behind Naraku's actions, he sensed that there was a profound significance to them. After they finished their meal, Naraku announced to Sanbun, "I intend to bestow upon you a formidable weapon. From this point onward, you shall grow alongside this weapon." These words ignited a fervor within Sanbun. What swordsman would not desire a weapon that evolves in tandem with them? However, when Naraku presented him with Lake Toya, Sanbun felt somewhat numb. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a wooden sword that a child might play with, merely inscribed with the name Lake Toya, leaving Sanbun perplexed as to its meaning. Chapter 62. The Envelopment of Armament Color. Thanks to O for the 2 prompts for updates. Naraku no longer plays the role of a riddle master. The iron sphere you just consumed is known as the dominant seed, which grants the potential to awaken both the armament haki and the observation haki. The observation haki sharpens one's 5 senses, enabling the perception of nearby creatures' auras, emotional shifts, and the foresight to evade danger. Meanwhile, the armament haki enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities. Due to its fluid nature, the armament haki can be employed through various techniques, categorized as entanglement hardening, flowing outward, and internal destruction. The mastery of these techniques varies in levels, yet this does not equate to the strength of the haki itself, nor does it reflect the wielder's overall prowess. It can be said that this represents a completely distinct path of enhancement from chakra, unlike chakra, which is influenced by lineage. Haki can continuously strengthen through diligent training. One could assert that when haki reaches its zenith, it can cleave mountains with a single strike or shatter them with a mere punch. This path is particularly suited for swordsmen and warriors. Listening to Naraku speak of the myriad techniques and formidable destructive power of haki, Mitsuba could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He understood that if what Naraku claimed were true, the age of the samurai had indeed arrived. After all, he had never heard of any ninjutsu, aside from the tailed beast bombs, capable of such feats. Perhaps one day, Mitsuba could confidently proclaim that the era of ninjas has come to an end. Naro gazed at Sanbun, who was lost in thought, and remarked, "The path of haki encompasses a multitude of concepts, yet that is a matter for another time. Without awakening haki, all is but idle chatter. Now, seize Lake Toya and engage me in combat." Sanbun was taken aback, pondering whether Lord Naro possessed not only remarkable forging skills but also formidable strength. However, since he wielded a wooden sword, he reasoned that he would not inflict harm upon Naro. Thus, he too grasped Lake Toya and assumed a starting stance. Nailuo also directly extracted a toy knife from a peculiar location. Nara understood that Miura might not exert himself fully in the confrontation. Thus, with astonishing speed akin to a flash of lightning, he unleashed his first strike. Miura, witnessing the terrifying onslaught of Nara's swift and formidable attack, instinctively raised his wooden sword, Toya Lake, to defend himself. He had anticipated that Toya Lake would be cleaved in two and that he would suffer injuries, yet the outcome astonished him. Although Toya Lake was merely a blunted wooden sword, its resilience exceeded all expectations. Even when confronted with the razor-sharp blade wielded by Nara, Toya Lake emerged unscathed, not a single scratch marring its surface. In that moment, Miura began to cultivate a burgeoning confidence in Toya Lake. After delivering a decisive strike, Naraku did not pursue further attacks, but instead stood still, gazing calmly at Mifune. "Mifune, unleash your full potential. You cannot harm me. You are destined to be my future general. Must you remain forever sheltered beneath my wings?" Naraku's voice resonated with a steady strength, imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing these words, Mifune's expression grew solemn. He understood that this was not only a test from Naraku but also an acknowledgement of his capabilities. "Lord Naraku, I shall give it my all," Mifune declared, drawing in a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He resumed his stance, and in an instant, his aura surged to its zenith. With a sharp exclamation, Mifune darted forward like a bolt of lightning, his weapon, the Toya Lake, slicing through the air with fierce intent aimed at Naraku. Naro's lips curled upward ever so slightly, revealing a faint smile. He effortlessly sidestepped Sambyun's assault, his movements fluid and graceful. Simultaneously, the blade in his hand arced through the air, clashing with Sambyun's weapon in a resounding impact. Bang! The sound of their collision resonated in the air. The two figures intertwined momentarily before swiftly parting ways. Their movements were as swift as the wind, each strike imbued with strength and finesse. The onslaught from Naraku was as ferocious as a tempest, leaving Mikasa feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he gritted his teeth and summoned every ounce of strength to counter the assault. Under the stimulation of lightning-infused chakra, Naraku's speed became increasingly exaggerated, each strike seemingly imbued with the might of thunder. Gradually, wounds began to mar Mikasa's form, yet he persevered. As time wore on, Mikasa's stamina began to wane, while Naraku continued to exhibit formidable combat prowess. Ultimately, with a powerful blow from Naraku, Mikasa was sent hurtling through the air. "It is over, Mikasa," Naraku murmured, a hint of disappointment glimmering in his gaze. Gasping for breath, Mikasa looked at Naraku with a face full of defiance. In that moment, it seemed he grasped a profound realization. The dark, armored haki enveloped Lake Toya, transforming it into an abyssal shade. At this juncture, Mikasa lowered his body gradually, preparing for what was to come. Naro recalled having heard that the lower the swordsmen crouched, the mightier their prowess. Thus, as he prepared to lower himself, he hastily took flight. Given Naro's formidable strength, fleeing was unnecessary. However, he became increasingly vigilant. Mifyun's expression turned grave as he inhaled deeply, silently reciting, "Sword technique, Iajutsu." In an instant, his body surged forward like lightning, and the blade in his grasp sliced through the air toward Naro's head with astonishing speed. A hint of surprise flickered across Naraku's face, yet his movements remained unimpeded. With an equal measure of swiftness, he raised his weapon to parry Mitsubun's assault. In order to effortlessly deflect the strike, Naraku activated his Sharingan. Clang! A sharp metallic sound reverberated throughout the space. Mitsubun's eyes widened as he fixated on Naraku's visage. The blow, which he had believed to be a testament to his own transcendence, was effortlessly thwarted by Naraku. At that moment, he discerned that Naraku had only just activated his Sharingan to counter his final attack, indicating that Naraku had not exerted his full strength during their confrontation, merely responding with casual ease. Mitsubun could not help but feel a deeper admiration and reverence for Naraku. Naro, with a satisfied expression, remarked to Mitsubun, "It seems your talent is quite remarkable. You have grasped the technique of hardening weapons with armament haki." Mitsubun, in turn, expressed to Naro, "I cannot afford to feel pride before you. My lord, your strength is formidable, far surpassing my own." It was in that very moment that Mitsubun wholeheartedly acknowledged Naro as his master. Naraka experienced a sensation akin to that of Dongjua adopting a foster son, and moreover, Sam's character proved to be far more dependable than that of Elbu. Thus, Naraka nodded in satisfaction once more and said, "In the future, you may continue to cultivate the intensity of your armament haki. Allow me to impart to you the other two techniques associated with it." The technique of flowing externalization allows one to release unnecessary armament haki, enveloping it around one's hands or weapons, thereby transforming it into tangible offensive or defensive power. Internal destruction, on the other hand, is indeed a variant of externalization, enabling the haki to permeate through the surface of an object and directly inflict damage upon its interior. Chapter 63, The Undying Lion King. After instructing Sam, Naraka began preparing for the subsequent forging. Prior to the forging, Naraka chose to claim the rewards granted by Sam. Ding! Sam's proficiency in the utilization of haki seeds has reached the novice level, talent copy activated, basic armament haki. Sam's mastery of Lake Toya has reached the novice level, talent copy activated, Sam's swordsmanship. Nailuo felt a surge of sourness emanating from the depths of his being, leaving him in a state of slight daze, his body trembling as a result. He then produced a robust, hard object, black and gleaming, with hints of purple. Its sinews visibly protruding. Indeed, it was an arm imbued with the power of armament haki. Sensing the innate fluidity of this formidable energy, Nailuo decided to refrain from forging it for the moment, perhaps owing to his physique surpassing that of the third ship. The abundance of his armament haki was almost overflowing. He proceeded to experiment, alternating the armament haki between his right and left arms, then his right and left legs, and finally, his mid-leg. As he perceived the terrifying hardness of the weapon, a satisfied nod graced his lips. Yet, Nailuo harbored a lingering concern. The complexity of his forged creations resulted in significant wear on his forging hammer, necessitating frequent replacements, sometimes as often as every half-day. Now, with the power of armament haki at his disposal, he could envelop his hammer with it, enabling both forging and the enhancement of his haki prowess. Nevertheless, as a blacksmith, he yearned for a superior hammer. He pondered the prospect of wielding a Mjolnir one day, envisioning a journey of growth alongside such a magnificent tool. Should fate deny him this, he would have to await the emergence of exceptional materials to craft one himself. As for the third ship's swordsmanship, while its utilization of chakra was rather crude, its synergy with physical prowess was commendable. Surely, in the future, the combination with armament or conqueror's haki would yield impressive results. After a moment of contemplation, Naraku began to regain his composure. He now resolved to forge the belt, known as the Beast King's Lion King. To accomplish this, he must first vanquish the undying Lion King, a task that is far from simple. One cannot help but ponder whether this Lion King can withstand the poison of Murakumo, considering its remarkably strong immortality. Upon arriving at the territory of the Senja clan, Naraku encountered his esteemed mentor, Tsunade, due to Shinjuro's recent incapacitation. Tsunade had notably tempered her demeanor, even refraining from her usual gambling escapades. Naraku, a warm-hearted young man, smiled at Tsunade and exclaimed, "Teacher." Tsunade, upon hearing his voice, set aside the scroll she had been holding. Due to her inability to save Rope Tree earlier, she felt her medical ninjutsu was still lacking in strength. Thus, she had been diligently researching medical techniques of late. Nara hastily took a seat beside Tsunade, who did not resist her disciple's affectionate gesture. After all, despite Nara's height being comparable to that of an adult, he was still merely 9 years old. Thus, Tsunade generally overlooked some of his seemingly inappropriate behaviors. A certain elementary school reaper could relate to such antics that exploit one's age for mischief. Inhaling the fragrant scent of Tsunade's hair, Nara spoke, "Teacher, I have been contemplating the creation of a new imperial artifact. However, I am unable to procure that perilous specimen, so I was wondering if you could assist me." Upon hearing this, Tsunade adopted a more serious demeanor. After all, she had faced Tyrant, who was notoriously formidable. She inquired, "What is the strength of that dangerous specimen? Should I summon Jiraiya for assistance?" "No need. This perilous breed lacks the boundless evolutionary prowess of Tyrant. Its primary trait lies in its exceptionally resilient vitality. Moreover, this time I shall ensure that Uchiha Hizei brings along Murakumo." Listening to Nero's assurance, Tsunade also rose, stretching her limbs languidly. What was already an exaggerated curvature became even more captivating and deadly with Tsunade's movements. This display left Nero utterly mesmerized. What Naraku failed to notice was that Tsunade smiled faintly at his expression, since the undying Lion King was not as easily escapable as the previous Sora. There was no ceiling this time. "Scarlet, wait for the opportune moment to strike the dangerous beast," Tsunade instructed. Scarlet responded expressionlessly, her gaze fixed intently on Tsunade's prominent figure. She found it somewhat perplexing that, despite being among women, Tsunade's secondary sexual characteristics were so pronounced, while she herself resembled two small buns. Tsunade, undeterred by any girlish shyness, straightened her back with confidence. "I shall release it." With Naraku's proclamation, both women focused their attention. With a deafening roar, a colossal, blood-red undying Lion King materialized before them. It stood in stark contrast to ordinary lions, towering at several meters high. The moment it appeared, its gaze fixated greedily on the humans before it. In its not-so-complex mind, it surmised that devouring these humans would bring it some advantage. Upon seeing the undying Lion King, Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smile as she rubbed her somewhat itchy fists, then charged unhesitatingly toward the beast. The undying Lion King, taken aback by Tsunade's audacity, opened its massive jaws, preparing to swallow her whole. Yet, just as Tsunade was about to be engulfed, her figure vanished, replaced by a wooden substitute. It turned out that Tsunade had already employed the body replacement technique, using the wood to divert the undying Lion King's attention. At that moment, the real Tsunade leaped high, landing atop the undying Lion King's head. "Painful heavenly foot," she shouted, unleashing her signature move. Her foot struck down fiercely upon the beast's skull, powerful energy surging like a tide into the impact. The undying Lion King roared in agony but could not shake off Tsunade's assault. Her extraordinary strength was astounding, and that kick contained terrifying destructive power. The beast's head plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to crack open, and its brain matter began to seep out. Now, Uchiha Scarlet swiftly appeared on the undying Lion King, inflicting a substantial wound. The cursed poison rapidly spread across the beast's body. Just when everyone believed the undying Lion King could not rise again, its wounds began to heal slowly, blood-like liquid oozing from its surface. Nero understood that this was the moment when the undying Lion King unleashed its immortal state. He shouted to Tsunade, "Teacher, unleash a fierce assault." Tsunade, despite her overwhelming nausea, relentlessly struck the Lion King's head with powerful punches. Under the force of Tsunade's extraordinary strength, the undying Lion King attempted to rise time and again, only to be thwarted repeatedly. Ultimately, as the Lion King's brain matter erupted, it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Chapter 64, Tsunade Transforms. Naraku hurriedly approached Tsunade and inquired, "Teacher, are you all right?" Tsunade responded with a hearty smile, "A mere little lion. How could I possibly be in any trouble?" Upon discovering that Tsunade was unharmed, Naraku hastily began to extract the essence of the immortal Lion King from the ground. Noticing that Naraku had not approached her as closely as usual, Tsunade glanced at her own body, which was already drenched in the blood of the Lion King. Anger surged within her. After all her arduous efforts to assist him in battling the dangerous creatures, he dared to show disdain. Suddenly, Naraku, with his back turned to her, enveloped her in an embrace. In that instant, he felt two immense forms pressing against his back, but unlike before, he did not catch the alluring scent of Tsunade. Instead, he was met with the acrid odor of the Lion King's blood and brain matter. Perhaps feeling that he had received a lesson, Tsunade boldly declared, "I'm going to take a bath now," before striding away. After refining the immortal Lion King into biological essence, Naraku departed with Uchiha Heise. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Naraku observed Mifune diligently honing his mastery of the armament haki, and he nodded in satisfaction. In his heart, he contemplated, "Mifune, train earnestly. It would be splendid if you could cultivate advanced armament haki. At that point, I shall claim my reward directly." Naraku entered the familiar forge, pondering whether there existed a method to further enhance the Beast King transformation into the Lion King. After much contemplation, he ultimately found himself thwarted by the absence of suitable materials. However, he resolved to make a minor optimization to the Beast King transformation, allowing for the option of whether to beastify at the palm S position. This consideration aligned with the ninja profession's need to incorporate hand seals. Although Naraku seldom witnessed Tsunade performing hand seals during combat, he adhered to a human-centric service philosophy and decided to include this feature, lest he find himself inadvertently injured by Tsunade one day. Given that the Beast King transformation was a belt-type imperial tool, the new device did not incorporate green gorilla crimson sand iron or crimson gorilla Oregon. Instead, it utilized 10 portions of orichalcum and 10 kilograms of fine iron to further enhance the chakra conduction capability of the imperial tool. With a resounding thud, the working clones, numbers 1, 2, and 3, materialized before him once more. Each clone had a designated role. One tended to the fire while the other two focused intently on the forging process. Meanwhile, Naraku's original self was tasked with supplying materials and observing the entire procedure. As time progressed, Naraku's mastery of the rhythm of forging iron improved, and his speed increased remarkably. In just half a day, a beautifully crafted belt emerged before his eyes. Now Yuo meticulously dripped the essence of the undying Lion King onto his belt and began to chant an incantation. As his voice resonated, the essence swiftly melded into the core of the belt. At the moment the belt reached its final form, it seemed to resonate with the roar of a lion. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging a weapon of A grade, the Beast King transformation, Lion King. In examining the attributes of this belt, we find the Beast King transformation Lion King, an A-grade weapon. This belt is crafted from exceptionally innovative biological materials, complemented by the use of orichalcum and fine iron. The forging process employed standard imperial techniques specific to belt-type artifacts, taking half a day to complete. Ultimately, it achieves a level that slightly surpasses the original weapon. This belt can be freely adjusted in length, boasts remarkable durability, and possesses a strong ability to conduct chakra. Skills. 1. Beast Transformation. Transforms the user into a beast, significantly enhancing physical abilities, with heightened senses that enable the detection of enemies. 2. The Lion Never Dies. Increases the user's regenerative capabilities, allowing for self-healing even when limbs are severed or eyes are blinded. 3. Selective Beast Transformation. The user can freely choose which body parts to transform into a beast. Upon witnessing the miraculous regeneration of eyes that had been blinded, Naraku was seized by a wicked notion. to capture Uchiha Madara and incessantly extract his eyes, subsequently allowing him to rely on the Beast King transformation to regrow new ones. Could this not lead to a mass production of Rinnegan? Alas, Naraku understood that such a feat was unattainable. Even if Uchiha Madara were willing, the Beast King's transformation could not compensate for the loss of ocular power. Naraku arrived at Tsunade's residence, where she was engrossed in the study of medical ninjutsu while sipping on her drink. Naruto couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Is it truly possible to absorb knowledge in such a manner? Tsunade had grown accustomed to the arrival of this apprentice, remaining absorbed in her own studies. Naraku once again seated herself beside Tsunade, only to be taken aback when Tsunade disdainfully pushed her away. It appeared that she still held a grudge from the disdain she had faced earlier that morning, and this expression on Tsunade's face elicited a chuckle from Naraku. In her unscathed state at the age of 23, Tsunade occasionally resembled a college girl, albeit one with a touch of aggression. Naraku once again sat beside Tsunade, and this time she did not push him away. Naraku turned to Tsunade and said, "Teacher, I am prepared to present you with a gift. Please close your eyes." After hesitating for 2 seconds, Tsunade complied and closed her eyes. Naraku subsequently placed the Beast King's Lion King belt before Tsunade and remarked, "You may open your eyes now." As Tsunade slowly opened her eyes, she beheld the belt before her. Nero explained, "This is the belt of the Beast King, forged from the previous immortal Lion King weapon I wielded. By merely whispering transform, Lion King in one's heart, the user can undergo a beastly transformation, enhancing both physical prowess and olfactory senses. Furthermore, it possesses an ultimate technique, the Lion Never Dies, which significantly amplifies recovery abilities, allowing one to regenerate even if limbs are severed. With this, teacher, your survival capabilities will be greatly enhanced." Upon hearing Nero's words, Tsunade realized that Nero had previously urged her to engage with the immortal Lion King to craft this imperial artifact for himself, which stirred a sense of gratitude within her, especially as she faced the passing of her elders, leaving her with only a foolish younger brother to care for. It was evident that no one would tend to her needs. Gently, Tsunade embraced Nero's head, and he pondered whether something was about to unfold. Tsunade slowly positioned her lips on Nero's forehead, bestowing a kiss. Nero, experiencing his first kiss on the forehead from a beautiful woman, felt a flush of embarrassment yet was immensely satisfied. As for the notion of Tsunade's kiss of death, that was sheer nonsense. He, Uchiha Nero, would not fear such a thing. He resolved to embrace that very fate. After the kiss, Tsunade, observing Nero's slightly blushing countenance, couldn't help but chuckle, "My dear disciple, let us venture forth and witness the might of your new imperial artifact. Transform, Lion King." As Tsunade completed her silent incantation, a resounding roar echoed. She too began her transformation. 2 delightful beastly ears sprouted from her head, twitching playfully. Her hands morphed into adorable lion paws, covered in soft fur, exuding an endearing charm. From the back of her attire, a mischievous tail emerged, swaying back and forth as if greeting those around her. The sight of the abyss stirred an intense excitement within her. In Chapter 65, the resounding impact of Sarutobi's strike resonated. Tsunade clenched her fists, feeling an increasing urge to unleash her power. However, considering that she was in her own home, she opted instead to deliver a mere punch against the nearby rock formation, which, under the force of her blow, shattered into countless pieces. One cannot help but acknowledge the immense wealth of the Senju clan. What Naraku remains oblivious to is that while he and Tsunade indulge in their intimate world, Danzo, that old man, is whispering malicious words behind his back. Hiruzen sees Uchiha Naraku at once. Look at what he is doing. Harboring a person from the land of iron within the Uchiha clan's territory, might he be bestowing upon that individual an imperial artifact? Is he conspiring with foreign powers? Or is he contemplating establishing his own faction, breaking away from Konoha? Danzo spat vehemently at Hiruzen, his mouth agape. It must be said that once again, Danzo had assumed the role of a prophet, accurately discerning Naraku's intentions. Hiruzen felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Naraku himself, yet he knew he must utter diplomatic words. Otherwise, Danzo might take his slightest hint of discontent as an order to apprehend Uchiha Naraku for real. Hiruzen raised his gaze and declared, "Little Naraku has likely been misled by outsiders. We shall simply remove that warrior when the time is right." Danzo, undeterred, pressed on, "Hand Naraku over to me. I will cultivate him into Konoha's finest forging machine. I cannot allow the youth of our village to devolve into such a state. Enough. Depart now. I must attend to village affairs." Hiruzen issued an expulsion order. Danzo, observing Hiruzen seated in the Hokage chair that rightfully belonged to him. Managing the affairs that should have been his domain felt jealousy consuming him, rendering him almost disembodied. To Danzo, the Hokage position was akin to an unparalleled beauty. Watching Hiruzen toil tirelessly from dawn till dusk instilled in him a sense of regret akin to that of a lover who, despite the sacrifices made, never wavers in their devotion. Finally, unable to contain himself, he uttered once more, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." Hiruzen, almost instinctively, retorted, "Danzo, I am the Hokage. I shall not regret my decisions." With a resounding bang, Danzo stormed out, leaving Hiruzen to contemplate the door he would soon have to repair. Pondering whether he should deduct the repair costs from Danzo's salary in the future, Nara was on his way home when suddenly a figure from the shadowy realm appeared before him. "Uchiha Nara, the Hokage summons you." Naraku gazed up at the sun hanging in the sky. It was indeed daytime. How audacious of Danzo to act so brazenly. Was he planning to abduct someone in broad daylight? Just as Naraku was about to raise his voice in protest, the Umbu vanished from sight. It was only then that Naraku realized this must be the true dark side. Thus, he ventured alone to the Hokage building. "How have you been, little Naraku?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, forcing a benevolent expression. Observing what seemed to be a precursor to some sort of interrogation, Naraku recalled a legendary figure from his past life, Che Guevara, and adopted a classic expression as he replied, "Quite well. There are friends to play with in the village, both boys and girls. And I don't have to attend school every day. I merely forge weapons to sustain myself." Sarutobi Hiruzen, listening to Naraku's peculiar accent, assumed it was merely the trendy vernacular of contemporary elementary school students and paid it no mind. However, he seized upon the essence of Naraku's words and smiled again, saying, "Little Naraku, you should still make time to visit the Ninja Academy. It will aid your growth, and at the academy you can meet many new friends." Naro, suppressing his irritation, thought to himself, "What is this nonsense about attending a ninja academy to meet new friends? Is it not merely a ploy to coerce me into embracing your poorly contrived version of the will of fire, akin to the stench of Uchiha Obito's foul foot? Oh, heavens! If I were not so disinclined to confront you at this moment, I would swear I would deliver a swift kick to your backside." However, feeling somewhat weary of this old man's antics, Nara replied, "Very well, Hokage-sama. I shall make frequent visits." Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Naro's seemingly obedient demeanor, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then shifted the conversation. "Young Naro, I have recently heard that you have taken in a samurai from the Land of Iron. Indeed, he is a warrior seeking my assistance in forging a weapon. However, I made it clear that as a resident of Konoha, I cannot easily craft weapons for outsiders. Yet, I felt it prudent to offer him a glimmer of hope. So I told him that if he could sever steel with a wooden sword, I would acknowledge his prowess and forge a blade for him free of charge." Naro continued to embody the esteemed successor of the will of fire. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immensely pleased with Naro's decision. Appreciating his politeness while maintaining a firm boundary, he mused that while there may be individuals in the ninja world capable of cleaving steel with a wooden blade, they would certainly not be samurai. After offering Naro a few words of encouragement, he allowed him to depart. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Naro gradually let go of his forced smile. He had not anticipated that merely taking in a samurai would prompt Sarutobi Hiruzen to chastise him. It seemed that in their eyes, he was merely a formless forging machine devoid of any resistance. As Naro's strength continued to grow, he felt increasingly disinclined to engage in the petty games of wit with this duo from Konoha. Thus, he resolved to seek a more secure path for himself. Upon returning home, Naro witnessed Sanbyun effortlessly severing steel. He approached Sanbyun and said, "Sanbyun, your abilities have indeed seen a significant improvement. You shall depart from Konoha tomorrow. Upon your return to the Land of Iron, you must persist in honing your armament haki and continually strive to awaken your observation haki. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Try closing your eyes to attune yourself to the essence of this haki." "Yes, my lord. As soon as I conclude my affairs in the Land of Iron, I shall hasten back to Konoha to remain by your side." Sanbyun bowed respectfully. Nara wrote, "What I require of you is to manage the Iron Nation into an impenetrable fortress, rather than merely serving as a guardian by my side. The Iron Nation may very well be my sanctuary." In an instant, a fierce glint flashed in Mikage's eyes. "Does my lord not have even the most basic assurance of freedom and safety in Konoha? I am willing to lead my lord out of Konoha." Naro gazed at Sanbyun, who had recently become somewhat clumsy after learning the art of armament haki. and found himself at a loss for words. Yet, his loyalty was commendable. A mere village like Konoha could not possibly bind me. Nevertheless, there were many familiar faces here, and I simply did not wish to act against them. Moreover, I still had unfinished business. Subsequently, Naro revealed a significant piece of information. He would depart from Konoha alongside Sanmyon, entrusting him with a kunai marked with a seal. Upon returning to his chamber, Naro opted to claim the reward bestowed upon him by Tsunade. Ding! Tsunade had successfully utilized the Beast King transformation to an elementary level, triggering the talent replication, elementary physique of the Senju clan. I have seen many claim the returns are minimal. Such weapons yield greater rewards as one's proficiency or mastery increases. Otherwise, if the protagonist simply handed a blade to Uchiha Madara, and he casually swung it a couple of times, would the protagonist then acquire the Rinnegan? That would be utterly absurd. Given that Naro already possessed an intermediate physique of the Senju clan, the elementary physique offered him some enhancement. Although the quantitative change was insufficient to provoke a qualitative transformation. Chapter 66, Sanmyon's display of power. The following morning, Naro bid farewell to Sanmyon. Previously, Tsunade had consistently expressed her intention to teach him both taijutsu and ninjutsu. It is a rare occasion to witness the imposing presence of Tsunade. This time, Tsunade has indeed adopted a demeanor befitting a stern instructor. Naraku, when I previously returned Shinjuro, I had the opportunity to observe your combat prowess. Although your abilities are commendable for a student of the Ninja Academy, there are numerous aspects that you are capable of executing but have yet to achieve. Naraku nodded thoughtfully. Naraku, you should first sign the contract with the Whetbone Forest. Tsunade continued, seemingly assuming that Naraku was unfamiliar with the place. The Whetbone Forest is renowned alongside the Dragon Cave and my Bokuzen as a site of heritage. It is inhabited by a multitude of slugs, which are, in fact, the manifestations of the Sage of Slugs. These slugs possess the ability to split and can transmit the chakra of medical ninjas to heal the injured on a grand scale. Additionally, they can expel corrosive substances from their mouths to attack adversaries. If necessary, you may summon slugs, the greater the chakra of the summoner, the larger the summoned slug will be. As Tsunade unfurled the summoning scroll of the Whetbone Forest, Naraku beheld a plethora of names densely inscribed upon it, the majority belonging to the Senju clan. To his astonishment, he even spotted the names of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Naro obediently inscribed his name, his gaze drawn to the densely written characters of Uchiha amidst the myriad of Senju, which struck him as rather conspicuous. As the scene unfolded, one could almost envision a certain white-haired Senju fuming with rage at the sight. Damn that Uchiha brat. How dare he deceive Tsunade? At that moment, Mitsuba dashed through the forest with remarkable speed, akin to a wild boar weaving through the trees. Suddenly, he leaped, attempting to evade the barrage of shurikens hurtling towards him. Despite his quick reflexes and agile movements, the sheer number of shurikens was overwhelming, akin to a torrential downpour, and several struck him, causing him to tumble to the ground. In that instant, a group of root ninjas stealthily emerged, slowly encircling him to form a tight perimeter. The leader, adorned with a unique eagle mask, sneered. What a mere warrior from the Iron Country. Pathetically weak. In response to the mockery, Mitsuba erupted with fury. At that very moment, he unleashed his signature II slash. In a realm devoid of American-style II, Mitsuba's draw was both precise and swift. With astonishing speed, he swung his katana, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, piercing the eagle mask's torso. The strike was executed so rapidly that the root ninjas had no time to react. In a single stroke, the eagle mask was cleaved in two. With a resounding thud, the eagle mask dissolved into white mist, and the surrounding root ninjas scattered. I knew you weren't dead. Attack together. With the eagle's command, the root ninjas immediately commenced their ranged assault. Fire techniques, shurikens, and explosive tags flew towards Mitsuba. However, to the eagle's astonishment, Mitsuba displayed no hesitation in the face of the onslaught. It seemed he possessed a unique understanding that hesitation leads to defeat. He charged forward with unwavering aggression. With a thunderous shout in his heart, Mitsuba executed another II slash, this time faster and stronger than before, rendering evasion impossible. The eagle mask finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. At such a velocity, he had no time to employ jutsu to disrupt or counter Mitsuba's advance, let alone defend against the blow. Instinctively, he raised his kunai to block, yet he remained oblivious to the transformation of Mitsuba's weapon. Mitsuba had already coated his wooden sword with the hardness of iron. In an instant, the eagle mask, along with his kunai, was cleaved apart, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Never had he imagined he would be so effortlessly defeated, especially by one wielding a wooden sword. Unbeknownst to him, Mitsuba's weapon had become as formidable as steel, capable of severing iron with ease. The death of the eagle mask instilled a primal fear in the surrounding root ninjas, who began to comprehend that Mitsuba's prowess exceeded their wildest expectations. Yet, this flicker of fear was deemed trivial by the seasoned root ninjas, who had undergone the extreme training of Danzo. Their emotions were suppressed to the bare minimum, consumed solely by the notion of serving Konoha. Determined, the remaining root ninjas attempted to distance themselves from Mitsuba, readying for a ranged attack to eliminate him. However, Mitsuba granted them no opportunity. He surged forward with terrifying speed, intent on denying his adversaries any respite. Fixating on one of the root ninjas, he sought the perfect angle. The targeted ninja sensed Mitsuba's gaze, a chill coursing through him. With a simple yet unadorned strike, that ninja met his demise, reporting to the realm of the dead. Yet again, the root ninjas attempted to create distance, this time forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river. This jutsu, employed by a particular elite ninja of the root, turned the earth beneath Mitsuba's feet into liquid, threatening to flow like a mighty river. Mitsuba was compelled to leap. As he ascended, the wolf mask wore a slight smirk, anticipating this very moment. All root ninjas prepared to unleash their combined fire upon Mitsuba. Undeterred by the oncoming assault, Mitsuba remained resolute and prepared. Sword technique, sky splitter. Concentrating his chakra and armed color onto the blade, he swung with force. A wave of sword energy surged forth towards his foes, rendering their ordinary jutsu and projectiles utterly insignificant. In an instant, the energy obliterated them, continuing its relentless course toward the root ninjas. With anguished cries, 3 more ninjas fell. It must be said that the fighting spirit of the root ninjas was commendable. Even with a small fraction of their number lost, the remaining 5 continued to assault Mitsuba. Upon landing, he pursued the grounded ninjas relentlessly. Despite his incredible speed, some managed to maneuver behind him. Yet, it seemed as though Mitsuba possessed eyes in the back of his head, consistently sensing their attacks. A minute later, with the last of the root ninjas collapsing, the fierce battle between the warrior and the ninjas drew to a close. Mitsuba dared not linger, swiftly making his way away from Konoha. As he journeyed further from the village, he contemplated the awakening of his observation haki. Chapter 67. The terrifying Sage of Slugs having just formed a pact with the Land of Rain. Tsunade brought Naraku along to Wet Bone Forest to report to the Sage of Slugs. Nailuo is also deeply intrigued by the Slug Sage, a figure shrouded in mystery within the original narrative, renowned as the most enigmatic among the 3 great sanctuaries, having never made an appearance. The sole information available suggests that the Slug Sage is of immense stature. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Tsunade, along with Sakura, enveloped in the chakra of the 9 tails, managed to summon merely a tenth of the Slug Sage under the powerful in-sealing technique. As Tsunade and Nailuo traverse the Wet Bone Forest, they find the ground perpetually damp, seemingly never to dry, evoking an eerie atmosphere. Beneath their feet lies not ordinary soil but stones, smoothed by the relentless assault of rain, compelling them to tread carefully to avoid slipping. Remarkably, these stones protrude from the earth in myriad shapes and sizes, reminiscent of a vast stone forest. Some resemble towering trees, while others twist like gnarled vines, intertwining to create a unique spectacle. All of these stones are white, lending an air of profound mystery and eeriness to the Wet Bone Forest. In addition to the ground and stones, a dense fog envelopes the forest, shrouding everything within its grasp. This mist not only severely restricts visibility, but also renders breathing a laborious endeavor. Naraku gazed at Tsunade as she followed her memories to a grand mountain. With utmost respect, Tsunade addressed, Sage of the Slugs. To Naraku's astonishment, a deep and gentle voice resonated from the towering mountain. Ah, little Tsunade, what brings you here? It was then that Naraku realized that the immense white mountain before him was, in fact, the body of the Sage of the Slugs. Due to the low visibility in the Wet Bone Forest and the Sage's colossal size, Naraku could only discern a patch of white flesh. Sage of the Slugs. This is my apprentice, Uchiha Nonō. He has now also established a contract with the Wet Bone Forest, so we have come to inform you, Tsunade declared. As her words faded, the sage split off a small slug. Naraku observed the somewhat slimy creature with a hint of disgust as it crawled onto him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the small slug, despite its unappealing appearance, was not actually slimy and bore a refreshing sensation. It seemed that the little slug had taken note of Naruto's scent, and the sage of the slugs remarked, "Very well, little Tsunade. This individual shall henceforth be recognized as a qualified contractor of the wetbone forest." As Tsunade prepared to depart with Naruto, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had anticipated that the sage of the slugs would express astonishment at his unique constitution or some other trait, perhaps posing a threat to him. He had even prepared a few words and contingency measures for self-preservation. Alternatively, he had imagined that the sage might perceive his extraordinary talent for cultivating sage arts and personally impart some wisdom. The least likely scenario he envisioned was that the sage would regard him as a prodigy, recognizing him as a future leader of the ninja world, prompting him to bow in reverence. Yet, to his dismay, the sage of the slugs completely disregarded him, offering not a single word in response. Naro believed that a spirited protagonist should proclaim, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. However, Naro, being somewhat guided by his instincts, glanced at the formidable figure of the slug sage and the terrifying level of sage chakra it contained. He ultimately resolved not to risk his own life in a challenge against such a being. Meanwhile, in his office, Danzo awaited news from his subordinates regarding the pursuit of Mifune. He simply perceived this foreign warrior as a potential threat, having spent several days with the Uchiha clan, perhaps gathering intelligence, especially information related to Uchiha Naro. Furthermore, Naro had mentioned gifting this individual a wooden sword, which piqued Danzo's curiosity about the unique qualities of such a gift from a master craftsman like Naro. Since discovering Naro's exceptional talents, Danzo had long aspired to recruit him to bolster his own ambitions for the Hokage title. Yet, Naro remained elusive and reclusive, having taken refuge at the home of the Uchiha clan's elder after being invited by root ninjas late at night. Within the village, he had formed alliances with several powerful figures, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was also keeping a watchful eye, rendering Danzo unable to take any drastic measures. Suddenly, a root ninja appeared before Danzo, stating, "This is the information that number 17 brought back before his demise." Danzo scrutinized the report. A powerful warrior moving at a speed that rendered ninjutsu ineffective, disregarding shuriken defenses, wielding a wooden sword that could turn black and unleash an unstoppable force capable of emitting formidable sword energy. To Danzo, these seemingly simple techniques employed by an ordinary warrior must have originated from the wooden sword gifted by Naro. Rather than mourning the loss of his subordinate, Danzo chuckled, saying, "Uchiha Naro, at last, I have seized your weakness." After leaving the wetbone forest, Tsunade commenced a new training regimen for Naro. "Naro, your swordsmanship and chakra are indeed impressive. However, you lack some conventional ninjutsu. Before you depart, I shall provide you with some ordinary ninjutsu scrolls to enhance your combat style." "What is your fundamental chakra nature?" Naraku did not conceal the truth, directly informing Tsunade of his fundamental chakra affinities: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Tsunade refrained from inquiring whether Naraku possessed yin or yang chakra attributes, as it is a given that members of the Uchiha clan inherently possess yin chakra. Conversely, yang chakra is not an exclusive ability tied to a specific lineage or clan. Rather, it can be acquired through diligent training and practice. In Boruto, Sarada, despite her Uchiha heritage, mastered this ability through dedicated effort. As Naraku's accent resonated in the air, Tsunade was taken aback. Naraku possesses an extraordinary array of chakra attributes, reminiscent of the renowned ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is celebrated for his mastery of all chakra types. His exceptional chakra, coupled with an extensive repertoire of ninjutsu and formidable taijutsu, earned him the illustrious title of the strongest Hokage in Konoha's history. Tsunade bestowed upon Naraku high praise, stating that with diligent effort on his path as a ninja, his innate talent could undoubtedly rival the combat prowess of a Kage in the future. Subsequently, Tsunade elucidated her own circumstances to Naraku. "My expertise primarily lies in conventional medical ninjutsu, specifically related to sealing techniques, the 100 healings technique, and the Senju clan's monstrous strength. It is imperative that you acquire a basic understanding of medical ninjutsu. Currently, only females can utilize sealing. Should you wish to employ it, you will need to develop your own techniques. Lastly, I encourage you to experiment with the Senju clan's monstrous strength. This ninjutsu demands exceptional chakra control and a substantial reserve of chakra." Initially, I too believed that monstrous strength was merely a branch of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, as indicated by online sources attributing it to the secret arts of the Senju clan. Chapter 68, The The threat of Danzo Nailuo pondered for a moment and said, "Teacher, I wish to first refine my combat system. May I also take the opportunity to learn the techniques of the Mighty Fist and medical ninjutsu? Although the Mighty Fist is theoretically a martial art of the Senju clan, I possess a physique superior to that of Tsunade and SH Dai, which should enable me to master the Mighty Fist. The power of the Mighty Fist is indeed formidable, while it may not shatter Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade's full-force punch only created minor cracks in Madara's initial Susanoo state. Nonetheless, it remains among the foremost martial arts in the entire ninja world. Following this, Tsunade devoted herself to meticulously guiding Nailuo in close combat techniques. As the evening descended, Naraku glanced at the sky and spoke to Tsunade. "Master, I have decided to enter seclusion for the next 4 days to enhance my forging skills." Tsunade, taken aback by Naraku's sudden change of heart, just as her enthusiasm had begun to rise, chose not to disrupt his forging endeavor and replied, "Very well. Do remember to return after your forging. You must come back at least once within the week, as SHJ is still incapacitated." Had it not been for Tsunade's reminder, Naraku might have forgotten about SHJ entirely, being preoccupied with his sister. In truth, SHJ only required a release once a month at most. Naraku never anticipated that his initial quest to locate Tsunade would ultimately become a shackle. However, he could simply assert that Shinjuro has shown improvement and that a monthly visit would suffice. As Naraku was walking home, a person suddenly approached him from a corner and handed him a note. Naro unfolded the note and discovered it read, "Naro, surely, you would prefer that your forging of imperial tools for the ninjas of the neighboring village remains a secret. Following this were coordinates marking a specific location." Upon observing the situation, Naraku surmised that it was likely the machinations of Danzo. Intrigued by Danzo's intentions, Naraku felt no trepidation towards him. It is worth noting that he still harbored within his system space the remnants of the pseudo-level demon that had been entwined with him due to the evolution induced by Shinj. Coupled with the escape capabilities of the dimensional array, he had a cadre of eager ninjas ready to assist him in the event of an emergency. Thus, Naraku's array of hidden cards had considerably expanded, instilling in him an ever-growing confidence towards the duo from Konoha, with the exception of the Sage of Slugs. Ultimately, one must remain true to their heart. Nailuo followed the landmark to his destination and discovered that this location was precisely the thicket where he had carelessly discarded a marker. To his astonishment, beneath it lay a root base. At that moment, several root ninjas accompanied Nailuo into the depths below. Upon entering the chamber, Naraku was met with the sight of Danzo, who was equipped and facing away from him, provoking an overwhelming urge to execute the forbidden technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain. "Uchiha Naraku, do you genuinely believe that your actions are without flaw?" Danzo bellowed. "What actions?" Naraku feigned a state of panic. Danzo turned around, his weathered face fixed intently upon Naraku as he declared, "It is the act of delivering imperial weapons to a warrior from the land of iron. You are conspiring with the enemy. Do you not realize that with this alone, I could deem you a spy and have you eliminated on the spot?" Naro, naturally skeptical, decided to showcase her acting prowess. With a pleading expression on her youthful face, she implored Danzo, "Lord Danzo, I truly did not intend to give it to him. It was merely that I did not contemplate the consequences before acquiescing to his request. Subsequently, he persistently begged me, and I found myself unable to retract my promise. Lord Danzo, please save me. I aspire to become the foremost blacksmith in the ninja world. I do not wish to perish." Danzo shook his head internally, recognizing the innocence of youth. It was evident that he still had numerous techniques yet to be unveiled, and yet this child had already succumbed to panic. Perhaps it was his own formidable and authoritative presence that intimidated her. At that moment, Danzo forced a somewhat unappealing smile, characteristic of his advancing years, and patted Naro's back. "Naro, I understand you're a good child. You simply lack the ability to refuse. I will certainly return to seize that wretched weapon from the land of iron and reclaim the imperial artifact." Nara retorted. "Does Danzo-sama know that someone has taken the imperial artifact? Did he not attempt to stop him?" Danzo's aged face betrayed a hint of embarrassment as he replied, "I did this for your sake. If I were to create a significant commotion, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely learn of it. He would not spare you. He would undoubtedly seek your demise. However, if you are willing to join the route, I have always treated my subordinates with kindness. And the working environment there is exceedingly pleasant. This matter could easily be resolved. Is that truly the case? I find the third Hokage to be rather agreeable." Nara provocatively stirred Danzo's nerves. Anger flared within Danzo, for he perceived that, Despite sharing a similarly dark heart with Sarutobi Hiruzen, most regarded him, Shimura Danzo, as the villain while venerating Hiruzen as noble and just. In a fit of indignation, Danzo unleashed a torrent of disparaging remarks about Sarutobi. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, engrossed in his duties, suddenly sneezed several times in succession, yet he paid it no mind and continued with trivial matters at hand. Feeling somewhat nauseated, Nara promptly interrupted Danzo, saying, "I understand now. It seems the third is not a good person after all. From now on, I shall heed Danzo-sama's words. Your commands shall be the direction and goal of my endeavors." Danzo, feeling a sense of fulfillment from his tirade, concluded his disparagement and instructed his subordinate to bring forth an item. He then indicated for Nara to open it. Upon doing so, Nara discovered what appeared to be a peculiar mass of flesh, leading him to form a conjecture. "This is a biological material I acquired previously. I would like to know if you could integrate it into my 8 rooms," Danzo said slowly. Nailuo shook his head and said, "Lord Danzo, the 8 rooms have been completely forged. It is no longer possible to incorporate new materials. However, if this biological material possesses significant strength, I could craft a new weapon for you, perhaps an invincible suit of armor." Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes brightened. He had previously focused solely on enhancing his sword. He had not considered this possibility. If the new armor crafted by Nailuo could indeed possess the power of a malevolent spirit, and if it could transform into a dragon, he might ascend to the position of Hokage far more swiftly, bypassing the slow methods of elections and impeachment. "When will you be able to complete the forging?" Danzo inquired, his impatience evident. The facade of his previous smile vanished. Naraku expressed, "I am uncertain. I need to devise a meticulous plan. This material is unfamiliar to me, and I must conduct thorough research." Danzo suppressed the urge to divulge the specific details of the material to Naraku, recognizing that, as Tsunade's apprentice, Naraku might encounter unforeseen circumstances. This realization left Danzo at a loss for words. It was indeed inconceivable that a member of the Uchiha clan would harbor such a close relationship with a senju. "I will provide you with a specialized forge within the root. You are permitted to study this biological material exclusively there. Moreover, it is imperative that you do not disclose today's events to anyone. Otherwise, even I will be unable to save you. Understood?" Danzo threatened ominously. "Understood, Lord Danzo. I will return to my forge and prepare the necessary groundwork. It may take 4 days." With that, Naraku completed his report and was escorted away by the root ninjas. Chapter 69. The Resurrection Cocoon. After Naraku's departure, a masked root ninja approached Danzo and reported, "My lord, Uchiha Naraku has been safely escorted away." Danzo nodded in acknowledgement, his previous facade of insincerity vanishing. He commanded his subordinates, closely monitor Uchiha Naraku's interactions during this period. In the shadows of his mind, Danzo contemplated that as long as Uchiha Naraku refrained from seeking assistance from others, he could gradually lead Naraku into the depths of darkness. First, he would use Naraku's act of gifting others with imperial tools as leverage. Next, he would offer him cells derived from Hashirama, followed by other forbidden materials, culminating in the Sharingan. He intended to transform Naraku into a mere pawn, subservient to his whims. Upon returning home, Naraku harbored no such dark thoughts. To him, it was merely an intriguing episode in his life. After a comfortable night's sleep, he informed Uchiha Mikoto that he required solitude for forging and requested not to be disturbed. Back in the forge, Naraku created several shadow clones to remain in the workshop while he himself utilized a dimensional array to teleport to a location 5 kilometers away, a mark he had previously left when rescuing Rope Tree. Nero found himself alone, donning the mask he had meticulously prepared. He then sprinted towards the Iron Nation with fervor. It was not that he was averse to utilizing the dimensional array for travel, but rather he harbored reservations about the possibility of someone discovering his belongings marked with the dimensional array. Moreover, at that moment, Sam was in a considerable hurry. Ultimately, the Iron Nation was not exceedingly distant. With Nero's pace, he would reach it in merely half a day. Under the dual augmentation of chakra and formidable will, Naraku's current physique is comparable to that of taijutsu ninjas like Guy in terms of mobility. After traversing for an extended period, Naraku arrives in the Land of Iron, a realm predominantly enveloped in frigid, icy landscapes, and notably scarce in ninjas. Nero wore a satisfied smile as he contemplated the placement of the resurrection cocoon he was about to create, envisioning it nestled within the Iron Country. This vast and sparsely populated land, perpetually blanketed in snow and lacking in ninjas, especially after repelling Hanzo's invasion, was steadily evolving into a neutral territory. In terms of security, it could be deemed almost impeccable. However, Nero found himself in a dilemma. Should he conceal the resurrection cocoon in the sea adjacent to the Iron Country or beneath its surface? Both options presented their own challenges, as both the deep sea and the underground were largely untraveled by human feet. The sea posed particular uncertainties. Nero was unsure of the cocoon's density and durability. If it were to float away, that would be decidedly unsuitable. Furthermore, the prospect of it being eroded by seawater was equally unappealing. The most disastrous scenario would be if some unfortunate large fish were to consume it. Given that Nero needed to consider how the resurrection entity would safely emerge from the depths, he could not bury it too deeply, even in the sea. The notion of absolute inaccessibility was misleading. It reminded him of a certain Egyptian queen, who, resting peacefully in the ocean, was ultimately dredged up as a precious artifact. In contrast, the underground option appeared to carry fewer drawbacks. Those familiar with the burial of bodies, those who frequently watch videos of items being buried, would understand that when concealing something underground, one must pay heed to three crucial aspects. 1. How to eliminate one's own scent. 2. How to mask the scent of the object. 3. Finally, how to ensure the soil covering the buried item blends seamlessly with the surrounding earth. After much contemplation, Naraku ultimately resolved to bury the resurrection cocoon underground. The mysteries of the ocean are far too numerous. While the underground realm is primarily subject to seismic activities and other tectonic movements, at most, it would be buried for a few years, unlikely to undergo any significant displacement. Naruto, having wandered alone in the Iron Country for an extended period, finally discovered a truly secluded location. After adequately preparing himself and concealing his scent, he subsequently employed earth manipulation to delve deep underground, descending to depths of 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters, 160 meters, 320 meters, and finally 640 meters. Naruto began to feel exceedingly uncomfortable. He stored the surrounding soil in his system space and then commenced the process of creating a resurrection cocoon. The method of crafting this cocoon was remarkably straightforward. Indeed, the only notably precious and rare component required was the golden revolving worm. Naruto gazed intently at the rotating insect cradled in his palm, meticulously examining every intricate detail of its form. The creature's body shimmered in a golden hue, its plump figure reminiscent of an adorable caterpillar, the kind rich in protein. Yet, its menacing fangs and sharp claws exuded an air of authority and ferocity. Naruto gently caressed the body of the revolving worm, sensing the power concealed beneath its formidable shell. Nero took a deep breath, pierced his finger, and allowed his blood to drip onto the body of the revolving insect. The creature, seemingly attuned to the scent of blood, began to tremble ever so slightly. As the crimson liquid gradually seeped into its skin, its hue transformed into a more vibrant and striking shade, as if it had been bestowed with a newfound vitality. Naruto felt a profound astonishment within his heart, perceiving the rotating worm absorbing his blood and transmuting it into energy. This peculiar phenomenon ignited a fervent curiosity within him regarding the rotating worm. Subsequently, Naruto employed a secret method, utilizing his soul's power to extract it, then gradually infusing it into the body of the rotating worm. The creature reacted with extraordinary intensity, its body writhing violently as it attempted to break free from Naruto's grasp. However, Naruto held the rotating worm firmly, preventing its escape. As Naruto's soul energy fully merged with the rotating worm, it abruptly ceased its struggle, lying quietly in the palm of his hand. A sigh of relief escaped Naruto. He understood that he had successfully established a connection with the creature. He then gently placed the rotating worm upon the ground, where it quickly blended with the earth, transforming into a soil-colored mass before slowly expanding. It continued to grow until it reached the size of a soccer ball, remaining unchanged thereafter. Observing the soil sphere that bore no distinction from the surrounding earth, a sense of security enveloped Naruto. In this manner, if he did not mark it, burying it beneath the soil would render it untraceable, even to himself upon his return, let alone to others. Yet, Naruto found it difficult to comprehend such a diminutive sphere. How could such a tiny form possibly facilitate the resurrection of a person? Would it not continue to grow after the soul was transferred into it? To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Naruto decided to cover the soil sphere with earth from his system space. Fortunately, the soil adjacent to the hole he had created was quite loose. Otherwise, he would have been left with a significant flaw. After ensuring that no discrepancies remained, Naruto returned to the surface. Regrettably, he lacked a memory-erasing technique. Otherwise, he would have certainly erased any information regarding the location of the resurrection cocoon. Upon returning to solid ground, Nailuo hastened once more to the capital of the Iron Nation, where he utilized the dimensional array to sense the marker he had previously left at Mifyun's location. In an instant, he found himself within a room. Nailuo then rang the bell within the chamber, patiently awaiting Mifyun's arrival. Chapter 70. The infiltration of the Rain Ninja. Having awakened the observation Haki, Mifyun sensed the bells chime the moment it rang. After relaying instructions to his companions, he swiftly made his way to the concealed room. Naro gazed at Sambian as he closed the window and removed his mask upon entering, remarking, "Swift actions, Sambian." Sambian immediately knelt and bowed deeply to Naro, saying, "My lord, after I departed from Konoha, I was pursued by its ninjas. During that confrontation, I awakened my observation Haki." Upon hearing Sambian's words, Naro's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This signified an opportunity for him to reap further benefits. Thus, he encouraged Sambian, "My expectations for you are substantial. You are my first true subordinate. Henceforth, you must diligently practice your observation Haki and armament Haki, coupled with your swordsmanship. You shall undoubtedly become the most formidable swordsman in the entire ninja realm." After saying this, Naro helped Sambian to his feet, who then recounted his recent endeavors upon returning to the Land of Iron. Essentially, he had employed force to reclaim several samurai and commenced uniting their powers to collectively resist Hans. Hearing Sambian mention that his retinue of samurai had already amassed to 3,000, Naro nodded in satisfaction. Although this contingent may seem trivial to some, the future remains uncertain. After listening to his subordinate's report, Naro felt an immense sense of delight. No wonder his former foolish superiors relished in demanding frequent progress reports from their subordinates. The sensation of reaping rewards without toil was simply exhilarating. Naro cleared his throat and, with a solemn expression, addressed Mifyun. "I have several tasks to entrust to you. Are you capable of fulfilling them?" Mifyun, with unwavering loyalty, fervently replied, "I would gladly face any peril for this." Naro, turning from a light-hearted demeanor to a serious expression, spoke, "These matters are not as perilous as they seem, yet they hold great significance for the future of the Iron Kingdom. Firstly, I require you to select 100 elite individuals from your 3,000 subordinates. These individuals will prove to be invaluable assets, your true pillars of strength. Secondly, I need you to gather the broken blades from the battlefield. Thirdly, I will provide you with 10 Sea Kings. The flesh of these monsters possesses certain benefits for physical training. 2 of these will be yours, while the remainder will be allocated to the aforementioned 100. Subsequently, you shall engage in rigorous training, and from this group, you must identify those possessing genuine will and capability. Later, I will devise a means to bestow upon them a diluted version of the Haki seed. Can you accomplish these tasks?" Naturally, Sambian found these tasks to be easily within his grasp, and being entrusted with Naro's inaugural formal assignment, he was eager to showcase his capabilities. Afterward, Naro donned his mask, and together with Sambian, they proceeded to a warehouse. Naro placed 10 Sea Kings, each measuring 20 meters in length, into the storage. Given that the capital of the Iron Kingdom is perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, during the thawing season, the previously stored ice can be utilized for continued refrigeration, thus eliminating the need for cold storage facilities. Following a few more instructions, Naro prepared to return to Konoha. As he traveled, he pondered the resolution for the Haki seeds. With an increasing populace, relying solely on lottery-derived Haki cells would prove impractical. He contemplated the method of Haki seed production, harboring a hypothesis. Once Sambian's Haki becomes sufficiently potent, he should be able to extract a small quantity of Haki cells directly from Sambian's body to craft Haki seeds. This may impact the upper limits, yet it would offer a substantial enhancement for the warriors. Subsequently, he could bestow genuine Haki seeds upon those truly exceptional individuals. As for the Sea Kings, Naro could only remark that they were far too abundant. The average length of a whale shark on Earth is around 20 meters, with a weight that can reach up to 45 tons. The muscle density of these Sea Kings is even more remarkable, potentially weighing up to 100 tons. Generally, a human requires less than 300 grams of meat per day. Even if these individuals consumed 1 kilogram of Sea King flesh daily, it would take 10 people 27 years to finish it. Naro possessed Sea Kings by the thousands, were it not for their strategic significance. He might have considered opening a barbecue restaurant in Konoha. However, as Naro approached the border of the Iron Kingdom, he suddenly sensed a faint presence. Alert! He turned to observe a group of inconsequential ninjas stealthily advancing towards him. These ninjas, clearly intent on ambushing Naro, remained blissfully unaware that their approach had already been detected. Nero's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of disdain. He effortlessly evaded the shurikens hurled by the lackeys, while softly reciting, 9 mountains and 8 seas. Unified as one world, gathering 1,000 realms forms a minor 1,000 worlds. In this realm, multiplied by 3, the unceasing essence of the grand 3,000 great 1,000 worlds. Initially, the lackeys paid little heed to Nero's mutterings, even finding them somewhat ludicrous. Yet, as they realized that he could effortlessly evade all their ranged assaults while articulating the names of his techniques, a sense of dread began to envelop them. They understood all too well that only a master swordsman could so easily dodge their strikes. Just as the lackeys contemplated fleeing, Nero's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with a weighty seriousness. As his words fell, a formidable sword aura erupted from his blade, imbued with unparalleled chakra and the fierce essence of armament haki. The 3 rain ninjas stood utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. Their eyes widened in terror as they beheld the sword aura hurtling toward them. Yet, it was far too late. The sword aura struck with lightning speed, cleaving them in twain. Nero stood motionless, his sword trembling gently in his grasp. He gazed indifferently at the lifeless body on the ground, his heart as frigid as if he had been slaughtering fish for a decade at a bustling market. After a brief moment, Nero satiated his thirst for the swordsmanship of a true warrior, yet regrettably, no new prey dared to approach him in their folly. One might wonder when Nero acquired such profound knowledge of the vast world. In truth, it was merely his own chakra and the application of haki that enabled him to execute the technique known as the 3-boat swordsmanship, the void cleave. Nero could only respond, Mitsuba, strive earnestly. One day, when your swordsmanship reaches its zenith, you may very well be able to replicate some of Zoro's techniques. Presently, Nero faced a critical decision. The arrival of the Rain Shinobi reconnaissance team indicated that they were likely preparing for a direct invasion of the Iron Country. Hanzo the Salamander might very well be en route. He could return to Konoha, leaving Mitsuba to confront Hanzo alone, and subsequently hope for Hanzo's mercy to spare Mitsuba's life. Alternatively, he could remain hidden, ready to intervene as long as Hanzo, unwilling to show mercy, pursued Mitsuba relentlessly. Ultimately, Nero chose to head towards the capital of the Iron Country. There was no turning back after his considerable investment. He would never allow Mitsuba to perish so easily. This was merely the nascent stage of his entrepreneurial journey. Chapter 71. Mitsuba vs. Hanzo. Mitsuba. Hanzo is likely on his way. I spotted the Rain Shinobi at the border of the Iron Country. These Rain Shinobi are attacking without any intention of negotiation. Nero swiftly relayed upon seeing Mitsuba again. What? My lord, this time I must risk my life for the Iron Country. I hope you will grant me permission. As long as I do not fall in battle, I will serve you faithfully. Mitsuba earnestly implored. Nero suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Sambian gazed at Nero, puzzled by his exuberant mirth. Once his laughter subsided, Nero addressed Sambian, saying, Sambian, do you truly believe that I possess such a scant measure of resolve before you? It is precisely your loyalty and righteousness that I value, which is why I have chosen to accept you as my subordinate. Therefore, do not fret about the possibility of my refusal. Rest assured, in my estimation, the incursion of Hanzo the Salamander is more a matter of intimidation than anything else. Engage him with all your might, regardless of the outcome. I shall lend you my assistance. I will stand as your bulwark. Hanzo the Salamander shall not be able to take your life. I assure you. Moreover, the current Hanzo is far from the ruthless killer he once was. Now, grant me a role from which I may step forth. Upon hearing Nero's endorsement, Sambian felt profoundly moved, and Nero's confident analysis alleviated the anxiety that had been gnawing at him. Nero's unwavering guarantee served as a solid foundation for him, inspiring Sambian to prepare himself for a fierce battle on behalf of the Iron Country. He pondered that his lord, who usually remained hidden in the shadows, could reveal just a fragment of his power to become the mightiest blacksmith in the ninja world. Surely, his true abilities must be formidable. Perhaps Sambian could indeed confront Hanzo the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja realm, and emerge unscathed. Without a moment's hesitation, Sambian declared, My lord, I shall inform everyone that you are our strategist. Would that be acceptable to you? Nero had never anticipated that his inaugural role as a leader would be that of a strategist, akin to a military advisor, without a feather fan in hand. He could only imagine the experience it would have afforded him. Subsequently, Nero observed Mifune organizing his subordinates, forging alliances, and assembling their forces. The ninja world is rife with individuals who fear for their lives, yet equally abundant are those audacious enough to take risks. Following Mifyun's dispatch of the news regarding the impending invasion led by Hanzo of the Salamander, some shrank back in trepidation, while reckless souls even refused to ally with others. Certain warriors boldly charged ahead, intent on achieving glory for themselves. As time progressed, various warrior factions gradually integrated into the larger coalition. However, due to the spontaneous nature of this alliance, a spirit of rivalry permeated the ranks. Ultimately, Mifyun was appointed as the temporary leader, his renown for benevolence and formidable prowess having swayed the warriors. Lacking substantial strategies and bolstered by sheer numbers, they surged towards the borders en masse. It is worth noting that the warriors of the Iron Country might have been capable of contesting with the denizens of the Rain Village. Yet the formidable presence of Hanzo posed a dire threat. Hanzo of the Salamander was fearsome. All had perished. Every individual had succumbed to poison or slaughter. A disarmed warrior, in a frenzy, dashed towards the encampment. Upon hearing the grim tidings, the travelers' hearts sank. They had grossly underestimated the power of the ninjas. The reckless individuals who had charged ahead, although not the strongest warriors of the Iron Country, had been competent enough to face the foe, yet now they faced near total annihilation. This was undeniably bad news. Noticing the plummeting morale and the inclination of some to flee, Mifyun spoke gravely. If we encounter Hanzo, I shall take up the fight alone. You need only contend with the ninjas. His words provided a measure of solace to the assembled warriors. Hanzo, observing the dark throng of warriors, was taken aback. He had presumed that the warriors of the Iron Country were disunited and plagued by internal strife, yet here they were, united. His gaze fell upon Mifyun, and he pondered what made this warrior so exceptional. Will you confront me as a group, or one by one? Hanzo scoffed at his adversaries, as if they were nothing more than insects before him. For Hanzo, the presence of lesser foes mattered little. Had he summoned his salamander to unleash its venom, it would have decimated a large portion of the enemy ranks. Thus, even if he found himself isolated amidst enemy lines, he felt no fear. The warriors, listening to Hanzo, dared not step forward. Had it not been for their numbers providing a semblance of safety, they might have fled. To these warriors, the age of the samurai had long since passed. The era of the ninja had dawned. Mifyun slowly emerged from the ranks to confront Hanzo, declaring, "Lord Hanzo, I, Mifyun of the Iron Country, shall duel with you." Hanzo, momentarily impressed by Mifyun's bravery, noted that this version of Hanzo had yet to transform into the cowardice that would characterize him decades later. His motives for war were deeply intertwined with the stability of the Rain Country and his own ambitions. "Let us begin," Hanzo replied, though he had much to say. In the ninja world, the custom dictated that battles precede discourse, for the fallen had no right to reason. Mifyun drew his blade, the Tia Lake. Hanzo, surprised to see Mifyun wielding a wooden sword, sparked discussions among some members of the warrior faction. "Do you look down upon me?" Hanzo seethed slightly. Mifyun caressed the Tia Lake, asserting, "This is no mere wooden sword. It is my most formidable weapon." Hanzo, perceiving the sincerity in Mifyun's gaze and noticing that the Tia Lake appeared to shimmer as if coated in iron, assumed a fighting stance. Both warriors seemed eager, poised to attribute their forthcoming clash to a single strike. Kinjutsu, Aido. Kinjutsu, Aido. They simultaneously unleashed their respective Aido techniques. Hanzo's side was imbued with potent poison. The clash of their weapons resounded fiercely. As a demigod of the ninja realm, Hanzo's mastery over chakra and swordsmanship was unparalleled, his chakra reserves exceeding those of Mifyun. Mifyun, having honed his physique and swordsmanship over many years, though he lacked Hanzo's reflexes and perception, compensated with his observation haki, which gave him a subtle advantage. The enhancement from his armament haki offset his chakra deficiencies. Ultimately, the true test lay in the prowess of their weapons. Despite Hanzo's weapon being crafted from superior chakra-infused metal, it paled in comparison to the ancient, indomitable Tia Lake. In the blink of an eye, they each maneuvered behind one another. This time, Mifyun did not collapse in a pool of blood, while Hanzo stared in disbelief at his long-time weapon, which had visibly warped in his grasp, a gigantic question mark forming above his head. Chapter 72, The Mightiest Warrior of the Iron Country, Mifyun. What manner of weapon is that in your hand? Hanzo, perplexed, could not fathom how a wooden sword could wield such power. Moreover, he recalled recent rumors of a master craftsman from the Leaf Village, whose creations even posed challenges for him. This blade is known as the Tia Lake. As for further details, I am afraid I cannot disclose them. Mifyun once again assumed his stance against Hanzo. He was determined to sever the side from Hanzo's grasp. In a direct contest with ordinary iron, he would have easily prevailed. But this medal, held by Hanzo, was fortified by the wielder's skill and chakra, complicating the task significantly. In terms of ninjutsu, Mifune was unworthy to lace Hanzo's sandals. Yet, in the realm of swordsmanship, he held firm confidence that he could engage Hanzo in a fair contest. The two warriors clashed once more, their previous encounter having heightened Hanzo's protectiveness over his weapon. Mifune's swordsmanship, honed to perfection, showcased no weaknesses, bolstered by his dual haki. The surrounding warriors, witnessing Mifune's ability to contend with the legendary Hanzo, erupted in cheers. Mifune-sama, well done. Mifune-sama, such spirit. Mifune-sama, you have not lost your honor. The formidable warriors, especially those who had previously sparred with Mifune, could hardly contain their admiration. Three boats have revealed a stark contrast to their former selves, whether it be the significantly enhanced reflexes or the darkened fists they now possess. This suggests that the three boats seem to have mastered techniques that are reminiscent of ninja arts but are decidedly unconventional. After a brief skirmish, Hans realized that conventional tactics were utterly inadequate against his adversary, and he sensed something amiss with the techniques employed by the three boats. At times, his own slashes had yet to fully materialize before the three boats commenced their parries. Hans prepared to unleash his unique swordsmanship, the twin chain scythe strike. He intended to ensnare the three boats with the chains in his grasp before delivering a downward slash with his scythe. To the astonishment of all present, the three boats faced Hans' chains without a hint of trepidation. They held their breath and struck with all their might, cleaving the chain affixed to Hans' scythe in two. In a flash, the three boats parried Hans' full-force strike with remarkable speed. Fortuitously, this was perhaps a consequence of Hans' own powerful slash, as the scythe in his grip was completely severed. Seizing this invaluable opportunity, the three boats prepared to execute a powerful draw slash against the now unarmed Hans. However, as a demigod of the ninja realm, Hans' prowess extended beyond mere swordsmanship and the use of the pufferfish. He had also attained the pinnacle of water release techniques. According to the lore, Hans excelled in water ninjutsu and, donning a breathing mask, could move freely underwater, possessing an unparalleled mastery over water. Water body technique. Hans formed seals with one hand, transforming himself into a puddle to evade the three boats' assault. At this moment, Hans had wholly abandoned the notion of defeating the three boats solely through swordplay. He distanced himself and swiftly performed more seals. Water release. Great water prison technique. A massive burst of water erupted from Hans' mouth, attempting to form an enormous elliptical water prison to ensnare his opponent. Before this terrifying display of water ninjutsu, the samurai were thrown into disarray, and even the three boats found themselves overwhelmed. He could only cling tightly to the Lake Toya in his grasp, striving to move swiftly upstream against the current. Yet, this very torrent clouded his judgment as Hans suddenly appeared before him, slashing with intent. The three boats narrowly blocked the strike and retaliated swiftly. After all, Hans was left with merely a broken scythe. However, when the three boats struck Hans, he dissipated into a pool of water. It was merely a water clone, while the true Hans lurked within the flowing water, aiming a slash at the three boats. The three boats' observation technique sensed the danger but could not react in time, resulting in a deep gash across their back. This battle heralded the three boats' defeat. As they fell, they contemplated that had their observation or armament techniques been more formidable, perhaps the outcome would have differed. Regrettably, their journey concluded here. The three boats did not resent Naraku for failing to rescue them. Instead, they cast a glance at Naraku, their heart heavy with the thought they would no longer be able to serve their lord. Gazing at the Lake Toya in their hand, the three boats lamented. A person is but a blade. Was I merely a slow and dull knife? Forgive me, Lake Toya. Meanwhile, Hans reflected on the battle, acknowledging that despite its tumultuous nature, it had fulfilled its purpose of intimidation. He held a certain admiration for the three boats, recognizing that his victory had come through a somewhat underhanded ambush. But such is the way of the ninja. Before executing his final act, Hans began to impart wisdom. The end of a person is not marked by death, but rather when they lose their conviction. Even if you perish here, you are not a dull blade. I shall proclaim to the world that you are a hero. In terms of swordsmanship, I, Hans of the Pufferfish, would gladly declare you the strongest of the Iron Country. I wish to barter my life for your promise. The three boats implored slowly, do not kill my comrades. This plea struck a chord deep within Hans, leading him to decide against ending the life of the three boats before him. He approached slowly, producing an antidote, and proclaimed, the presence of conviction in a person is not easily discerned. Some truths are revealed only through battle. I have not encountered someone like you in a long while. This time, I choose to spare you." Subsequently, Hans administered the antidote to the three boats. At this moment, Hans still harbored a hint of idealism. Yet with each subsequent battle, the hope for peace had eluded him. Time's erosion would ultimately shatter the convictions of this demigod of the ninja realm. Hans then departed the battlefield, casting a glance back at Naraku, who stood silently by, masked. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But Hans felt that this individual was no ordinary person. Amidst his water release, they remained steadfast, unlike the lesser samurai who had been swept away. Moreover, Naraku emanated a subtle sense of lethal threat. Shaking his head, Hans pondered who could possibly instill such a feeling of danger in a demigod of the ninja world. Naraku displayed no fear toward Hanzo. Instead, he approached directly to assist Mitsubian, who then vanished in an instant. Hanzo's eyes widened. Naraku's terrifying speed was perhaps a rare space ninjutsu in the ninja world. Chapter 73. Utilizing Hashirama cells safely returned to his residence. Mitsubian could not help but admire Naraku's brilliant strategy, as he had indeed survived under Hanzo's command. However, facing a demigod left Mitsubian somewhat bewildered. Could he truly overcome such a formidable ninja in the future? Mitsubian understood that in this battle, Hanzo had not unleashed his full strength. Nara gazed at Mifune in silence. Initially believing that he had become somewhat withdrawn due to his defeat, he then sought to console him, saying, "Mifune, there is no need to be disheartened by your recent loss in battle. As long as your observation haki and armament haki reach an advanced level, you will certainly be able to confront Hanzo in his prime. Furthermore, should your abilities ascend to their pinnacle, even the demigods of the ninja world would be within your grasp to defeat." As the words of Naraku resonated, a hint of confusion within Mitsubian dissipated. Indeed, he already possessed an almost invincible path beneath his feet. Perhaps one day, through his unwavering efforts, he could truly become the foremost swordsman in the ninja realm. And in that moment, he would be even more capable of aiding his lord. After conveying a few words, Naraku departed from the Iron Nation. Due to the numerous temporal markers he had placed along his journey, his return was swift. With Hanzo's promotion, the entire shinobi world began to recognize Mifune as the foremost swordsman of the Iron Nation. During Mifune's battle with Hans, his black blade severed Hanzo's weapons on multiple occasions, ultimately earning him the title of the Black Blade. Capitalizing on the immense prestige garnered from the Guardian War and his prowess as the mightiest swordsman of the Iron Nation, Mifune commenced a broader recruitment of subordinates while eliminating his adversaries. A figure suddenly emerged within the forge of Naraku, revealing Naraku himself, who had hastily returned by means of the dimensional array. Upon entering the forge, Naraku promptly seated himself to recuperate. The dimensional array's sensing mark could reach a maximum distance of only 5 kilometers, and such long-distance teleportation consumed considerably more chakra than short-range transfers. Nevertheless, the effectiveness was evident. A journey that would typically require the better part of a day was accomplished in merely 1 hour, despite the considerable time spent on transits and rest. After a brief respite, Naraku proceeded to unveil his new weapon reward. Ding! The utilization of Lake Toya by Mitsuba has reached an intermediate level. Activating the talent replication, intermediate observation haki. Ding! The utilization of haki seeds by Mitsuba has reached an intermediate level, activating the talent replication, intermediate armament haki. Nero once again experienced the exhilarating sensation of harnessing the power of armament haki. He gazed upon the colossal entity, now even more formidable and darker than before. A wave of satisfaction surged within him. As the intermediate observation haki flowed through him, Nero sensed that his 5 senses had become remarkably heightened. After all, the essence of observation haki lies in its ability to sharpen one's senses, giving rise to heightened perception. It allows one to discern the presence and emotional shifts of nearby beings, as well as to anticipate and evade danger. When Nero activated his Sharingan, he discovered that, with the aid of observation haki, his insight had seemingly intensified. Naraku contemplated the terrifying possibility that one day his Sharingan, when combined with the observation haki, could grant him the ability to foresee the future. After a brief moment of reflection, Naraku recalled the task that Danzo had entrusted to him. He needed to utilize the cells of Senju Hashirama to forge a weapon for Danzo. Naraku initially contemplated his own interests, intending to indulge in personal gain. The only weapons he could forge at that moment were the Stone Ghost Mask and the long-distance flying Mastama. The Stone Ghost Mask seemed to exhibit a degree of compatibility with the Hashirama cells, as both were immortal by nature. Naraku had originally envisioned merging the Stone Ghost Mask with the cursed technique of the Ghost Bud of Bairu, ultimately crafting a mask capable of infinitely devouring bloodline limits. However, He learned during a conversation with Tsunade that Bairu had long since defected, and his current whereabouts were unknown, presumably engrossed in research in some obscure corner. Although Naraku was uncertain when Bairu had defected, he was aware that Bairu had caused trouble after being slain by Naruto's Rasengan Shuriken. Thus, without additional assistance, it remained uncertain when Bairu would fully develop the Ghost Butt technique. Given the constraints of time, Naraku could not afford to wait. So he resolved to expedite the forging of the stone ghost mask. He decided to infuse it with Hashirama cells in the Sharingan. Eager to witness the splendid effects of the new creation. While he had access to Hashirama cells, he lacked the Sharingan. Reluctantly, he could not sacrifice his own eyes for the forging process, nor was he inclined to eliminate members of the Uchiha clan. After much contemplation, Naraku concluded that he must rely on the esteemed Danzo. It is undeniable that throughout the entirety of Naruto, Shimura Danzo stands out as a prominent angelic investor, providing funds, equipment, and information as needed. Conducting research under Danzo's auspices meant access to any contraband, and even the opportunity to experiment with semi-finished products on Danzo himself. The Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm was undoubtedly a result of Orochimaru's experimentation, as he himself would not dare to undergo such procedures, likely deeming the technology insufficiently mature, and instead using it to deceive his benefactor. Naraku arrived at the research and forging chamber specifically prepared for him by Danzo. He gazed upon the Senju cells before him. To be precise, what lay before him was the second generation of Senju cells cultivated from the original Senju cells. After pondering for a moment, Naraku resolved upon a method for forging. Given that the material at hand was not particularly precious, he felt entirely at liberty to utilize this forging as an experiment. Thus, he refrained from expending excessive amounts of orichalcum. His aim this time was to create a relic closely resembling an imperial artifact, particularly as he had no other uniquely compatible dangerous species of the second-generation Hashirama cells. Consequently, he decided to experiment with a random would attribute dangerous species. Under these circumstances, even should he invest a substantial amount of orichalcum, the result might merely be a particularly subpar imperial artifact, or even just a lesser artifact. Naraku had begun to consciously avoid wastage of orichalcum. He sensed that forging an S-grade weapon could significantly enhance his strength, perhaps even prompting an upgrade of the system. As of now, he remained merely a novice member. He planned to procure the original Hashirama cells in the future to fully dedicate himself to crafting a complete suit of armor, starting this time with the chest plate. Under the influence of observation haki, Naraku perceived a distinct sense of being observed from above, emanating from the ceiling. Consequently, Naraku feigned the act of retrieving a mundane, would attribute dangerous creature from his ceiling scroll, subsequently implanting the cells of Hashirama directly into the body of the perilous entity. Leaning over the microscope, Naraku scrutinized the perilous organism encased within the tissue enveloping the intercellular cells. He discerned that these intercellular cells appeared particularly fond of the flesh of the dangerous species, gradually proliferating within this exceptional culture medium while incessantly eroding the perilous entity. It was foreseeable that this process would require a certain passage of time. Chapter 74. The Invigorating Armor. Thus, Naraku commenced preparations for other tasks. Once again, he feigned retrieving a portion of orichalcum from a scroll, alongside 20 kilograms of fine iron. He dispatched several clones to smelt the fine iron, while he himself focused on the orichalcum. Due to the comparatively lower melting point of fine iron, his clones swiftly melted it down, subsequently collaborating to forge it into the shape of a breastplate. After successfully smelting the orichalcum, Naraku continued to await the complete erosion of the dangerous organism by the intercellular cells. Finally, after several hours, he observed through the microscope that the intercellular cells had entirely consumed the perilous entity before him. Hastily, he employed the molten orichalcum as ink to inscribe a magical seal upon the dangerous species. Drawing upon his prior experience of crafting the cursed demon, Naraku executed the engraving with remarkable speed, completing it in merely 10 minutes. As he slowly intoned the incantation, the dangerous species transformed into a viscous black liquid. Naraku then meticulously applied this black essence onto the breastplate. With the final drop of biological essence cascading down, the breastplate emanated an ethereal green glow, signifying that it had been entirely forged. Naruto had already conceived a name for this armor. Let it be called the Invigorating Armor. From the very beginning, Naruto fashioned it in the likeness of the Invigorating Armor from League of Legends. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging a pseudo-grade A weapon. The Invigorating Armor. Inspecting the attributes of this belt reveals the following. Invigorating armor. An A pseudo-grade chestplate. This armor is crafted from a unique biological material derived from a hazardous species known for its cell-eroding wood attributes. Additionally, it incorporates orichalcum and refined iron. The forging process employed the standard arcane techniques used for armor, taking a total of 3 hours to complete. Unfortunately, due to the peculiar nature of the biological materials, this chestplate possesses the strength of a divine tool while simultaneously imposing demands and side effects that far exceed those of ordinary divine weaponry. This chestplate can be adjusted in size at will, exhibits remarkable resilience, and demonstrates a strong capacity for chakra conduction. Skills. 1. Infinite vitality. Increases basic health regeneration by 100. Enhances all healing effects by 100 and accelerates chakra recovery by 100. 2. Would release. Grants a certain level of mastery over would release abilities. Debuffs. 1. Requires possession of both water and earth chakra attributes. 2. Mild use accelerates cellular aging. Excessive use may directly shorten lifespan. 3. Exceeding the chestplate's maximum capacity may lead to more severe side effects. Naro gazed at the chestplate before him, utterly astonished by this unexpected delight. Apart from its somewhat significant side effects, this chestplate could indeed rival certain imperial artifacts. His anticipation grew ever stronger at the thought of what he might forge if Danzo were to bestow upon him the true cells of Hashirama. Nevertheless, it is crucial to remember that these cells were extracted from the deceased Hashirama. One cannot help but ponder the extent of power his cells possessed when he was alive. Nara reflected that if Hashirama Senju were alive, it would not be unreasonable for him to consider himself a worthy grandson-in-law of the Senju clan. Alas, what a pity. Suddenly, a root emerged before Naraku, who could not help but let out a cold chuckle. The surveillance of these individuals was utterly lacking in subtlety. They truly regarded him as a mere child of 9 years. It was as if they had completely disregarded his presence. Naro approached Danzo, proudly wielding the freshly forged vibrant armor. Danzo's weathered visage contorted into an expression of discomfort. He feigned amiability as he addressed Naro, inquiring, "My dear Naro, what remarkable creation have you crafted this time?" Hearing Danzo's words, Naraku nearly choked on his own breath, feeling an urgent need to elevate his acting skills in the future. This armor could be classified as an imperial-grade weapon, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities while also enhancing the wearer's life restoration, healing effects, and chakra recovery. Additionally, there was a function contained within that cellular mass, which I should have preserved. I am uncertain of the capabilities possessed by that grotesque mass of flesh with its terrifying vitality, Naraku proclaimed with a tone of pride. While he elaborated on the armor's abilities, he made no mention of its side effects. Listening to Naraku's remarks, Danzo began to exhibit signs of utter madness, his entire being trembling with excitement. Danzo mused, "Could it be that I am on the verge of acquiring the would-release powers of the first Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems your position as Hokage has reached its end. I shall wield the power of the first would-release to unify the 5 great villages of the ninja world." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was diligently working in his office, sneezed. Nailuo gazed in silence at the seemingly deranged Danzo, unable to suppress a smile, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly, Danzo, having completed his transformation, realized the necessity of finding someone to test the validity of Nailuo's words. Moreover, he harbored a far more sinister plan that required execution. Under Nailuo's eager anticipation, Danzo prepared to don the armor for the experiment. Yet, whether it was due to Danzo's skepticism towards Nailuo or his retained reason in the face of power, he abruptly halted his actions. Summoning 2 nearby ninjas for the experiment, he directly commanded one of the root ninjas, possessing a water-earth attribute, to wear the amplification armor and ordered them to engage in combat. The 2 root ninjas unleashed their ferocity, and after exchanging a flurry of shurikens, they swiftly transitioned to close-quarters combat. As their strengths were nearly equal, they could not determine a victor through mere physical prowess. Thus, they resorted to ninjutsu. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. One of the root ninjas exhaled a stream of searing flames from his mouth. In response, the other ninja formed hand signs and summoned a vertical wall of water from below. As the flames collided with the water wall, they were extinguished. From this exchange of ninjutsu, it was evident that the root ninjas possessed considerable strength. At the very least, these 2 exhibited the prowess of special jonin. Due to their closely matched abilities, the battle devolved into a war of attrition. As the conflict wore on, the ninja clad in the amplification armor began to demonstrate a distinct advantage. The armor bestowed upon him formidable chakra recovery capabilities, exceptional healing abilities, and remarkable defensive strength. This enabled him to gradually overpower his opponent, who had previously been his equal. Ultimately, the ninja in the amplification armor cornered his adversary, achieving victory with an overwhelming advantage. Naro gazed at the injured root ninja sprawled on the ground, unable to suppress his admiration for Danzo's brainwashing abilities. The root organization resembled a cult, as the two combatants were willing to risk their lives for what was merely a sparring match. However, this was not the outcome Danzo desired. He commanded the victorious ninja, "Infuse your armor with earth and water chakra, and prepare for an offensive." Chapter 75 would release ninjutsu as the earth and water chakra surged into the invigorated armor. The root ninja sensed an unfamiliar new power coalescing within him. Instinctively, he channeled this energy down his arm. To his astonishment, a tree sprouted forth from his arm, ultimately embedding itself into the ground. Witnessing this, Danzo could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha, ha ha. Nara gazed at Shimura Danzo, feeling a sense of defeat wash over him as he realized that an outsider could smile more like Uchiha than he could. After pondering for a few moments, Naraku contemplated how to better disguise himself. He then began to shout with exaggerated enthusiasm, "The power of wood release. Lord Danzo, what exactly was the piece of meat you gave me earlier?" Naraku revealed an innocent yet doubtful gaze, while Danzo, with a cold smirk, remarked, "The materials you previously utilized are none other than the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. So what is your intention? Are you planning to inform Sarutobi Hiruzen or Tsunade?" Naro displayed a flicker of fear upon his visage, his body trembling slightly. "Danzo-sama, this is wrong. We should not forge weapons using the remains of the first Hokage." Danzo replied with a cold smirk, "It was you who utilized the first Hokage's remains to create weapons. Not I. Naro, if this information were to leak, the entire village would scorn you. Even your beloved mentor, Tsunade, would come to despise you. The bond you share with the Komodo Shinjutsu would sever, and the ninjas you know would shun you. Even the seemingly affable third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would imprison you." "That cannot be true. It cannot be," Naro retorted vehemently. "I had no knowledge that the flesh was composed of the first cells. It was you who deceived me." Naro recalled every moment of anger throughout his life, confronting Danzo with rage and humiliation. Danzo, maintaining an impassive expression, remarked, "Yet I never claimed that it wasn't the cells of the first Hokage. It is you. It is you, the avaricious Uchiha, consumed by desire, who has brought about this fate. Furthermore, one must always provide evidence. That armor imbued with wood release power stands as a testament to your insatiable greed." Nara secretly thought to himself, "Damn it, the dog pack actually dared to betray me." Naraku charged at the amplitude armor, declaring, "Then I shall destroy this armor." Although Danzo doubted Naraku's capability to inflict damage upon the armor, he nonetheless brought Naraku crashing to the ground. He then massaged his numb fist within the confines of his sleeve, pondering, "This Uchiha brat possesses remarkably resilient bones. Has he perhaps reinforced himself with some iron?" Observing Naraku weeping on the ground, Danzo sensed that the atmosphere had reached an appropriate crescendo. He remarked, "Naraku, do you perceive me as a villain? In truth, all my actions are for the sake of Konoha. Presently, the great nation's ninja villages are poised to undermine Konoha. My intentions are also for Konoha's benefit. You only see its prosperity, yet you remain blind to the darkness lurking beneath. It is precisely the existence of root that allows the mighty tree of Konoha to flourish. Naraku, you now face two choices. One is to reveal everything, leading to your judgment and execution by the roots, resulting in your demise amidst the scorn of the masses. The other option is to join the roots and serve me, becoming an unsung hero for the prosperity and development of Konoha. Choose wisely." Danzo's excitement grew with every word he spoke. In the depths of despair, a flicker of hope emerged, yet outwardly, the head remained held high, adorned with tears that had been summoned through a delicate manipulation of chakra to stimulate the tear ducts. With a tone of innocence, the voice inquired, "Lord Danzo, is it truly possible for me to become an unsung hero?" Danzo, with a smile reminiscent of one who lures children, replied, "Indeed, absolutely, and I shall wholeheartedly support your endeavor. As long as the shinobi world possesses the materials, regardless of what they are, I will procure them for you." Naraku, "Very well. Lord Danzo, I shall henceforth join the Foundation. The ninjas of the Foundation possess the curse of tongue sealing to safeguard information. Thus, I shall refrain from adding your words. However, do exercise utmost caution in maintaining secrecy. Otherwise," Danzo once again issued his ominous warning. Nero hurriedly replied, "Lord Danzo, it will not happen. I will certainly safeguard the secret." Subsequently, Danzo inquired if Nero required any additional enhancements for the invigorating armor. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. The opportunity had finally arrived. "Lord Danzo, the mere infusion of chakra to wield the wood release technique is far too feeble, depleting energy excessively and lacking in speed. Do you possess any wood release ninjutsu? I would like to explore the possibility of inscribing the ninjutsu as a seal. This way, even if the user of the armor is not adept in wood release, they could still utilize it swiftly and with greater chakra efficiency." Danzo cast a skeptical glance at Naruto, sensing that this request seemed somewhat amiss. Nevertheless, considering he held two significant advantages over Naruto, he ultimately resolved to impart some of the wood release techniques to him. Naraku gazed at the techniques handed to him by Danzo. Wood release, cutting technique. Wood release, wood clone, wood release, wood substitution, wood release, great forest technique, and wood release, wood pillar wall. Though he appeared elated on the surface, deep down he felt a sense of disappointment. How miserly Danzo was. What kind of offerings were these? Where were the techniques of the floral tree realm? The art of the wooden man, the wood dragon technique, the supreme transformation of the Buddha, true thousand hands? Naruto contemplated that he must not abandon alternative avenues to acquire the wood release technique. Although the wood release bestowed by Danzo was not exceptionally powerful, Naruto's current form could only wield intermediate wood release abilities. Even if he were granted techniques such as the wood golem, he would be unable to master them. Danzo, on the other hand, felt a different sentiment as he observed Naruto, easily misled by him, completely oblivious to the fact that the armor was crafted from Hashirama cells. He regarded Naruto with a sense of disdain, reflecting on his teacher's words. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was inherently malevolent. Yet, hypocritically, Danzo did not criticize his own nefarious actions. Out of caution, he no longer permitted Naruto to take the armor away and decided to don it himself to learn would release directly. As for Naruto's claims of enhancement, modifications could only be made during the intervals when he utilized the armor. In the depths of his heart, Naraku mused, "Use it, use it. Who could ever surpass you? I hope that when your demise approaches, you do not kneel before me." Subsequently, Naraku returned home under the pretext of conducting research. Upon arriving, he discovered an unexpected talent reward and hastily accepted it. Ding! His proficiency with the excitement armor had reached the novice level, triggering the talent replication, water release, water barrier mastery. Nero couldn't help but lament that ordinary ninjas truly had little to offer. It seemed imperative to entrust weapons only to the strong. Relying solely on these weaker individuals, when would Nero ever dominate the ninja world and become the cheerful, affable young man he aspired to be? In Chapter 76, titled Learning Would Release, as Nero was preparing to practice his ninjutsu in a secluded forest, he suddenly smacked his forehead. He seemed to have forgotten to negotiate his payment with Danzo, although he had been coerced into forging. This felt akin to being taken advantage of after someone had seized the upper hand. However, now that he had joined Root, he could arguably consider himself one of their own. Surely, he should not be exploited in this manner. Yet, Danzo was not the most benevolent of individuals, and Nero was uncertain whether he would receive his due wages. Nevertheless, if that old rogue Danzo refused to pay, Nero was prepared to take matters into his own hands. After pondering for a moment, Nero shifted his focus to wood release. He laid several wood release scrolls out on the ground, intending to study them sequentially. Given his current aptitude for wood release, he believed he could easily master these techniques. First was the signature wood release technique favored by Tsuchiha cutting technique. This technique allows wooden spikes to sprout from the user's arms, piercing the enemy with a brutal attack. Once embedded in the enemy's body, the user can expend their own chakra to enable the wooden spikes to continue growing within, ultimately rupturing the enemy's internal organs and leading to their demise. The overall effect could only be described as exceedingly savage. Moreover, as demonstrated by Tsuchiha, once mastered, this ninjutsu could be executed without hand signs, presenting a significant advantage. Additionally, this technique was not restricted to melee combat. It could also serve as a ranged attack. By condensing would release chakra into a wooden spike and hurling it at the enemy, the user could remotely control the rapid growth of the spike once it had penetrated the enemy's body, effectively compensating for the typical piercing damage that might not guarantee a kill and eliminating the need for follow-up strikes. After reading the scroll of ninjutsu, Naraku began to practice diligently, meticulously following the hand seals depicted within. He then raised his right arm and extended it forward. Observing as numerous wooden spikes sprouted from his arm, piercing towards the towering tree before him. These wooden spikes swiftly penetrated the tree, and as Naraku infused his chakra into them, they radiated outward from within the trunk. Perhaps due to the simplicity of this technique or Naraku's relatively high aptitude for wood release, he was able to perform this ninjutsu effortlessly after only a few attempts. Subsequently, Naraku experimented with long-range attacks, conjuring a wooden spear that he hurled from a distance, which instantly skewered the unfortunate tree. He then formed seals to channel the chakra within the spear, causing the internal wooden spikes to erupt forth and impale the tree. The remaining techniques, which Yamato had employed in the original narrative, were also quite practical. The wood release. Wood pillar wall is a defensive ninjutsu that forms a series of wooden pillars bending from the ground to create an archway for protection. This technique boasts greater defensive capabilities and a broader range of counteraction compared to water release defenses. Logically, wood release should be countered by fire release. However, within the lore of Naruto, the power of wood release is derived from the divine tree, endowing it with the ability to absorb chakra, thus rendering it particularly effective against most ninjutsu. Furthermore, the established principle is that wood release equates to earth release plus water release, which paradoxically gives it an advantage over fire release. Ultimately, as long as the chakra supply is ample, one can withstand even the most formidable adversaries. The second technique, wood release, great forest technique, allows multiple thicker wooden tendrils to extend from the arm to ensnare foes. In critical moments, it can also serve as a defensive ninjutsu. Yamato has previously used it to protect Naruto. The subsequent techniques, wood clone and wood substitution, can be regarded as the ninjutsu version of shadow clone and substitution jutsu. For instance, wood clones are more challenging to distinguish than shadow clones. Although their combat capabilities may not match the original, they do not shatter upon impact like shadow clones. And when dispelled, they can instantly transform into wooden branches to entangle or assault enemies. Wood substitution is straightforward, allowing one to replace themselves with a wooden substitute at the moment of attack, making it more convenient and less prone to detection than standard substitution techniques. After half a day, Naraku had mastered all 5 wood release ninjutsu. Upon completing his training, he felt an overwhelming sense of power. Even contemplating a cross-dimensional challenge against a certain King Tang, who also wielded plant-based techniques. Nero gazed upon the chaotic scene, heedless of the warnings from the station chief, as he unleashed fire release within the enchanted forest of another realm, erasing any traces of his previous wood release. Observing the area now charred to near perfection, Nero subsequently summoned water release to extinguish the flames. After a moment of contemplation, Naraku resolved to forge the last imperial artifact he could immediately create, the soaring Mashtima. Once completed, Naraku would possess a solidified wing. Even within the realm of ninjas, the ability to fly is exceedingly rare, let alone the freedom and agility it affords. Thus, this imperial artifact holds considerable practicality. To forge this artifact, he must vanquish a flying feathered beast. Naraku intends to set up the 4 purple flames formation and await its flight. Naraku once again sought out his 4 subordinates, Uchiha Kaken, Kaki, and Kiri. Observing them, he noted that their prolonged lack of assistance from him had seemingly caused them to gain a bit of weight. Nero addressed the group, saying, "You 4 shall once again deploy the 4 purple flames formation. Under no circumstances should you activate it. Do you understand?" The individuals nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Nero, accompanied by Uchiha Hizei, ventured forth to hunt the uniquely perilous creature. In truth, with Nero's current prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish this danger. However, he believed it prudent to further cultivate the skills of his subordinates. Nero gazed at the adorable face of Uchiha Shirhua beside him, pondering whether her recent training and hearty meals had contributed to her apparent weight gain. Meanwhile, Nero found himself preoccupied with his singular focus on elevating his power and consolidating his influence, all while plotting against Danzo, leaving little room for anything else. However, Uchiha Shirhua remained too weak to bear any significant burden. In a moment of mischief, Nero thought, if a subordinate could not provide assistance, then perhaps one could repay through other means. Naluo extended his hand, gently pinching the slightly cherubic lips of Hong Se, savoring the soft sensation transmitted through his fingertips. Hong Se widened her eyes, gazing at Nai Luo with a hint of bewilderment. Yet, she offered no resistance, merely allowing Nai Luo to play with her face in silence. A subtle smirk graced Naraku's lips as he gently caressed the crimson cheeks, all the while observing the shifts in her expression. It was evident that her complexion gradually deepened in hue, her eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment, yet she exhibited no signs of resistance. Naro found the situation to be exceedingly amusing and continued to playfully pinch the delicate face of Hyzai. After a while, he finally relinquished his grip. Having made use of this subordinate, the quartet ahead could do nothing but feign ignorance. Chapter 77. Uchiha Hyzai versus the Winged Beast. As the Uchiha Quartet activated the four purple flames formation, Naro addressed Uchiha Hyzai, saying, shortly, "I shall unleash a unique and perilous creature. This beast possesses the ability to fly and can launch feathered projectiles from its wings. In addition to bearing formidable strength and speed, this time, I shall refrain from intervening. You alone will be tasked with hunting this special danger. Can you manage that?" With an adorable tone, Uchiha Hyzai nodded in affirmation. Naro subsequently released the winged beast, which stood 3 meters tall, adorned with 4 majestic wings and feathers as white as snowflakes. Its hard beak and sharp claws added to its formidable appearance. The winged beast, newly arrived in the ninja realm, appeared bewildered. It had just been sleeping, only to find itself in this unfamiliar locale. However, upon spotting the humans it most relished tormenting, its focus quickly shifted. It unfurled its wings, attempting to take flight, but was thwarted by the 4 purple flames formation, even enduring a searing burn from the flames above. It screeched in fury, seemingly intent on unleashing its pin-up wrath. In quick succession, it began attacking with feathers from its wings, targeting Naro and Hyzai. Countless feathers shot towards them like arrows, creating a dense barrage that left little room for escape. In response to this onslaught, Naro formed hand seals and executed the Earth Release, Earthland Return technique. Instantly, a wall of earth surged upward, completely shielding Naro. The barrage of feathers collided with the earthen barrier, producing a crisp sound, yet failing to breach its defenses. Simultaneously, Uchiha Hyzai showcased her exceptional combat prowess. She deftly maneuvered her body, skillfully evading the majority of the feathered assaults. Armed with Muramasa, she swiftly sliced through the feathers that neared her. It seemed the winged beast, recognizing the ineffectiveness of its attack, opted to land on the ground and used its large wings to sweep towards Uchiha Hyzai. Yet, Hyzai exhibited remarkable agility, evading the strike with a leap. She then aimed Muramasa directly at the beast's wing, but the thick feathers cushioned the blow, resulting in only a minor breach of its defenses. The curse mark from Muramasa rapidly enveloped the winged beast, yet it remained standing, letting out 2 anguished howls as its vitality waned. Observing this, Naro felt a twinge of speculation. The poison from Muramasa, derived from the cursed poison beast, proved effective against humans but faltered against large, resilient creatures. Previously, the inability to slay the indomitable Lion King was not merely due to its immortality suppressing the poison, as he had initially believed. Uchiha Hyzai, surprised by the beast's resilience to her strike, quickly regained her composure and delivered another cut to the winged beast's wing, further inciting its wrath. The beast raised its claw in an attempt to seize Hyzai, but she deftly dodged with a swift maneuver. Seizing her chance, the winged beast lunged with its formidable beak towards Uchiha Hyzai, who swiftly raised her blade in defense. The clash resonated as she was pushed back by the creature's immense force. Utilizing this momentum, she distanced herself and formed hand seals once more. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. From her petite mouth, a straight stream of flames erupted, striking the winged beast squarely. It emitted a shrill and agonizing cry. Beside the scene, Naraku watched anxiously, deeply concerned that incinerating the wings of the feathered beast might compromise the quality of the new imperial artifact. Uchiha Hyzai gripped Murakumo tightly, her gaze resolute and unwavering. She recognized this as a prime opportunity for a decisive offensive. At that moment, without a trace of hesitation, she infused lightning chakra into Murakumo, simultaneously allowing her own body to absorb the invigorating surge of lightning energy. Instantly, her form became ethereal, as though she had merged with the very essence of lightning. Her speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning, leaving onlookers in a daze. The feathered beast was utterly incapable of tracking Uchiha Hyzai's movements, relegated to a passive state of receiving blows. With each swing of Murakumo, she unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp sword energy intertwined with the might of thunder. Her assaults fell like a tempest, relentlessly carving deep and shallow wounds into the feathered beast's flesh. The creature shrieked in agony, yet it was powerless to escape the relentless barrage of Uchiha Hyzai's strikes. Ultimately, with a final, decisive blow, Uchiha Hyzai severed the beast's avian head completely. Blood erupted forth, and the feathered beast collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Uchiha Hyzai panted heavily, gazing at the fallen creature. Naraku gently patted Uchiha Hikari's head and remarked, "Well done. Make sure to rest and enjoy some grilled meat upon your return." Subsequently, Naraku instructed the quartet to dismantle the four purple flames formation and brought the corpse of the feathered beast to the forge. Naro did not immediately proceed with forging. Instead, he prepared to receive his rewards. He noticed that the system had granted him additional accolades. Ding! Shimura Danzo had achieved a novice level of proficiency with the A pseudo rank Imperial Armor, triggering his talent replication, Shimura Danzo's complete mastery over all wind-style ninjutsu. As Naro absorbed all of Danzo's wind-based powers, he swiftly acquired techniques such as wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, vacuum continuous wave, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, vacuum great sphere, wind release, shuriken, wind release, vacuum blade. One after another, the wind-style ninjutsu, refined through countless training sessions, were rapidly mastered by Naro. Naruto opened his eyes once more, reflecting on the fact that his wind-based chakra seemed to have been replicated from Danzo. He would forever be indebted to Lord Danzo for his kindness. Thus, he resolved that when the time came to eliminate Danzo, he would do so with utmost efficiency. Ding! Uchiha Hizei had achieved an intermediate level of proficiency with the A-rank Imperial tool, II, Muramasa. The activation of his talent for replication granted him an intermediate level of Uchiha bloodline power. This power from Uchiha Hizei coursed directly into Naruto's body, causing him to feel a surge of warmth and a slight itch in his eyes. Regrettably, until the very end, Naruto did not awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Naro gazed upon the description of the intermediate powers of the Uchiha bloodline, realizing that it encompassed more than mere ocular prowess. He speculated that this might elevate his own bloodline potential. He held a clear understanding of his innate talent. Had it not been for the infusion of ocular power and the enhancement from the Senju bloodline, he would likely never have attained the third Tomo in his lifetime, let alone be a mere step away from the Mangeki Sharingan at the tender age of 9. The awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan seemingly depended heavily on one's bloodline, suggesting that not everyone possesses the privilege to awaken this power. Otherwise, during the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, several Mangeki would have emerged. After a moment of introspection, Naraku concluded that to hasten the awakening of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, he required more formidable stimuli, as well as the obsessions that accompany such provocations. Additionally, he recognized that continuously enhancing his bloodline's purity could facilitate this awakening. Sarada Uchiha serves as a prime example. Her single Tomo was a rarity witnessed during her father's awakening. Her double Tomo manifested in the heat of battle against an adversary, and her kaleidoscope emerged when she shed tears before her father concerning Boruto. Chapter 78. Steel. Wings of the Angel. After calming his emotions, Naraku commenced preparations to forge a new Imperial tool. He engaged in his customary contemplations prior to the forging process. For Imperial tools are artifacts from another realm. Having arrived in the shinobi world, he was determined not to remain stagnant. The soaring Mashtima from the sister-slaying world is an iron ring that adheres to the back of its master, manifesting a pair of large white wings upon activation. While it possesses some capacity for offense, it appears quite agile overall. However, in a world where ninjutsu prevails, one could easily become a target while airborne. Although there are skills to counter adversarial projectiles, the effectiveness remains questionable. Furthermore, the large white wings seem deficient in defense. Even a chunin like Uchiha Shursui wielding Muramasa could easily breach their protection. Thus, Naraku hypothesized whether incorporating a greater amount of refined iron could enhance chakra conduction capabilities, allowing the user to merge wind techniques with the Imperial tool to unleash a more potent power. As Naraku pondered who in the entirety of Konoha possessed the most formidable wind release technique, the fierce visage of Danzo emerged in his mind. Subsequently, Naraku recalled that he had replicated Danzo's wind release heritage. Thus, one Naraku equated to one Danzo. Considering Naraku's chakra reserves, it could be surmised that Naraku surpassed Danzo. However, despite acquiring wind release, there remained a slight inadequacy in the defensive aspect of his wings. At that moment, Naraku thought of the antagonist Vulture from Spider-Man: No Way Home. His pair of metallic wings appeared strikingly impressive, even though the soaring, ethereal wings of the majestic Mothman were also remarkable. Yet, it was clear that his flight did not rely solely on kinetic energy. There existed an element of the extraordinary, as he could hover in midair without any movement of his wings. Moreover, the offensive feathers were not entirely corporeal. Otherwise, a non-feathered artifact would eventually become bald after prolonged use. Thus, adorning these wings with a steel exterior might incur a slight increase in weight. But the repercussions of this added burden could likely be mitigated through chakra input. Did Uchiha Naraku lack chakra? Another drawback was that fully retracting these metallic wings into the artifact's circular frame would be unattainable, yet Naraku was unconcerned. The substantial enhancement in defensive capabilities would enable him to utilize them as a shield against certain lower-tier ninjutsu attacks, while simultaneously augmenting chakra conduction efficiency. Having formulated his plan, Naraku eagerly set to work, for what boy would not desire a pair of magnificent, soaring metallic wings? Naruto hastily retrieved the remains of the avian beast, acquiring 10 units of orichalcum, 20 kilograms of refined iron, 1 unit of green gorilla crimson sand iron, and 1 unit of gorilla crimson ore. In a display of ingenuity, Naruto employed the wood clone technique, assigning his wooden doppelgangers numbered 1, 2, and 3 to the task of smelting the metals. Meanwhile, he severed the wings of the avian beast, transforming its torso directly into a biological essence. In a bid to enhance the aesthetic appeal of the wings, Naruto extracted the 2 smaller wings, which served primarily for beauty. He then infused all of this biological essence into the larger wings of the avian beast. At this juncture, the 3 wooden clones had successfully completed the metal smelting. Subsequently, the orichalcum was poured into the interior of the wings, while the gorilla crimson sand iron and gorilla crimson ore were intricately arranged within to form pathways, all enveloped by the refined iron. As the temperature of the wings began to decrease, mystical seals commenced to envelop their surface. With a final flash of ethereal light, the soaring masterpiece, Endless Flight Mashtima, was forged. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for crafting an A-grade weapon, Endless Flight Mashtima. Naro gazed upon the wings that bore little resemblance to the original design, contemplating a name change. System renamed this imperial artifact to Steel Angel Wings, abbreviated as Steel Wings. A chime echoed, confirming. The artifact formerly known as Soaring Mashtima has been renamed to Steel Angel Wings. Naro proceeded to examine the attributes of these wings, Steel Angel Wings, an A-rank winged imperial artifact. This creation utilized winged beasts as biological materials, alongside the formidable alloys of orichalcum, fine iron, crimson sand iron, and crimson ore. During the forging process, the artisan innovatively enhanced the standard techniques employed for winged imperial artifacts. After 7 arduous hours, the masterpiece was completed. Thanks to the artisan's creative approach of coating the biological materials with fine iron, the artifact received an extraordinary enhancement, albeit with certain compromises in other areas. Overall, it surpassed the original imperial artifact in quality. The Steel Angel Wings can retract behind the user, ultimately forming a robust shield, characterized by resilience and sharpness, and possessing a significant capacity for chakra conduction. Functions: 1. Fundamental ability. Enables the user to soar through the skies, with feathers capable of striking down foes. 2. Secret technique. Divine Feather. Allows the user to rebound opponents' flying projectiles. 3. Iron Wings. The wings can be folded for defensive purposes. 4. Singular attribute chakra enhancement. 5. Shield form. The artifact can be compacted into a shield, with razor-sharp edges capable of slicing through adversaries. Naraku donned the steel wings upon his back and stepped outside, where he encountered Uchiha Mikoto, who appeared to be somewhat despondent. Naro stepped forward and gently patted Uchiha Mikoto's head, saying, "Who has dared to anger my dear Mikoto? I shall teach them a severe lesson." Startled, Uchiha Mikoto gazed at Naro, and after a moment of hesitation, she stammered, "Naro, you've changed so much. You've become increasingly formidable. It used to be that I was the one taking care of you, but now it seems I can no longer assist you even in your endeavors. Previously, when you went to hunt the new dangerous species known as Scarlet, you did not call upon me." Naruto pondered for a moment on the surface. It appeared that Uchiha Mikoto had provided him with little assistance. However, what Naruto truly lacked was not merely formidable strength, but rather a trustworthy companion. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Mikoto was someone worthy of his trust. He quickly reassured her, "You are merely a student at the Ninja Academy, yet to graduate, what you need is growth. In fact, I brought Scarlet along precisely because I wish to help her hone her skills," he added with an air of mystery. "And there is something you can assist me with." Uchiha Mikoto's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Naruto. "What is it?" With a serious expression, Naraku declared, "I am now your childhood husband, so you must take good care of me. Once we are married, you should bear me 10 or 8 children. With her talent, our offspring are sure to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the revival of the Uchiha clan's glory rests upon us." At that time, I shall be the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and you will be the matriarch. After saying this, he chuckled with pride. However, much to Naraku's surprise, Mikoto Uchiha did not react with the anger or shyness he had anticipated. Instead, a faint blush graced her cheeks, and she spoke in a voice so soft it was almost a whisper. Is it really that remarkable? I must think carefully about it. With that, she lowered her head, seemingly a bit shy. Chapter 79, The Magnificent Display of Hanzo the Salamander. Now, looking at Mikoto Uchiha, Naraku finally comprehended the true meaning of the phrase, the most difficult to endure is the favor of a beauty. Unfortunately, a wretched celestial creature, the crab deity, was suppressing him, preventing him from immediately striving for the glory of the Uchiha. He then pointed to the steel wings behind him and asked, Mikoto, would you like to fly? A month later, the summoning technique was employed. A colossal salamander appeared on the battlefield, and as it exhaled a massive cloud of toxic gas, the already scarce rock ninjas in the Land of Rain began to fall one after another. Ultimately, under the leadership of the demigod Hanzo the Salamander, the small rain ninja village successfully scattered the rock ninjas stationed at the front lines in the Land of Rain. We have won. The Land of Rain has triumphed. We have defeated the rock ninja forces. Long live Lord Hanzo. Unlike the previous suppression of the Iron Country samurai, Hanzo's leadership of the weak rain ninjas to triumph over the rock ninjas could be deemed a remarkable feat. Following this victory, the morale of the entire rain ninja force surged. However, Hanzo was not entirely pleased, for despite his presence, a significant disparity in strength still existed between the rain and rock ninjas. The death toll on both sides was nearly equivalent, but the rock village, with its vast resources, could quickly replenish its losses, whereas the rain ninjas could not. Nonetheless, victory remained victory. These great nations were not invincible. His next target would be the Sand Village. Upon receiving reports from the front lines, Inoki suppressed his fury and thought, Hanzo the Salamander, you truly are a demigod of the ninja world. With your salamander, combined with the finest water techniques and the climate of the Land of Rain, your power must now rival even mine. But how long can you lead a small ninja village in such a manner? Do you dare to challenge the major ninja villages? We shall see. Inoki commanded his subordinates. Rock ninjas, retreat. In truth, the rock village still possessed substantial strength, and even though the rain village had scored victories, they could only be described as minor defeats. Inoki decided to observe the situation for a while longer, especially with the vigilant gaze of the cloud village nearby. Thus, it was at this moment that the rock village officially withdrew from the chaotic conflict in the Land of Rain. Another month passed, and a fierce battle erupted between the Rain Ninja Village and the Sand Ninja Village. Although the Sand Village ranked the lowest among the 5 great ninja villages, its overall quality still surpassed that of the Rain Village. However, Hanzo the Salamander, this demigod of the ninja world, boldly declared war on the Sand Village and even the Leaf Village, clearly having prepared for the confrontation. The Sand Village boasted formidable figures such as the Chiyo siblings and Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, although the latter duo would eventually be defeated by Kakashi Hatake. Appearing weak in hindsight, their strength was nevertheless close to that of a Kage, and together they could easily overpower even a typical Kage-level opponent. In contrast, the Rain Village seemed lacking. Apart from the powerful Hanzo, they had few capable warriors to contend with. As the battle commenced, the number of Rain ninjas swiftly dwindled, and their situation grew increasingly dire. However, halfway through the conflict, Hanzo showcased his astonishing power. He cut his finger, and immediately a massive summoning beast, the salamander, emerged onto the battlefield. This gigantic creature loomed like a small hill, opening its enormous maw to unleash a dense cloud of toxic mist that enveloped the entire battlefield. The noxious haze obscured vision and made breathing laborious. Yet, the Rain ninjas were well prepared. They had brought gas masks and antidotes, ensuring they could withstand the toxic onslaught and maintain their fighting spirit against the enemy despite the dire conditions. The emergence of this summoning beast turned the tables on the Sand ninjas, who had previously held the advantage, placing them under immense pressure. The potency of the toxic mist was akin to that of a biochemical weapon. Many Sand ninjas collapsed upon inhaling the noxious fumes, while those with high poison resistance experienced paralysis and dizziness. Chiyo, witnessing the heavy casualties among her kin, could only hold her ground with her family to restrain Hanzo. Hanzo, confronted by the dense swarm of puppets, felt a tinge of unease. As he destroyed one with his scythe, another would immediately take its place. Moreover, the effects of his own poison were minimal against the puppets, who were impervious to toxins. Yet, this situation worked to his advantage. As 4 of the enemy's generals were preoccupied with containing him, allowing his own forces to exploit the advantages provided by the toxic mist. Recognizing Hanzo's agility amidst the puppets, Chiyo fully grasped the formidable nature of this demigod of the ninja world. Realizing it was impossible to defeat him, she shouted, "Retreat." Upon hearing their commander's orders, the remaining sand ninjas hastily retreated. Ultimately, this battle concluded with the Rain Village maintaining the upper hand. The news of this victory sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Although the Rain had previously triumphed over the Rock, that had occurred due to the collapse of the Rock front lines, leaving few troops behind without strong generals to support them. In this instance, nearly all the Sand Village's forces had mobilized, except for the so-called strongest Sand Shadow, the third Kazakage, and the Jinchuriki, yet they were still defeated. Upon receiving the news of the Sand Village's defeat, the third Reikage, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Is Hanzo the Salamander truly this formidable? The Sand Village has brought shame upon the 5 great ninja villages, despite mobilizing nearly their entire force. They were still defeated by the Rain Ninjas. It seems this waste does not deserve a place among the 5 great ninja villages. If only the Land of Wind were not so desolate, I could swiftly eliminate the Sand Village." Beside the third Reikage, his secretary, Daibwa, remarked expressionlessly, "The Sand Village can only be said to have suffered a minor defeat. Their elite ninjas have not experienced significant losses, and the outcome remains uncertain. Furthermore, Lord Reikage, you seem rather relaxed. The unprocessed files on your desk are nearly taller than you." Upon hearing this, the third Reikage hurriedly grabbed a set of dumbbells and leaped out the window, declaring, "Handle those for me. I need to focus my energy on military matters." The other ninja villages, too, gained a profound understanding of the challenges posed by Hanzo the Salamander through this conflict. Chapter 80. The resumption of hostilities, however. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the Rain Village, despite its initial victory, found the subsequent battles to be intensely grueling. As Chiyo, a master of poison, adeptly concocts an antidote within a brief span, it becomes evident that while her antidote may not completely immunize against Hanzo's venom, it significantly diminishes the likelihood of her comrades succumbing to the poison. Some ninjas with only mild poisoning can still engage in combat, showcasing the impact of personnel quality between the great ninja villages and the smaller ones. Under this slight debuff, Tsunade can effectively achieve a 1-5-for-1 exchange against Amigakure. However, this is only feasible due to Tsunade's access to antidotes, while Hanzo persistently updates his poisons. Fortunately for Tsunade, Chiyo consistently discovers the antidote to Hanzo's toxins in a timely manner. During the skirmishes, she uncovers a critical weakness of Hanzo's poison. It cannot be released indefinitely. Once the poison is expelled from his body, Hanzo must regenerate it using his chakra and biological functions, a process that takes a full 5 minutes. Initially, after his decisive victory in their first encounter, Hanzo had envisioned outright conquering Tsunade and positioning himself as one of the 5 great ninja villages. Yet, the continuous failures he faces, particularly due to Chiyo's relentless antidote creation, sour his mood considerably. In jest, he nicknames her the puppet old crone, to which she retorts by calling him the old man with the breathing tube. Despite Chiyo's swift antidote production, Hanzo's new toxins inevitably claim casualties among the ranks. And given Tsunade's financial constraints, they cannot adequately supply antidotes for their entire force. Thus, both sides continue to wear each other down while Amigakure maintains a relative advantage. Eventually, both Tsunade and Amigakure come to a realization. Their relentless conflict merely serves to benefit other ninja villages. On Hanzo's side, after his initial triumph, he had contemplated replacing Tsunade among the 5 great villages. However, as the battles dragged on and his forces dwindled, he recognized the futility of this endeavor. Even if he were to eradicate Tsunade, Amigakure would still be left vulnerable to other villages seizing the opportunity. Moreover, he had already achieved his initial goal of ousting Tsunade from the Land of Rain, having pushed the conflict into the Wind Country. Hence, Hanzo yearned to cease hostilities. Meanwhile, Tsunade, already the weakest among the 5 great villages, feared that if they continued to clash with Amigakure, they would likely be consumed by another ninja village even if they managed to repel Amigakure. Despite their less favorable territory, they knew other villages would not hesitate to take advantage of their plight. As the renowned military strategist Li Yunlong once stated, "I do not engage in losing ventures." For Tsunade, fighting in the Land of Rain yielded no benefits. Instead, they were beaten back to their homeland, which was a significant embarrassment. Thus, they sought to negotiate peace. It must be said that Tsunade has taken shamelessness to an extraordinary level, from the moment their first Hokage signed a peace treaty, not only demanding funds, but also attempting to extort money while expecting Konoha to cede land. Their repeated actions during the subsequent Ninja World Wars demonstrated a penchant for surrendering quickly. This time was no different. Disregarding their reputation, they stealthily sent envoys to Hanzo, proposing a ceasefire. Hanzo, who also wished to halt the fighting, readily agreed, and discussions regarding war reparations ensued. Hanzo was nearly driven to exasperation when, upon suggesting compensation for the war, Tsunade not only refused but sought reparations from him, claiming that their village had suffered great losses and, being impoverished, they deserved compensation for the sake of peace. Had Hanzo been more inclined to continue the fight, he would have surely taught this shameless village a lesson. After the truce between Tsunade and Amigakure, an odd stillness enveloped both sides. However, as the military resources of the major nations had not been significantly depleted, they retained the capacity for conflict. The situation shifted dramatically when news of Senju Hashirama's grievous injury and prolonged unconsciousness spread, causing the various ninja villages to fixate their hungry gazes upon Konoha. Previously, the rumors of Hashirama's transformation into a dragon had terrified several villages. Although his would-release techniques may not have equaled those of the legendary Hashirama Senju, they were formidable enough to warrant caution. Thus, the ninja villages had bizarrely overlooked Konoha's existence. Now, with the news of Hashirama's incapacitation circulating, they noted his absence over the past months. Furthermore, bounty hunters in the black market began to sell information revealing that Hashirama had been carried back to Konoha by Tsunade and Jiraiya, lending credence to the rumors of his condition. Yet, despite this revelation, the various villages hesitated to take the lead and instead sought the latest updates or demanded Konoha confirm Hashirama's status. Some even audaciously insisted that Konoha release Uchiha Naraku, arguing that he belonged to the entire ninja world and demanding an equitable distribution of all weapons forged by him. Previously, Konoha had drawn attention for its territory, but now, with Uchiha Naraku, a master blacksmith, the allure had significantly increased. In this atmosphere of temptation, the patience of the other villages could only be deemed limited. In the Hokage's office, the entire Konoha F4 was present. Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Minyen were embroiled in a heated argument. Danzo initiated the discourse. Hiruzen, Konoha stands at a critical juncture. We must demonstrate our strength. Hand over the imperial tool of Hashirama, and I shall teach those starving wolves a lesson on the front lines. Before he could finish, the three of them entered the office. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief at his three companions, as if questioning how he was to engage in politics alongside such insects. Hiruzen offered a more official explanation. Currently, Hashirama lies in a deep coma, beset by chaotic energies resulting from his transformation into a dragon. Moreover, the imperial tool is particularly selective regarding its wielder, and even Tsunade cannot unleash its full potential. Carelessly engaging in battle risks, inciting a joint assault from the other four villages. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes gleamed momentarily before reverting to his previous stoic demeanor, as if the change had been an illusion. Hiruzen, observing Danzo's silence, mistakenly believed he had comprehended and accepted his reasoning. However, he harbored a lingering fear that should he lend Danzo the weapon during the day, Danzo might charge in with it while addressing political matters at night. With the atmosphere growing tense, Mito Minyen, adjusting his glasses, inquired about their next course of action. So, shall we refrain from engaging in battle? What do we plan to do next? Or should we first address the matter of Uchiha Naraku? Before he could finish, both Hiruzen and Danzo shouted in unison, "No." Hiruzen cast a surprised glance at Danzo, who hesitated for a few seconds before asserting, "Even if Naraku is an evil little brat of the Uchiha clan, we cannot allow those wolves from the outer villages to take advantage of the situation." After a brief pause, Xiaochun remarked, "We must remain vigilant not only against the great powers, but also against Hanzo of the Salamander. The poison of this demigod of the ninja world is no trifling matter." Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before responding. Chiyo of Tsunade is capable of crafting an antidote for the salamander's poison. Tsunade should be able to as well. I will arrange for Tsunade to be deployed to the front lines. Danzo reiterated his request, stating, "Since you are unwilling to take action, I will lead the route to the front lines and eliminate those ravenous wolves who dare to bare their fangs." However, the other three ignored Danzo entirely, continuing to devise defensive strategies step by step. The four brilliant minds engaged in heated debate until nightfall, ultimately leading Hiruzen to conclude, "When soldiers arrive, we shall confront them. When water comes, we shall bury it." For now, we must strengthen our defenses, bolster the border forces, and dispatch Tsunade and Jiraiya to the land of rain. Observing the three members of his faction, who were resolutely opposed to taking the initiative, Danzo felt his temper flare and, along with Hiruzen, stormed out in frustration. Having achieved 3 consecutive victories, Hanzo's reputation in the land of rain reached its zenith, yet he sat in his office, furrowed in worry. Despite the advantages in prior conflicts, the land of rain's foundation was too fragile. His ambitions to expand territory through warfare had met with failure. Conquering parts of the land of wind or the land of iron would offer little benefit for the land of rain's development, and seizing others' possessions would only invite retribution. The bountiful lands of Konoha presented an enticing target, yet Hanzo recognized the necessity of prudence. The military prowess of the Leaf Village ranked first among all ninja villages, and a reckless approach could lead to utter annihilation. However, news of the unconscious Tsukigakure's Kage brought him a modicum of relief. Just as Hanzo grappled with his quandary, a personal guard approached, reporting, "Lord Hanzo, a messenger from Tsunade seeks an audience." The Tsunade envoy addressed Hanzo, "Lord Hanzo, you must have heard the news from Konoha. It is said that their shinobi have yet to depart from the land of rain. Our Kazekage wishes to collaborate with you to strike against Konoha. The fertile lands of Konoha are the finest spoils, are they not?" Contrary to the envoy's expectations, Hanzo remained unmoved, coldly replying, "This is a matter between you of Tsunade and Konoha. If you wish to engage Konoha, then do so. I will not impede you. As for Konoha's forces, Hanzo of the Salamander can drive them away." Hanzo's refusal stemmed from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Tsunade was not a reliable ally. Having recently clashed with them, he feared that if they were to ally, they might betray him. Secondly, Hanzo believed the nature of the conflict was different. Should he join forces with other ninja villages to invade Konoha and face defeat, Konoha would be unable to retaliate against the larger nations. But the land of rain would certainly bear the brunt of the consequences. Merely expelling Konoha would not provoke their ire to the same degree. The current Konoha was not the Konoha of the future, nor was Sarutobi Hiruzen the same man who would later seek peace. The reputation of Hiruzen and Konoha still held a certain intimidating weight. In a rare moment of leisure, Naraku decided to visit Tsunade's residence once more, hoping to engage in close combat training with her, a hands-on teaching experience. It could be said that Naraku's physical techniques had rapidly improved under the influence of his previous encounters with Tsunade's close-quarter combat. Upon entering the courtyard, Naraku quickly realized that the situation was more complicated than anticipated, for Jiraiya was also present. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiraiya, Naraku proceeded to enter the dwelling. Naraku gazed at Tsunade, who was in the midst of packing her belongings, and inquired, "Teacher, where are you headed?" Tsunade's face lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing Naraku. She approached him, tousling his hair and leaving his stylish Uchiha hairstyle in disarray, before explaining, "Recently, news of Shin's coma has spread, and the borders are rather unstable. I must travel to the land of rain with Jiraiya to guard against the invasion of Hanzo the Salamander. Furthermore, many in the shinobi world have set their sights on you. You must not leave Konoha during this period." Afterward, Tsunade playfully flicked Naraku's forehead, akin to teasing a mischievous child. Over the past few months, their relationship had deepened amidst Naraku's formidable advances, leading to an ease in their affectionate gestures, which appeared somewhat intimate. Tsunade had considered curbing what seemed to be an unusual trend in their relationship. However, she found herself unable to refuse whenever Naraku initiated such closeness. After Naraku nodded in agreement, he said, "Teacher, please ensure your safety on the front lines. When participating in battle, make sure to activate the Beast King transformation ahead of time, and refrain from charging recklessly into the fray." Tsunade cast a knowing glance at Naraku and replied, "Do I really need your concern? I am the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, equipped with the 100 healings technique and the Beast King transformation. No one can defeat me in an instant. And since when did a battlefield novice like you have the authority to offer me, your teacher, advice? Don't forget about the energy dispelling with SH Mitsu either." Outside, Jiraiya jokingly chimed in, "Why remind your teacher and not me? And when you forged exceptional weapons for Tsunade and Orochimaru, when will you craft a magnificent one for me that matches my appearance as the Sage of the Toads? I would pay a handsome price." Jiraiya and Naraku had interacted on several occasions, and Naraku held a certain admiration for Jiraiya. Provided he did not compete for Tsunade's attention, this was non-negotiable. Thus, Naraku responded politely, "Does the Sage of the Toads truly require such a weapon? Should I come across a suitable one, I will certainly seek you out." Jiraiya chuckled and patted his head. As Naraku escorted Tsunade and Jiraiya to their parting point, Tsunade turned and embraced Naraku, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. Her lips softly grazed his skin, while her proud presence seemed to press against him, allowing Naraku to feel Tsunade's tenderness and the hint of reluctance in her heart. Subsequently, Tsunade smiled at Naraku and said, "Remember to practice your ninjutsu and taijutsu diligently. I will be back to test your progress." After bidding farewell, Naraku touched his own head, reflecting on how he had seemingly received numerous death kisses. Yet, would the esteemed Naraku truly be daunted by such trivial forebodings? Chapter 82. Declaration of War. As Jiraiya and Tsunade journeyed along the road, Jiraiya, unable to contain himself after a period of silence, inquired playfully, "Are you and your apprentice perhaps a tad too close?" During their recent time together, Naraku had effortlessly entered Tsunade's private quarters, and she had affectionately ruffled his hair. Finally, there was that parting kiss. Such actions appeared to transcend the typical boundaries of a mentor-student relationship, and both seemed remarkably proficient in their interactions. Having teamed with Tsunade for many years, Jiraiya had never witnessed her display such intimacy with any male, not even with Shoshin. Tsunade did not respond immediately. After a moment, she retorted, "That's not the case." "So stop it." Jiraiya persisted. "Naraku must be nearly 10 years old now." Tsunade, slightly irritated, replied, "Enough." Jiraiya, feeling somewhat numb, continued running forward, contemplating, "Oh no. That Uchiha brat has stolen her heart." He struggled to comprehend why Tsunade and Naraku would dare to pursue a relationship under such immense pressure, given their familial enmity, a 14-year age gap, and the fact that they were still mentor and student. However, as a longtime comrade, Jiraiya understood what Tsunade's character and decisions signified. Despite his inner turmoil and helplessness, he recognized he could not alter her choices. He could only quietly accept this reality, tears welling up within. Thinking that once the war concluded, he would seek solace in the company of some charming ladies to mend his wounded heart, Jiraiya reassured himself that he still had to find the one who would save the ninja world and craft a work that would captivate it. He had no time for romantic entanglements. Relinquishing Tsunade to Uchiha Naraku seemed acceptable, for at least the lad, albeit a bit arrogant, genuinely cared for her. Under the guidance of the Konoha camp staff, Tsunade and Jiraiya entered the encampment. Observing the atmosphere, which felt tense yet not overwhelmingly so, left them perplexed. If the situation were not urgent, the old man would not have issued such swift orders. Their confusion deepened when they encountered Orochimaru in the command room, who appeared frazzled by the demands of war. Although he was accompanied by a Kimichi Choza, it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's team member was largely unconcerned about the ongoing conflict, effectively ceding command to Orochimaru. This was Orochimaru's first experience leading a sizable force entirely on his own. Initially, the scale of battle had been manageable, after all. He possessed some capability. Yet, as the various nations engaged in earnest conflict, any subsequent warfare would undoubtedly escalate far beyond previous skirmishes. Upon seeing his two companions, Orochimaru finally revealed a long-awaited smile, exclaiming, "You have finally arrived." Hanzo of the Salamander, who boasts a record of 3 victories, is now eyeing Konoha. Serious expressions crossed Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces as Jiraiya interjected, "What can we do about it now?" Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Tsunade, saying, "Tsunade, an antidote for Hanzo's poison must be developed. Do you have a solution?" Tsunade hesitated before responding, "I can likely create an antidote for Hanzo's poison, but it requires obtaining a sample first. Furthermore, from Hanzo's previous battles with Tsunade, he tends to update his poisons periodically. Thus, even if I produce an antidote, it will likely be effective for only a few engagements. I can only promise to try my best, but do not hold out too much hope." Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Orochimaru felt cornered. He had initially hoped Tsunade's medical expertise could yield a permanent antidote, significantly alleviating future pressures from conflicts with Amigakure. Although he was not on Tsunade's level as a medical ninja, his extensive research granted him enough understanding of biological sciences to recognize the unrealistic nature of a universal antidote. The dilemma was that obtaining a sample of Hanzo's poison necessitated engaging in battle with him, yet without an antidote, a large-scale conflict with Hanzo and his forces was impossible. The most vexing aspect was that Hanzo would continually refresh his poisons, rendering any acquired samples ineffective against new variations. After Orochimaru disclosed their current predicament, Tsunade contemplated for a moment and proposed, "There are 2 potential solutions. The first is to engage in a small-scale battle to obtain a sample of Hanzo's poison and quickly produce an antidote. In this scenario, Hanzo is unlikely to update his poisons, allowing us to prepare for a decisive confrontation. The second option is to defeat Hanzo directly while he is still in the process of updating his poison and before he can manufacture it in bulk, all while ensuring our forces remain uninvolved. Orochimaru had no particularly good solutions either. Many strategies, even if conceived, would encounter unforeseen complications during execution. Just as they were discussing tactics, Hanzo of the Salamander formally declared war on Konoha. He demanded that Konoha immediately withdraw from the Rain Country and compensate Amigakure with a substantial sum for damages. Otherwise, he threatened not only to defeat Konoha but also to launch an invasion. Shortly after Hanzo's declaration, Tsunade and Iwagakure both issued statements forcefully condemning Konoha for its destruction in the Rain Country, urging Konoha to withdraw and compensate for the losses. Seeing the uproar, Iwagakure joined the chorus of condemnation, stating that had it not been for their fear of retaliation, they too might have joined the denunciation. Only Kirigakure remained aloof, seemingly unaware of the unfolding drama. The news of Hanzo's declaration weighed heavily on Konoha, prompting Orochimaru to promptly report the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, after much deliberation among Konoha's leaders, they could devise no effective response. Danzo repeatedly volunteered for action, but Sarutobi consistently refused. It was not until a day later that the village finally relayed its orders. Orochimaru read the directive stating to retreat to the borders of the Rain Country in the Land of Fire, heightening vigilance while rapidly producing a universal antidote. It also mentioned that reinforcements were en route. Orochimaru's face turned an alarming shade of green with frustration. Retreating to the borders only made it easier for Hanzo to strike. He could launch an assault on Konoha's forces at any moment, claiming that Konoha had caused destruction in the Rain Country without compensating for it. Without a solution to Hanzo's poison, merely increasing troop numbers would lead to them becoming cannon fodder. However, since Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, had issued these orders, Orochimaru had no choice but to comply and retreat to the borders of the Rain Country. Chapter 83. The Battle Against Hanzo of the Salamander, Part 1. Sir, the Konoha forces have retreated to the borders of our nation and have not returned to the Land of Fire. They remain silent regarding the matter of compensation. Shanjiao Shinda reported to Shanjiao Hans. Hans inquired, "Is it raining in the Land of the Leaves today?" Shinda replied, "Indeed, my lord, it is raining." Due to the perennial rainfall in the Land of Rain, the Rain Ninjas, much like their counterparts from the Land of Mist, are predominantly adept in water-based ninjutsu. The incessant rain causes the ground to become muddy, significantly impeding the movements of the Leaf Ninjas. However, for the Rain Ninjas, who have thrived in such an environment for years, the current weather proves to be the most advantageous for them. Shanjiao Hans proclaimed, "It seems we must expel the Leaf Ninjas from the Land of Rain entirely. As for the subsequent shifts in the war, let the Leaf fend for themselves. Assemble the troops." A multitude of Rain Ninjas surged toward the Leaf camp, mercilessly eliminating any scouts they encountered along the way. Orochimaru and his comrades were soon apprised of the Rain Ninjas' invasion, and they could only prepare their forces for battle. A mindless retreat at this juncture would amount to delivering themselves into the hands of their enemies. The current weather and the debilitating effects of Shanjiao's toxins were challenges that could not be easily surmounted. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Orochimaru pondered briefly before instructing Akimichi Torikes, "Torikes, you shall lead the team into battle. I, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade, will hold off Shanjiao Hans to minimize our losses." The battle from the Land of Rain arrived with alarming swiftness, leaving the Leaf with little time to prepare. Torikes, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly agreed and took his position. Soon, the forces of the Land of Rain infiltrated the Leaf camp. An overwhelming tide of Rain Ninjas pouring forth, led by the semi-divine figure, Shanjiao Hans. At this moment, Hans summoned his beloved summon, the giant salamander. Upon his appearance, Hans observed the Leaf Ninjas ensnared within the encirclement of the Rain Ninjas and commanded his colossal salamander to unleash a dense cloud of toxic mist. The purple poison spread rapidly from the salamander's maw, enveloping the surrounding area. The Leaf Ninjas at the epicenter of the toxic cloud bore the brunt of its lethal potency, succumbing to the noxious fumes. Even the antidote provided by Tsunade proved ineffective against the newly enhanced toxins wielded by Shanjiao Hans. Realizing the magnitude of the threat posed by the massive salamander, Orochimaru and his allies understood that they must swiftly neutralize the creature or at least restrain Hans from releasing further toxins elsewhere. Summoning Jutsu! Summoning Jutsu! Summoning Jutsu! The battlefield erupted with the appearance of a colossal purple serpent, Manda, a red-skinned toad named one clad in clothing and holding a pipe, and a blue-backed slug. Manda. Upon sighting the salamander, demanded 100 sacrifices, while Wanta scoffed at Manda's bravado. The slug, ever obedient, assured, Lady Tsunade, I shall assist you diligently. The three individuals, each atop their respective colossal summons, assumed combat stances. Orochimaru brandished the Kusanagi sword forged by the underworld, while Tsunade called upon her powers, transforming into a feline hybrid, complete with cat ears, a tail, and enhanced claws. Although the underworld granted the option to choose whether to alter their hands, primarily to avoid hindering ninjutsu hand seals, Tsunade, who seldom utilized seals, reveled in the augmented strength and resilience her transformation afforded her. Jiraiya, glancing at his companions brandishing formidable weapons while he bore none, felt a pang of frustration. He mused, so you all strengthen yourselves without me? Are we not a team? Upon returning, I shall request the underworld to forge for me a legendary weapon, perhaps emboldened by his own prowess or seeking to remain in place to unleash more toxins. Shan Jiao Yuhan's did not hinder the transformations and summoning of the three. Calmly addressing them, he remarked, you three are the disciples of the third Hokage, are you not? Allow me to test your strength today and see what confidence Sarutobi has in your ability to withstand me. As Jiraiya observed the ongoing release of toxic gas from the salamander, he shouted, Wanta. With determination, Wanta unsheathed his short sword, leaping into action with remarkable speed, leveraging the Toad clan's powerful leaping ability to launch a fierce assault on the salamander. He soared high, gripping his blade tightly, poised to cleave the salamander in two with a downward strike. However, the salamander exhibited an agility that belied its massive form, swiftly adjusting its posture and adeptly swinging its tail. Just as Wanta was about to land his blow, the salamander retaliated with a fierce tail strike, sending Wanta flying through the air. Wanta tumbled, narrowly avoiding collision with Manda, who bellowed in anger, you wretched toad, watch me fight. Though in considerable pain, Wanta stifled his cries, knowing he could not disrupt Jiraiya's battle. Manda, with an audacious demeanor, advanced rapidly toward the salamander, opening its gaping maw as it closed in. The salamander responded with a tail strike, yet fortuitously for Manda, it dodged the brunt of the attack, as Manda's jaws clamped down on the salamander. Despite not inflicting a deep wound, it viciously injected its precious essence into the salamander's body. Yet, to Manda's astonishment, the salamander displayed no apparent reaction to the infusion. In fact, as Manda made contact, it began to feel a sense of dizziness, realizing it might have been poisoned. Even Hans, who possessed an immunity to the salamander's toxins, would succumb to its venom. In the face of such potent toxicity, the salamander's immunity was formidable. Nevertheless, Manda pressed on, its form coiling around the salamander in an attempt to strangle it. The salamander, noticing Manda's intentions, opened its jaws wide and clamped down on Manda's body. Chapter 84. Clash with Shan Jiao Yuhan's. Part 2. Caught in the grip of the salamander, Manda retaliated fiercely, disregarding the searing pain coursing through its body as it endeavored to constrict the salamander. Meanwhile, Hans, positioned atop the salamander, initiated his own offensive. It remained unclear when Hans had set his plans in motion, but he had buried numerous explosive tags within the ground. He deftly manipulated these tags to cover Manda, intent on executing his signature fire release, exploding flame formation. With swift hand seals, Hans unleashed his technique. The ensuing explosion engulfed Manda, severely wounding it, compelling the serpent to retreat to the summoning realm to evade further damage. Orochimaru, unfazed by Manda's plight, recognized the tenuous nature of their bond and seized the opportunity presented by Manda's suffering. Gathering all the yang chakra within himself, he forcefully struck the mountain pepper fish, leaving a gaping wound nearly a meter long. The injured Jingfu writhed in agony. The immense size of the mountain pepper fish meant that every movement it made was imbued with terrifying destructive power. Orochimaru had no choice but to retreat, employing the body flicker technique to distance himself from the beast. As for why he did not strike Hans, Orochimaru believed that the legendary Hans, known as the Salamander, would not fall so easily to a blade. However, the fact that he was currently preoccupied with the myriad snakes offered a splendid opportunity for offense. Initially, Hans paid little heed to the wound on the mountain pepper fish, for its tough skin and substantial mass rendered it resilient. The injury inflicted by the myriad snakes had already ceased to bleed. Furthermore, the sword strike from Orochimaru appeared superficial. Yet, Hans soon discerned something amiss. The seemingly shallow wound was steadily bleeding at a slow but relentless pace, stirring a pang of concern within him. Hans seemed to connect the dots, glancing at Orochimaru's sword and remarking, this must be the famed weapon forged by Uchiha Naraku from Konoha. It possesses remarkable abilities to inflict injuries, even on a creature as formidable as the mountain pepper fish. The transformation of the Iron Demon Senju into a wooden form was frightening, even to Hans. Konoha truly produces exceptional talents, he exclaimed. Turning to Tsunade, he inquired, is your recent transformation also a form of a miraculous weapon? However, Tsunade and her allies could not afford to engage in idle chatter, for the venom from the mountain pepper fish was seeping into their bodies. Despite the antidote crafted by Tsunade, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru found it ineffective. After Hans updated the toxin, the potency of the previous antidote diminished significantly. Fortunately, Tsunade's resistance to toxins, bolstered by the Beast King transformation belt, kept her free from any discomfort. I shall take the lead in this battle. You two support me, Tsunade declared, casting a knowing glance at the pair. The three, in perfect harmony, understood her intent. Tsunade and Orochimaru charged toward the mountain pepper fish from opposite flanks. At that moment, Fukasaku had also regained his footing. Jiraiya jumped onto his head and signaled him, to which Fukasaku comprehended immediately. Puffing up his cheeks, Fukasaku expelled a copious amount of toad oil. Jiraiya, forming hand seals, prepared to unleash fire release. Hans, witnessing Jiraiya's movements, recognized the implications of the experienced combatant. Fukasaku's actions further hinted that Jiraiya's fire release would likely be formidable. Thus, Hans began hastily weaving hand signs. Fire release, toad oil fireball. The combination of Fukasaku's oil and Jiraiya's fire technique produced a massive fireball, its range and power overwhelming. The terrifying flaming oil surged against the torrential rain of the land of rain, roaring forth toward the mountain pepper fish. Water release, great waterfall technique. A tremendous torrent gushed from the mouth of the mountain pepper fish Hans. Ordinarily, one would assume that a standard water release could not withstand Jiraiya's toad oil fireball. However, bolstered by the mountain pepper fish's immense chakra and mastery of water techniques, coupled with the influence of the weather, the great waterfall technique behaved like a high-pressure water jet, staunchly resisting the flames conjured by Fukasaku and Jiraiya. The collision of water and fire generated a vast cloud of steam, shrouding the battlefield. Both Fukasaku and Jiraiya felt an immense pressure, their bodies instinctively pushed backward. Fukasaku's eyes widened in shock at the display before him. He had not anticipated Hans's water technique to be so powerful as to counter their assault. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. Recognizing the formidable strength of Hans, whose water techniques rivaled that of his second Hokage. Fukasaku, you and the slug will restrain the mountain pepper fish while I confront Hans with Tsunade, Jiraiya commanded, leaping off Fukasaku's head. Under the cover of the steam, Jiraiya stealthily maneuvered, seeking an opportunity to attack. Just after completing the great waterfall technique, Hans was suddenly overcome by a potent sense of danger. Without time to ponder, he swiftly performed the water body flicker technique. At the moment he teleported away, Tsunade's fist and Orochimaru's sword were already upon him. Had Hans not reacted in time, he would have suffered grievous wounds. Yet, Hans's prowess extended beyond mere evasion. His water body flicker technique was incredibly swift, making it difficult for even Tsunade and Orochimaru to keep pace. Enraged, Tsunade prepared to deliver a devastating punch to the mountain pepper fish, while Hans, having narrowly avoided the attack, retaliated with his scythe and hammer. The three were soon embroiled in fierce combat. Due to their proximity to the mountain pepper fish, its poison intensified. Tsunade and Orochimaru deliberately maneuvered away from the creature. Hans quickly took note of their strategy. Yet Tsunade's sudden attempt to strike the mountain pepper fish startled him. After all, he could not ascertain how terrifying her punch would be under the enhancement of the Imperial Tool, Lion's main technique. Jiraiya, waiting for his moment, elongated his hair into a lion's mane, attempting to ensnare Hans. However, Hans dodged with another water body flicker, leaving Jiraiya vexed. He then joined the fray, and the battlefield transformed into a scene reminiscent of the legendary three heroes battling Elbu. No, it was more akin to the legendary three ninjas battling Hans. Chapter 85, Tsunade's Might. Tsunade leaped high, her foot descending with force, prompting Hans to evade urgently. Under the influence of the Beast King, Tsunade's heavenly foot had become even more potent than before. Hans watched as the ground where he had stood shattered, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Even a warrior of his caliber could not withstand the full brunt of Tsunade's strike, thus he resolved to focus his attacks moving forward. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, the onslaught from Jiraiya and Orochimaru commenced. Hans, confident in his ability to handle the duo's physical prowess, swung his scythe toward Orochimaru's sword while ensnaring Jiraiya with his chains. At this juncture, the combined strength of the three ninjas had not yet fully matured. Orochimaru's physical enhancements were still in their infancy, and the effects of the butterfly effect had only recently prompted the development of his snake techniques. Jiraiya had yet to master sage techniques, nor had the spiral sphere been conceived by Minato. Tsunade had not fully grasped the sealing technique, and she lacked the crystalline enhancements that would later define her power. Thus, even with Orochimaru wielding the sword and Tsunade empowered by the Beast King, they could not easily vanquish Hanzo. However, at least they now possessed the ability to contend with him. Unlike in the original narrative where Hanzo easily overpowered them as if mentoring fledglings. Tsunade, once more, raised her fist, aiming a strike at Hanzo, who narrowly evaded once again. Yet again, he found himself ensnared by Jiraiya's hair. As Tsunade prepared to unleash her second punch, an astonishing event unfolded. Hanzo, without forming any seals, miraculously executed the water body flicker technique. The swiftness with which he initiated this technique rivaled that of space-time ninjutsu. Hanzo winced, pain etched upon his face. As his body trembled slightly, it became apparent that Orochimaru had been lurking in the shadows like a cunning serpent, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. With Hanzo's attention entirely captivated by Tsunade and Jiraiya, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to deliver a vicious blow across Hanzo's back. Although Hanzo's formidable armor absorbed much of the attack, the sharp blade of the Togawakazuna still managed to slice through his skin, causing blood to seep forth. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Hanzo swiftly distanced himself from his assailants, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Instinctively, he attempted to staunch the bleeding with chakra, a common reflex among those wounded by the Togawakazuna. However, he soon discovered this method to be futile, as the wound continued to ooze persistently. In that moment, he finally understood why his beloved salamander had previously bled profusely. Hanzo recognized that had the wound been any more severe, he might have already succumbed to his injuries. Nevertheless, he could feel his strength waning, darkening his expression further. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru had contemptuously coated the Togawakazuna with deadly poison. Yet it proved ineffective against Hanzo and his salamander, both possessing remarkable resistance to toxins. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of summoned beasts, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. Fukasaku was once again sent flying, his short sword soaring far from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, the salamander clamped down hard on the slug, forcing it to split into many smaller slugs to evade the attack. At that moment, the salamander's internal reserves of toxic mist were fully replenished, and it opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of purple poison that engulfed the entire battlefield like a surging tide. Under the corrosive influence of this noxious vapor, Fukasaku and the slug were nearly sent back to the summoning realm. On the human battlefield, several individuals inhaled the salamander's toxic mist once more, causing Jiraiya and Orochimaru to struggle to remain upright. Hanzo, seizing this advantageous moment, could no longer afford to treat the battle lightly, especially after being wounded by Orochimaru's Togawakazuna. Now, Hanzo was determined to conclude the fight swiftly. Tsunade, of course, would not permit him to assault her comrades and charged forward with her fists raised once again. Though Tsunade's punches were formidable and unyielding, the intricacies and abilities inherent in ninja combat meant that she had yet to land a blow on Hanzo. Observing Tsunade's relentless approach, Hanzo deftly evaded her strike using his body technique, and with a swift motion, his scythe inflicted a deep laceration upon her abdomen. Tsunade. Jiraiya gasped in horror as he witnessed Hanzo's attack. They were all too aware of the potency of Hanzo's poison. Even the ordinary toxic mist was formidable. The aftermath of bloodshed only intensified its effects. Although Tsunade possessed the transformation into the Queen of Beasts, the cumulative toll of the toxins and injuries caused her to momentarily falter. Hanzo performed the water release technique once more, forming merely 3 seals before unleashing his jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon materialized behind him, surging toward Orochimaru and sending him sprawling. Jiraiya, recognizing the ferocity of Hanzo's assault and acknowledging his own inferiority in physical techniques, resorted to his own ninjutsu, Needle Earth Prison. By infusing his silver hair with chakra, he transformed it into sharp quills, encasing himself in a spiky defense in an attempt to strike at Hanzo. In response, Hanzo unleashed a torrent of poisonous gas from his abdomen toward Jiraiya, who collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Hanzo crossed his arms, gazing down at the fallen trio of Konoha ninjas with an air of disdain. Yet, just as he prepared to bestow titles upon them, The prostrate Tsunade activated the lion's eternal flame. Despite being struck by lethal poison, her injuries healed at an astonishing rate, even as her body adapted to the overwhelming toxins within. Hanzo watched in astonishment as Tsunade rose to her feet, an immense red lion phantom seemingly manifesting above her. Do not underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade charged at Hanzo, virtually unguarded. Hanzo, taken aback by her audacity, feared that he might inadvertently slay the granddaughter of Shinja Hashirama, the princess of the Land of Fire and the esteemed pupil of the Hokage. If he were to choose anyone among the trio, it would undoubtedly be Tsunade, whom he wished to spare. In mere moments, Tsunade closed the distance, and once again, Hanzo's side struck her. Yet the poison that seeped into her wound proved ineffective against her current state. To Hanzo's astonishment, the gash healed before his very eyes. As he attempted to retract his scythe, Tsunade's claws seized it with terrifying strength. Hanzo felt himself being propelled backward, forced to relinquish his weapon in disgrace. Chapter 86. Konoha's Victory. Deprived of his weapon, Hanzo would not yield easily. He swiftly formed seals once more. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. The rainwater in the air coalesced under Hanzo's control, forming a water dragon that surged toward Tsunade. However, her subsequent action once again astonished Hanzo. Tsunade landed a powerful punch upon the dragon's head, nearly obliterating it. Even if the dragon's head remained intact, its force diminished significantly, causing it to push Tsunade backward for a brief moment. Remarkably, Tsunade maintained her footing, albeit gasping for breath, her exaggerated curves twisting in the process. This sight elicited envy from Naraku, who observed from a distance. Indeed, he was deeply concerned for Tsunade's safety, recalling how effortlessly Hanzo had defeated the three ninjas in the original tale. Fearing that Hanzo might take drastic measures and kill them all, he utilized dimensional displacement to conceal himself, employing his ghostly invisibility to observe the battle from afar. Meanwhile, the salamander, having dispatched Fukasaku and the slug, dashed over to protect its master. After merely catching her breath, Tsunade charged forward once more, her fists poised to strike. The salamander, eager to defend its master, flicked Tsunade away with its tail. Yet, she stood resolute once again, her gaze fixed on Hanzo with an intensity that conveyed danger. Hanzo hastily ordered the salamander to retreat from Tsunade's path. Undeterred, Tsunade, like an indomitable cockroach, pressed on, her fists raised anew. Faced with this creature, impervious to scythes, immune to poison, and unyielding to ninjutsu, Hanzo felt an unprecedented sense of challenge. However, he was no mere demigod of the ninja world for nothing. He swiftly devised a countermeasure against Tsunade. Hanzo hurled several shuriken embedded with explosive tags and then formed seals. Fire release, explosive flame array. Under the mastery of ninjutsu, several explosive tags gravitated towards Tsunade, resulting in a violent detonation. As Tsunade fell to the ground, she made another attempt to rise, but Hanzo, having completed his hand seals, extended his left hand. Water style, water prison technique. Hanzo's left hand formed a water prison, aiming to ensnare Tsunade. Once ensnared within this water prison, both the caster and the target would be rendered immobile and unable to perform hand seals. Yet, Tsunade was not to be underestimated. Before the water prison fully took shape, she lashed out with a claw. Though she missed her target, the force of the air from her strike inflicted a gash upon Hanzo's left eye, leaving a permanent mark in its wake. Enduring the pain, Hanzo employed the chakra absorption technique, gradually siphoning Tsunade's chakra. After a considerable duration, as Tsunade emerged from her unique state, Hanzo lifted the ninjutsu. Tsunade lay on the ground, gasping for breath, savoring the rare air. Hanzo gracefully leaped onto the head of the salamander, striking a pose of mastery, arms crossed, and proclaimed, "It appears that Konoha has triumphed in this battle. I shall grant you a chance at survival." Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya, who had yet to rise from the ground, shouted defiantly, "We do not require your pity. We can continue to fight." Hanzo, dismissive of Jiraiya's perceived weakness, continued, "You three are formidable. To survive in such conditions is no small feat. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as the legendary Three of Konoha. You may claim this title earned through the sacrifice of your lives." After uttering these words, Hanzo felt the slow trickle of blood from his back and the searing pain in his left eye. Addressing Tsunade and Orochimaru, he declared, "You two are even more remarkable. I, Hanzo, bestow upon you the title of the fierce tiger of Konoha, Tsunade. And you, Orochimaru, shall be known as the giant python of Konoha." Following this proclamation, Hanzo departed with the salamander, sensing that lingering any longer could spell disaster. Defeating the trio without taking their lives proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Jiraiya, still sprawled on the ground, recognized that their safety was likely secured and stubbornly inquired, "What about my title? Where is my title?" Tsunade, amused by Jiraiya's comical posture, approached and delivered a swift kick to his backside. Subsequently, she proceeded to heal both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Naraku felt a sense of relief upon reaching this point, as he had prepared himself for the possibility that Hanzo the Salamander might disregard the principles of martial ethics, oblivious to the traditional martial arts that advocate restraint. He vowed to teach Hanzo a harsh lesson, even contemplating the extreme of ending his life. This confidence of Naraku's was well-founded. Unbeknownst to Hanzo, he too had recently escaped the clutches of death. As he journeyed, Hanzo self-deprecatingly questioned when he had become such a figure. One who spared the lives of enemies out of concern for various factors, in stark contrast to the ruthless nature of a great ninja. Yet, reflecting on his decision to deliberately spare 3 lives, he considered the peculiar titles he had conferred upon Tsunade and Orochimaru, armed with their extraordinary weapons. Surely, as these names spread throughout the ninja world, the great nations would be unable to suppress their greed, leading to a fratricidal conflict among them. The smaller nations could no longer afford to engage in such games. Upon arriving at the true battlefield, Hanzo found Akimichi Chofu charging ferociously, overwhelming the elite rain ninjas who could only attempt to contain him. However, when Chofu looked towards Hanzo, he noticed the absence of Tsunade and the others, causing a pang of anxiety within him. Had Tsunade and her companions perished? If so, the losses for Konoha would be significant. Even if he had taken down numerous rain ninjas, it could not compensate for the loss of Tsunade, especially her unique status. The sight of Hanzo invigorated the rain ninjas, prompting them to launch a counterattack. However, Hanzo coldly commanded, "Retreat." Konoha's 3 ninjas are indeed formidable, particularly your lethal tiger and giant python. But do not venture recklessly into the heart of the land of rain again. Otherwise, the wrath of our rain ninjas is not to be trifled with. This proclamation surprised both Konoha and the rain ninjas, yet they obediently withdrew alongside Hanzo. Chofu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was unaware of the identities of the lethal tiger and the giant python, he hoped that Tsunade and the others had survived. As the Konoha ninjas observed the enemy's retreat, Jiraiya and Orochimaru supported each other, while Tsunade emerged before them, confirming that Konoha had secured a victory. The surviving ninjas rejoiced, celebrating their triumph or their continued existence. Jiraiya, in a moment of elation, attempted to embrace Tsunade, only to be rebuffed. He settled for a reluctant hug with the incapacitated Orochimaru, who had been struck by a water dragon bullet and was now weak from inhaling toxic fumes. Orochimaru, resigned to his fate, endured Jiraiya's embrace while contemplating the need to develop a technique that would ensure his survival. This battle had starkly reminded him of the fragility of the human body. A mere water dragon bullet had rendered him unconscious. Chapter 87. Onanoki's decision. Fortunately, Konoha had withstood the onslaught, achieving what appeared to be a singular victory. Meanwhile, Hanzo had intentionally disseminated the names of Konoha's 3 ninjas, particularly the lethal tiger Tsunade and the giant python Orochimaru, along with their impressive weaponry. This battle marked the ascent of the younger generation within the ninja world, and inevitably, the weapons forged by Uchiha Naraku gained prominence once more. The unique tools like the unhealable Konoha's blade and the newly emerged imperial tools captivated the attention of ninjas across the realm. Previously, aside from the Mizuki's distinctive ninja swords, most weapons were fairly standard, but Konoha's equipment now stood far ahead. Ninjas have their limits, unless they master specific forbidden techniques. Most will plateau due to their inherent talents and personal growth. Acquiring exceptional tools seems the simplest method for enhancement, an enticing prospect indeed. Moreover, the terrifying synergy of the rope tree with the evil spirits binding created an effect that was nothing short of formidable. In many ways, Uchiha Naraku's weapons held significance comparable to that of tailed beasts. If Konoha were to continue producing weapons of such caliber, how could other ninja villages hope to compete? Though Konoha once boasted of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, he too would eventually pass, whereas the longevity of these weapons was uncertain. The Mist Village's ninja swords had endured for generations, outliving their wielders. The ninja world is not devoid of visionaries. Onoki sat gravely in his office chair, surprised by Konoha's unanticipated triumph. Particularly, he noted how the 3 disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi had proven capable of holding their ground against Hanzo, earning the title of 3 ninjas. Most ninjas peak in strength around the ages of 35 to 50, yet Konoha's 3 ninjas were all under 25. The heights they might reach in the future left Anoki feeling apprehensive. Contemplating the state of his own village, Anoki hastily penned a message, instructing a subordinate. Deliver this to the other ninja villages. We, the IWA Shinobi, wish to convene a summit of the 5 Kage. Ensure this reaches each village's leadership as addressed. Meanwhile, in an underground chamber of the Land of Water, Uchiha Madara grimaced as he faced a particularly uncomfortable situation. Even one of his formidable caliber could succumb to the discomforts of prolonged sitting. Recently, he had discovered the surveillance of White Zetsu once more. But by the time he realized it, the situation had escalated. He faced the choice to either eliminate or ignore the spying entity. Ultimately, he chose to dispatch the ordinary White Zetsu. Subsequently, he made a concerted effort to reduce his restroom visits, exacerbated by the effects of prolonged sitting, leading to a rather unfortunate bout of constipation. Suddenly, the dual-faced Zetsu appeared before him, presenting a letter. Lord Madara, this contains correspondence from Anoki intended for the Mizukage, along with the latest intelligence regarding Uchiha Naraku. Accepting the letter, Madara found himself rather bored in this subterranean existence, deprived of the lively interactions with Hashirama Senju. He occasionally occupied himself with updates on Naraku, Nagato, and the happenings within the ninja world. It was uncertain what Naraku would think if he knew that his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was an enthusiastic admirer of his exploits. As Madara perused the letter, he murmured, Senju Rope Tree, Evil Spirits Binding, Hanzo the Salamander, 3 Ninjas, Lethal Tiger, Giant Python, Imperial Tools, Servant Tools, Uchiha Naraku. After Madara finished reading, Black Zetsu, in his characteristically raspy voice, remarked, Lord Madara, your prodigy is quite remarkable. The weapons he forges have the potential to stir the entire ninja world. Might this affect your plans? Or do you intend to select him as your future successor? At that moment, Black Zetsu adeptly played his role, prioritizing Madara's interests in all but extraordinary matters. Uchiha Naraku was indeed a commendable youth. Though he did not focus on the Sharingan, his intellect and abilities surpassed the ordinary. His vibrant personality made him well-suited for the role of a strategic agent. However, his exceptional cleverness and capability posed a challenge, as he lacked the necessary obsession, Madara mused. At this point, Toby began to jest, humorously exclaiming, I comprehend now. Lord Madara. To speak plainly, you cannot deceive Uchiha Naraku, nor can you control him. After saying this, he disregarded the bulging veins on Uchiha Madara's forehead and looked at him with an air of self-satisfaction. Uchiha Madara clenched his fist, then relaxed it. Addressing Akatsuki, from now on, you shall monitor Uchiha Naraku around the clock, returning every month. Do you understand? Akatsuki immediately saluted, exclaiming, Lord Madara, you have finally recognized my potential. I shall not disappoint you. I will diligently observe Uchiha Naraku, even noting his most trivial actions. Kurizetsu, do not be envious. Soon, I shall embark on my solitary journey. Kurizetsu regarded this foolish one with disdain, thinking, indeed, he is a misguided soul without purpose. Unlike me, I have tirelessly persevered to save my mother, and even if it leads to the ruin of the ninja world, I shall never relent. That is the essence of a meaningful existence. You, in your ignorance, believe yourself formidable despite your exile. After assigning tasks to Akatsuki, Madara remarked indifferently, let us wait a while longer. If Uchiha Naraku truly poses a threat to our plans, I shall seek him out for a conversation before my demise. Meanwhile, Naraku, blissfully enjoying his life in Konoha, remains unaware of Madara's potential intentions to engage him in dialogue. Naru engaged in a flurry of anticipation, subsequently receiving a reward from Tsunade. Ding. Tsunade's utilization of the Beast King transformation reached an intermediate level, activating the talent replication, intermediate physique of the Senju clan. Narak has undergone another iteration of physical enhancement. With this latest enhancement, he has now received 2 intermediate augmentations from the Senju clan's physique, along with 2 primary enhancements. Regrettably, he is still a fraction away from evolving his own being to the advanced Senju physique. Nero promptly opened the system panel and checked his chakra level. Discovering that it had unknowingly reached 20 cards, he could proudly proclaim that, in the world of shinobi, at under 10 years of age, possessing 20 cards was an abundance, one that he could hardly exhaust. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally received the invitation for the 5 Kage Summit from Anoki. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling the smoke. To be candid, he was somewhat reluctant to attend, yet he felt compelled to do so. He sensed that should he decline this time, Konoha might face an assault from 4 ninja villages. Conversely, if he did attend, he might find himself directly besieged by those very individuals, even before the war commenced. Danzo, as the Shadow Hokage of Konoha, showed no courtesy towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. He seized Onoki's letter and perused it. Upon reading the demand for Konoha to surrender Uchiha Nonō, alongside a request for the weapons forged by him to be shared among the 5 great nations, Danzo was incensed. He slammed his hand down forcefully on Sarutobi's desk. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased smoking, staring blankly at Danzo, as if to convey that it was rather impolite to strike his desk so forcefully. Given that it was his office as Hokage, Danzo viewed Nonō as his subordinate, and the notion that other villages sought both Nonō and his weapons struck at the very roots of his ambitions. Daybreak, we absolutely cannot relinquish Uchiha Nonō. We simply need to grant him a bit of time to delay the war. Once Uchiha Nonō forges a sufficient number of weapons, those 4 ninja villages will be nothing more than insignificant pests. Danzo fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen with intensity. Sarutobi Hiruzen paid little heed to Danzo's fervor, instead observing Mito Kamen and Tenten Koharu, eager to discern their thoughts. Tenten Koharu remarked with a knowing glance, suggesting that should circumstances become dire, they might consider surrendering Uchiha Nonō, which would cause the fragile coalition of the 4 ninja villages to crumble, especially since the Hidden Mist had always been reluctant to involve itself with the affairs of other villages. Mito Kamen echoed a similar sentiment, proposing that they could leverage the weapons forged by Uchiha Nonō to cultivate alliances, thereby further strengthening their own power. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded his 3 advisors, dismayed by their level of insight. The recommendations presented were either mindlessly radical or represented a retreat, seeking to sidestep the issue through avoidance. Yet, he found himself at a loss for better strategies, acutely aware that war was an inevitability. He addressed the 3 present, declaring, "War appears unavoidable. We shall convene an upper ninja meeting tomorrow." Danzo, perceiving Sarutobi Hiruzen's apparent concession to his viewpoint, praised him, exclaiming, "Excellent. Daybreak, you have finally heeded my counsel." As Danzo leisurely exited the Hokage's office, he glanced back at the ajar door and gently closed it behind him. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, engrossed in state affairs, felt a twinge of discomfort upon realizing that Danzo had left without the customary slam of the door. After concluding the meeting, Danzo swiftly returned to his base, instructing his subordinates to summon Nonō. Engaged in experimentation with Hashirama's cells in Danzo's office, Nonō heard the call from Root and willingly made his way there, recalling that he had yet to receive payment for the last set of armor he forged. Upon Nonō's arrival, Danzo forced a smile, attempting to emulate Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, and inquired, "Nonō, is there anything you require lately?" Nonō, with an air of expectation, boldly addressed Danzo, "Esteemed Danzo, I find myself lacking in inspiration of late. Might you grant me a sample of the first Hokage's cells and allow me a glimpse at the Book of Seals? I have heard it contains numerous forbidden techniques devised by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju." Danzo, harboring contempt for Nonō's audacity in seeking such inhumane means, reflected on how he had shamelessly resorted to the cells of the second Hokage, yet now desired those of the first, Hashirama Senju. Indeed, as his mentor had often asserted, the Uchiha clan was a lineage steeped in malevolence. Regarding Nonō's subsequent request for the Book of Seals, even he could not access it without the consent of Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was a privilege reserved for those who had achieved great deeds and belonged to the rightful lineage of the Hokage, a rarity far beyond the reach of ordinary shinobi. This young Uchiha displayed an insatiable greed. Danzo replied, "I may be able to provide you with a small portion of the first Hokage's cells, but use them sparingly. As for the Book of Seals, the forbidden techniques contained within are perilous. You are still too young for such knowledge." Upon hearing this, Naraku became displeased. "What do you mean by saying I am still young? If you have the courage, let's take off our trousers and compare." Nara reflected on Danzo's life, devoid of offspring. And considering the peculiar relationship between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seemed unlikely that he would be homosexual. Furthermore, the notion of erectile dysfunction would imply that he could only take on a submissive role. Naraku regarded Danzo with a gaze imbued with pity, leaving Danzo feeling somewhat bewildered. Observing Naraku's silence, Danzo mistakenly assumed it was a sign of discontent. He continued to reassure, "Are you aware that Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to surrender you to another ninja village? Recently, the Wagakure convened a summit of the 5 Kage, and they are keen on acquiring you. If not, they threaten to launch a joint assault on Konoha. And Sarutobi is contemplating your handover." When it came to disparaging Sarutobi, Danzo was effortlessly adept. He had even devised a plan. Should Sarutobi refuse to comply, he would claim to Naraku that his resistance was a matter of righteous conviction, willing to risk his life to secure Naraku's safety. Upon hearing this, Naraku suddenly became a master of theatrics, lowering his head and using chakra to stimulate his eyes, rendering them a vivid crimson. Naraka seemed to have made a resolute decision as he lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with determination, and addressed Danzo. Lord Danzo, since Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to cast me out of Konoha, I must rely on your assistance. I have recently conceived an idea. I wish to forge a mech that transcends the Imperial tools, a creation that possesses the power to pacify the shinobi world. I have gathered many of the materials required, but now I require your help. Danzo's greed surged within him. He had not anticipated that a mere disparagement of Sarutobi Hiruzen would unveil such a grand prospect. It is well known that Naraka has never failed in crafting any weapon to date, and his propositions are usually conservative, always exceeding his promises. Should he acquire this power capable of subduing the shinobi realm, what more would he need? He could act as he pleased. Such schemes are the devices of the weak. True strength compels the weak to gravitate toward it willingly. Narak gazed at Danzo, who was on the verge of drooling, completely unaware that his mere words had ignited within Danzo a yearning to become a true patriot. What do you require? I shall lend you my utmost support, declared Shimura Danzo, forcing himself to maintain composure. In the depths of his thoughts, Naraku mused upon the daunting task at hand. The weapon he sought to forge was colossal, demanding an immense workload. Thus, he resolved to employ the technique of multiple shadow clones to assist him. Moreover, a foreboding sense gripped him, for he sensed that this new breed of peril possessed an unfathomable strength, linked intrinsically to the biological core of the weapon. This was precisely what allowed it to transcend the capabilities of Imperial artifacts. Consequently, potent sealing techniques would likely be required. Furthermore, the complexity of the undertaking necessitated the collaboration of numerous skilled individuals, alongside substantial financial resources and a copious supply of materials. Upon hearing this, Danzo promptly made a commitment, instructing Naraku to return and await further developments, assuring him that arrangements would be expedited. On his journey back, Naraku could not suppress a sly smile reminiscent of a dragon king. It was difficult to contain his excitement. He anticipated acquiring a plethora of valuable assets, and he had already devised a plan to discreetly inform Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Supreme Throne's existence, seeking further gain. Subsequently, with the resources of Konoha at his disposal, he envisioned crafting this S-rank weapon, convinced that its creation would catalyze an upgrade of the system. As for the ultimate ownership of the weapon, Naraku had successfully concealed his true prowess, leaving others oblivious to the extent of his capabilities. Thus, they had never contemplated that he might abscond with the weapon. Nevertheless, he did not mind offering some assurances to the higher-ups of Konoha, granting them a semblance of security to encourage their investments. After all, in the face of the sovereign power of weaponry, every creation he forged would submit to him, akin to a courtesan eagerly presenting itself. Nailuo envisioned himself piloting the Susanoo mech, and he even fancied the possibility of confronting the aging Uchiha Madara. Should fortune favor him and he managed to vanquish Madara, he would undoubtedly ascend as the true sovereign of the ninja world, unless the Sage of Six Paths intervened. Alternatively, he could bide his time until Madara's demise before instigating chaos. However, this contemplation led Nailuo to a grave concern. Had Uchiha Madara already taken notice of him? Chapter 89. The Jonin Conference. Upon contemplation, Nagato realizes the likelihood that Uchiha Madara has taken notice of his existence. He deduces that, given the current upheaval he has instigated, particularly with the chaos brought forth by the transformation of the rope tree into a dragon, there exists at least a 50% chance that Uchiha Madara has indeed become aware of him. Nailuo pondered that even if Uchiha Madara were to take note of him, there was no need for concern, for Madara might not necessarily seek him out. At present, Uchiha Madara was likely still in search of a suitable executor for his plans. After some contemplation, Nailuo assessed whether he possessed any means to confront Uchiha Madara, only to realize that with his current capabilities, vanquishing Madara seemed rather implausible. Yet, he did not harbor an overwhelming fear of Madara. The resources at his disposal should suffice for his escape, if necessary. He believed that as long as Madara was alive, he could still ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Furthermore, once the construction of the guardian deity's throne was completed, it might not be impossible for him to confront Uchiha Madara. After all, he was not the type to relinquish his pursuit of strength simply out of fear of an adversary seeking him out. In the depths of his red-tinged education, Naraku possessed an extraordinary quality that endowed him with a formidable sense of agency. He would invariably pursue endeavors that promised high returns for himself, a fact evidenced by his previous dedication to frequenting various educational websites. No one could impede his progression. The following morning, Konoha convened a long-awaited meeting of the elite shinobi. In the original narrative, it appeared that Konoha had merely a handful of genin, but in reality, there were quite a number, filling the conference room to capacity. One could comprehend this, given Konoha's numerous clans, each with their own bloodlines and secret techniques. Possessing robust training methodologies, coupled with generations of commoners being molded into shinobi. While it could be argued that elite genin might be scarce, the overall strength of genin was abundant, far exceeding the meager count depicted in the original work. However, the secrecy cherished by various bloodline clans resulted in some families within Konoha not attaining genin status, thus limiting their numbers. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo occupied the central seats of authority within the conference room, with Nara Shikaku and Mito Kaze flanking them. As Hiruzen announced the meeting's agenda, the atmosphere in the room grew tumultuous, given the urgency of the situation. Should Konoha face simultaneous assaults from the other four villages, it would be insurmountable, even for them. Discussions of victory were moot, for even a triumph would come with staggering sacrifices, with potentially over half of the genin on the battlefield perishing. As Danzo pounded the table, eager to interject, Hiruzen hastily articulated the strategies deliberated during their private meeting the previous day, subsequently allowing for open discussion among the attendees. Although Hiruzen harbored reservations about the methods proposed by his three advisors, especially Danzo's suggestion of confronting the entire shinobi world head-on, he considered the ramifications of excessive sacrifices to the shinobi's interests, which could lead to his own downfall. If he were to lose his position, the future of leadership in Konoha would become uncertain. And the profession of a shinobi was far removed from that of a politician in the Blue Star. Assassination was the norm, and Hiruzen had no desire to find himself affixed to a pillar of shame, vilified as a regressive figure whose misdeeds incited public outrage, ultimately leading to his demise through explosive tags. In truth, such a fate might even be regarded as a favorable assessment, should the next generation forsake the code of honor in pursuit of their ambitions. They could craft a compelling narrative to discredit him, dragging the Sarutobi clan into disgrace alongside him. Thus, Hiruzen resolved to convene this meeting, ensuring that the burden of decisions would be shared among all present, rendering any action a collective choice. After a brief pause, he inquired if anyone possessed superior strategies. A silver-haired man rose, introducing himself as Kato Dan. Should we not invite Uchiha Naraku to inquire about his perspective? He proposed. A brash youth muttered. What qualifications does a mere student from the Ninja Academy have to attend this assembly? What authority does he possess to make such decisions? This prompted a fierce glare from the Uchiha genin present. Kato Dan, with an affable smile, countered. Naraku is undoubtedly central to this matter and a master forger of Konoha. Consulting his opinions could yield a breakthrough. Uchiha Chiyuki added, indeed, while Naraku is young, he possesses wisdom beyond that of ordinary children. He then shot a disapproving glance at the earlier speaker. The brash youth, suddenly intimidated, fell silent. Recognizing the gravity of his position as a genin achieved through mere luck, especially in the presence of the Uchiha clan leader. Both Danzo and Hiruzen exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Chiyuki's words. As Naraku had consistently displayed a childlike demeanor in their presence, his thoughts always laid bare. Now, considering Chiyuki's assertion, if Naraku's childlike behavior had been a fade, it warranted attention. Yet, it remained a minor concern. For Naraku's strength was still insufficient to alter the course of events significantly. Unbeknownst to Chiyuki, he had inadvertently placed Naraku in a precarious position, hoping to mend their relationship. This was largely due to Naraku's adeptness at portraying his role within Konoha. From the outset, Naraku had no intention of remaining in Konoha for long. His every action was geared towards becoming immensely powerful, strong enough to compel even the Otsutsuki deity to kneel in submission, a force formidable enough to ascend to divinity. After contemplating Naraku's predicament, Danzo directed a menacing gaze at Kato Dan, scrutinizing the affable man who sought to win the hearts of those present in the genin meeting. While the Uchiha clan remained restrained, it was Kato who dared to speak out. Danzo recalled that this individual had aspirations of becoming Hokage. Perhaps due to his prolonged exposure to the shadows, Danzo felt an innate envy towards such ambitious individuals, particularly as Kato harbored dreams of the Hokage position. Nonetheless, Danzo refrained from taking action against him, recognizing Kato as a genin adept in forbidden techniques and doubting his genuine potential to ascend to Hokage. given his meager political resources. Subsequently, Naraku found himself bewilderingly summoned to the J-Nin conference room, greeted by polite smiles from Uchiha Chiyuki and Kato Dan. Oblivious to the fact that these two astute individuals had inadvertently placed him in a challenging position, he returned their greetings with equal courtesy. In the next chapter, Kato Dan recounted the specifics of the situation to Naraku, who soon realized that this meeting would determine the future course of events. However, unwilling to reveal his thoughts, he feigned compliance, stating, "I am uncertain of the best course of action. I am willing to defer to the village's judgment." Sarutobi Hiruzen encouragingly replied, "Little Naraku, you need not feel constrained. Speak boldly. Your clan leader has just praised your wisdom, which exceeds that of an ordinary ninja academy student." Naraku gazed upon Uchiha Chikage, whose countenance bore a hint of self-satisfied humility, as if to convey, "No need for thanks." In a moment of contemplation, Naraku found himself pondering whether to speak up about his thoughts on the matter. Upon further reflection, he discerned the insignificance of the advisors from the Hidden Leaf Village. The situation at hand could easily draw parallels with the historical strategy employed by the Qin state in their conquest of the Six Kingdoms. As is well known, the Qin utilized a combination of tactics, including the strategy of Lianheng, to counter the united front of the Six Kingdoms. Employing the approach of distant alliances while attacking nearer foes, and resorting to bribery and sowing discord to undermine the unity and talent of their adversaries. The sequence of annihilating the states was also dictated by the principle of targeting the weaker opponents first. Translating this strategy to the realm of shinobi, it would suffice to forge alliances with distant entities such as the Hidden Mist, which has historically been reticent to engage with outsiders. If memory serves, the Hidden Mist refrained from participating in the Second Great Ninja War, preoccupied instead with their infamous Blood Mist policy. A situation that Naraku suspects may have ties to Uchiha Madara. By relentlessly assailing the hidden sand, Naraku aimed to weaken them substantially. In time, even territories that others might dismiss could become ripe for acquisition. After all, it is certain that Hanzo of the Salamander would covet such opportunities. This approach would serve to intimidate smaller nations that might contemplate intervention while simultaneously sowing discord within fragile alliances. Of course, the execution of this plan would necessitate careful refinement and should be guided by practical realities, adhering to the principle of seeking truth from facts. Observing Naraku's deepening thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered further encouragement. Naraka chooses to retain a portion of his strategy. He must instill a sense of urgency within Konoha, thereby facilitating the allocation of resources towards him, ideally positioning himself as their last glimmer of hope. However, he must not exert excessive pressure on Konoha, for if the creation of the guardian deity is only halfway completed and he is betrayed, it would indeed be a most awkward predicament. Yet, he harbors no substantial worries, for he is confident in his ability to navigate the situation, albeit with some inconvenience. Nai Luo addressed the assembly, expressing his belief that the Hidden Leaf Village need only confront the Sand Village until they are thoroughly defeated. He posited that such devastation would provoke intervention from other ninja villages, allowing them to leverage this as a threat against the weaker factions within the enemy alliance, rendering it fragile. Moreover, he added, I possess a secret weapon. Upon hearing Nai Luo's words, the eyes of nearly everyone present sparkled with intrigue. Astonished that he had devised a strategy capable of dismantling the potential alliances of their adversaries. Danzo, however, fixed Nai Luo with a murderous gaze, as if to silently coerce him into silence regarding the national defense deity. Nai Luo, feigning ignorance of Danzo's stare, mused internally, My apologies, little Danzo. Though you have provided much, it seems Sarutobi Hiruzen may offer even more. It was hardly his fault for lacking ambition. After all, he was not the Hokage, needing to seek permission from Sarutobi Hiruzen even for the Book of Seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the entire village's resources, while Danzo could only scrape together what little he could from the depths. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having caught the tail end of Nai Luo's statement, inquired, Little Nai Luo, what precisely is this secret weapon you speak of? His question immediately captivated the attention of everyone in the upper ninja conference room. Given the myriad formidable weapons previously crafted by Nai Luo, one could only wonder if this secret weapon was something that could rival even the cursed spirits. Naraku remarked, This is a secret that cannot be divulged to everyone. This revelation left the curious somewhat disheartened, while it granted a momentary respite to Shimura Danzo and filled Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart with joy. The subsequent meeting concluded swiftly, and with the enthusiastic endorsement of Sarutobi and others. The majority acquiesced to Naraku's proposal. After the meeting, Cat Dan attempted to cultivate a rapport with Naraku, which left him somewhat speechless. How could a potential rival approach him with mere platitudes? Did he believe he was Tsunade? Or that Naraku was Tsunade? Following a polite farewell, Naraku proceeded to the Hokage's office, where only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were present. Initially, Hiruzen had hoped to hear the secret alone, but Danzo shamelessly intruded. Subsequently, Naraku reiterated what he had previously conveyed to Danzo, who nearly erupted in fury, making several attempts to expose Naraku's dark secrets. Observing his close friend's flushed demeanor, Hiruzen mistakenly assumed that he was merely stirred by Naraku's proposals. Ultimately, unlike Danzo, Hiruzen grasped the crux of the matter and inquired, "How long will it take to forge this new weapon?" After contemplating for a moment, Naraku replied, "Provided that all conditions are met. I am confident that I can complete the project within 2.5 years. If all goes smoothly, 2 years will suffice." Following this, Sarutobi Sasuke inquired about a few more matters before allowing Naraku to depart. As Naraku departed, Danzo followed closely behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected on the day's events and discerned that Naraku was far from an ordinary individual. Consequently, he resolved to instruct Tsunade, his mentor, to return to Konoha promptly and keep a vigilant watch over Uchiha Naraku. Initially, he harbored some discontent regarding Tsunade's decision to take Naraku as her apprentice without informing him, especially considering Naraku's Uchiha lineage. However, in hindsight, it appeared to be a stroke of genius. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi, Naraku eagerly welcomed this scrutiny. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the crab deity, the child could have easily established an entire compound. Meanwhile, Naraku contemplated that although Danzo's offerings were meager, they were sometimes nonetheless necessary. Thus, he made his way to the foundation. It is said that money is the courage of a man, but in an extraordinary world, strength embodies that courage. With newfound power, Naraku even took the time to appreciate the decor and arrangements of the foundation. Upon his arrival, Danzo reproached Naraku, exclaiming, "Uchiha Naraku, what are you plotting?" Nara feigned an innocent expression and said, "Lord Danzo, I acted solely with your best interests in mind. Under today's circumstances, I had no choice but to speak out. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly have betrayed me." Danzo's demeanor softened slightly, yet he remained irate as he retorted, "Do you not trust that I can ensure your safety?" Naro, feeling aggrieved, remarked, "I am somewhat apprehensive, and moreover, Lord Danzo, the resources required for this new weapon are exceedingly vast. Our roots find it quite challenging to supply them. In truth, there is one detail I have not disclosed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The essence of this new weapon can be bound to its master during the forging process. By merely allowing your blood to touch the core beforehand, the weapon will henceforth be wielded solely by you and your descendants. At that moment, you will gain the ability to manipulate the weapon, rendering Sarutobi Hiruzen's efforts for our roots utterly futile." Upon hearing this, Danzo was filled with delight. Not anticipating such a contingency, he eagerly urged Naro, "Bring forth the core." Naro pretentiously retrieved the core of the National Guardian throne from the scroll, stating, "This is the core of the new weapon, but it will only prove useful once it has been fused with biological materials." Yet, Danzo remained unconvinced and dripped his blood onto the core, subsequently realizing that Naro had indeed spoken the truth. He addressed Naro, saying, "Please put the core away, but it is imperative that you incorporate the biological materials under my constant supervision." Today's events had instilled a sense of caution in Danzo towards Naro. He summoned one of his subordinates, and shortly thereafter, a seemingly timid yet charming young girl appeared before Naro. Danzo remarked, "Naro, you have performed admirably. I happen to have a capable subordinate who can serve as your personal assistant. She will disguise herself as your maid and is in the same grade as you." In a bid to win hearts, Danzo turned to the girl and instructed, "You must diligently heed Naro's commands. Understood? You are to comply with any request." The adorable girl nodded earnestly and approached Naro, saying, "Honorable Naro, my name is Yao Shi Nayu, and I shall be your maid and assistant from now on. Please feel free to command me, Honorable Naro." Naluo stared in bewilderment at the scene before him. Realizing the grim reality of the slave trade and the illegal use of child labor, it was his first revelation that coming to the root meant being accompanied by slaves. Subsequently, Naluo, with an air of disdain yet a sense of uprightness, expressed his fondness for this assistant. He reassured himself that this was for the sake of Tuanzang's peace of mind and to rescue this unfortunate girl. Chapter 91, Izanagi and Izanami. Nero found himself too weary to elucidate the identity of the apothecary, Nanu. Thus he engaged in a fervent debate with Danzo, permitting the maid to maintain her distance. After a long day of work, Nero returned home, feeling an inexplicable sensation as if he were being observed while in a moment of solitude. However, this sensation did not resemble the telescopic technique of Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor did it linger long enough for Nero to dismiss it as mere illusion. Such illusions are rather commonplace. They are akin to the fleeting hope that arises when an adversary inadvertently presents an opportunity for victory. Meanwhile, Afe concealed himself underground. Speaking to himself in an exaggerated tone, that was a close call. I thought for a moment he had discovered me. Truly. This mission bestowed upon me by Lord Madara is nothing short of extraordinary. Naruto suddenly recalled that the Uchiha clan possessed two secret techniques he had yet to master, Izanagi and Izanami. Consequently, Naruto sought out Uchiha Min and Uchiha Sanua. Intending to convene a meeting, Nero sensed that war was imminent and deemed it a crucial moment to bolster the strength of the Uchiha clan. Each member of the Uchiha family could be considered a potential ally. Therefore, minimizing casualties was advantageous, and at the very least, he aimed for the Uchihas to eliminate more foes to enrich his own realm of death. Furthermore, given the necessity of eventual escape, he thought it wise to win over some hearts, ensuring that he would not find himself as isolated as Uchiha Madara in the future. He resolved to focus his primary efforts on breaking through to S rank. He recognized that merely forging A-rank weaponry had its limitations unless one encountered a cursed spirit capable of evolution. Additionally, he was quite curious about the transformations that awaited him post-system upgrade. I wish to learn the forbidden techniques of Izanagi and Izanami. Can you impart these two arts to me? Nero said calmly. Absolutely not. Uchiha Min retorted instantly, while Uchiha Chienwei seized upon a key detail. Nero, have you awakened your Sharingan? And is it already a 3-tomo? Typically, the earlier one awakened their Sharingan, the greater their potential. For instance, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke awakened their Sharingan at the ages of 8 and 7, respectively. Nero's 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 9 seemed unparalleled within the entire Uchiha clan. Of course, a later awakening did not necessarily indicate inferior talent. For example, Uchiha Madara awakened his at 15. Uchiha Min, realizing this, inquired further, when did you awaken your Sharingan? Why did you not inform me? Nero, somewhat impatient, remarked, there is no need for you to be entangled in such trivial matters. My future will undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary kaleidoscope-level warriors. I must now learn those two forbidden techniques, as they can serve as a vital safeguard in emergencies. Furthermore, I intend to forge a batch of heirlooms for the Uchiha clan. Could you assist me in identifying the 5 strongest members of the Uchiha clan? Based on this list, allow them to freely choose their weapon abilities, and I shall customize their armaments. Although Uchiha Chiyue harbored numerous questions, he refrained from pressing for answers. Instead, disregarding the dignity of his position as clan leader, he bowed his head in gratitude, saying, the Uchiha clan is grateful for your contributions. Nero, with his wings fully unfurled, responded playfully, perhaps, clan leader Chiyue, you could hand over the leadership to me in 2.5 years. I would restore the glory of the Uchiha. Uchiha Chiyue's expression stiffened, and he could only muster a smile in response. Afterward, Nero took his leave with the scroll in hand, but not before warning Uchiha Chiyue to refrain from carelessly disclosing any information about himself. Naraku harbored little interest in confronting the clan leader and instead entrusted the subsequent tasks to Uchiha Min. Observing Uchiha Min and Uchiha Chitake perform the classic two-person act of Konoha, Naraku was graced with a contented smile. Upon returning to his chamber, Naraku unfurled the forbidden scroll, meticulously perusing its contents. The first technique discussed was Izanagi, a genjutsu capable of manipulating reality, granting the user the ability to alter their own experiences to align with their desires, by transforming adverse circumstances into favorable ones. It even allows for the modification of death's outcome. Characters such as Shimura Danzo and Tobi have employed Izanagi within the narrative to evade fatal blows. Conversely, Izanami is an intricately complex genjutsu, renowned as the sole technique capable of counteracting Izanagi. It possesses the power to record a sequence of actions between the opponent and oneself, subsequently compelling that same sequence to replay. Those ensnared by this genjutsu find themselves trapped in an eternal loop, oscillating between the initial and the repeated scenes within their memories. To escape the clutches of Izanami, the adversary must embrace their destined fate and undergo genuine repentance. Uchiha Itachi utilized Izanami during the Fourth Great Ninja War to manipulate Kabuto Yakushi, leading him to recognize the fallacies of his actions, which ultimately resulted in Kabuto relinquishing the impure world reincarnation technique. Both forbidden techniques possess formidable capabilities, albeit accompanied by significant drawbacks. Each necessitates a Sharingan with 3 tomo. Perhaps due to the terrifying repercussions associated with these techniques, or perhaps owing to Naraku's extraordinary talent as a prodigious ninja, he stands unparalleled among his peers. In a fleeting moment, Naraku felt as though he had mastered these 2 forbidden techniques. Subsequently, his ability to preserve his own life grew more formidable. It appeared that this enhancement was a result of the impending war, as Sarutobi Hiruzen increased his efficiency, particularly in the afternoon. Naraku was brought to the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him that the multiple shadow clone technique was not only his teacher's creation, but also an A-rank ninjutsu invented by the second Hokage. This technique allows the user, endowed with a vast amount of chakra, to produce thousands of shadow clones simultaneously. However, due to its excessive chakra consumption, those lacking a substantial chakra reserve risk injuring themselves or even endangering their lives when employing this technique. Hence, it has been classified as forbidden and documented in the Book of Seals. Naraku, I had initially been hesitant to allow you to delve into such perilous techniques. However, our village has reached a critical juncture of danger, compelling us to take some risks. You may practice this ninjutsu before me, but you must exercise caution regarding the number of clones you create. Be wary of succumbing to greed and producing an excessive number of duplicates. First, focus intently on refining your chakra, so that I may gauge the extent of your chakra reserves. Naruto pondered, if I were to fully harness my chakra, might not even the Hokage's hat be sent flying? Cautiously, he released a mere card's worth of power. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised him, saying, Naruto, your chakra quantity rivals that of some genin who are notably deficient in chakra. Once you mature, you are destined to possess an even greater reservoir of chakra. However, for now, it is prudent to refrain from creating more than 10 shadow clones. Only when your proficiency with this technique and your chakra control improve should you consider increasing the number of clones. Chapter 92. The 5 Kage Summit commences subsequently. Naruto meticulously examined the specifics of the scroll's capabilities, discovering that the multiple shadow clone technique bore a striking resemblance to the shadow clone technique. With a firm grasp of the latter, the difficulty was not insurmountable. Yet, for a student at the Ninja Academy, particularly one with merely a card's worth of chakra, it would typically require a considerable amount of time to master. Naruto's rapid acquisition of this skill could only be attributed to his exceptional talent. Naruto made the immediate decision to reveal a fraction of his extraordinary talent. With a deliberate, tortoise-like speed, he completed the hand seals and subsequently conjured 5 soft-shell shrimp and 5 non-sentient beings. Once the clones were created, Naruto feigned a semblance of weakness. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat taken aback. He realized that he had perhaps underestimated Uchiha Naruto's aptitude as a ninja. Nonetheless, based on his current performance, he believed Naruto might eventually become an elite jonin, albeit not for quite some time. With his loyal and devoted disciple Tsunade by his side, it was unlikely that Naruto would stir any significant upheaval. Naruto, it appears your talent for ninjutsu is commendable, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. In the future, when employing the shadow clone technique, be cautious. Only after you have perfected the creation of 5 clones should you consider increasing their number. You should also be aware of the sensation of nearing chakra depletion. He reiterated his advice one last time. Yes, Naruto, the obedient student of Konoha, wholeheartedly agreed. As for the upcoming 5 Kage Summit, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided to depart early. He was accompanied by his former teammates, Akimichi Choza and Shimura Danzo, along with several Umbu guards. Given the prevailing distrust among the various villages regarding potential ambushes, the group was set to convene in the Land of Iron. Although the Land of Iron had yet to fully establish itself as a neutral territory, under the leadership of Mifune, the majority of its factions had declared their intention to refrain from interfering in the conflicts of the ninja world. Thus, these ninjas gathered on the samurai soil for their meeting, with Mifune invited to preside over the proceedings. Interestingly, during this period, the leaders of the various villages were all